Chapter 1, Urging Marriage? Then find a temporary girlfriend. Songcheng City, Wanxian Beauty Company, Limited, Sales Office. Jang Fong, who was slumped at his workstation, immediately looked gloomy when he heard the phone notification tone. He could guess with his toes that it was a call from his mother, who was anxious to have grandchildren and was urging him to get married. Jang Fong was helpless. He could not escape his mother's urging to get married in both his lives. When enemies come, we will fight with earth. When floods come, we will flood. After all, the monk can escape but the temple cannot. Jang Fong frowned and answered the phone, and then he heard his mother's kind laughter from the other end. Xiao Fong, another week has passed, and you still haven't found a girlfriend? Hey, actually, Mom has already realized that no girl would want you. Hey, who made you my son? Mom found you a local girl from Songcheng, the kind with a big butt that will definitely give birth to a son. Would you consider finding a time to meet her and have dinner with her? Jang Fong was relieved at first. Even though he was ridiculed, his mother didn't immediately urge him to find a girlfriend. But the next second, the corner of his mouth twitched fiercely. He was not going to urge her anymore. He just arranged a blind date directly? Jang Fong really wanted to cry but had no tears. 4 months ago, he opened his eyes and found himself back to the time when he had just graduated from college. He was killed by volume 996 in his previous life, but he chose a completely different path and came to Vientiane Beauty Company to make a living. When my mother heard that I worked with so many beautiful colleagues, she immediately started urging me to get married. Jang Fong has only been working for 2 months, but he has been worked so hard that his ears are almost calloused. On average, she urged him 3 times a week. Jang Fong really didn't understand what his mother was so anxious about. And today it was even more outrageous, and he was directly asked to go on a blind date? It's the 21st century now, who still practices arranged marriages? Zhang Feng's brows were twisted into a rope, but after coming to his senses, he let out a long sigh, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised. Luckily he had a trick up his sleeve. After being urged to get married last time, Jang Fong suddenly realized that having a girlfriend is not something you can get just by wishing to do so. But instead of going against my mother's will and dragging it on, it would be better to just spend money to hire a fake girlfriend to deal with it. If we have a meal together, hold hands, and take a photo, won't Mom believe it and stop nagging us about it? Is that okay? Hey, sisterly, you really guessed wrong. How could someone not want me, your son, when I'm so handsome? Okay, now that we've come to this point, I won't pretend anymore. Actually, I already have a girlfriend, and she's a beauty. I'm telling you. Jang Fong said cheerfully, but the atmosphere was silent for a long time. Silly son, do you think that having a girlfriend is just a matter of luck? Well, don't say that Mom doesn't believe you. Don't you have a girlfriend? Drag her to our group so I can open my eyes. If I don't see my daughter-in-law today, you will go on a blind date with the big butt girl tomorrow. How about that? I, your mother, have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. Don't think you can fool me with empty words. This is what I've been waiting for. Jang Fong raised his eyebrows, smiled, and snapped his fingers. It's a deal. After hanging up the phone, Jang Fong turned around and patted his colleague Imo Shui, who was happily slacking off. Imo Shui means not to be handsome, so Jang Fong usually calls him ugly brother. The fake girlfriend was Imo Shui's high school classmate, a little-known model with a low appearance fee. But she is beautiful and has temperament. Brother Ugly, my mom called, we can ask the little model to go now. Okay, Brother Fong, but the director just finished a meeting and said that Mr. Su, who was parachuted in from the headquarters, may come to the company to report on his work at any time. You should try to come back before the lunch break is over. Okay. Then I'll have the little model go to the Red Romantic Cafe and wait for you. The Red Romantic Cafe is decorated in French style, with melodious tunes playing at the door. Most of the customers in the store are dressed formally, and they either have a stack of documents or a laptop in their hands. They are all business elites. But at this moment, they all seem to have forgotten the work at hand. Their eyes were distracted and they looked towards the corner of the cafe intentionally or unintentionally. A woman with excellent temperament was sitting there. Gold will always shine, and a beauty will attract countless gazes even if she sits in the corner. It's strange, it's not a luxurious dress covered with logos, but just an ordinary light blue dress, but it makes her look particularly noble. 3,000 strands of hair fell like a waterfall beside the delicate face, and the slightly red cheeks looked like the most juicy peach in the world, making people want to take a bite. But like the snow lotus of Tianshan Mountains, people dare not approach it, giving people a feeling that it can only be viewed from a distance and not played with. At this moment, she was looking at the table with her beautiful peach blossom eyes, supporting her cheek with one hand and looking thoughtfully. This charming posture made all the men in the cafe distracted, and also caught the eye of Jang Fong, who pushed the door open. He was stunned for a moment, looked around, and finally walked towards the woman's seat and sat opposite her. Su Yuran was also stunned by the sudden appearance of a strange man sitting opposite her. She raised her eyes, frowned slightly, and opened her red lips, and a voice as sweet as a lark came out. "Who are you?" Jang Fong swallowed his saliva. The moment he stood at the door and looked at Su Yuran, he was shocked. At this close distance, his scalp was tingling. He dared to say that the woman in front of him was definitely the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, even countless times more beautiful than the glamorous stars on TV. Her noble temperament can be seen in her every move. She exudes the mature aura of a queen, and her figure is incredibly hot. Jang Fong sighed, "Is this Cho Gu's high school classmate? Is the modeling industry so competitive? This high-quality girl is actually a little-known model?" Jang Fong was puzzled but didn't think much about it. Instead, he replied with a smile. "Miss, I'm Jang Fong, and I asked someone to ask you to pretend to be my girlfriend." Jang Fengya didn't consider that he had recognized the wrong person, because he was delayed on the road and the little model would definitely arrive earlier than him. In this huge cafe, only Su Yuran met the requirements, and she really seemed to be waiting for someone. But after hearing Jiang Feng's words, Su Yuran became uneasy, as if she had heard some shocking remarks. "Me, pretending to be your girlfriend?" Jang Fong thought that Imo Shui did not explain clearly to the little model and simply described the matter. "Yes, didn't Imo Shui tell you? My mom has been urging me to find a girlfriend. I have really said everything I can to shirk my responsibility. Now I have no other options but to find a temporary girlfriend. Please help me, little sister. It's really painful to be urged to get married." Being urged to get married? Su Yuran was stunned for a moment, and then her expression became subtle. She held her chin with one hand and squinted her eyes as she looked at Jang Fong with her red lips slightly opened. "Why does your mother urge you?" Jang Fong did not hide anything and directly told him the key points of his mother's strange method of urging him to get married. "Every morning I see various public account articles reposted with the same title, 'How good is it to get married and have children early?' Every day my mom would ask me if my phone was broken, otherwise why couldn't I receive messages from the little girl? My mom bought me a chess set so I could practice when I was free, but when it arrived, one of the pieces was missing." Chapter 2, Damn, I recognized the wrong person. Jang Fong described all the mysterious operations to Su Yuran, who was so excited that the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. It is indeed annoying when this kind of thing happens to you, but it is quite interesting to hear others being urged to get married. She seemed to be interested and continued to ask Jang Fong. "But since you're being pushed so hard, why don't you just find a female friend to deal with it? I have to spend money to find a temporary girlfriend. Isn't this very troublesome?" Jang Fong was stunned for a moment, shrugged helplessly and pointed at his face. "Isn't it all because of his good looks? There are indeed many young ladies in my company. But I really don't dare to just randomly find someone. What if they really fall in love with me and want to have a baby with me? Then I'd be dumbfounded. I'm still young and don't want to fall into a woman's hands like this. There won't be any trouble in our deal. I pay the money and you do the work. There won't be so many troubles. Why do you want to find a temporary girlfriend? Doesn't that mean you don't want to find a girlfriend? Wouldn't it be putting the cart before the horse to get involved in another bad relationship? But, why is the expression of this little model a little subtle?" Jang Fong was stunned for a moment, and instantly realized that what he had just said was a bit ridiculous. But in fact, Su Yuran didn't think there was anything wrong with Jiang Feng's words. Although he still looks a bit childish, his height of 1.80 meters is great and his face is really handsome. His clean hair and excellent skin show that he is a very clean man. His clothes are clean and comfortable, with some milk and a bit of ruffian style. It is normal for a man like this to have some admirers, right? Su Yuran was a little stunned. From the way Jang Fong talked, she could tell that he had a cheerful personality. How could a man like him be urged to get married? After looking at Jang Fong for a long time, her eyes suddenly flashed with a moon-like luster. "It seems that there is some truth in what you said. So what do you need me to do?" she asked with a beautiful smile, but Jang Fong was distracted. This woman looked so beautiful when she smiled. A single smile brings out all the charm, the ancients were right. But he quickly shook his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts, because there were more important things to do now. I'll add you to my family group first. In the WeChat group chat Jang family, Jang Fong invited Yuran to join the group chat. At the same time, Jang Fong placed the paper he had prepared long ago in front of Su Yuran. On it was recorded the occupation and age of his mother's ideal daughter-in-law. But what confused him was that Su Yuran had already sent out a long string of messages without even glancing at them. Hello everyone in the group, I am Jiang Feng's girlfriend, Su Yuran, a white-collar worker with a big hip circumference and you can't see your shoes when you look down. I am 25 years old this year. My family hopes that I can get married in the next 2 years, the sooner the better. Jang Fong took a deep breath and gave Su Yuran a thumbs up. Even he hadn't thought of this line of argument. If the hip circumference is large, doesn't that mean it is easier to give birth than with a big butt? If you look down and can't see the shoes, doesn't that mean you have a big chest? The child won't starve. The girl is 3 years older than you, has a lot of money, and the sooner she gets married the better? Shit, isn't this a severe poke at my mom's XP? This little model is really professional with all the words she uses. As Jiang Fong expected, the group exploded the next second. Mom, grinning teeth gif. Oh, my kid has finally made it. Yuran, well, just from the name, I know she's a good girl. Buffett father, what a great event. Our Jiang family now has a successor. Ma Xiaofeng has invited his girlfriend to join the group, everyone come out and meet Xiaofeng's wife. Happy girl cousin Yuran, sister, what does it mean when you look down and can't see your shoes? Su Yuran was dazzled by the endless welcome messages. Before she could react, another wave of red envelopes flooded the screen. Jiang Fong roughly counted them on his phone. There must be 15? He didn't even bring this much money when he received New Year's money. Why? Wait, I can't receive this red envelope. It must be a scam. Don't accept the red envelope. Jiang Fong shouted out subconsciously, and only heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Su Yuran had no intention of accepting the red envelope. This little model has really strong professional ethics. She didn't even nod her head and refused to accept so many red envelopes. At this moment, Jiang Fong was even more satisfied with Su Yuran, his temporary girlfriend. Su Yuran looked at him with a half smile. Why can't I get it? I suspect this red envelope is a fraud. If you had received it, my mom would have asked you to start the video call. Jiang Fong frowned and said seriously, but this made Su Yuran frown slightly. What's wrong with opening the video? Is it possible that my appearance cannot satisfy your mother? The corner of Jiang Feng's mouth twitched fiercely. Not satisfied? Is this young lady being modest or does she really not know how beautiful she is? You are so beautiful, my mother will definitely be satisfied. It's mainly because of my mother's personality. You can send her a few more photos, but don't video chat with her. Su Yuran blinked her big watery eyes and asked. What attributes? Jiang Fong uttered a few words between his teeth. She belongs to Holmes. Su Yuran, who was taking a sip of coffee, almost choked and covered her mouth with her hands and laughed. Sherlock Holmes? What kind of attribute is that? Jiang Fong wanted to explain, but then Mo Shui called. Remember, don't video chat with my mom. After being reminded once more, Jiang Fong stood up and walked out of the cafe. Considering Su Yuran's performance in the first 2 waves, Jiang Fong was still very confident in her. He let out a long breath, walked out of the cafe and answered the phone. Hey, ugly brother, your high school classmate is really reliable. He not only has a lot of words to say. And he was so obedient. He refused to accept the red envelopes even though I didn't give him a nod. I'm very satisfied. I'll treat you to a barbecue some other day. Jiang Fong spoke very excitedly, but there was silence on the other end of the phone. After a long time, Mo Shui's puzzled voice was heard. Brother Fong, have you seen Shanshan? Didn't she not go? I was in a hurry to eat and didn't check my phone. Shanshan sent me a message saying that the master gave her a task to do and she couldn't help you. How did you meet her? How far have you progressed? Shanshan? Master's mission? Not coming? What the hell? Jiang Feng's head buzzed, and in an instant he thought of a million possibilities. Finally, the corners of his mouth twitched and he spoke in disbelief. What's the name of your high school classmate? Zhang Shanshan. Jiang Fong? Mo Shuai's high school classmate is called Zhang Chanshan. So who the hell is Su Yuran in there? Brother Fong? What's wrong? Is there any accident? It's all my fault for not checking the news in time. At this moment, Jang Fong had a melancholy expression on his face, and his brows were almost furrowed because of himself. He smiled coldly into the phone and said through gritted teeth, "It's okay, I just recognized the wrong person." Chapter 3. Wait, why was I kicked out of the family group? Jang Fong frowned and rubbed his temple, his brain working rapidly as he thought. What the hell, I went out to look for my temporary girlfriend and I recognized the wrong person. Is it really necessary to be so embarrassed? Why didn't you ask Mo Shuai what the little model's name was in advance? At this time, Jang Fong also figured out a lot of strange points. He thought Su Yuran said she was a white-collar worker just to sound nice. Now that he thought about it, she must really be a white-collar worker. Yes, Su Yuran's temperament is not something a little model can possess. Jang Fong took a deep breath and began to recall how he had made one mistake after another until she was dragged into the group. Damn it, he said he was here to find a temporary girlfriend, but Su Yuran never denied it from the beginning to the end. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly walked into the hall. He had to get to the bottom of this matter immediately and kick Su Yuran out of the group. Indeed, since it was the first time they met, he could fool her by using a little model or just picking one up on the street. But Su Yuran is not a good choice, she is too beautiful and outstanding. Imagine that you meet a beautiful woman with excellent temperament and stunning appearance on the street, and ask her to pretend to be your girlfriend to deal with your family. Will she nod her head just because you are handsome? She definitely has no shortage of suitors and must have seen many handsome guys, right? For money? It was even more impossible. Jang Fong really couldn't connect her with the word poverty. So why did she agree? It's really scary when you think about it. Jang Fong wiped his sweat. Damn it, is this wave going to hit me in the back? Things are unpredictable. Jang Fong returned to his seat with a gloomy face, and was once again stunned by Su Yuran's behavior. She just smiled sweetly, waved at the phone screen, and spoke in a pleasant and sweet voice. Okay then auntie, we'll talk again when we have time, hee. If nothing unexpected happened, then this is an accident now? What is Su Yuran doing? Damn it, didn't she agree not to call her mom? Jang Fong sat down with his eyes blurred. Then Su Yuran turned to look at him and a pleasant voice came. You are wrong. I didn't receive the red envelope, but auntie also opened a group video. I didn't think of a reason to refuse, so I accepted it, but don't worry, I definitely didn't give myself away. We had a good chat, and auntie even asked you to take me home early. Su Yuran gave Jang Fong a charming look. The look in her eyes could really make one's blood boil. But Jang Fong didn't have time to think about these things at the moment. He stared straight at that exquisite and impeccable face. A few words came out from between his teeth. It's better to be exposed. Su Yuran? Why? Jang Fong spread his hands helplessly, his tone slightly reproachful. Miss, did I make my words very clear at the beginning? I said I was here to find the temporary girlfriend my brother recommended to me. Since you are not, why don't you just tell me directly? The more Jang Fong looked at this infuriatingly beautiful face, the more he felt something was wrong. How could he trick a girl like this into becoming his temporary girlfriend with just a few words? Do you really think this is just a child's game? Su Yuran wrinkled her pretty nose, then raised her red lips slightly and spoke in a playful tone. But I didn't say I was. Jang Fong? How does one say it? Not denying is affirming. Damn, she seems to think she is right? Su Yuran curled her lips slightly and interrupted Jang Fong, who was about to say something. What? You still want to reason with a woman? She supported herself on the table with one hand, leaned her face forward, and said teasingly with the corner of her mouth raised. Little Jang Fong, am I not as good as the little model you are looking for? She's probably not as pretty as me, right? She shouldn't be able to make your mother feel more comfortable than me, right? Although you look cute now, I always feel like you're taking advantage of me. Ah, yes. Jang Fong admitted that what Su Yuran said was absolutely correct. Although he had never seen the little model, she was definitely not as good as Su Yuran. But is this the point? The little model only takes money and doesn't hurt her waist, it's safe. No, the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. I don't trust you. I'm going to explain this matter clearly now so that my mother can kick you out. Jang Fong was determined and was about to reach out to touch the phone on the table. No! Su Yuran frowned and reached out her hand, trying to take Zhang Feng's phone. But she has never had a boyfriend, so how could her hands be as fast as Zhang Feng's? The pink and tender palm did not grab the phone, but slapped it on the table, making a paw sound. Zhang Feng? Damn, is this a real robbery? A female hooligan? What are you doing? Are you trying to snatch my phone? Am I kidding you about my hand speed after being single for 24 years? Hey. Zhang Feng gave a wicked laugh and directly opened the family group. Just as he was about to start typing, the message from his mother made him raise his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. Hey? Yuran, why aren't you and Xiaofeng good friends? Logically speaking, we have a common friend, Xiaofeng. Zhang Feng clenched his fists and said, I said my mother is a Sherlock Holmes. He and Su Yuran really didn't have any friends. They had just met and hadn't added each other yet. They joined the group by scanning a QR code. If everything went normally, Zhang Feng really didn't know how to deal with this topic. But is he worried now? No. Hey, that's a good question. I'll tell my mom right now that I pulled the wrong person. Zhang Feng smiled awkwardly. He knew he would be scolded for this, but that was better than being hit in the waist. What puzzled him was that Su Yuran, who had been so tough just now, seemed not to have heard what he said and was just fiddling with her phone. The next second, the group chat message notification came. Auntie, this is a long story. Actually, yesterday was my birthday, and Zhang Feng just forgot to buy me a cake after get off work. I was a little disappointed at the time, so I lost my temper and had a quarrel with him. He was very angry and deleted me as a friend, and he hasn't added me back yet. Well, Auntie, I know that what I did was wrong, and I know that I can't hide it from you. Please rest assured that I will never lose my temper for no reason again. Please don't blame me, okay? Seeing this, Zhang Feng's expression changed drastically. Damn it, this is not good. Before he could take any remedial measures, his mother's reply came. How could you forget to buy a cake for your girlfriend on her birthday? How dare you delete your friend? Zhang Feng, you little bastard, are you tired of living? Zhang Feng took a breath and quickly sent a message. Mom, that's not the case. Let me explain. But news about Su Yuran also came. Auntie, don't blame Zhang Feng. He must have forgotten because he was too tired from work. I'm not wronged at all, and you must not blame him, I love him. It is my blessing to have such a daughter-in-law. Buffett, that's right. Damn, I'm jealous. Zhang Feng's eyebrows were about to be raised. When he raised his head, he saw Su Yuran's slightly teasing gaze. Damn, she didn't think she won, did she? This is my family group, and that's my real mom. Su Yuran must be reported for this outrageous behavior and kicked out immediately. Zhang Feng, you have no idea what this woman looks like now. She made up all this bullshit cake and birthday stuff. Zhang Feng's hands were about to leave after images, but the next second the changes in the WeChat chat box made him completely confused. You have been removed from the group chat. I was kicked out? My family group. My real mother? Chapter 4 Auntie, Zhang Feng doesn't even want to give me a name. The impact was so strong that even though Zhang Feng had lived 2 lives as a human being, he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. Why is my mother's operation becoming more and more abstract? Is she really going to kick people out if she doesn't agree with me? Zhang Feng's face was extremely dark, but at this moment Su Yuran was still teasing him with a smirk. Xiao Feng, why did Auntie kick you out? This seems to be different from what you intended. It can be seen that Su Yuran is in a good mood at this moment. But people's joys and sorrows are not the same. Zhang Feng glanced at the complacent Su Yuran. The more he looked at her, the more unhappy he became. He was so angry that his teeth itched. Damn it, I have lived 2 lifetimes, and yet I have been played around like this by a little girl like you? Don't worry, it will be the same soon. I'll call now and explain everything. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and said, he was indeed kicked out of the family group, so what? He and his mother are still friends, and his phone number has not been blocked. As long as Su Yuran's identity as the fake girlfriend was exposed, would she still be able to stay in the group? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng had already dialed his mother's number and turned on the speakerphone proudly. Seeing this, Su Yuran was stunned for a moment, her red lips moving slightly. Jang Fong, we can have a good chat about this matter. Sit down and have a good chat? You're not the one showing off in the group just now? Jang Fong frowned. He would never give in, even if Su Yuran acted coquettishly. What's more, the call has been connected, and there is no way back for him. You little brat, if you want to rejoin the group, hurry up and make Yuran happy. I can only add you to the group if she agrees, otherwise forget it. Then his mother's stern voice came from the other end of the phone, and Jang Fong sneered. Wait for her consent? Mom, I'm afraid you'll kick her out later. What's the meaning? In fact, Su Yuran is not my girlfriend, nor is she your daughter-in-law. She is fake. After Jang Fong finished speaking, there was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time, and finally a roar broke out. What the hell are you talking about, little brat? Yuran even video chatted with me, and she was talking about your girlfriend. You said Yuran is not your girlfriend, then explain to me, where is the girlfriend you promised me? Why did you pull the wrong one? How do you explain Yuran's words? Jang Fong was stunned for a moment. Describe the whole thing from beginning to end? Telling mom that you are tired of being urged to get married and looking for a temporary girlfriend? That's even worse, right? In a critical situation, Jang Fong could only bite the bullet and force an explanation. Mom, don't worry about it. Just remember that Su Yuran is not my girlfriend. Just kick her out right away. I'll explain it to you slowly afterwards. Just as Jang Fong was staring blankly at the question of how to improve his persuasiveness, Su Yuran quietly came to his side, with a faint fragrance blowing towards him, and took over the conversation generously. Yes, Auntie, Jang Fong is right. I'm not his girlfriend. After saying that, Su Yuran gave Jang Fong a reassuring look. That expression seemed to be saying, the misunderstanding started with me, so let me resolve it. At this moment, Jang Fong was really touched. She actually decided to help me explain? Did she feel guilty? It's not easy. Jang Fong handed the phone to Su Yuran without saying a word. The speakerphone was still on, and he could hear his mother's puzzled voice on the other end. Ran, what's going on? Why are you two making us so confused? Dear, what can you tell your aunt? Just as Jang Fong was waiting for Su Yuran to explain, he suddenly noticed. A hint of cunning flashed across the latter's delicate face, her red lips slightly raised in a playful manner, and her peach blossom eyes exuded a smug look. Zhang Feng's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. Damn, he'd fallen into a trap. Sure enough, the next second, Su Yuran pouted and spoke in a slightly aggrieved voice. Auntie, we are no longer boyfriend and girlfriend since yesterday. In fact, we not only had a fight, but Jang Fong also broke up with me. Because he thinks my temper is unprovoked and I don't understand how difficult his job is. If I hadn't noticed that you asked him to add his girlfriend to the family group today, he would have just found a random woman to join the group. Auntie, I feel so wronged. I have been with him for 2 years, but he refused to listen to my explanation and was even unwilling to give me a name. Wow, Auntie, what's the point of living? Jang Fong was stunned. He suddenly realized that there were sparkling tears on Su Yuran's cheeks. Was she really crying? Good man, why don't you win an Oscar and become a Best Actress? Why are you just being a white-collar worker? How can you make up a story like this? Are you trying to play double-cross with me? The phone was still on speakerphone, and the next few roars made Jang Fong shudder. Not buying you a cake? And breaking up with you? Where's Jang Fong? Let him answer the phone. You little brat, do you want to piss off your mother to death? Fuck, I can't listen to your dad anymore. Aren't you a scumbag? I should have shot you right onto the wall. Half an hour later, Jang Fong slumped in his seat with a look of despair on his face. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. If you really can't resist, then you have no choice but to give in. He raised his brows and looked at Su Yuran, who was smiling like a flower. He pinched his middle finger and uttered a few words between his teeth. What the hell do you want to do? Su Yuran wrinkled her pretty nose and pouted her lips. It's very rude to say bad words to a girl. Hey, what do you mean by what I want to do? It was you who came over and asked me to be your temporary girlfriend, okay? I was just sitting here obediently. You came here first. Jang Fong rolled his eyes. I recognized the wrong person, okay? And I explained it to you clearly, but you still stayed in the group and refused to leave. Not only that, but you also gave me those 2 confusing moves. Why? I recognized the wrong person, just explain it clearly and that's it? Su Yuran felt that if this was true, then the world would be a terrible place. You want to run away after flirting? What's the reason? You have to give something, right? She did not answer Jang Fong directly, but moved towards where Jang Fong was. This mature temperament comes to you. For a man in his 20s, the temperament of a mature older sister is a killer skill, but Su Yuran just speaks in a coquettish voice. Aren't you trying to help your brother look more like a real person? Look, do your aunt and uncle still doubt you now? Are they still urging you? It's true that I won't urge you anymore, but is that the point? Xiao Feng, it seems there is no better way than letting me continue to be your temporary girlfriend. Jang Fong let out a long sigh. Can you use anesthesia on your kidneys? Kidneys? Su Yuran came to her senses and burst out laughing. What on earth is this little man thinking? How much is a kidney? Isn't this funny? He actually thought I wanted to. Su Yuran was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. Her moon-like eyes flashed with a strange light as she stared at Jang Fong intently. I don't know how to use anesthesia, and I won't cut your kidneys. My request is very simple. I just want you to be my boyfriend. Chapter 5, Mr. Su who came out of nowhere is ugly? Jang Fong, who was holding a cup of coffee, almost spit out the coffee. What kind of lewd words is this woman saying? Be her boyfriend? Although he was able to sit at the same table with Su Yuran and chat happily at this moment, Jang Fong was not without self-awareness. Given his current conditions, he is just a junior company employee who just graduated and has no car or house. Why would Su Yuran fall in love with him? Their conditions and lives are completely different. After thinking about it for a while, Jang Fong patted his head and understood. You mean, you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend to deal with other people too? Finally, a hint of melancholy flashed across Su Yuran's eyes. Yeah, my family has been urging me to get married. I've been having a lot of trouble, and it just so happens that you came to my door today. After hearing this explanation, Jang Fong breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Su Yuran agreed to us for a reason, and it wasn't just to get something for nothing. Hee, such a beautiful temporary girlfriend, who can also make my mom happy. Where else can I find one after this? Jang Fong chuckled, then his expression changed and he shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't take this job. It's not that I don't want to help you, Sister Yuran, it's just that it's easy for us to be exposed. Look, with your qualifications, you can definitely find someone better. I don't have a car, a house, or savings. If you bring me home, your parents will definitely not agree, and they will even urge you to change your boyfriend. So I think you can definitely find someone else. It would be good to be able to keep Su Yuran, but Jang Fong would never do anything that he was not sure of. Su Yuran could certainly handle his mother, but could he handle her father? That would be difficult, right? But after hearing this, Su Yuran was not surprised. Instead, a slight smile appeared on her pretty face. She reached into her shoulder bag and spoke as she did so. If you're pretending to be my boyfriend, just act as yourself. My father doesn't have very strict requirements for his son-in-law. As long as it's a man who's alive, that's fine. As for cars, I have a lot of them. Here, this is the key to the R8 at the door. You can take it and drive it first. My father is also in the real estate business, he won't ask for anything from you. As for savings, that's not a problem. My father has plenty of money, and he won't require his son-in-law to be extremely wealthy. So the R8 parked in front of the cafe belongs to Su Yuran? Is your family in the real estate business? Is your father rich? Jang Fongren was shocked and couldn't help but smack his lips twice. Then Su Yuran must be very rich too, right? Hey, Sister Yuran, if I can successfully trick your dad into coming over, can you agree to a small request of mine? What little request? Borrow a little money. How many? 1 million. 1 million? Su Yuran frowned slightly. She thought Jang Fong was too embarrassed to say it out loud, but she didn't expect that he would really only lend this much. Su Yuran nodded without hesitation. No problem. Jang Fong suddenly became alert. Damn, he met a noble person. I thought today was going to be a good day, but it turned out to be a double blessing. Not only did he cope with his mother's urging to get married, but he also found the perfect daughter-in-law. It also solved the economic problem. On the day he was reborn, Jang Fong grasped a key point. Around mid-October, Han Cobalt Mining, which had hit its daily limit, suddenly received investment from a foreign company, and its stock market soared until the end of the month. If managed properly, the net profit would be at least double. Jang Fong didn't want to miss this opportunity. How could he not be a boss after being reborn? His original plan was to work hard at Wanshan Company, Limited, and then take his work certificate to the bank to apply for a loan, and then ask his family for as much as possible. Now Su Yuran helped him solve the big problem. 1 million in capital and 2 million in profit were enough as startup capital. A real man can bend and stretch. Jang Fong directly performed a Peking opera face changing. No problem, I must make it clear that I am your temporary boyfriend. Jang Fong and Su Yuran walked out of the Red Romance Cafe side by side, leaving the big brothers around them stunned. What the hell? We were watching for a long time but didn't dare to go up, but he went up and took it away directly? They didn't know each other before. This brother is too tough. Half of my back teeth were broken, and I wanted to slap myself. The other half has already memorized Zhang Feng's face firmly in her mind and decided that she must become his disciple if she has the chance in the future. Su Yuran threw the car keys to Jang Fong. Can you drive? Meeting. Then you drive it. I don't have a certificate. Then I'll do it. Jang Fong got the passenger seat as he wished, and he didn't lie. In his previous life, he graduated from college and took the driver's license test, but in this life he only studied the stock market and did not take the test. As a two-door coupe with standard V10, the Audi R8 is Zhang Feng's dream car. It just so happened to carry a sense similar to Su Yuran's, which made him lose his mind. You decide where to eat. I'll treat you to whatever you want. I'll call the company and ask for leave first. Jang Fong originally planned to go back before the lunch break ended at 2:30, but now it was already 1:30 and he was still hungry. Ahem, it's impossible to go to work on an empty stomach. What's more, what made his mother stop scolding him was to treat Su Yuran to a big meal to make her happy. Besides, Su Yuran helped me solve such a big problem and even planned to lend me money. Jang Fong thought it was totally fine to treat her to a meal. Okay. While driving, Su Yuran looked around for some simple restaurants on the roadside. She had only been to Songcheng a few times and had only eaten in 5-star hotels in Songcheng. Jang Fong was treating her, so she wouldn't let him spend too much money. Just eat something simple. Finally, she spotted a nicely decorated hot pot restaurant. Jang Fong beside him was still on the phone. Brother Cho, please ask for leave for me and the minister. Well, I have something else to do so I won't be there this afternoon. Mr. Su, who was parachuted in from the headquarters. Damn, she almost forgot about it. It's okay, let's bet that this ugly guy won't go to the company this afternoon. Besides, she may not be able to come directly to our sales department, right? Jang Fong hung up the phone after a few words, and the car had already stopped steadily on the side of the road. He looked at the hot pot restaurant through the car window. We're eating here, right? Su Yuran did not answer directly, but stared at his face with a half smile. Hey. Jang Fong, when you called me, I remembered that I forgot to ask you where you are and what you do for a living. There is naturally nothing to hide about this kind of thing. I'm at Wanxiang Cosmetics Company, Limited, the prospective sales director. Is it all right? A potential sales director? Bullshit, he's just a clerk. Tomorrow's transfer has nothing to do with him. This is just to give himself a layer of gilding in order not to lose in momentum. Oh, Vientiane Company, Limited, okay. Su Yuran narrowed her eyes, and there seemed to be a hint of anger rising in her eyes. Seeing Jang Fong was about to get out of the car, she turned around and locked the car door. I'm worried about you spending money, and you say I'm ugly? How can such a good thing happen in this world? Xiao Feng, I suddenly don't want to eat hot pot. Come on, I'll take you to a nice place, and you have to treat me to a good meal. Chapter 6, Songcheng Hotel? Su Yuran really doesn't save money for me. Oh, okay. Jang Fong didn't notice Su Yuran's change in mood. I had no objection to changing the place to eat since I had nothing to do in the afternoon anyway. On the way, Su Yuran kept chatting with him. Jang Fong, you said the new CEO was ugly, aren't you afraid that she will hear it? Jang Fong smiled slightly, not caring at all. How did she hear it? It's just you and me. Besides, I'm not the only one who says she's ugly, the whole department says so, right? Everyone in the department is saying this? Su Yuran's eyes furrowed. Why? Jang Fong suddenly became interested. Making up bad things about the boss, this is a very exciting thing, right? He chuckled and explained in a rhythmic manner. I heard that our new CEO Sue is the daughter of the head of the headquarters and just returned from studying abroad. Double degree in management and business, a great authority, a true academic master. As for her appearance, it is up to everyone to guess. It is said that her father urged her to get married after she returned to China, and even set a very low threshold. With her family background and her ability, if she looks like a woman, she will definitely get married, right? But he is still single. That means he is ugly and no one wants him. She parachuted in from headquarters. I guess she wanted to avoid the urging of her family. If I wasn't afraid of braking suddenly and the car behind me wouldn't be able to react and rear-end me. Su Yuran really wanted to slam on the brakes and make Jang Fong fly out. What? Have you seen me? You say I'm ugly? I don't look like a woman? Isn't this too abominable? It seems that the employees of Wanshan Cosmetics need to be disciplined. How can you talk nonsense without any evidence? At this time, Jang Fong also noticed that there was something wrong with Su Yuran's expression. This girl seems to be very unhappy? What is she thinking with her pouty lips? Jang Fong thought back to what he had said, and a crazy guess emerged in his mind, but he immediately denied it. There are many people with the same surname in the world, and even though they all have the surname Su, it doesn't mean anything. Besides, Su Yuran said she was a white-collar worker, and she was very beautiful. The most important thing is that as a president who was parachuted in from the headquarters, he did not go to the company first when he arrived in Songcheng. Instead, he went to a cafe to have fun by himself? This is absolutely impossible, right? 10 minutes later, Jang Fong got out of the car, and his heart sank when he saw the building in front of him. He pointed at the hotel sign and asked Su Yuran in amazement. Damn it, Songcheng Hotel, you really don't save me any money at all. Su Yuran raised her head with a sly look. Why? Are you worried about the money? Jang Fong thought, isn't this nonsense? Eating a meal here costs at least 4 figures. His current wealth does not allow him to do so. A man is one who can stretch and shrink. Jang Fong nodded without saying a word. Yes, this is too expensive, let's go to another one. Humph, change one? No, I'm so ugly now, how can I not eat something expensive? I have to have at least one, right? Su Yuran thought angrily, pouting her lips to indicate that she was here, showing no intention of leaving, and even released her ultimate move. Auntie will also agree that we eat here. Jang Fong knew that his mother would definitely agree. Nonsense, it wasn't her who paid for it. Ciao. But then he thought again, he had already said it, so he let Su Yuran decide the location and what to eat. If I regret it now, it would be unmanly. Jang Fong gritted his teeth and decided to eat here, but before he turned around, a slightly teasing voice came from behind. Hey! Isn't this Jang Fong? What? Bringing your girlfriend over for dinner? Looking towards the source of the sound, Jang Fong saw a fairly familiar face. Zhang Kai, his college classmate, was a relatively wealthy second-generation guy, but the two did not have a very good relationship. At the same time, Zhang Kai also walked in front of Jang Fong and Su Yuran. At this moment, he admitted that he was stunned. This is Jang Fong's girlfriend? Oh my god, isn't this so beautiful? How come this guy is so popular with women from college to now? Zhang Kai swallowed subconsciously, he was really jealous. Why? He is obviously much richer than Jang Fong, and Zhang Feng's girlfriend is 1,000 times better than him? The air is filled with the scent of lemon, oh yes, it's Zhang Kai's sourness. At this moment, Zhang Kai was completely mad and spoke sarcastically. Although you are a little poor, you are still lucky. Unlike me, who has nothing but money. As he spoke, he deliberately showed off the Rolex on his right hand. These two sarcastic remarks confused both Jang Fong and Su Yuran. Su Yuran, this is the first time someone has said to me that they have nothing but money. Jang Fong, you have nothing but money, right? You don't even want your dignity or your dick, right? Oh, get up and embarrass yourself. Jang Fong just said it casually, but Zhang Kai caught something unusual. He frowned and looked at Jang Fong with a hint of joking. Hey! Jang Fong, you're in such a hurry to get me out, are you trying to pretend something? Did you not plan to have dinner at Songcheng Hotel? You just brought your girlfriend here to make a fuss for her. Tell her that when you grow up and have money, you can bring her here to eat every day? Hey, I was wondering, how could you be so generous as to bring your girlfriend here for dinner? Zhang Kai became more and more excited as he spoke, and even felt a little annoyed by what he said to Su Yuran. How can there be such proactive and low-key men in this world? But Jang Fong just shrugged as if it was nothing, and gave Zhang Kai a look that showed concern for the mentally retarded. Just keep talking here. After saying that, he pulled Su Yuran towards Songcheng Hotel. Looking at Zhang Fong and Su Yuran's departing backs, Zhang Kai smiled triumphantly. He is not a man with a head for sex, nor is he brainless. Those words he said were certainly not mocking Zhang Fong for not being able to afford it here. He just wanted to stimulate Zhang Fong to go in and eat. Because only in this way can the gap between him and Zhang Fong be revealed. Zhang Kai calculated the pocket money he could still use, his face full of sarcasm. I will let Zhang Feng's fairy girlfriend meet her soon. Money is the real truth in this world. Zhang Fong and Su Yuran were led by the waiter to a window seat in the restaurant. The dining environment is pretty good, and it will be convenient for taking pictures for my mother later. Although I have been prepared for the high prices. But after the menu was served, Zhang Fong couldn't help but frown. He gritted his teeth and handed the menu to Su Yuran. Order, I'll eat anything. Seeing Zhang Fong being mocked by his college classmates for having little money after graduation, Su Yuran felt a little sympathetic towards him. She gave up the idea of messing with Zhang Fong and flipped through the menu to look at the relatively cheap and affordable dishes, but before she had turned a few pages, the waitress came over with a bottle of Petrus red wine. Her movements were graceful and her expression was natural. She half bent over and looked at Zhang Fong with a smile. Sir, Mr. Zhang Kai, who is sitting at table 17, asked me to tell you. If you love your girlfriend, you should treat her to a bottle of Petrus. This bottle of wine costs 39,999. Would you like to express your love for this beautiful lady? Chapter 7, Petrus? Open the 1982 La Fight. The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched fiercely. He thought Zhang Kai was only trying to be disgusting, but he didn't expect that boy to be so mean as well. If he and Su Yuran were really a couple, not buying alcohol would easily lead to relationship problems. And this fake temporary boyfriend or girlfriend, just say you don't have money. What also shocked Zhang Fong was the pricing of Songcheng Hotel. If he remembered correctly, the market price of this Petrus should be around 20,000. Double the price? Even dogs won tea by it. Zhang Fong glanced at Su Yuran, gave her a helpless expression, and turned around to refuse the waiter. But out of the corner of my eye I caught a glimpse of a mural hanging on the wall of the hotel. Zhang Fong was stunned, his eyes turned, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. I won't open this bottle of Petrus. Before the waiter could give him a disdainful look, he changed the subject. Let's drink red wine. How much is a 1982 La Fight? Waiter? Could it be that the reason he rejected Petrus was because he thought it was too cheap? This man doesn't look that rich, does he? He's still so young? Her tone was a little excited, because if Zhang Fong really ordered the 1982 La Fight, her commission would be several thousand. Sir, the hotel's quote is 69,999. Zhang Fong nodded secretly. For this limited edition wine, the price was quite reasonable. How many bottles do you have? 2 bottles. Zhang Fong snapped his fingers and smiled slightly. That's great. Open me a bottle. The other bottle goes to Mr. Zhang Kai at table 17. Tell him that if he really loves the woman he loves, he should treat her to 1982 La Fight. As soon as Zhang Fong finished speaking, the waiter was stunned with shock. Grass, celebrities come from the common people, and the rich are often low-key. Okay sir, I'll do it for you right away. The waitress no longer cared about her image and trotted away in her high heels, while Su Yuran, who was sitting in front of Zhang Fong, was confused. She didn't interrupt because she also wanted to see what Zhang Fong was going to do. It has to be said that Su Yuran was shocked when she heard Zhang Fong was going to open a bottle of 1982 La Fight. But on second thought, she also felt very good. That's right, it's obvious that Zhang Kai is deliberately making things difficult for people and trying to embarrass them. This is how you should deal with that disgusting guy. Su Yuran felt that Zhang Fong was doing the right thing. As for the wine money, it's only 70,000 yuan. At worst, she will pay it in the end. Even if you are just temporary boyfriend and girlfriend, you can't lose in momentum. Songcheng Hotel, 17 tables. Although Zhang Kai's mind was filled with Su Yuran's exquisite and beautiful face, he still looked at the young internet celebrity in front of him with affectionate eyes. Take the one you just picked up first. Lily, to celebrate the honor of being your boyfriend. I specifically requested a bottle of Petrus. Let's have a nice drink today. Just don't go home tonight, okay? The little internet celebrity is about to cry. This bottle of wine costs 40,000 yuan. This man loves her too much. Looking at her deeply moved eyes, he thought about how he had asked the waiter to bring wine to Jang Fong. Zhang Kai seemed to see Su Yuran's envious and expectant eyes. Jang Fong must have bitten his teeth off at that table, right? With a snort, Zhang Kai was about to ask the waiter to open the wine, but before he could open his mouth, the waiter came with a bottle of 1982 Lafite. He walked up to Zhang Kai, bowed with a smile, and offered him the red wine with both hands. Mr. Zhang Kai, Mr. Jiang Fong from table 26 asked me to tell you. If you want to drink red wine, drink this. If you really love your girlfriend, treat her to a glass of 1982 Lafite. The corner of Zhang Kai's mouth twitched fiercely, and he looked at the waiter in disbelief. Is this what Jang Fong told me? Yes, sir. He doesn't even want to open it himself and asks me to open it? Mr. Zhang, you may have misunderstood. Mr. Jiang Fong opened a bottle of 1982 Lafite for his girlfriend. Fuck you, who would believe that? Zhang Kai subconsciously felt that it was impossible. If Jiang Fong gritted his teeth and took his girlfriend to dinner at Songcheng Hotel, he would believe it. Open Lafite? This bottle of wine costs 70,000 yuan. Can Jiang Fong afford it? With doubts and speculations, Zhang Kai turned around and looked from a distance, and found that Jiang Fong and Su Yuran were drinking from their cups. On their table, there was a bottle of 1982 Lafite. The waiter and Zhang Kai were talking quite loudly, and there were naturally many guests around who came to watch the fun. Some of them gloated over the misfortune, some were dumbfounded, and some smacked their lips and muttered quietly. Hey, you told someone to drive a Petrus, but they thought it was cheap and drove a Lafite. You asked me to drive a Lafite, but you didn't want to drive it, right? Are you incompetent, little dog? Don't pretend if you don't have money. I wanted to feel superior, but ended up falling into the gutter. Great. Zhang Kai, who had always lived a life of luxury, couldn't stand the ridicule, but he didn't want to drive a bottle of Lafite. He took a few deep breaths, obviously very angry, and finally spoke with a dark face. I suggest you keep an eye on Jiang Fong. He can't afford the bottle of wine. Be careful not to be held responsible by someone else. The waiter raised his eyebrows. You're not drinking anymore and you're starting to slander people, right? She saw early on that Zhang Kai intended to cause trouble for Jiang Fong. After Jiang Fong opened a bottle of Lafite, she naturally became unhappy with Zhang Kai. No one can eat for free or write IOUs at the Songcheng Hotel. Besides, that's a matter between the hotel and Mr. Jiang Fong. Just tell me whether you can open this bottle of wine or not. The topic was brought back again, and Zhang Kai saw that he couldn't avoid it, so he could only sigh. No, take it away and don't disturb me while I'm eating. After sending the waiter away and sitting down again, Zhang Kai felt extremely unhappy and the bottle of Petrus in his hand no longer smelled good. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to turn around and leave, but he didn't, because he wanted to see what Jiang Fong was going to use to pay the bill. Songcheng Hotel, 2:30. Auntie, Jiang Fong just treated me to a big meal and said a lot of sweet words to me. I have already forgiven him. Please add him to the group as soon as possible. Su Yuran smiled sweetly and sent 2 voice messages, resolving the previous plan to break up with Jiang Fong. Seeing that he was pulled back to the group chat, Jiang Fong also breathed a sigh of relief. Then let's pay and leave? Su Yuran smiled and pointed at her phone. How about this, I'll treat you this time, and you treat me next time? The meal was really delicious. Jiang Fong ordered many of the hotel's specialties and did not deliberately order cheap dishes. This also caused the cost of meals to soar. Although Jiang Fong had previously said that he was ugly, Su Yuran still suggested this. Hey, Xiao Fong, come and praise me as a beautiful and kind-hearted big sister. Su Yuran was thinking this, but Jiang Feng's reply confused her. Forget it. I'll really have to pay for the next meal if I treat you. Su Yuran's beautiful eyes wrinkled slightly, and her confused look looked extremely adorable. This meal also costs money. Hearing this, Jiang Fong chuckled and said something with great force. No, 70,000 or 80,000. How can I have so much money? I didn't plan on spending any money on this meal from the moment I ordered the wine. Chapter 8. Hurry up, give Mr. Jiang a free meal. Su Yuran swallowed hard and looked at Jang Fong in disbelief. Are you trying to take me away to escape? At the same time, she was constantly considering the feasibility of this matter in her mind. She had only seen things like running away from orders in TV dramas, which were quite exciting, but she had never tried it. It seems like it's not a bad idea to run once, experience the excitement, and then pay when you run out the door. It won't cause any bad effects. This idea is bold, but Su Yuran is a rich lady with a hint of playfulness in her bones. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to Songqing to escape the pressure of marriage, and she wouldn't have agreed to let Jang Fong be his temporary girlfriend. At this time, Jang Fong spoke again. Waiter, come here. Waiter, come over here? Su Yuran was dumbfounded. She frowned slightly and quickly spoke to stop Jang Fong. Hey, aren't you going to run away with the bill? Why did you call the waiter over? Running away in front of others? No way. Jang Fong held his forehead helplessly, speechless. Come on, Su Yuran, in this society ruled by law, why are you running away from the order? I am a good, law-abiding young man of the 21st century. I still want a reputation. Don't run away. And don't pay? Is this hotel doing charity? Su Yuran didn't understand. She had never heard of such an outrageous thing. She moved her red lips slightly and wanted to ask something, but when she saw the waiter coming over, she had to give up. Sir, are you ready to pay? Jang Fong nodded and shook his head. Yes, to settle the bill, but you need to call your manager over first. The waiter was stunned. He called the manager? Why? Could it be that some of these dishes are not cooked well? She didn't think much about it. As a guest who could open a bottle of 1982 Lafite, Jang Fong would just go wherever he asked her to go. At this time, Zhang Kai, who was sitting on the other side, was also waiting for Jang Fong to make a fool of himself with a smile on his face. He felt that Jang Fong couldn't afford the meal, and he wouldn't be willing to do so even if he had enough money. Less than 2 minutes later, a slightly plump man hurried to table 26 and bowed to Jang Fong with a smile. Sir, you're looking for me? Jang Fong raised his eyes and glanced at him, saw the last name on his work badge, and nodded. Hello, Manager Wang. I would like to ask, are the paintings hanging on the wallpaper in the lobby all authentic? Wang Hai was slightly stunned, then nodded immediately. Of course, Mr. Jiang, hanging fake paintings is not in line with the grade of our Songcheng Hotel. The main purpose of placing paintings in the lobby is to make customers feel happy when they take a look at them while dining. Is there something wrong? Wang Hai was puzzled as to why Jang Fong was asking this when he had nothing better to do. Could it be that he noticed that there were fake paintings in the hall? That's impossible. These were all bought at Songcheng Tianyuansai, where they only sell authentic products. After I bought them, I asked a famous local appraisal master to study them, and they were undoubtedly authentic. Seeing that Wang Hai had roughly guessed his thoughts, Jang Fong did not hide anything. He patted Wang Hai on the shoulder, motioning him to turn around, and pointed to the 9 o'clock position. If I'm not mistaken, that painting is a flower and bird painting by Master Li Gonglin. Unfortunately, it's a copy. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Wang Hai frowned immediately. He felt that Jang Fong came here deliberately to cause trouble. Why do you say that, Mr. Jiang? Jang Fong was not at all surprised when he noticed the change in Wang Hai's attitude. On the contrary, it would be abnormal if Wang Hai's attitude did not change. How would you feel if someone came to your house and told you that your heirloom was a fake? Manager Wang, please bring it over. Wang Hai's face was solemn. He didn't want to believe Jang Fong. How could this item, which had been authenticated by a master, be a fake? But Jang Fong was too confident, which made him unable to help but doubt himself. He waved his hand to signal the waiter to take it, and 5 minutes later, the carefully mounted scroll was in Jiang Feng's hands. Jang Fong smiled calmly and handed his phone to Su Yuran. Help me record a video, just record the painting. Su Yuran didn't understand what Jang Fong was going to do, but she nodded and held up her phone obediently. All right. Seeing Su Yuran aiming the camera, Jang Fong let out a long sigh, raised his hand, picked up the still warm cup of tea, and poured it directly onto the scroll. Seeing this, the 3 people around him were stunned. Wang Hai swallowed hard. He was sure that Jang Fong was here to cause trouble. Just when he was about to subdue Jang Fong and notify the security team to come over, Jang Fong unfolded the scroll. The original flowers and birds were still there, but a line of words appeared out of thin air where the tea had been splashed. My name is Li Huafeng. I am a fan of the paintings of Master Li Gonlin, so I copied this painting to show my respect. Jang Feng's lips curled up slightly. He remembered it just by glancing at the painting. In the previous life, a customer was drinking at Songcheng Hotel and he got drunk and spilled a cup of hot tea on this painting. It turns out there is a line of words saying this is a fake. In the end, not only was he not blamed by Songcheng Hotel, but he was also given a bonus of 100,000 yuan. That's why Jang Fong unscrupulously asked the waiter to open the 1982 Lafite. Is it true or not? Su Yuran was amazed. Why did this feel even more outrageous than running away from an order? Wan Hai was confused, the waiter was dumbfounded, and Zhang Kai over there was dizzy. It took about a minute for Wang Hai to come back to his senses, and his tone became extremely respectful. Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment. I need to call my boss now. Wang Hai moved very quickly, and his slightly plump body did not affect his speed. When he came back, he was holding an exquisite little box in his hand. If the previous bow to Jang Fong was out of respect, then the deep bow at this time was out of admiration. Wang Hai performed a perfect 90-degree standard bow. He held the small box in both hands and handed it to Jang Fong. Mr. Zhang, our boss has instructed us to thank you very much. The cost of your meal is 89,982 yuan. This meal is paid for by our hotel. In a word, it's 100,000 yuan. Besides that, I found out that Mr. Zhang is not a member of our Songcheng Hotel. This is a black gold membership card. Including yours, Songcheng City has issued a total of 6. Please accept this gift from Songcheng Hotel, Mr. Zhang. The value represented by this black gold card cannot be measured by money alone. In fact, Wan Hai's original intention was to waive the bill for Jang Fong, which was equivalent to saving Jang Fong nearly 100,000 yuan, which was enough. But he was severely reprimanded by his boss. Just imagine, the appraisers hired by Tian Yuanzhai and Songcheng Hotel couldn't tell the authenticity after touching it. Where is Jang Fong? Just by looking at it from a distance, he knew it must be fake. What does this mean? Zhang Feng's appraisal skills are profound, at least he is a master. It's worth it to exchange a black gold card for the friendship of an appraisal master. Jang Fong had guessed most of what they were thinking, and he had no need and no desire to explain. He just smiled, took the black gold card and put it in his pocket, indicating that Su Yuran could leave. In the end, the two of them did not pay the bill. Under the dumbfounded eyes of many customers and the respectful gaze of Wan Hai, they left Songcheng Hotel openly. Chapter 9: The Perfect Woman in Jang Feng's Eyes? At this moment, Zhang Kai was struck by lightning and felt completely numb inside and out. His jaw dropped in shock. Did he really just leave like that? And he took with him a black gold card of Songcheng Hotel? He felt a little upset, because his father had wanted the black gold card for a long time but was not eligible to get it. All the things that happened today made Zhang Kai seriously suspect that he was being fooled, and he felt pain on his cheeks. How could Songcheng Hotel cooperate with Jang Fong in acting? On the other side, Wang Hai had just sat back in his office when his boss called again. Wang Hai, I just watched the video, this card is totally worth it. Wang Hai was stunned by the boss's 2 sentences. What does that mean? Could it be that the boss knows Jang Fong? Has he always wanted to curry favor with Mr. Jian? Boss, I'm stupid. There was an emotional voice coming from the other end of the phone. It's not your fault that you don't know her. When she and Mr. Su came to eat, you were on a business trip. Is there a particularly beautiful woman following Jang Fong? That's Director Su's daughter. Wang Hai nodded quickly. Su Yuran's temperament and appearance were so outstanding that it was hard for him not to notice her. As for Mr. Su? Wang Hai thought for a long time and didn't expect that there was a big boss named Su in Songcheng. Suddenly, he thought of a piece of explosive news from a gossip channel. The eldest daughter of Wanshan Group has landed at Songcheng Wanshan Cosmetics Company, Limited. Mr. Su from Vientiane Group did have dinner at Songcheng Hotel. Wang Hai forgot to take care of his image for a moment and blurted out, fuck. Boss, she is Su Yuran? Right. Wang Hai's face was full of astonishment. He stood there for a long time with empty eyes. The waiter said that Jang Fong opened a bottle of 1982 Lafite to express his love for his girlfriend. So Mr. Jiang won over the eldest daughter of Wanshan Group? So how much energy does he have? WOC, this guy is a real big shot. No wonder you can tell at first glance that the painting is a fake. At this time, Jang Fong and Su Yuran had just sat back in the Audi R8. Su Yuran let out 2 long breaths. She found this to be quite exciting. You ate without paying, walked out openly and took away a black gold card? Come on, this is more exciting than running away from the bill, right? But after a little thought, Su Yuran came to her senses and noticed something unusual. She looked at Jang Fong with a playful expression. Xiao Fong, how do you know that the painting is fake? I don't believe you saw it with your naked eyes. Don't tell me it's luck. This is where I brought you. No one is so lucky as to find a fake among a wall of paintings and use it to buy a meal. Tell me quickly, are you really a master appraiser with extraordinary talent and hidden talents? A master of appraisal who was hiding his true identity? Jang Fong almost laughed out loud. He didn't explain immediately, not because he didn't want to. But Su Yuran said everything he said. He really wanted to say it was luck. So should I tell the truth now? Well, forget it, let's just start writing. Actually, I had a strange dream before. I dreamed that the painting in Songcheng Hotel was fake. It was also my dream that taught me how to let the painting reveal its true colors. Who knew I'd run into this today? I was just trying it out. How could I dream of this? Su Yuran wrinkled her pretty little nose. If this is true, then no one should work hard and just dream about finding a bargain every day. Xiao Fong, isn't your excuse too far-fetched? Jang Fong shrugged helplessly. You see, these days no one believes the truth. He deliberately drew out a long note and then changed the subject. But you said my reasons were nonsense. I want to ask. Is there anything more outrageous than thinking I'm going to run away with you? After the words fell, Su Yuran was stunned for a moment. How can it be outrageous to run away without paying? Are you kidding me? According to Jang Fong's previous tone, coupled with his squinting smiling expression. Anyone who comes here would think he is trying to take me away and escape the bill? It's obvious that your words are easy to be misunderstood, right? Su Yuran hugged her shoulders with her hands, frowned slightly and bit her red lips in anger. Her expression, which was slightly aggrieved and fierce, was very beautiful. Jang Fong was indeed a little dazed by her stunning beauty. He stared at Su Yuran's pretty face and nodded thoughtfully. 1 second, 2 seconds, half a minute. What are you thinking about? So intoxicated? Seeing Jang Fong deep in thought for so long, Su Yuran finally couldn't help but ask. Jang Fong came back to his senses, raised his eyebrows and smiled. Su Yuran, do you still remember the president I mentioned about my company being parachuted in? You said that she is ugly, but she is as wise as a demon. And you are so beautiful, but you have outrageous ideas and are stupid. I was just thinking, what if I combined your beauty with her wisdom? What a perfect woman that must be. Su Yuran clenched her fists tightly. Are you saying that my ideas are outrageous and stupid? You say the CEO who was parachuted in is ugly? Damn, Jang Fong, if you weren't wearing a seatbelt, I would definitely scratch you. 10 minutes later, Jang Fong was thrown at the gate of the rental community. Su Yuran rolled down the car window, revealing her beautiful face with a sly expression. See you tomorrow, Xiao Fong. Jang Fong rubbed his temples. Should I help you deal with your family tomorrow? No. We may not be able to meet tomorrow. Tomorrow our president will have to report on his work and hold a staff meeting. We also have job transfers, so we are very busy. This serious expression made Su Yuran couldn't help laughing. She waved her hand, leaving Jang Fong with an intriguing expression. No, we will meet. Just keep fantasizing about the perfect combination of me and your wise president. Tell me whatever you think of when we meet tomorrow, if you dare. Meet up? What the hell, how can I have time? Besides, if I dare, what is there to be afraid of? Looking at the R8 driving away, Jang Fong curled his lips, turned around and walked towards home. The next morning at 8:30, Sales Department of Vientiane Cosmetics Company, Ltd. Jang Fong was stunned as he looked at the packed office. Am I late? That shouldn't be the case. We still have half an hour before work starts. Oh yes, the new president is coming to report on his work today, so everyone came early. Seeing that there was still time, Jang Fong was just about to brag with Mo Shui. But before I could even warm up my butt, a colleague came over with an embarrassed look on his face. Jang Fong, Minister Zhang wants to see you. Minister Zhang, looking for me? Jang Fong frowned. Damn it, his boss came to his house early in the morning? He rubbed his temple and walked towards the minister's office reluctantly under the sympathetic gaze of his colleagues. Enter. Jang Fong pushed the door and entered the minister's office, where sat an obese middle-aged man. Zhang Yuan is the deputy director of the sales department and is in charge of the dozen or so people in Jang Fong's office. He had a mustache, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and had a serious look on his face. Because he often does nothing, everyone calls him Fatty. Minister Zhang, you're looking for me? Chapter 10 General Staff Meeting, President Su is here. Zhang Yuan glanced at Jang Fong indifferently and said Then his expression changed instantly and he slapped the table hard. Jang Fong, don't you want to do this anymore? I asked each of you to hand in a copy of our sales department's presentation, why didn't you do it? Jang Fong was originally wondering why Zhang Yuan was looking for him so early in the morning. This made him even more confused. What kind of speech script was this? How come he didn't know about it? When was this assignment assigned? Jang Fong frowned slightly. It was just a speech script. It shouldn't be difficult for him at all, right? Besides, even if he didn't write it himself, Baidu can just copy and paste it, so how could he not hand it over? He really had no impression at all. When did you give the order to do this, Minister? Yesterday afternoon. I took a leave yesterday afternoon. I know you took the day off, so why don't you do it? Jang Fong was confused. I asked for leave because I have something to do. What should I do if I have something to do? Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. It was obvious that Zhang Feng's retort made him very unhappy. He snorted twice and curled his lips in a very official manner. Leave is leave, documents are documents. You don't have to come if you take leave, but you still have to hand in the documents. Is there anything wrong with that? At this moment, Zhang Fong realized that this fat guy was just looking for trouble. You have to submit work documents after you ask for leave? What the hell are you thinking? Do you still need to report to the president when you attend your mother's funeral? What kind of twisted logic is this? Zhang Fong rolled his eyes fiercely. He thought Zhang Yuan was just a big XX. You seem quite unconvinced? Zhang Fong, do you still have me as your minister in your eyes? You think you're awesome for going against your boss, don't you? Zhang Yuan was almost mad with anger. He had just had an argument with his wife in the morning and was already feeling unhappy. Sitting in the office, I thought about it and felt like I had a suffocation in my chest and couldn't vent it. He just wanted to call Zhang Fong over to scold him, but Zhang Fong actually dared to talk back to him? As for why it was Zhang Fong, who made his name appear at the top of the attendance list when he applied for leave yesterday afternoon, Zhang Fong can just blame himself for his bad luck. Why am I going against you? What's the rule that requires you to work even if you take a leave? Zhang Fong shrugged helplessly. In his previous life, he had been in volume 996 for so many years and had never heard of taking leave and taking care of work reports at the same time. What the hell is this? Zhang Yuan just went to the toilet on an empty stomach, looking for trouble, right? Zhang Yuan, who was already angry, felt ashamed and even more angry after being rebuked by Zhang Fong. He wanted to throw something, but when he found that he only had his cell phone at hand, he gritted his teeth and held back. But the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He stood up resolutely, slammed the door and walked out. When he came back, he had a pair of chopsticks in his hand. He first took out one and broke it, then picked up the remaining few and broke them as well, sneering. Zhang Fong, do you understand what I mean? Even if there are more of you, you are no match for me. It was so early in the morning, Zhang Fong was really angry. It's fine to just look for trouble, but what kind of metaphor is this? You are the chopsticks? What the hell? A small employee dares to say that to me? Zhang Yuan's face was filled with shock, and he stomped his feet with gritted teeth. Zhang Fong, all your bonus subsidies for this quarter will be cancelled. What Zhang Yuan never expected was that Zhang Fong laughed out loud after hearing what he said. He was actually still laughing? And it was a kind of laugh that sounded like he was overjoyed? Oh, it's just a bonus, why the hell cancel it for me? I thought you were going to fire me? Oh yeah, it seems Minister Zhang doesn't have that power either. After saying that, Zhang Fong was too lazy to talk nonsense with Zhang Yuan anymore. There was no point in saying more. If you play the lute to a cow, can the cow understand it? Similarly, if you speak human language to a stupid bird, can it understand it? Jang Fong turned around and slammed the office door shut. Fuck you, do whatever you want. Jang Fong knew that Zhang Yuan did not have the power to fire him. Once Zhang Yuan got too angry, he would ask his superiors in human resources to fire him. Then Jang Fong also has to figure out who was right and who was wrong in this matter. To put it another way, Jang Fong stayed in Vientiane Beauty just to get a stable job certificate to apply for a loan. Now Su Yuran has agreed to lend him money. So what if he is really fired? He's rebelling, isn't he? Zhang Yuan paced back and forth, stamping his feet in anger. He felt that it was not the door that Jang Fong slammed, but his face. He had never seen such an arrogant employee. Damn, he must be fired. As he was about to write a resignation letter to the personnel department, the phone in the office rang. Minister Zhang, inform the employees under your supervision that President Su has arrived at the company. Hold a general staff meeting in the conference room at 9:30. At 9:15, Zhang Fong and Mo Shui arrived at the conference hall with smiles on their faces and sat down in their seats. Colleagues from other departments have basically arrived, and everyone is eagerly waiting to see who this new president is. The first question was whether the new Mr. Su was as ugly as they imagined. The second point of concern is in line with the saying a new official starts with 3 things to do. Who knows whether President Su will change any company systems or salary and benefits once he takes office? It's about money, and that's something that's closely related to everyone here. But Jiang Fong and Mo Shui obviously don't care about these. Brother Fong, tell me, what happened yesterday afternoon? You must have made a mistake and thought she was my classmate, and she agreed to help you pretend to be your temporary girlfriend? It can't be so fantastic, right? WOC is smart, Jiang Fong patted Mo Shui on the shoulder. Why didn't you realize that this boy was so smart before? Yes, and she's a great beauty. A beautiful lady? Then Brother Fong must have picked her up. Mo Shui originally wanted to ask Jiang Fong about the specific details, but now there was obviously a topic that interested him more. His eyes widened and he laughed jokingly. How beautiful is it, Brother Fong? Describe it? Do you have any photos? Let me see them. Jiang Fong had already guessed that Mo Shui would ask this question, and had even thought about how to answer him. There are no photos. She sent them to my mom in private. Jiang Fong decisively rejected Mo Shui's request to see the photos. It's not that Zhang Funko was unwilling to show it to him. In fact, he had intended to let Mo Shui take a look at it at the beginning. The main reason was, based on Su Yuran's looks, Jiang Fong was afraid that Mo Shui would drool all over his phone. As for her appearance, she has a delicate face, fair skin, and outstanding temperament. She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Seeing that what Jiang Fong said seemed to be true, Mo Shui curled his lips and asked back. Is she really that beautiful? Brother Fong, you have seen many beauties. Isn't this expression too pathetic? Jiang Fong tightened his tone. Damn, it's different. You don't have to make fun of me. Really, even with that perfect face, you look confused. Jiang Fong patted his chest and assured. At the same time, the door of the conference room was pushed open with a creaky sound. Most of the employees present turned their heads around at the same time. If I'm not mistaken, it should be President Su who is here, right? Chapter 11. Oh my god, how could it be Su Yuran? Jiang Fong and Mo Shui were sitting relatively far back, and with someone blocking their way, they could only vaguely see a group of people walking in. Jiang Fong simply turned around. Boss Su? He's just an ugly freak. If he can't see it, he won't look at it anymore. But after 3 seconds of silence, there was an outbreak of excited whispers. Boss Su? Damn it, guys. Could this be our boss Su? Of course, the one who can take the center position among all the senior executives in the company must be President Su. Oh my god, she's so beautiful. Who the hell guessed she was ugly before? Get out here. Ah, brothers, I'm about to give birth. Isn't President Su so beautiful? How can this be the CEO? This is simply a fairy from heaven, right? Some of the words also fell into the ears of Mo Shui and Jiang Fong. Jiang Fong sneered and looked at this group of ignorant guys. How could they look like to be so beautiful? If these people were to see Su Yuran, wouldn't there be a flood today? Although Su Yuran is a bit cunning and good at deception, Jiang Fong really recognizes her beauty. But Mo Shui is different, his curiosity is simply aroused. He had to quickly pry open his eyes to see what the new General Su looked like. Mo Shui was full of expectations, and finally, when he saw the woman in a professional suit walking towards him proudly, he was shocked. Oh my god! She can make fishes sink to the depths, geese fall to the ground, and the moon and flowers blush. It's so fucking beautiful. How does one say that? When you need to learn something, you will regret not having enough knowledge. Some people, when coming to the seaside, may write down the magnificent lines looking at the vast ocean from the Jishur in the east. Some people can only say, the sea is so fucking big. Obviously, Mo Shui belongs to the latter. Even the beauty that can make fishes sink, geese fall, and the moon hide in shame was just learned from Jang Fong. Swallowing hard, Mo Shui quickly poked Jang Fong beside him. Brother Fong, this is a beautiful lady, look, she is absolutely exquisite. This is actually our president. Wow, she's definitely prettier than that cheap temporary girlfriend you picked up on the street. Noticing Zhang Feng's slightly contemptuous look, Mo Shui tightened his tone. Don't laugh at my ignorance. Look, you are confused too. Zhang Fong was originally sitting in his seat, unmoved, but he couldn't help himself after being aroused by Mo Shui's crazy curiosity. He stood up slightly and glanced back. Just when his eyes fell on the woman walking in the center position, a loud traditional Chinese saying came out of his mouth. Oh my god. Zhang Feng's brain went blank with a buzz, and he sat down with a thump. After swallowing several times, his face was full of black question marks. Then, isn't that Su Yuran? WOC General Manager Su, so she is the legendary General Manager Su who was parachuted in from the headquarters? Zhang Fong slapped his head. If Su Yuran hadn't told him yesterday that her family was urging her to get married. Wasn't it rumored before that Mr. Su came here because he was annoyed by the pressure to get married? Zhang Fong discovered the blind spot, but he did not regret not noticing it earlier. Even if he had noticed this a long time ago, what would it matter? Based on this alone, who could associate Su Yuran with the parachuted-in CEO? Besides, a beautiful CEO came all the way from Jinghai to Songcheng without coming to the company first. Instead, go to a cafe and be emo? Moreover, in the hotel, I even had the urge to run away from the bill? This matter itself is outrageous, right? As if he noticed that something was wrong with Zhang Fong, Mo Shui subconsciously expressed his concern. What's wrong, brother Fong? Look, how beautiful the new CEO Su is. I'm going crazy with excitement. Mo Shui's hands were shaking. It's really a pleasant thing to have a beautiful female CEO boss, right? I got drunk and now I have one more thing to brag about. Zhang Fong frowned and waved his hand. He thought about how he had called Su Yuran ugly in front of her yesterday. At this moment, Mo Shui was excited and he was throbbing. No, I can't let Su Yuran see this, otherwise it would be embarrassing. You're going crazy. Zhang Fong casually said it, but what he never expected was that Mo Shui took it seriously. Mo Shui raised his eyebrows, huh? Brother Fong also thinks I should be the first to try it? Well, a bunch of useless people who only dare to grumble, and only dare to praise Boss Su quietly when they see her beauty? How can this work? Mo Shui clenched his fists and suddenly stood up straight. His expression was arrogant and his eyes were bright, attracting the attention of many colleagues. Under the gazes of many people, he cleared his throat and yelled at Su Yuran as if he was reverting to his roots. Wow, President Su is so beautiful. This voice resounded in every corner of the conference room. There was no doubt that it also fell into Su Yuran's ears. She was also stunned, then her beautiful eyes turned and looked towards the source of the sound. Seeing Mo Shui with a proud look on his face, he showed a helpless expression. Just as she was about to turn around and continue walking towards the stage, Su Yuran's eyes suddenly lit up as if she had discovered a new world. The one sitting next to this community cow, isn't that Xiao Zhang Fong? Thinking about how Zhang Fong asked her to be his temporary girlfriend right before coming to the table yesterday, Su Yuran couldn't help but curl her lips slightly. It's true that people of the same kind play with each other. It's really like searching for a needle in a haystack, but finally I found it without any effort. It turns out Xiao Fongfong is sitting here. At this time, Zhang Fong was also looking at Su Yuran. He didn't hide or act secretly. He had come to terms with it and could no longer hide it. When Mo Shui shouted, Su Yuran turned around. Unless she is blind, she must have seen us. After looking into Su Yuran's charming eyes for a while, Zhang Fong took a deep breath. These NM's eyes are full of playfulness. Wipe. Zhang Fong turned his head away, and in his heart he madly complained about Mo Shui. You are a real clown, why are you shouting for no reason? Thinking of all the nonsense he said in front of Su Yuran yesterday, Jang Fong felt a chill on the back of his neck. Perhaps pinching the middle finger to ward off evil spirits worked. Su Yuran brought the company's top executives onto the stage and did not make things difficult for Jang Fong. This also made the latter breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately. Brother Ugly, what did you say you had before? A serious symptom? Social phobia. Social phobia, huh? RNM, what are you yelling about? Brother Fong, you also contributed to this shout. If it weren't for your encouragement, I would never dare to shout it out. Jang Fong really wanted to slap Mo Shui in the face and tell him to shut up. 10 minutes later, the staff meeting officially began. Su Yuran, who looked like a fairy, sat in the main seat. She was not at all stage frightened. She had a strong aura and introduced herself with a cold face. Hello everyone, my name is Su Yuran, from now on. Sitting in the audience, Zhang Feng's brows were raised. Damn, the ancients were right, women all have two faces. So she would introduce herself normally, not just say that she has a big butt and can give birth to a son but she can't see her feet when she looks down? Jang Fong thought awkwardly, but came back to his senses the next second. He didn't have the heart to continue teasing Su Yuran. He was confused and embarrassed. The plot of the TV series actually happened to him. President Su, who came from the headquarters, turned out to be my temporary girlfriend who I found on the street? Something that can be summarized in one sentence almost burned out Zhang Feng's CPU. What bad things did I say about her yesterday? Jang Fong rubbed his temples, thinking frantically. Chapter 12 is too sloppy, the temporary girlfriend is the beautiful boss. It was nothing more than calling President Su ugly in front of Su Yuran? It's nothing more than bragging that he is the director of the sales department? They say Su Yuran is stupid and President Su is ugly, but when combined they make her a perfect woman? Damn, Zhang Feng's mouth twitched fiercely. It didn't seem like he was recalling something, but more like he was giving himself a reason to die? Jang Fong felt wronged. He felt that what he said was correct. The only mistake he made was that he didn't know that Su Yuran was the CEO who was parachuted in. At this moment, Jang Fong understood too well Su Yuran's mysterious smile and see you tomorrow when they parted yesterday. She must have known about it long ago, and has been waiting with all her might for revenge today. Jang Fong scratched his head in misery. Who the hell could have thought that they were the same person? At 11 o'clock, a round of applause broke out in the conference room, announcing the end of the staff meeting. Su Yuran only spoke for half of the nearly 2-hour meeting, talking about the company's systems and future development plans, without any personal opinions. This also made Jang Fong breathe a sigh of relief. It was over and he could run away. Jang Fong smiled, thinking that the situation was not as bad as he thought. What he said was a mixture of good and bad. What is the old saying? Ignorance is no crime. That's right, Mr. Su is so smart and considerate, why would he bother his employees so easily? Maybe they have forgotten about it? After the applause died down, Su Yuran stood up, bowed, picked up the microphone and spoke softly. Thank you for your hard work, now you can go back to work and prepare for lunch break. Jang Fong was filled with joy. Oh, we can go now. Well. Jang Fong from the sales department, come to my office. Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. Okay, I can't leave today. At the same time, all the employees in the company looked at Jang Fong. Although Jang Fong has not been working for the company for long, he has an outstanding appearance and most people know him. What happened to Jang Fong? Did the new CEO remember him on the first day he took office? And he even specifically asked him to stay? Alas, a new official takes 3 actions upon taking office: killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. Can't you see that? Wow, my brother Jang Fong won't be expelled, right? It would be so heartbreaking if that were the case. Do you think there is a possibility that Jang Fong is handsome and the president is attracted to him? You're kidding me. I've figured it out. The reason why our CEO is still single despite being urged to get married is not because she's ugly. On the contrary, she's so pretty that she must have no shortage of suitors. She's most likely a lesbian. Zhang Yuan, who was sitting at the front of the conference room, was also stunned when he heard this. The CEO wants to keep Jang Fong? He changed his mind and realized that Jang Fong's performance had been mediocre for 3 months after joining the company. Then I felt relieved when I thought about how Jang Fong was absent-minded throughout the meeting. The president really wants to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Okay, Jang Fong, you deserve it. You dare to yell at me this morning? I made you arrogant and didn't take your boss's words seriously. Now this is your retribution, right? Thinking of this, Jung Yuan rubbed his palms and got motivated. No, I have to get this resignation letter out quickly. Don't ask the HR department for instructions, just ask Mr. Su directly. Send Jang Fong away from Vientiane in the afternoon. Jang Fong, who was a little dull, didn't notice the surprised expressions of these people at all. He could figure out what Su Yuran wanted him to do with just his toes. It's nothing more than asking him, hey? What's your fantasy? Tell me about it. Wouldn't that be so embarrassing that the 3-bedroom apartment would be deducted? Damn, this woman is taking revenge on her own. Damn, you knew everything yesterday and have been holding it in to tease me today? Jang Fong snorted coldly. With this attitude, you still want me to come whenever I want? I have no face at all. No. Brother Fong, I don't understand, why did the president call you as soon as he arrived? Mo Shui was completely stunned, staring at Jang Fong with dry eyes. Could it be that it was because of my yell that the president was impressed by me? He wants to promote me, but he doesn't know to what position, so he asked my best friend Jang Fong to go to the office to inquire? It must be like this. If Jang Fong knew what Mo Shui was thinking at this moment, he would definitely slap him without saying a word. You not only have social phobia but also paranoia, right? It's okay not to understand. You can guess for yourself. I'm going to find her. Jang Fong shrugged helplessly, stood up and left, leaving only a handsome back view to Mo Shui. Alas, in the end, you can't escape the law of true fragrance, no matter how hard you talk. But what else can he do besides looking for Su Yuran? He still needs to borrow money. A real man should be able to bend and stretch, and should not go against money. As for being teased in the office, Jang Fong has also let it go. As a grown man, am I really going to suffer at the hands of a woman? Vientiane Cosmetics Company, Limited, President's Office. Jang Fong knocked politely and entered the room, only to see Su Yuran looking at the computer screen with interest. She was rubbing her hair with one delicate hand, her red lips were slightly upturned, and her peach blossom eyes were slightly narrowed, looking extremely beautiful. Boss Su, what do you want to talk to me about? Jang Fong behaved very well. There was nothing he could do as his sponsor was sitting right in front of him. In a trance, he found the feeling of being a model student. She seemed to have a well-behaved look on her face, or maybe Su Yuran really enjoyed being called President Su? Su Yuran's brows suddenly lit up with joy. The sly look on her face disappeared and she actually started to chuckle, with a hint of regret in her words. Xiao Fengfeng, I left the door open for you on purpose. I thought you wouldn't knock when you entered the ugly president's office. I didn't expect that. He was quite obedient and knocked on the door. Su Yuran emphasized the word ugly and winked at him playfully as she spoke. This made Jang Fong feel very uncomfortable. He didn't expect Su Yuran to be so straightforward. Damn, it's a critical hit as soon as you enter the door. After complaining a little in his heart, Jang Fong frowned and smiled. Hey, I'm an excellent employee. I still know the basic etiquette. It's just that President Su doesn't leave any chance for other women to survive, which makes me feel a little amused. No chance for other women? Su Yuran's beautiful eyes wrinkled slightly, obviously not understanding what Jang Fong said. Jang Fong was not vague either. He took the opportunity to flatter and explain. Miss Su, such a beautiful lady who is so stunningly beautiful that she can make fishes sink to the bottom of their bodies, geese drop to the ground, the moon hide in shame, and flowers blush, says she is ugly? Oh my god, what are the other women called? They are so ugly that they make people turn upside down? That's simply unbearable to look at. It's so ugly that it can't even be called a carbon-based creature. Mr. Su, you don't know, the first time I saw you, I was stunned. Jang Fong babbled a lot, blurting out all the words of praise that come to his mind. Seeing the smile on Su Yuran's face, he heaved a sigh of relief. But then an idea suddenly occurred to him and he quickly added another sentence. Boss Su is extremely intelligent, with a gorgeous face and a gorgeous figure. She is simply the perfect woman in my mind. What did he say when he left yesterday? If you combine Su Yuran's beauty with the new president's wisdom, she would be the perfect woman. At this moment, Jang Fong had to say it first to prevent Su Yuran from teasing him about it. As a human being, who would want to suffer social death if it could be less embarrassing? As expected of Jang Fong, the vice president of the sales department, you are really good at speaking. Jang Fong's operation was wise, but was Su Yuran such a pushover? She smiled playfully and then looked at the documents on the table in surprise. Ha! But the one I see here is Jang Fong, a sales employee. The sales performance is the third lowest in the group? Chapter 13 is over, and my mom starts urging us to have sex. Ah ha, Jang Fong really wouldn't respond to that. If he had to answer, he could only smile awkwardly and give Su Yuran a thumbs up. Then he told her 6 words happily, President Su, you are right. This wave, there is no way to explain it. Jang Fong felt that he shouldn't have pretended to be that brat, and Su Yuran definitely shouldn't have been the president of the company. Just when he was racking his brains to come up with a perfect explanation, a phone call sounded like heavenly music. Jang Fong followed the sound to find its source. Was it the phone that Su Yuran had placed on the table? Oh wow, someone called Su Yuran? As the company president, she must be very busy, right? This call must be important, right? Jang Fong breathed a sigh of relief. Wow, God won't let me go. Boss Su, you must have something important to tell me, right? Hey, then I'll go back to my workstation first. I still have a lot of reports to write. Bye. Jang Fong was about to turn around and run away, but Su Yuran's light words pulled him back. It's my aunt calling. Jang Fong stood there in a daze, then walked to Su Yuran in a daze. When he saw the video chat that popped up, he discovered that it was indeed his mother Song Ling's avatar. Damn, Mom, you shouldn't have called at this time. Jang Fong was thinking in confusion, but Su Yuran had already raised her hand and clicked connect. Song Ling's kind and gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Of course, oh, this should be in the office, right? As expected of a white-collar worker in Songcheng, this office looks very impressive. I regret not studying hard when I was young. I will never be able to sit in such a grand office in my lifetime. Jang Fong, who was hiding aside and listening secretly, also nodded. What his mother said was indeed right. Su Yuran's office is extremely spacious and the decoration is very luxurious. There are many valuable calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall behind her desk, which looks very magnificent. But Jang Fong really wanted to tell Song Ling. Mom, this office is not something you can get just by studying hard. Yes, Auntie, this is my office. It's not bad, but it's far worse than the one our company's boss has. Hey, look at what Auntie said, what's mine is yours, you can come to our company and sit here anytime. Su Yuran responded with a smile on her face, which made Jang Fong take it a little seriously. Forget it, Ran. Auntie doesn't want to think about these things now. I just hope that you two, Xiaofeng, are fine. I called you today just to ask if you slept well last night? Did you sleep well last night? Jang Fong stroked his beard, narrowed his eyes slightly, and realized that this sentence was unusual. Based on his understanding of Song Ling, this is definitely not as simple as it seems, so what is the point that his mother wants to know? Jang Fong knocked his head and suddenly an idea came to him. It is always comfortable for a person to sleep no matter how he or she sleeps. It is very pleasant to roll around in a big bed by yourself, unless you suffer from insomnia, but this is an extremely special case. And in most cases, the reason for not sleeping well is that you are disturbed by others. Suddenly, Jang Fong remembered that after watching the stock market last night, he felt bored and played games for half the night. Then I thought of the extremely cool but loud keyboard I bought online a few days ago. The game is online, my mom can ask my cousin about his online shopping history, and she can see what her friends are doing. At this moment, Jang Fong understood that the real purpose was not to drink. What mom wanted to ask was whether Su Yuran slept alone or with him last night. Su Yuran's most perfect answer right now should be, Auntie, I didn't sleep well because Jang Fong's keyboard was too noisy when he was playing games. Or, Auntie, I sleep okay because I wear headphones when I sleep, the room is soundproofed, etc. Jang Fong swallowed hard and was about to make a move to remind Su Yuran. But he was still slow. Auntie, it rained a little in Songcheng last night. Don't they say rainy days are good for sleeping? I slept very comfortably. Su Yuran naturally didn't expect it to go this far, she thought it was just a simple greeting. Hearing this answer, Zhang Feng's heart skipped a beat and he quickly gestured twice to remind her. But, words once spoken cannot be taken away, so there is no point in reminding people. Besides, Su Yuran didn't understand it either. She thought Jiang Fong was just reverting to his roots. Ah, Yuran, you didn't sleep with Xiao Fong last night? Are you still mad at Xiao Fong? Don't want to sleep with him? It was exactly what Jiang Fong expected. This was exactly what his mother meant. Damn, they really pay attention to details. Jang Fong was very upset when he realized that Su Yuran was stunned. She was sitting there with a look of bewilderment on her face, and her slightly raised eyebrows expressed her feelings. Auntie, how did you know that Jang Fong and I didn't sleep together? Oh my god, did we talk about this just now? Su Yuran was stunned. Fortunately, a piece of paper with words on it was passed to her. Let me explain. The current situation is that I played games all night last night using a very noisy keyboard, and you said that you worked overtime and slept in the company last night. Auntie, it's not what you think. I worked overtime last night and slept in the company. So my sleep wasn't disturbed by Zhang Feng's noisy keyboard, hee hee. Su Yuran certainly didn't understand the meaning of these words. But what Jang Fong told her shouldn't be wrong, right? This was indeed the case. Song Ling breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Su Yuran say this. Oh, I thought you were still mad at that brat Jang Fong and didn't want to sleep with him. I was ready to kick him out of the family group, so let it go if that's the case. Kick people off for a disagreement? Jang Fong clenched his fists tightly. Why should he suffer such unfair treatment? He gnashed his teeth in anger, thinking to himself that if he had the chance, he would take the position of group leader from my mom. Just when Su Yuran and Jang Fong both breathed a sigh of relief, Song Ling spoke again. Ran, then you and Xiaofeng won't work overtime tonight, right? Hey, we should sleep together tonight, right? Xiaofeng is addicted to playing games. He will definitely want to play again tonight. How about this, I'll call you again tonight, and we'll talk to Xiaofeng together and help him quit his internet addiction. Su Yuran's red lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. However, Song Ling didn't even give her a chance to speak. Okay, that's settled. Then you go ahead and do your work. I'm going downstairs to buy groceries. As the words fell, there was a beep, beep, beep sound indicating the phone was hung up. By the time Su Yuran put her phone on the table, Jang Fong was already standing behind her. Ah, Mr. Su, thank you for your help. Oh, this is just something you dealt with very well. It's just a casual thing. What is there to thank me for? It's not a problem. I just got confused by the questions Auntie asked me. I don't quite get the channel you guys are chatting on. The rest is fine. Jang Fong gave Su Yuran a helpless look. I'm not talking about just now, I'm talking about tonight. Oh, yeah, Auntie said she'll help you quit your internet addiction tonight? Then come to my office tonight and we'll video chat before we leave. You don't have anything urgent to do, right? Jang Fong naturally had no urgent business, but the problem was, is Song Ling really that easy to deal with? Jang Fong touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. Mr. Su, if I'm not mistaken, my mother's request to help me quit my internet addiction was just a pretext for her calling. Her real purpose was to see if we were lying in the same bed. Chapter 14 Jang Fong, kiss me. I mean, I'm sorry to bother you with this matter. Jang Fong bowed deeply and didn't even dare to look up at Su Yuran. How did MD find his beautiful boss as his temporary girlfriend? If this is a model that Mo Shui knows, he can pay her extra money to come over and do the outfit. But Su Yuran? She's not short of money. Since money is useless, Jang Fong can only be shameless. What? Su Yuran's cheeks flushed slightly, and she stared at Jang Fong with wide eyes in disbelief. He just said, what Auntie really wants to check is whether we are lying together. If I help him install it, won't I have to? This is too embarrassing, isn't it? Boss Su, don't worry, I promise I won't do anything. Look at my phone. I've been using it for 2 years and it still has the original film. I never remove it. Jang Fong didn't know how he came up with this sentence. Realizing that he seemed to be overstepping his authority, he quickly shut his mouth. Su Yuran is not a little girl anymore, how could she not understand these words? He wrinkled his pretty nose and glared at Jang Fong resentfully for several times. Xiao Fong Fong. Su Yuran opened her red lips slightly, just about to discuss this matter with Jang Fong. Suddenly, I heard the sound of footsteps of leather shoes and the ringing of keychains in the corridor. Her beautiful eyes narrowed and she changed the subject. Kiss me. The human brain can hold more knowledge than a computer can store. But the CPU will be burned out by the 2 words blurted out by the most beautiful woman. This is the situation Jang Fong is in at the moment. Kiss her? Jiang Feng's jaw dropped. What kind of joke is this? Mr. Su, can you please be more normal? Boss Su, stop joking. Jang Fong subconsciously took a step back. He didn't dare to listen to Su Yuran. It's not that he is a coward, but there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. I don't have time to explain it to you. Come over here. Su Yuran's tone was urgent, but Jang Fong still stood there stupidly. Seeing this, she pouted, took a step forward, grabbed Zhang Feng's collar and pulled him towards herself. Hug. Su Yuran was about to ask Jang Fong to hold her waist, but then she changed her mind and decided not to. This guy is too slow, I'd better do it myself to hug him. Su Yuran moved very quickly and placed Zhang Feng's hand on her waist. She then raised her eyes and looked at Jang Fong affectionately. Standing on tiptoe, she actually seemed to want to kiss him. An inexplicably warm and electric-like touch lingers on Zhang Feng's fingertips. This feeling is really amazing. He was also confused. Who am I? Where is this? What should I do? Oh no, what is she going to do? Su Yuran's delicate face was within reach, getting closer and closer. Her red lips were so tempting that I really wanted to take a bite. The fragrance emanating from her body desperately drilled into Jiang Feng's nose, wildly stirring the hormones in his body and confusing his reason. Just when their faces were only a few centimeters apart, the office door was pushed open with a creaky sound. Wang Jun is Su Yuran's father's driver, and he accompanied her to Sancheng this time. Now that everything was done for the day, Wang Jun prepared to say goodbye to Su Yuran and return to Jinghai. What did the eldest lady say before? Uncle Wang, I left the door open for you. You can just come in without knocking. So what is the situation now? This beautiful environment at the scene really made Wang Jun confused. Miss, you. Please at least close the door. Ahem, sorry, I'll be out right away. As Wang Jun turned around, Su Yuran's words came over. Uncle Wang, sit on the sofa and wait. I'll let him leave after a kiss. A kiss? You said it so casually, it must be your boyfriend, right? Even though he has lived for decades, Wang Jun is still a little confused. When did the young lady have a boyfriend? Curiosity drove him to look sideways, just in time to see the messy scene. Su Yuran was seen grabbing Jiang Feng's collar, her eyes tender, her red lips pressed against his cheek. The atmosphere was extremely charming. After giving Jiang Fong a kiss, Su Yuran considerately straightened his collar. Okay, Xiao Feng, go back to work. Yeah, I promised you that. Remember to wait for me at night, we'll go home together, hee hee. Zhang Fong didn't know how he left the president's office. Anyway, he couldn't recover for a while. As for Wang Jun, after saying goodbye to Su Yuran, he asked with a hint of confusion. Miss, you and this gentleman? Su Yuran had an expression of sudden enlightenment, patted her head, and smiled leisurely. Oh, I forgot to introduce him to Uncle Wang just now. His name is Zhang Fong. He's my boyfriend. We've been dating for a long time. Well, I came to Songqing this time just for him. Wang Jun coughed heavily a few times because he thought of what Su Yuran said. At night, at home, that thing? What was it? These words put together really make people think about a lot, right? Hey, the young lady just touched your mouth. Okay, miss, I'll go back to Jinghai first. If you have anything, you can always contact me. After saying that, Comrade Lao Wine left Su Yuran's office embarrassedly. His steps were so fast that he was almost jogging. The eldest lady has found a boyfriend, this is a big deal. I must hurry to a deserted place and call Director Su. What he didn't see was that the moment the door closed, a hint of red flashed across Su Yuran's cheeks. That stinky Jiang Fong is really lucky. If we perform this play for Uncle Wang, I guess Dad will know it in less than half an hour, right? Hee hee, let's see if you can introduce me to some young master this time. I don't want a marriage arranged by you. Even when a top-notch beauty says harsh words, she still sounds delicate and babyish, which is very adorable. Of course, changing face is also one of Su Yuran's best skills. Hearing the knock on the door, she put away all the subtle expressions on her face, coughed lightly, and her expression and tone returned to normal. Come in. The person who responded was also a beautiful lady in professional attire. Zhang Hongyan, she and Su Yuran had just attended a general staff meeting together, and she was Su Yuran's personal secretary. Su Yuran was a little surprised to see that it was Zhang Hongyan who came to see her. Shouldn't you be sorting out the company's financial affairs? Is there something urgent? This company was previously run by an outsider, so Su Yuran started by investigating whether there was any cheating or anything like that. Yes, Mr. Su, Zhang Yuan, the deputy director of the sales department, handed over an employee resignation approval form. Employee resignation approval? Sales department? Who is Zhang Yuan going to fire? Su Yuran raised the corners of her mouth slightly and spoke with some anticipation. The employee he wants to fire is not called Jang Fong, right? Zhang Hongyan was stunned. As expected of Ms. Su, she guessed it before I even said it? Yes, my name is Jang Fong. The reason for the application is that Jang Fong slacked off during work hours, did not work seriously, had a bad attitude, and contradicted his superiors. Zhang Yuan's application reasons are really brilliant. He listed to Jang Fong all the mistakes that a person could make. So, Zhang Hongyan read out all the crimes to Su Yuran without any concealment. Chapter 15 Zhang Yuan, I must fire Jang Fong today. Boss Su, according to what Minister Zhang said, do you really want to consider? Shut up. Zhang Hongyan was halfway through her words when Su Yuran interrupted her coldly. This scared her. Why did President Su get so angry? That's right. It's President Su who has the final say on whether to fire Jang Fong or not. What is a secretary like me talking about? I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I don't mean to make the decision for you. My words just now were abrupt. In fact, Su Yuran didn't mean to blame Zhang Hongyan. It was just that Zhang Hongyan disturbed her thinking. She gave Zhang Hongyan a slightly gentle look and shrugged her shoulders. It's time to move Jiang Feng's position. Give the order. From now on, Jiang Feng will be the deputy director of the sales department, just like Zhang Yuan. Zhang Hongyan nodded. Good. But before he could take a step, he froze. Wait. It seems that what President Su said just now was not to fire Jiang Feng, but to promote him? At this moment, Zhang Hongyan had 1,000 doubts in her heart, and she finally couldn't help but speak. Boss Su, what Minister Zhang submitted are all proofs that Jiang Feng is not doing his job properly. Besides, you have just been transferred here. I am afraid that it will be difficult to convince others if you do this. According to Zhang Hongyan's opinion. If Jiang Feng wasn't fired, then Su Yuran was being lenient. Promotion? Why? There's nothing to convince people of. Jiang Feng is my boyfriend, and this is my company. What's wrong with me giving him a promotion? Su Yuran raised her eyebrows and asked Zhang Hongyan. Since she chose Jiang Feng as her temporary boyfriend, there was nothing for her to be shy about. Who knows if Dad has any spies here? Including Wang Jun, there is only one piece of information that Su Yuran wants her father to know. That is, she is in love with Jiang Feng. Boyfriend? Zhang Hongyan's jaw dropped in shock. She was almost shocked to death. Jiang Feng and President Su are in love? How long have they just met? Has it been 5 hours since Mr. Su came to the company? As a professional senior secretary, Zhang Hongyan paused for a minute. After coming to her senses, she tried her best to hide the shock in her eyes. Boss Su, there is something I don't know whether I should say or not? Go ahead. Of course, you have the final say on all decisions of the company, but because Mr. Zhang is your boyfriend, will it leave a bad reputation for you and Mr. Zhang? Especially for Mr. Jiang Feng, there will be many people pointing fingers at him, such as hanging out with rich women. Zhang Hongyan's considerations are really comprehensive. But the next second, Su Yuran pushed a stack of documents across the table to her. Look, Jiang Feng has been working in the company for 3 months, and every time his sales are at the bottom of the department. But he always completes his tasks, and his tasks are completed 2 days before the monthly summary. Don't you think it's unusual? He can always find 1 or 2 big customers before the summary and complete his KPI. In fact, the first thing Su Yuran did when she arrived at the office was to check Jiang Feng's sales performance. At first glance, there is nothing wrong with the results that are ranked 3rd or 4th from the bottom. But the more Su Yuran thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. Come on, Jiang Feng could easily scam her out of 100,000 just by going out to eat with her. Could he really not handle the clients? So she discovered this blind spot, which also made her certain of one thing. Jiang Feng usually spends most of his time slacking off or doing other things, and he can complete his tasks by just finding 2 clients at the end of the month. Is his ability really that bad? Maybe he just doesn't take it seriously? Even if it was all coincidence before, even if Jiang Feng was thinking about slacking off every day. So what? After all, he was Su Yuran's temporary boyfriend. Didn't he have the capital to slack off in the company openly? Do you still need to be annoyed by the buzzing buzz of people who bully others? As for reputation, Su Yuran doesn't care at all. On the one hand, she doesn't care. Besides, wouldn't it be better to just fire anyone who dares to say anything gossipy? At Wanxiang Cosmetics Company, Limited, Jang Fong returned to his workstation with a confused look on his face, and became even more confused. I saw many colleagues gathered around their desks, and I didn't know what they were busy with. Seeing him return to the office, everyone took out something from behind their backs and talked to themselves. I just bought this water cup. Take it with you, Jang Fong. Young people should drink more hot water. I don't want to play this PS5 anymore, so I'll give it to you, Brother Fong, as a farewell gift. Wow, Brother Jang Fong, I don't have anything to give you. I've only worn this pair of stockings for 2 days. You don't have a girlfriend, so use them if you need anything. Mo Shui, with a sad face, collected everyone's things and put them in the storage box on the table. Then he sighed deeply, turned around and spoke seriously. Brother Fong, let's go. I'll take you on your last journey. What's wrong with these people? Why do these words sound so weird and scary? What do you mean? The one who answered Jang Fong was Zhang Yuan, who rushed over from the office. What else do you mean? Jang Fong, congratulations, you are going to be fired. The obese Zhang Yuan walked over with a smug step and sneered at Jang Fong. I still remember someone kindly asked me to fire him in the morning. I, Zhang Yuan, have always been caring and considerate of my subordinates. We will try our best to meet your requests. Well, I immediately wrote a letter of resignation to the higher-ups. I guess you will be fired soon. Zhang Yuan was so confident that he handed the resignation letter directly to the president's secretary Zhang Hongyan. I guess by now, Mr. Su has already read it and signed to approve it? Judging from the list of reasons for dismissal he wrote down, he couldn't think of any reason why Su Yuran would reject his application. Before I leave, I want to see the 5-speed electric fan on Minister's Day. Can the minister satisfy me? Jang Fong did not continue to argue with Zhang Yuan, but laughed. Why would you argue with a guy like Zhang Yuan? You might as well make him die of anger. Fired? Funny, I am right, what am I afraid of? Besides, you have to go ask that girl Su Yuran if she agrees first, okay? She just kissed my brother 10 minutes ago. Brother Fong, how could you let the minister do this? At this time, Mo Shui, who had been silent, spoke and tugged at Zhang Feng's arm. He raised his eyebrows and changed the subject. Hey, my electric fan has 6 speeds for the day. Brothers, it is natural that we should stand together at all times. To be honest, Mo Shui wanted to go to Zhang Yuan to argue and tell him, if you fire Brother Fong, I will quit too. But in the end, Mo Shui held back. He was afraid that Zhang Yuan would be more determined to fire Jang Fong and him after hearing what he said. Sending away the second to last and the third to last students in the department at the same time, is this a good thing? Chapter 16, Damn Jang Fong, have you admitted that you are my boyfriend? 6-speed electric fan? Another level of power increase? Jang Fong sighed. To be honest, he had never seen a wolf meow with a 6-speed electric fan in his 2 lifetimes. Why not try to stimulate Zhang Yuan today? His eyes turned and a malicious smile flashed across his face. Minister Zhang, things have come to this point, I won't hide it from you anymore. In fact, Ms. Su is my girlfriend. She will never fire me. Well, but don't you dislike me now? Well, now I'll let Mo Shui go home and move it. All you have to do today is to use the 6-speed electric fan. I'll just pack up and leave right now without saying anything, okay? In fact, many times, just one sentence can make one's head buzz. For example, one day you happily receive roses from your goddess and are as excited as a dog. Then you see her jumping in front of a rich second-generation man and saying, Master, my mission is accomplished. Aren't Jiang Feng's words a critical blow to the people present now? My colleagues were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Damn it, you can take random medicines, but you can't say random words. I think Jiang Feng is crazy. Being fired probably means despair. As expected, people can say anything when they are extremely sad. Zhang Yuan was at fault in this matter. If Jang Fong had been a good boy and gone to complain to CEO Su, he might not have been fired. Oh my goodness, now he's completely screwed. You are so confused, Brother Fong. Mo Shui didn't say anything, but quickly opened his mobile phone. Help, is there any accidental injury insurance that includes being fired for mental disorder? Brother Fong is in this state, we need to provide him with some insurance. Even if the insurance pays out 1.8 million, he won't have a hard time in the future. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, just laughed out loud. He thought Jang Fong was very brave to confront him, but he never expected this. Jang Fong even dared to make fun of the CEO? Hey, that's even more reason to fire him. You are indeed a young man, good, that's great. Jang Fong, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. Boss Su is your girlfriend, it's so funny, I even said Boss Su is my mother. Zhang Feng's mouth twitched fiercely and he said subconsciously, I don't have an ugly son like you. Don't change the subject, just tell me if I don't get fired today, do you dare to fuck a 6-speed electric fan? Zhang Yuan smiled coldly but did not get angry. He knew that Jang Fong did not have much time left to go crazy. Because just now he received a message on his mobile phone, it was sent by Zhang Hongyan, who was about to announce the change of Zhang Feng's position. It's only 2 minutes at most, right? Dare, what's there to be afraid of? You even dare to brag that Boss Su is your girlfriend, so why should I be afraid? Do you really think that I, Zhang Yuan, have been scared since I was a child? Damn Jiang Feng, did you know that I handed my resignation letter to Secretary Zhan? If you were the president's boyfriend, would the secretary still accept my application? She would have slapped me in the face a long time ago. Could it be that Secretary Zhang doesn't know that you and the president are in love? Are you two better at hiding than a garbage bag, or are you and the president having a flash romance? Minister Zhang is very courageous. Jiang Feng sneered and sat down on the sofa next to him. He knew better than anyone that Su Yuran would not fire him. Just imagine what happened yesterday at Songcheng Hotel when she identified the calligraphy and painting with one glance. It shocked Wang Hai and the hotel owner, but didn't it shock Su Yuran? Someone who can tell the authenticity of a famous painting at a glance would not lose out even if he is kept in a company. Jiang Feng believed that as a capitalist, Su Yuran would not be unable to figure this out. Besides, just now, that girl kissed me in front of Uncle Wang without even saying hello. Is it too much to use her tiger skin to show off your arrogance now? Please, aren't temporary boyfriends and girlfriends supposed to be known to everyone so that others can be convinced? Zhang Yuan ignored Jiang Feng and squatted at the door of the sales department office early in the morning. Why hasn't Secretary Zhang come yet? He was in extreme torment, and finally, the sound of tapping of high heels was heard. The next second after seeing the person coming, Zhang Yuan was shocked. He swallowed hard and ran after him. Hey, Mr. Su, why did you come here in person? These words also fell into Zhang Feng's ears, and he was slightly startled. Ha? Su Yuran actually came in person? Before Jiang Feng could think too much, the sympathetic looks from his colleagues made his heart numb. As Jiang Feng's best brother, Mo Shui sighed. Brother Feng, this time, even if you are right, even the gods can't stop you. How could you be so foolish as to make fun of Mr. Su? And yet Mr. Su is here. Tell me about you. What made Mo Shui shut up abruptly was not the slap from Jiang Feng, but the 3 people who had already arrived at the door. Zhang Yuan is on the left, Zhang Hongyan is on the right, and in the middle stands a glowing white woman. Su Yuran doesn't like wearing professional attire. She doesn't feel comfortable wearing it. She prefers skirts. After the staff meeting, and since there were no important guests to meet, she naturally dressed casually. At this time, she had changed into a pure white long dress, and her face was flawless. This is not a worldly woman at all, she is actually a fairy, okay? Boss Su, look, the person sitting on the sofa is Jiang Feng. He was talking back to me just before you came. It was totally unreasonable. But what makes me most angry is not this, but that he actually made fun of you, President Su. What did he just say? He said you were his girlfriend, and he dared to make fun of you. I'm so angry that my blood pressure has skyrocketed. President Su, I request that this impolite and uncultured employee be fired immediately. Zhang Yuan said this with gnashing teeth. But Su Yuran did not reply to him. Instead, she took 2 steps forward and selected a lucky person from the sales staff who were watching. She asked calmly, knocking on his desk. Did Zhang Feng just say that I'm his girlfriend? The employee who was cute almost blushed. Wow, President Su is so close to me, I'm about to give birth, who the hell is going to deliver the baby for me? After the intense excitement, the brain starts to spin rapidly. I should answer this question, right? If I answer truthfully, will President Su vent his anger on me? But if I don't tell the truth, wouldn't it be even more miserable if the truth is exposed? Yes, Mr. Su, that's exactly what Jang Fong said just now. Hearing the answer from the staff member, Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the evidence is conclusive, Jang Fong can finally get out. He smiled coldly and subconsciously turned around to give Jang Fong a contemptuous look. But the scene that happened in the next second made him drop his jaw. Su Yuran's face did not show any anger at all. Instead, there was a hint of a smile on her lips. She walked slowly to the sofa in her flowing long skirt and sat down next to Jang Fong. She naturally placed her hand on Jiang Feng's leg, her beautiful eyes as bright as the moon. The red lips opened slightly, and a pleasant and moving voice came out. Stinky Jang Fong, didn't you always refuse to tell outsiders that I was your girlfriend? My little boyfriend, you finally got it. Chapter 17, Deputy Minister? Jang Fong, I don't want to be one. Have you ever watched Animal World? Have you ever seen a scene of thousands of horses galloping? This is the current state of the sales office. Anyone in the room who was alive and could understand human language heard what Su Yuran said. At the same time, 1,000 horses are running wildly in my heart. What's going on? What did Mr. Su say just now? Am I crazy or is this world crazy? Who the hell can slap me in the face and wake me up? We thought Jiang Fong was just showing off, but it turns out the clown is us? Mo Shui sat down on the ground with a big groan. The most confused person is Zhang Yuan. He is completely dumbfounded. Today is definitely the fuse for him to suffer from Alzheimer's disease in the future. At this moment, Zhang Yuan only felt his head buzzing. What is world view? Oh my god, Jiang Fong wasn't he bragging, he is really the CEO's boyfriend? At this moment, Zhang Yuan just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Jiang Fong naturally took Su Yuran's hand and adjusted his sitting position. Isn't that the stupid bird who insisted on firing me? Su Yuran had already extended her hand to him. In front of everyone, Jiang Fong felt that it would be a bit ungrateful if he didn't hold her hand. Isn't it for people to hold when you hand it over? Come on, if you want to pretend to be a couple, who would believe you if you don't even hold hands? Oh yeah, I almost forgot the purpose of my visit this time. Hong Yan, hand the documents to Minister Zhang. Okay, Mr. Su. Zhang Hongyan responded with a smile and handed the application rejection document to Zhang Yuan. Then, Su Yuran explained. Minister Zhang, I reject your application to dismiss Jiang Fong. You don't have any objections? Opinion? Damn it, Zhang Yuan wondered how dare he have an opinion? He wiped the sweat off his forehead, forced a smile, and shook his head frantically. Of course I have no objection, Mr. Su. Su Yuran nodded calmly, her brows slightly furrowed. Since this matter concerns Jiang Fong, let me explain a few more words. First, you said that Jiang Feng's work attitude is not positive. I personally think this is not a problem, and he can complete the tasks every month. Second, you said Jiang Fong is not capable. Well, I know whether my boyfriend is capable or not. Third, Jiang Fong didn't ask for leave casually. He was with me yesterday afternoon and we were very busy. Fourth, as far as I can remember, the company does not and will not have any regulations requiring employees to work after taking leave. Minister Zhang, do you think I'm right? Being stared at closely by Su Yuran, Zhang Yuan's palms and forehead were sweating profusely. He really wanted to say that there was a problem, but how could he say it given the current situation? Besides, what Su Yuran said is absolutely fine. It's someone else's company, that is someone else's boyfriend. What Zhang Yuan said means nothing. That's absolutely fine, Mr. Su. I was the one who rudely offended Mr. Jiang Fong. I'm here to apologize to you and Mr. Jiang Fong. I'm sorry. Su Yuran seemed very satisfied with Zhang Yuan's attitude and nodded. Okay then. Zhang Yuan, phew, luckily Mr. Su was easy to talk to and didn't blame me too much. Then you should quickly switch offices with Jiang Fong. Zhang Yuan? Why change offices? At this time, Zhang Hongyan smiled and took a step forward. Everyone in the sales department, after review by the HR department, it has been decided to cancel Zhang Yuan's position as deputy director and replace him with Mr. Jiang Fong. So, Jiang Fong will be the deputy director of our sales department group B from now on. Does anyone have any objections? Asking for everyone's objections is really just out of politeness. Zhang Hongyan never thought that anyone would raise any objections at this time. But things didn't go as planned, and a voice really sounded. I have an opinion. Zhang Hongyan frowned immediately, but turned her head and saw what Jang Fong said. That was fine. Secretary Zhang, hey, this matter still needs to be discussed. You stay in the room with everyone for a while. President Su and I will go out and talk. Jang Fong was really unhappy about being promoted to deputy minister for no apparent reason. Damn it, what would happen if he became a minor official? If he was in charge of this group, wouldn't he have to do all of Zheng Yuan's work? He has to study stocks, make money, start a company, and play games. How can he have time for this? So, everyone watched eagerly as Jang Fong held Su Yuran's delicate hand and left the office. Outside the house, at the end of the corridor, Jang Fong and Su Yuran looked at each other. Boss Su, what's going on? Why didn't you tell me about this in advance, Deputy Minister? Su Yuran raised her eyebrows slightly and gave him a subtle look. Why? Doesn't this mean you can follow your words? You said you were the Deputy Minister, and I'll let you be. Anyway, I have the ability, so it's not a big deal. Why, brother Jang Fong is unhappy about his promotion. Happy, bullshit. Most people would be happy when they get a promotion, but not Jang Fong. He was in class 3 in elementary school, class 2 in junior high school, and class 5 in high school. He had never been in class 1. I'm not happy, Mr. Su, I'll tell you. I don't have any big ambitions. I just want to complete my tasks every month and not get fired. Being a deputy minister? Please, I'm under a lot of pressure, okay? TSK. This is a bit difficult. Su Yuran smacked her lips thoughtfully, and suddenly an idea flashed across her mind. 10 minutes later, Su Yuran and Jang Fong returned to the sales office. After Su Yuran spoke briefly to Zhang Hongyan, the latter nodded and spoke again. After the discussion between President Su and Mr. Jang Fong, I found that the approach just now does need to be considered. Jang Fong and President Su are still in the honeymoon period and don't have much time to worry about work matters. As Zhang Hongyan spoke, her words were like a flame that ignited the dead grass in Zhang Yuan's heart. What? Jang Fong doesn't have time? Damn, this guy actually refused? One thought is hell, one thought is heaven, Zhang Yuan is really so excited. After thinking about it, he let it go. That's right, Jang Fong, you are in love with President Su. Do you need the extra several thousand yuan salary of the minister? If you don't, you can take a rest. I am short of money, and this deputy minister position should be given to me, Zhang Yuan. Therefore, the company has decided to appoint Mr. Jang Fong as the Deputy Director of Sales Department Group B, and Zhang Yuan will be appointed as the Interim Deputy Director. Mr. Jang Fong retains all the rights of the Deputy Minister, and Zhang Yuan retains all the rights of the former minister to decide the content of work. Zhang Yuan? Damn it, it would be better if they just made me a clerk. Zhang Yuan's legs went weak and he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. How could he not understand the true meaning of this job transfer? To put it simply, Jang Fong has real power, while Zhang Yuan has nothing, but he has to do all the work that the department leader should do. Jang Fong only needs to lie in the office every day and slack off, and slack off. This is even more painful than killing Zhang Yuan. He almost broke his back teeth. Why? He was just venting his anger because his wife bullied him. What did he do wrong? Does anyone have any objections this time? In response to Zhang Hongyan, there was a sudden burst of thunderous applause from the sales department. Chapter 18 Su Yuran, he called me that girl? It's not that everyone hopes that Jang Fong can be the minister to make things easier for them. But they have all been tortured by Zhang Yuan, and they really want him to have a barbecue. This scene that happened in the sales department office was seen exactly by Wang Jun, who was hiding in the monitoring room and watching everyone's every move. According to what the young lady said, and this behavior, it should be fine. Now I can report to Director Su with confidence. Wang Jun nodded secretly. He had preliminarily confirmed that Jang Fong was the boyfriend that his eldest daughter was looking for and not just pretending. At least no one knew that he came to the monitoring room except the staff in charge. Wang Jun, thinking he had completed his mission, quickly called Su Wanxiang. After 3 beeps, the voice of a middle-aged man, Su Yuran's father, came from the other end of the line. Lao Wang, what's going on? Are you sure he's the boyfriend you found? Wang Jun chuckled and patted his chest to assure himself. Congratulations, President Su. You're getting your grandson one step early. I'm sure that Jang Fong is the young lady's boyfriend. He's definitely not someone pretending to be her. If there was any suspicion that you were deliberately putting on an act for me in the office before, it definitely won't happen this time. Except for me and one staff member, no one else knew that I was monitoring every move in the sales department. After hearing Wang Jun's words, the man on the other end of the phone fell noticeably silent. He is actually Ranran's boyfriend? Why does it feel so weird? No, how can love happen so quickly? Lao Wang, are you sure that the staff member is keeping his mouth shut? Why do I still feel like Ranran is doing all this for me to see? This doesn't make sense. Ranran has never been in the mood for a relationship, so how come she found a boyfriend just on that day? Oh no, in just a few hours. As he spoke, Su Wanxiang seemed to realize something. Where's your car, Lao Wang? Wang Jun was slightly stunned. In the parking lot. After saying that, he slapped his head. Oh my god, how could I forget about this? He said he had left, but his car was still in the parking lot. Boss Su, what you mean is that the young lady saw that my car had not left yet. And then you put on another show for me? Su Wanxiang said him lightly, no one knows a daughter better than her father. Just think, what if your own daughter really wants to put on a show for Lao Wang? Lao Wang's car was parked so openly in the parking lot, was it possible that she didn't notice it? It's simply impossible. Therefore, Su Wanxiang felt that Lao Wang had been exposed long ago. Hey! Lao Wang, I remember you told me that Ranran said she was going home with that boy tonight? Yes, Mr. Su, do you want me to stop the young lady from going back with him? Stop? Su Wanxiang felt that it was too early to say anything about this. No, I think Ranran said this intentionally for you. How about this, Lao Wang? Drive on the highway now and head towards Jinghai. When we get to Huajiang service station, we'll stop and check the car to see if anyone has installed a GPS or something in it. If there is one, tear it down, then go back and keep an eye on Ranran to see if she goes home with that boy at night. Wang Jun didn't understand Su Wanxiang's instructions at all. He felt that his own eldest daughter would never resort to such means. It was not until he arrived at the Huajiang service station that he really found a GPS location at the taillight that he was amazed. Of course, this is all a story for later. Two flowers are in bloom, each with its own beauty. Let us get back to the sales office. Su Yuran left first because she had to deal with company matters. Of course, it could also be for the sales staff to do their job well. After all, with the president sitting here, who would have the energy to work on the project properly? What else more, she is a female CEO who is extremely beautiful and charming to the core. As soon as she and Zhang Hongyan left, a burst of ancestral monkey hoof sounds came from the sales office. Fuck. Brother Fong, you're awesome. You actually took down President Su. Xiao Fong, oh no, you should call me Minister Jiang now. Brother Fong, I do like you very much, but I can't stop you from running towards someone better than me. Jang Fong responded to everyone's blessings with a smile. After answering vaguely for half an hour, he slowly returned to his workstation. As soon as I sat down, Mo Shui came over. Brother Fong, damn, you are so awesome. You and Boss Su are in a relationship? When did this happen? You're just a little bit unkind. You already have a girlfriend, but yesterday you asked me to help you find someone to be your temporary girlfriend. Mo Shui stopped talking halfway because he realized something was wrong. Damn, Brother Fong really looked like he didn't have a girlfriend yesterday. He just found a temporary girlfriend yesterday, and Mr. Su also said that she and Brother Fong were together yesterday afternoon. Oh my. Brother Fong, so Miss Su is the temporary girlfriend you picked up at the cafe? Jang Fong gave a thumbs up. Although Mo Shui didn't do his job properly on weekdays, his brain was still quite quick. You are right. Mo Shui took a breath of cold air. You just found a random girl in a cafe as your temporary girlfriend and then found your boss in the company? Brother Feng's luck is really unique. Although this girlfriend is temporary, the face and honor are lifelong. At least now he has become a deputy minister on the first day. Brother Fong, why didn't you take the opportunity to switch offices with Zheng Yuan? Isn't this a severe humiliation to him? Jang Fong raised his eyebrows and chuckled. You think it's great to humiliate him today? Let him sit in the minister's office, but he has to come to me to report anything, right? The chair in that office makes him feel uncomfortable. Mo Shui's eyes lit up. Damn, that's right. How can you kill someone and destroy his heart at the same time? Brother Fong, Can I go to his office every now and then to inspect it? Jang Fong was slightly stunned. What do you want to do? Mo Shui grinned wickedly, his face full of ill intentions. Nothing, I just wanted to secretly watch what he was doing in the office. If he hasn't done anything good, I'll try to scare Yang Wei as soon as possible. Yang Wei? Damn, Jiang Feng's body trembled. If Mo Shui hadn't mentioned this, he would have forgotten about it. What Yang Wei? Is he still capable of being great? Where's that kid? Call him over to get the electric fan. The final result disappointed Jang Fong. Zheng Yuan had asked for leave from the minister 10 minutes ago, saying that he had something to do. Jang Fong was not in a hurry either. He wanted to see Zheng Yuan re a 6-speed electric fan, but he didn't care about 1 or 2 days. What's going on? Can Zheng Yuan keep asking for leave? With the imperial sword bestowed by Su Yuran, Jang Fong felt much more comfortable slacking off. After taking a quick look at the recent stock market changes and finding that they were pretty much the same as expected, I started the happy ranking mode. In a blink of an eye, the time came to 6:10 in the afternoon. Jang Fong stretched and turned off the game, only to notice that he had already gotten off work for 10 minutes. Today, his colleagues left especially early, and he was the only one left in the huge office. Time to go fool mom. I wonder if that girl Su Yuran has finished her work yet. Let's send her a message. Jang Fong, who was working at the edge of the office, did not notice that in his blind spot, there was the sofa in the office. Su Yuran was sitting there, wearing a thin mid-length windbreaker, looking breathtakingly beautiful. Hearing Jiang Feng's name, she unconsciously raised her red lips. That chick? Chapter 19, Damn Jiang Fong, don't take advantage of me. Jiang Fong naturally didn't know that Su Yuran was in the office. It was so funny that no one reminded him. He was rubbing his temple, wondering how to send her a message. Gentle and generous President Su, beautiful and charming sister Yuran. Remember, you have to help me deal with my mom's issues tonight? Are you busy now? When do we leave? Su Yuran's phone was on silent, and there was no notification sound. When she saw the 2 messages, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Oh, the little guy has 2 faces. Remember, don't be busy, girl, I'm waiting for you on the sofa. Jang Fong never expected that Su Yuran would reply to his message within seconds. He could never have imagined that the content would be like this. That chick? Damn, isn't that what I just said? How did Su Yuran know? On the sofa? Which sofa? Thinking of this, Jang Fong felt a chill on the back of his neck. He stood up awkwardly and shifted his gaze. He suddenly noticed Su Yuran, who was sitting elegantly on the sofa. She smiled and happened to meet Jiang Feng's eyes. Jiang Feng is numb. Oh my god, Mr. Su, when did you come? Hey, you didn't even say hello to me before you came to the sales department. I haven't even made you a cup of tea yet. Su Yuran wrinkled her pretty nose and teased. I'm watching someone playing games, sorry to bother you. Are you done? My little girl has been waiting for you anxiously. Are you busy playing games? Then you must have come a long time ago? Jang Fong took a deep breath. No wonder everyone got off work so early today and didn't even want to take advantage of the company's free dinner. The best way to deal with embarrassing and difficult to explain things is not to explain. Hey, just skip it. Hey, Mr. Su, since you have been waiting for so long, let's go. After I finish the video call with my mom, you can go home and get some rest. Su Yuran originally wanted to tease Jang Fong for a while longer, but after hearing what he said, she nodded. Jang Fong turned off the lights in the office, and the 2 walked out side by side. Just as she was about to leave, Su Yuran suddenly felt her hand being grabbed. She subconsciously retracted her hand, frowned slightly, and spoke hurriedly. What are you doing? Jang Fong was slightly stunned and stared at Su Yuran with wide eyes. Hold hands, Mr. Su. We should be in love now. I guess the whole company knows that we are in love. Walking side by side at this time without holding hands? It will easily make people suspicious, okay? If you feel uncomfortable, forget it. Anyway, my mother can't monitor my behavior in the company. Jang Fong said this as he was about to let go of Su Yuran's hand. At this time, the latter, who had no experience in love, was thinking frantically in his little brain. Do couples usually hold hands when walking? Su Yuran was stunned. It seemed that all TV dramas were like this. At the very least, boyfriends and girlfriends in the passionate love phase will hold hands. What Jang Fong said does make sense. But I admit that your argument convinces me. But no matter what, you should say hello to me. Su Yuran put her hand back into Jang Fong's palm and wrinkled her nose a little, which was very adorable. She did tease Jang Fong frequently, and her teasing was always charming and aggressive. But she had never been so defenseless before. It can be seen from the slight blush on her cheeks that Su Yuran was a little shy after being suddenly held by the hand. Good fellow, Mr. Su, are you being reasonable? Why do I feel like you have double standards? You praised me and kissed me without asking me. Why do you even need to ask? How do you ask in that situation? Uncle Wang is about to walk into the office. Isn't it because the situation is urgent and there is no time to explain? Jang Fong spread his hands. It's the same now. You know Uncle Wang must be gone, right? He might be watching you somewhere. Besides, do you know who in this huge company is the person appointed by your father? If you get caught because of that little thing just now, you won't even know where to cry, okay? That's true. Su Yuran remained silent. She just gave Jang Fong a slightly resentful look and let him hold her hand. But then I thought again and felt that it was not right. Damn Jang Fong, stop taking advantage of me and acting like a good kid. I kiss you and you clearly don't feel any loss, okay? Come on, Su Yuran, you're being unreasonable, aren't you? Then why are you saying that I'm taking advantage of you when I hold your hand? An Audi S6 is parked secretly at the entrance of Wanshan Beauty Cosmetics Company, Ltd. Wang Jun got out of the car quietly, walked around the security guard, and squatted in the shade of the company. When he saw Su Yuran and Jang Fong walking out of the company hand in hand, he smiled like an auntie. This little hand-holding is so natural and sweet. Wang Jun was very sure that Su Yuran had no way of knowing that he had not left. At the Huajiang service station, he did not throw away the positioning device as Su Tianxiang said, but directly changed the car. He asked someone to drive his car back to Jinghai, and he changed it to an S6 and brought it back. Wang Jun's wit is so amazing. The eldest lady will definitely think that I have returned to Jinghai, which means she thinks no one in the company is keeping an eye on her. If they were just pretending to be a couple, there would be no need for her to continue acting with Jang Fong. But now they are holding hands, so they are not pretending, right? After a frantic analysis, Wang Jun stared at the movements of the two while dialing Su Wanxiang's number. Boss Su, I just caught a small detail. The eldest lady and Jang Fong walked out of the company hand in hand. Don't worry, I'm definitely not exposed. They are heading towards the parking lot now. It seems they are preparing to go home. The sunset in late summer is really beautiful. Jang Fong looked up at the sky unconsciously. In his previous life, he worked as a social animal in a first-tier city with extremely developed heavy industry. He would be thankful if there was no haze in the day, let alone such a beautiful sky. Compared with the dull and routine life in the previous life, this life was full of excitement and passion from the very beginning. Finding a temporary girlfriend and then being kicked out of the family group by your mom? It's bad enough that the temporary girlfriend I found is a stunning beauty, but she is also my boss in the company. As he thought about it, Jang Fong subconsciously glanced at Su Yuran. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his previous life. After coming to his senses, he realized something was wrong. This was the way to the parking lot. Wait, Mr. Su, are you leaving later? Are you going home or staying at my house? Su Yuran? Live in your house? What are you thinking about? Hey, stinky Jang Fong, how dare you think about this question? I will definitely go home. I will leave after the video call. A hint of vigilance flashed across Su Yuran's pretty face. Seeing her expression, Jang Fong did not get angry, but smiled lightly. Then I can't drive. The house I rent doesn't have a parking space. If you live at my house, you can park on some wasteland, but you'll have to wait until everyone else leaves tomorrow morning before you can move your car out. You can't go home, let's just walk. Chapter 20 Mr. Su, change into your pajamas. After hearing this, Su Yuran let out a long sigh of relief. It turns out that Jang Fong's concern was not whether I would go home or not. It's a parking issue. Humph, that's right. You can't find a temporary boyfriend and bring up an old pervert. Okay, let's walk. Women are usually only diligent when they are shopping, but Su Yuran could still accept a 10-minute journey. At the same time, a question arose in her mind. It only takes 10 minutes to walk from the company to home. That's south super close, right? Xiao Fengfeng, are you planning to come to Vientiane for work convenience and then rent a house nearby? It takes Secretary Zhang more than half an hour to get home from get off work. This question really stumped Jang Fong. It's not that he didn't want to answer, but he found it a little difficult to say. Boss Su, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Since you ask this, it must be true. Well, I admit that there is a certain connection between renting a house and working in a company. Jang Fong said half a sentence carefully and suddenly changed the subject. In fact, the real situation is that I rented a house first, and then chose to work in the company that was closest to me. Yes, your company. If it were a normal girl, she would probably be a little irritated, huh? So my company is a place where you can come whenever you want? Fire him, must fire him. But she is Su Yuran, and she has never been in the same class since she was a child. Through Jiang Feng's words, she caught the blind spot. Choose the nearest company. If the nearest company is a popular company like Penguin or Alibaba, can Jiang Fong also go to work there? He doesn't seem to be worried at all that he won't pass the job application assessment. Thinking of this, Su Yuran became even more interested in the man beside her who could tell the authenticity of calligraphy and paintings at a glance. It's a good thing that Jiang Fong has the ability, so that he can shut his father's mouth. Moreover, she was also quite interested in Jiang Feng's other abilities. Su Yuran had never heard a word. If you are very interested in someone, you are not far from liking him. Ding, welcome home, master. I have turned on the air conditioner and boiled the bath water for you. Jiang Fong pushed the door open and a familiar electronic prompt sounded. This is the home he rented for $20,000 a year and spent another $10,000 to renovate. Su Yuran was somewhat stunned by this scene. She noticed with disbelief that the air conditioner had actually turned on automatically, and looked around to see what had just spoken. Noticing her actions, Jiang Fong felt relieved. No one really thinks that Su Yuran, as the eldest daughter of the Wanxiang group, has never seen the world, right? Jiang Feng's smart home system will be just ordinary and mediocre in 5 years. But at present, when artificial intelligence is still immature, it is a fatal blow because it has not yet been developed and designed on the market. This system is set up by Jiang Fong himself. Although it is not perfect yet, it is sufficient for his own use. This is a bit magical. Xiao Fengfeng, where did you buy this? I'll install one someday, it feels really good. Jiang Fong took a breath and waved his hand. A friend of mine helped me make this, but there was no place to sell it. He went abroad to study. Well, if you want anything, Mr. Su, wait until he comes back. It's not that Jiang Fong is stingy and doesn't want to give it to Su Yuran, nor is it that he doesn't want to give it to her because he doesn't have enough connections. This system has been completed, just copy it over and you're done. Mainly, if mom hadn't insisted on seeing him and Su Yuran sleeping together, no one else would come to this house except Jiang Fong. Mo Shui comes occasionally, but that guy doesn't know what's good and can't figure out anything. But Su Yuran is not like that. Who knows what kind of person will come to her house? There is a saying that goes, friends of big guys are all big guys. If someone who knows the goods comes along and finds that this technology is ahead of its time. Good God, Jiang Fong felt it was a good thing that his brain was not sent for sliced. Well, I'll offer him a high price then. Jiang Feng's idea also occurred to Su Yuran. Well, friends of capable people are all capable people. Jiang Feng's friend is no ordinary person, as he can make such a smart set of furniture. Don't bother with the high price, Mr. Su. If he's willing, he'll do it for you for free. While chatting and laughing, Jiang Fong had already taken out a pair of brand new slippers. Yes, Mr. Su, please. New slippers? Su Yuran raised her eyebrows slightly and pointed at the 2 pairs of slippers at her feet. She bit her red lips slightly, her tone quite teasing towards Jiang Fong. Don't we have 2 pairs of slippers? Wouldn't it be a waste to open new ones? Or do these new slippers belong only to me? Feeling the mature aura that Su Yuran was emitting beside him, Jiang Fong swallowed subconsciously. My throat felt a bit dry for a while. Come on, sister, why are you biting your lip? Can you understand the situation? This is my home, a man and a woman are alone in the same room. Could you please put that provocative tone of yours aside? Jiang Fong seriously doubted that Su Yuran did not have a standard for evaluating herself. This woman has no idea how lethal her beautiful face and smile can be to a man. After shaking his head to clear his mind, Jiang Fong turned his head and shrugged. No, I'm just afraid that you might have athlete's foot on your slippers and infect me with it. Su Yuran's beautiful eyes suddenly shrank. She pointed a finger at her chest with an expression as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. I have athlete's foot? Up to this age, Miss Su didn't even know that she could be associated with these two words. Ah, stinky Jang Fong, you have athlete's foot. With a turn of her smart eyes, Su Yuran raised her head and revealed a cunning expression. Athlete's foot, right? Jang Fong, just wait, I'm going to step on all your slippers and scare you to death. After all, she is a proud and arrogant young lady, and Su Yuran got carried away immediately. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I know Mr. Su definitely doesn't have athlete's foot. I'm giving you new slippers because those two pairs of slippers were worn by Mo Shui. He has athlete's foot, which is contagious. Of course, if President Su doesn't mind, well, it's not impossible. Su Yuran, who was about to take a step, suddenly stopped. Dejectedly, she put on the new slippers Jang Fong had brought over, while muttering to herself. Luckily, I haven't put it on yet. At the same time, I started to reflect on myself. Su Yuran, are you sick? The stinky Jang Fong handed you a pair of new slippers, but you didn't wear them. Why did you have to tease him? It's a good thing you didn't wear those two pairs of slippers out of spite, otherwise you would have gotten sick, right? Hovu, it seems that Jang Fong's house is full of traps, so you'd better be careful. There were various drinks and snacks on the coffee table, but Su Yuran only chose a bottle of mineral water. After waiting for about 2 minutes, Jang Fong slowly walked out from the inner room. Boss Su, you don't have misophobia, right? Su Yuran was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. I have a little misophobia, but it's not serious. What's wrong? In response to her, Jang Fong handed her a set of large-sized pajamas with both hands. You don't have misophobia, so I don't have to go downstairs to buy it. Change into your pajamas. I just washed them and haven't had time to wear them yet. Chapter 21 Jang Fong, I haven't said no yet. In fact, there are not many people with severe misophobia, and that is even a bit abnormal. Jang Fong still remembers reading a novel in which, in order to create the perfect image of a cold and aloof goddess, the novelist wrote the heroine as a person with misophobia. Isn't that simply insane? In reality, it's more about selective cleanliness and love of cleanliness, right? Sleep, pajamas? Su Yuran certainly didn't have misophobia, but she really didn't understand why she had to change into pajamas. Can't you just pretend to sleep and lie on the bed covered with a blanket? Why change into pajamas? If it is changed, then it would be. Yes, you not changing into pajamas is a serious doubt on my mother's eyesight, Mr. Su. Jang Fong shrugged helplessly. He didn't want to trouble Su Yuran like this. But what can we do now? Besides, Su Yuran kissed him. Changing into pajamas, there's nothing he can do as an outstanding young man of the 21st century, so what? Feeling that Su Yuran was in a difficult position, Jang Fong gritted his teeth and decided to betray his face once again. Sister Yuran, you don't want anything to happen to your little Fong, right? Hey, where did Jang Fong learn all this? Su Yuran, who was originally immersed in her own thoughts, immediately smiled upon seeing this. The stinky Jang Fong shouldn't do anything reckless, right? Then, let's change it, but we can't agree to him so easily. Well, it's not impossible for me to change into pajamas. Just, next time I need your help, you have to perform your best. Jang Fong nodded cheerfully. Good. The agreement was reached quickly, and Su Yuran nodded slightly. She stopped refusing and generously picked up the pajamas that Jang Fong brought over. Would you like to change in your room? Can. Su Yuran originally wanted to change as soon as she got home, but her hands were hesitant to move. She knew that Jang Fong was not a hooligan and would not deliberately leave a camera to film her. It's not like I suddenly changed my mind and didn't want to change. What made it most difficult for her to do was that she really couldn't accept that Jang Fong was staring at her right next to her. Stinky Jang Fong, what are you doing? Why did you come into the house? You were watching me while I changed into my pajamas? Jang Fong was stunned for a moment. Damn, how could this girl lie with her eyes open? Boss Su, it's unfair. I wasn't staring at you. I was sitting and playing with my phone. No. Su Yuran seemed to be hesitant to speak. She looked so adorable with her eyebrows furrowed and teeth gnashed. So are you sitting and playing with your phone? Isn't it inappropriate for you to be next to me while I change into my pajamas? Jang Fong. He was truly speechless. He felt that Su Yuran must have misunderstood what he meant. Thinking about it, Jang Fong turned around and took out another set of pajamas from the closet. In front of Su Yuran, he put on his pajamas over his short-sleeved shirt and spread his arms. Hey, Mr. Su, I must have made a slip of the tongue. It's not changing pajamas, it's putting on pajamas. Just put it on over your underwear. It will hide it, and my mom won't see it. If we really change into pajamas, it will be awkward for us to lie on the bed, right? At 7:20, Jang Fong and Su Yuran had finished preparing everything. They were each wearing pajamas and lying on the big bed, covered with the same quilt, looking like they were about to fall asleep. Jang Fong inspected it and found no problems, so he snapped his fingers. Okay, Mr. Su, please video call my mom. Even though it was through clothes, I knew it was all fake. A hint of shyness flashed across Su Yuran's face, and a faint blush appeared on her face. He said him with a slightly lack of confidence and then dialed Song Ling's number. Good evening, Auntie. Hey, good evening, Mom. Ran, Xiaofeng, oh, you two are lying down so early? This was Su Yuran's third video call with Song Ling, and she was pretty familiar with the process. She still knew how to deal with this simple problem in the easiest way. Auntie, Xiaofeng, and I are still young. We definitely can't fall asleep so early. It's just that our relationship has warmed up after our recent fight, and we're very happy now. I want to make some preparations. Lying in bed at around 7 o'clock, the young people, full of energy, are preparing for their relationship to heat up. You can figure out what's going on with your toes. Su Yuran's clever answer made Song Ling laugh heartily with joy. Just as Jang Fong thought, Song Ling didn't even mention that he played games all night last night. Before they knew it, they had been chatting for 20 minutes and Jang Fong felt that was enough. Mom, it's almost 8 o'clock. Can you please spend some time with Ran and me? Song Ling smiled gently, feeling that what her son said made sense. But she vaguely sensed something was wrong. Why do I feel that although Ran and Xiaofeng seem close, there is actually a lack of romantic feeling between them? Song Ling heard that in order to avoid being forced to get married, the son of the neighboring family hired a girl to pretend to be his girlfriend. Just tell me how stupid this child is. Based on Song Ling's full understanding of her son, she felt that Jang Fong would definitely be able to do such a thing. Thinking of this, Song Ling frowned again, she took a breath and returned to normal expression. That's right, but I still want to tell you one thing. Su Yuran smiled slightly after being cued. What's the matter, Auntie? Women are all good at disguise, and Song Ling is no exception. She pretended to be extremely sad, sighed deeply, and said somewhat frustratedly. It was Lao Lu from next door, when we were playing mahjong today. I suddenly discovered that her phone screensaver was a kissing photo of her son and daughter-in-law. That makes me so jealous. I, Song Ling, have never been outdone by anyone in my life. Of course, can you bear to see Auntie lose to Lao Lu? Lao Lu? Where did Lao Lu come from? Jang Fong thought about it for a long time but still didn't expect that Song Ling had a good friend named Lu. Damn, it's over. I'm in trouble now. He figured it out immediately. It must be that some detail had revealed the clue. For a moment, Jang Fong felt like he was sitting on a blanket. Su Yuran was also confused. She never thought Song Ling would be able to do this. Why do I feel like my aunt is forcing me to do something? Just when he was at a loss, Jang Fong handed him a note. Say you are sorry and send the photo to her later. Let us take a photo with paper under it. Beautiful women have very strange thoughts, especially those with high education. Su Yuran, who was originally planning to back out, suddenly got angry when she saw the note from Jang Fong. She is a little unhappy. What does stinky Jang Fong mean by this? Although I wanted to refuse, but before I even said no, he backed off? It seems as if he is the one who was going to suffer a loss? Damn, what difference does it make if I take the photo with paper as a cushion? Can wearing a small umbrella mean you didn't do it? Instead of taking pictures and having your aunt pick on your flaws, why not just have a bite? Su Yuran wrinkled her pretty little nose and moved her lips slightly. She figured it out. Anyway, her first kiss was given to Jang Fong's face at noon. Su Yuran crumpled the note Jang Fong handed over into a ball with her delicate hands and raised her red lips and spoke softly. Auntie, please make sure you take a good-looking screenshot for me. Jang Fong? Chapter 22 Mr. Su, you can't leave tonight. Holy shit, is this true? Su Yuran, are you serious? etc. Jang Fong stopped talking about stopping the conversation abruptly. The warmth from his lips made him stunned. The moment his lips touched Su Yuran's, there were only 4 words in his mind. So soft, so fragrant. Under the gaze of Song Ling on the other side of the screen, Su Yuran put her arms around Jiang Feng's neck. She kissed him on the lips without hesitation, but it was her first kiss after all. After a few seconds, he felt a little breathless and let go of Jiang Fong and started coughing. Ahem, auntie, are you done? I've cut it, Ran. Oh, this one is much better looking than the one taken by Lao Lu. My daughter-in-law is so pretty. Song Ling's kind and joyful voice came, and Jiang Fong secretly saw that his mother's mouth was about to grin to the back of her head. Well, as long as auntie likes it. 2 minutes later, Jiang Fong had just hung up the video when Su Yuran pushed him away. Her pretty face was blushing, her hair was a little frizzy, her breathing was a little rapid, and her face was full of unhappiness. Jiang Fong? Damn, come on, did I piss you off? Boss Su, why are you pushing me? Please, can you be reasonable? You were the one who kissed me just now. You were the one who was being naughty, why was I the one who was pushed? I don't care about my dignity, do I? Jiang Fong admitted that it was not a loss for him if this happened to him. But Su Yuran can't do that, right? Stinky Jiang Fong, you. Su Yuran's voice was no longer high-pitched, but instead sounded cute and soft. She had thought it through very clearly just now. If she wanted to convince others, kissing would be inevitable in the future. So she might as well treat today as a warm-up to avoid panicking when the time comes. Indeed, it was she who leaned over and kissed Jiang Fong. But Su Yuran hesitated to speak, her flushed face was burning, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. You just hit my stomach. Hitting the stomach? Jiang Fong subconsciously felt it and found that there was indeed something abnormal about his body. Thinking about it carefully, Su Yuran had thrown herself into his arms just now, and he was half lying on the edge of the bed, so wasn't that just hitting Su Yuran's stomach? Now it was Jiang Feng's turn to be embarrassed. He touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I really didn't mean to offend you. This is just a normal reaction. Well, I promise you, if it happens again, I will do whatever you say except confiscate the tools used to commit the crime. It's really not Jiang Feng's fault. In his previous life, he was a pure office worker, and he was so exhausted that he had no time to fall in love and have a girlfriend? Not to mention being kissed by a girl in her arms. And the one he just faced was a top-notch beauty like Su Yuran. Jiang Feng's feeling at that time was just like that of an old man who had been single for 40 years, and was suddenly introduced to a 20-year-old beautiful village girl by a matchmaker. The village girl even stroked the uncle's face and told him, "Oh, I will listen to you tonight." Which cadre can withstand such a test? Confiscate the tools used to commit the crime? Jiang Feng's words left Su Yuran stunned. What kind of tool was this? After thinking about it for a while, she understood. Her pretty face turned even redder. She picked up the pillow beside her and threw it at Jiang Fong. Shut up, Jiang Fong. Do you want to have a next time? Damn, can't I afford to play? You came over without saying hello in advance, and I was not mentally prepared. You know that you can't see your shoes when you lower your head, but don't you understand how hot your body is? Don't you realize how beautiful you are when you look in the mirror every day? Don't you know how attractive your queenly temperament is to men? Dear readers, please give us your judgment. Do you think I can be blamed for this? Jiang Fong was filled with distress, and he didn't want it to happen again next time. After all, this thing was not easy to endure. Of course, he wasn't stupid. Seeing that Su Yuran was about to get angry, Jiang Fong turned around and walked out without saying a word. Slip away first, take shelter in the living room. When I saw Su Yuran again 5 minutes later, she had changed out of her pajamas and her complexion had returned to normal. She smiled at Jiang Fong and rubbed her hands. Is today's matter settled? I'm starving. Finally I can go home and eat delicious food. Bye, stinky Jiang Fong. Next time I need you for something, don't be so slow. What puzzled Su Yuran was that Jiang Fong just sat on the sofa in a daze, as if he hadn't heard her words. This state lasted for more than 10 seconds before he stood up and walked towards Su Yuran. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I'm afraid you can't leave today. Su Yuran? Can't leave? Su Yuran's pretty face lost its color and her eyes widened. To be honest, Jiang Feng's words scared her. What does stinky Jiang Fong mean by this? What does he want to do? Ah, he won't let me go, will he? A man and a woman alone, forced to stay by Jang Fong? In the long night, wouldn't it be? Jang Fong, wait, calm down first, let's talk it over. If you act impulsively again, I'll call my aunt. Su Yuran suddenly had an idea and thought of Songling. Now that his aunt is involved, Jang Fong should not act rashly, right? But then she thought, damn, that's not right. Auntie, isn't she eager for Jang Fong and me? It's no use calling my mom. Not to mention that she can't even take you home. She's not in Songcheng. Do you expect her to take you home in such heavy rain? Jang Fong shrugged helplessly, walked to the window, and looked at the heavy rain outside. The weather in Songcheng is really weird. It was sunny in the afternoon, but now it is thundering and raining. Damn, he has never seen such heavy rain in his 2 lifetimes. He seriously suspected that if he went out with an umbrella now, it would be pierced after only a few steps. This is not rain, this is hail, okay? Ah. It's raining? Su Yuran was slightly stunned, and then she understood what Jang Fong meant by I can't leave. It turned out that it was because of the rain, not because he didn't let me go. At the same time, I began to blame myself in my heart. Hohu, Su Yuran, are you suffering from any kind of delusion? Did that stinky Jang Fong ever have the intention of forcing you? Besides, if he wants to, he can't remain motionless when you throw yourself into his arms and kiss him. It's not like I'm already full of stomach and I don't do anything. Yes, it rained quite a lot. I guess Mr. Su will have to stay at my house today. Jang Fong analyzed rationally. It takes Secretary Zhang half an hour to get to the company, so she will be here in half an hour. The water is probably going to be very deep, and she will end up being trapped in my house. Of course, if Mr. Su dares to go out with an umbrella now, and meets a kind taxi driver willing to take you, it is not impossible to go back. Hey, that's exactly what Su Yuran thought. A great man once said that there are no roads in the world, but when more people walk on it, it becomes a road. She found a taxi and paid extra money. No one is willing to deliver a car for 100 yuan a trip, so what about 1,000 yuan? 10,000 yuan? Anyway, to Su Yuran, this money is just a string of numbers. Chapter 23, Su Yuran, are you afraid of thunder? As Su Yuran was thinking this, suddenly the god of heaven got angry and thunder roared. Flashes of light streaked across the night sky, and a muffled thunder rang out above the city. Ah! Su Yuran was so frightened that her whole body trembled. Why is it thundering again? And it's so loud? Jang Fong was stunned by this scene. Could Su Yuran be afraid of thunder? Damn, is that true? Her flirting is so vulgar, she just flirts with people without any follow-up. This beautiful CEO dared to jump into my arms and kiss me forcefully. I'm already 25 this year, and I'm actually afraid of thunder. Jang Fong smiled helplessly and did not choose to mock Su Yuran. Instead, he walked silently to Su Yuran's side. Don't be afraid, Mr. Su, it's just thunder. After all, Su Yuran came here to help him. He is the company's immediate boss, and someone who will need to borrow money in the future. For both moral and personal reasons, Jang Fong should comfort Su Yuran now. What do you mean it's just thunder? It's so loud. If I were alone at home, I would have been scared to death, right? Su Yuran didn't lie at all. If she lived alone at home, how could there be such a loud thunder? She had already turned on the lights in all the rooms, wrapped herself in a quilt, put on headphones, and started counting sheep. Water vapor could be seen rising under the car lights. Wang Jun, who had been following Jang Fong and the others, sighed when he saw that the water on the ground was getting deeper and deeper. He dialed Su Wanxiang's number. Boss Su, it's raining heavily in Songcheng, and the thunder is very loud. I have to find a place to hide. The eldest lady and Jang Fong did not leave after arriving home. This should be a solid proof and there is no doubt about it. Heavy rain? Su Wanxiang on the other end of the phone was visibly stunned. Okay, Lao Wang, you can go now. Jinghai City, a high-end villa area. Su Wanxiang, who was used to sitting cross-legged on the sofa, sat up straight, which was rare for him. He raised his hand to take a cigarette from the table and lit it. Heavy rain, lightning. Su Wanxiang let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with a mixture of doting and regret. In his early years, he was busy making money and building his own business empire. He travels with his wife all year round, and he has always held the view that money can make children happier. Therefore, he missed many important moments. For example, Su Yuran's birthday, and every sudden rainy day in Jinghai, which is also unpredictable. He still remembered the nanny calling and saying that Xiao Yuran was very scared whenever there was a thunderstorm. Even when I fall asleep, I would keep muttering, "Why haven't my parents come back yet?" The psychological trauma left by childhood may accompany a person throughout his life. After so many years, Su Wanxiang also felt regretful and tried to think from other people's perspective. Maybe the reason why my daughter is afraid of thunderstorms is that she doesn't know why he and her mother are going home and doesn't want a stranger to be with her? Well, thinking of this, Su Wanxiang suddenly felt that it didn't matter whether or not Wang Jun continued to keep an eye on him. So what if it's true? So what if it's fake? If this heavy rain is really as powerful as Lao Wang said, it might be fake. My girl is good in every way, it's such a good deal for Jang Fong. I believe Ran Ran must have her own reasons for choosing him, right? Su Wanxiang put out the cigarette and laughed the moment he stood up. When he saw his wife coming downstairs, he took a greasy bite. Yeah. Su Wanxiang, what the hell is wrong with you so late at night? It's not a sickness, my wife, we have found our son-in-law. In Sancheng City, Jang Fong felt that Su Yuran was still a little scared, so he took the initiative to hold her hand. As a man, you should not be stingy when it comes to showing your masculinity. How can you let a woman stay aside and be afraid by yourself? Even though the boyfriend and girlfriend are fake, they are still good friends, right? Boss Su, how about we watch a short video? It can help distract us. Su Yuran thought this was a really good idea. When people are interested in something, they will unconsciously devote their energy to it. She had heard that short videos were very addictive, but she had always forgotten to watch them. When Jang Fong mentioned them, she suddenly became interested and was not so scared for a moment. Okay, use your phone. I don't have any short video apps installed on my phone. Jang Fong didn't hesitate at all, he took out his mobile phone and opened the short video app. Then, a very simple science interface popped up. Why is it said that a man and a woman alone in a room is like dry wood in igniting fire, which is easy to ignite? Let us explain these 3 points to you below. RNM's big data, am I being monitored? Jang Fong took a deep breath. Isn't this video too appropriate for the situation? Noticing the subtle expression on Su Yuran's face, Jang Fong coughed lightly and quickly switched to the next video. My husband and I were at his house for the first time, and it was raining heavily that day, so I couldn't go home. I always thought it was a coincidence, but it turns out that guy had calculated the weather forecast. Sisters, please be more careful. With a click, Jang Fong directly grabbed the phone. What the hell is this? It's bad enough that you use big data to conduct surveillance, but you even want to slander me? At this moment, he was a little afraid to look at Su Yuran, even though he wanted to explain. He looked back awkwardly and found that Su Yuran was looking at him with a half smile. Boss Su, this is an accident. There are a lot of marketing accounts on this short video, and they are talking nonsense just to attract attention. Look at what I'm following. They're all interesting short films, definitely not these weird things. Su Yuran burst out laughing, her eyes curved. Good. Jang Fong let out a long sigh. Fortunately, Su Yuran didn't think too much about it. Picking up the phone again, Jang Fong opened my focus. The first video shows a pair of long, thin white legs. The second video shows a sister wearing a belly-bearing top and a small camisole cleaning the glass. The third video shows a group of girls in a certain university dormitory wearing stockings. The fourth video, oh, there is no fourth one. Jang Fong snatched the phone away again. He thinks it's better not to watch the short video. Hey! Stinky Jang Fong, what are you doing? Why did you hold the phone over? I can't see it clearly. Su Yuran pouted angrily and pointed at the phone on the coffee table, signaling Jang Fong to continue watching. Her tone and expression made Jang Fong dazed. Oh, yes, this is my temporary girlfriend, not my girlfriend. I should be afraid of nothing. After figuring everything out, Jang Fong generously picked up his phone and continued to enjoy the show. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. I was so immersed in the role that I couldn't react for a while. Please continue watching. Substitute what? I really think you are my girlfriend. I think looking at other beauties in front of my girlfriend is a dead end, isn't it? These words made Su Yuran laugh so hard that she was shaking with laughter. What's wrong with looking at a beautiful woman in front of her girlfriend? Everyone loves beauty, what if your girlfriend also likes to see it? Su Yuran's moon-like eyes suddenly shone with a strange luster, and she asked with her red lips slightly raised. Xiao Fengfeng, now let's assume that I am really your girlfriend. If I asked you who was more attractive, me or the women in the video, what would you answer? Chapter 24 Mr. Su, I'll let you eat my pussy. Jang Fong laughed out loud after hearing Su Yuran's question. If this question was asked by an average-looking girl, it might force the man to choose between quarreling and honesty. If you can show off your body on a short video platform, how can that be bad? If you say they are good-looking, it will only lead to a big quarrel with your wife. If you say your wife is pretty, it is nothing but a violation of integrity. Jang Fong didn't think that this question was pretentious. In fact, it was just a little trick that girls used to constantly make sure they were favored because of their inexplicable desire to win and lack of security. It was very normal. The reason Jang Fong laughed was that it was Su Yuran who asked this question. Boss Su, I feel like you're not asking a question at all, you're just asking for praise. Ask for praise? What do you mean? Su Yuran was a little confused, so Jang Fong clapped his hands and played the video again. Look, Mr. Su, when we compare two people, we usually say that although A is not as good as B in grades, A is prettier, right? You asked me to compare you with them, how can I do that? I'll tell you, 1, they don't have as big breasts as you, and 2, they don't have as long legs as you. 3, they don't have as good a figure as you, and 4, they're not as pretty as you. 5, although you can't see it, they are definitely not as rich as you. 6, they're definitely not as cute as you. You're not asking me to compare, you're asking me to praise you, okay? Is there something wrong? Jang Fong thinks there is nothing wrong with it. He even seriously suspected that Su Yuran was trying to feel superior. You are such a smooth talker, you are such a stinky Jang Fong, you really know how to make women happy. Su Yuran bit her red lips unconsciously. From the joy in her eyes, it could be seen that she was quite happy about Jang Feng's praise. At this time, Jang Fong spoke again. It's not about how to make a woman happy, it's about how to make you, my wife, happy. Su Yuran was stunned for a moment, her eyes widened and she turned her head away, looking a little confused. Because the two of them were sitting side by side holding hands, when she turned her head, her eyes unconsciously fell on Jang Feng's profile. She looks really good. No wonder Jang Fong said before that he was afraid that finding a random woman as a temporary girlfriend would make her take him seriously. This smooth-talking ability coupled with this pretty face, well, is really attractive. Boss Su, you're not angry, are you? Didn't you just say that you really are my girlfriend now? I just answered casually. That's how all the cheesy love quotes on the internet are written. Jang Feng's voice echoed in her ears, and Su Yuran finally came to her senses. Am I that easily angered? I was just thinking you answered really well. Looking at it this way, even if I take you to meet my dad, I won't be afraid of being exposed. I was just thinking about how to praise you. Praise? Jang Fong hated this kind of reward without substance the most. Verbal praise is almost the same as no praise. No need to praise me, Mr. Su, please satisfy me with one thing. Su Yuran thought that since Jang Fong could bring it up, it should be something she could do, so she nodded without hesitation. Good. Seeing Su Yuran nod, Jang Fong was so happy. That's great. After holding back for so long, I can finally get back to my old job. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Jang Fong stood up suddenly. Then Mr. Su, please wait a moment. I'll give you something to eat. Not only the handsome readers, but Su Yuran's head was also buzzing for a moment. Jang Fong said that he, let me eat his bottom? Please, what kind of tiger-like words are these? When he said wait a moment, did he mean that I should wait for him to take off his pants? No, Jang Fong, stop it. You can't do this, don't take it off. Su Yuran shouted out subconsciously. Because her shout was unclear, Jang Fong didn't hear clearly the words don't take it off. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and smiled. Hey, Mr. Su, don't be so anxious to reject me. Although my vagina doesn't taste very good, it should be edible. If you don't believe me, call Mo Shui now. Isn't Mo Shui the community leader sitting next to Jang Fong? It sounds like he has eaten it. At this moment, Su Yuran felt like her brain's CPU was about to burn out. 2 minutes later, when she saw Jang Fong wearing an apron and holding a bag of noodles and walking into the kitchen, she stopped dialing 110. 10 minutes later, Jang Fong brought a bowl of hot noodles to her. Eat, Mr. Su. Weren't you hungry then? There shouldn't be any delivery guys on such a rainy day. There are some snacks in the living room. You should be full after eating some. Su Yuran was a little touched when she saw the steaming noodles and heard what Jang Fong said. It turns out that Jang Fong was rewarding him with a nice name. Do you still remember that time when I said I was hungry and he took the opportunity to cook noodles for me? He even gave me the first bowl. I just thought he was going to. I should call 110. Su Yuran, how could you speculate about Jang Fong like this? You are so abominable. Thank you. Don't be polite, Mr. Su. Come on and eat. Jang Fong smiled gently, and after Su Yuran took the first bite, he couldn't wait to ask. How is it? Is it delicious? This taste, how can I describe it? It tastes bland, as if there is no salt, and the ingredients are not rich. I can't really say it's delicious. Su Yuran curved her eyebrows and smiled faintly. It's not very tasty, but that's okay. Hearing this comment, Jang Fong was as happy as if he had won a night in the qualifying competition. He threw a punch in the air, showing off his power. God knows, I spent so much time learning how to cook. Now the noodles I cook can finally stop people from vomiting. Jang Fong felt that he knew a lot of things, except cooking. He wanted to learn and had been learning, but unfortunately he had no talent. The last time Mo Shui came over, I also cooked some noodles, but the boy ate them so much that he vomited and said he would never eat anything again. This time, he finally had a new guest at home, and Su Yuran happened to have promised to satisfy him. Isn't this a godsend? Su Yuran? So I really am the one who satisfied him by helping him test the poison? This damn Jang Fong was really moved for nothing. Su Yuran reacted and her eyes widened, the anger in her eyes unable to be suppressed. Damn Jang Fong, you actually used me to test poison? Boss Su, I swear to God, I am doing this most seriously this time. You mean I should praise you? Then there's no need for that. Just don't waste it, Mr. Su. No more words, just deduct your salary. Oh no, I won't lend you the 1 million. At the end of the story, Su Yuran cooked the noodles herself and made a second transformation. The two of them had a beautiful and simple dinner and ended the meal. After eating and drinking, Jang Fong sat down on the sofa, glanced at Su Yuran's pretty face with a slightly cold look, and smiled. Boss Su, don't be angry, don't be angry. I know that you are a good cook and you can definitely save this pot of noodles, right? Well, I'll suffer a loss tonight. You sleep on the bed and I sleep on the sofa, okay? Although the thunder outside the window was not as terrifying as before, the rainstorm showed no sign of weakening. Su Yuran was definitely not going to be able to leave tonight. Jang Fong felt that he should give up his bed for both moral and logical reasons. Chapter 25, Stormy Weather, Sleeping Together in the Same Quilt. You should have. Su Yuran said this subconsciously, but suddenly changed the subject halfway through her speech and turned her head away with her beautiful eyes. Get out of here, who wants to sleep in your bed? Although she admitted that after lying there for a while, she found Zhang Feng's bed really comfortable. But she still felt that it was a little inappropriate, as she and Jang Fong were not related at all. Do you really want to sleep in his bed for a night? Women are often like this. They clearly don't resist in their hearts, but they resist verbally. What a coincidence! Our Jang Fong doesn't tea by it. When he heard Su Yuran's refusal, he stood up and pointed at the sofa. That's great, Mr. Su. Then you can sleep on the sofa tonight. Wait for me to get you a blanket, so you don't get cold at night. Before Jang Fong could take 2 steps, Su Yuran grabbed his pajama sleeve. Return. Damn Jang Fong, how are you sleeping on this sofa? It's so narrow. It's not that Su Yuran is picky, nor is it that she has a temper like a spoiled little princess and can't stand sleeping on the sofa. But the sofa in front of her was really narrow. Just imagine, Su Yuran, who was 170 centimeters tall and weighed 100 kilograms, felt that she could just lie down on it, with no room at all. I can't help it, Mr. Su. When I bought the sofa, I didn't think of anyone sleeping here. I just told you to sleep on the bed, but you didn't want to, and now you complain that the sofa is too small. No one can sleep on the sofa, and there is only one bed. Su Yuran was puzzled. How would Jang Fong sleep if he brought a girl home? After thinking for a while, Su Yuran knocked his forehead. Ouch, why am I so stupid? The one that Jang Fong took home must be his girlfriend. They are boyfriend and girlfriend, so they must sleep in the same bed. Fine, let's go to sleep. Su Yuran bit her red lips angrily and lay down on the sofa. She would not always use her CEO attitude to bully others. Besides, she was the one who just said she didn't want to sleep in the bed. Women also have women's dignity, okay? The actual situation was slightly better than she had expected. The sofa was wide enough for her to lie down, with a little room left. In this way, turning over shouldn't be a problem, right? As a human being, you should always dare to try. Su Yuran thought that she had tried very hard to control the extent of her rolling over. But reality still poured cold water on her. As soon as she moved slightly, she felt her back lose weight and she was about to fall heavily to the ground. Oh my god. This national quintessence, of course, came from Jang Fong's mouth. Jang Fong never expected that Su Yuran would be able to lie down so comfortably. I also didn't expect this girl to turn over right after she laid down. What a tiger. A stunning beauty, the boss of his own company, and his temporary girlfriend. Jang Fong thought, even if he had to lie on the ground, he couldn't let her fall to the ground. He moved quickly and decisively. He used his arm to support Su Yuran and helped her sit up. After thinking it over for a while, he smiled gently. Okay, Mr. Su, I know you didn't want to sleep on the bed just now because you were worried that my room would not be clean. Don't worry, I just changed the sheets and bedding. They are new. Will you just make do with it and sleep in my bed for one night? Who dislikes you for being unclean? I don't have misophobia. Su Yuran, who had just nearly fallen over, pouted and spoke softly. Oh well. Jang Fong rubbed his temples helplessly as he looked at Su Yuran's back as she slowly walked towards the bedroom. He could obviously tell that Su Yuran was just embarrassed. Who would want to sleep on the sofa when they can sleep on the bed? This young lady has never slept on the sofa in her life, right? He just deliberately said that Su Yuran didn't want to go because she was afraid of the uncleanness, and he was just looking for an excuse for her to save face. A beautiful female CEO, a top goddess, so what? Aren't they still women after all? Aren't they still shy? Don't they still need to be coaxed? Of course, Su Yuran could also tell that Jang Fong was trying to give him a way out. The air in the morning after the rain is extremely fresh. The dark clouds, thunderstorms and darkness disperse together, and the sunrise reappears. Jang Fong, who was lying on his side on the bed with a big shape, slowly opened his eyes, his eyeballs wide open. What confused him was not the fact that he was lying on the bed. Because yesterday, Su Yuran came out and called Jang Fong 10 minutes after she entered the house. She placed pillows and a lot of clothes in the middle of the big bed as a dividing line, indicating that Jang Fong could come on the bed and sleep with her. After all, she knew better than anyone that the sofa was not suitable for sleeping. Of course, there is also the possibility that she is afraid of thunder. What confused Jang Fong was the feeling in his hand. What is that? It's soft and easy to pinch, and I can't even hold it in one hand. Fuck. Jang Feng's jaw dropped as his brain quickly connected with other things. Could this be? Could it be that he touched the part that prevented Su Yuran from looking down at her shoes? This girl sleeps so freely at night, she doesn't even wear any clothes. This is not the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing is that now Jang Fong can't even retract his hand. Why? Because his hands were held tightly by Su Yuran with both hands. Depend on. Jang Fong really wanted to ask Su Yuran. Sister, where are your pajamas? I remember you didn't take them off when you went to sleep. After taking off your pajamas, you should also take off your small clothes, right? This is my house, can you please not be so unrestrained? My nose was filled with Su Yuran's pleasant fragrance. Morning is the time when hormones are secreted crazily. The most important thing is the most intuitive touch on your hands and the white back that can be seen from the side. Jang Fong felt that he had a strong willpower to resist the urge to bleed from his nose. No, we have to solve this problem first. Jang Fong took a deep breath to calm himself down, and then he came back to his senses. Even though the touch on his hand felt great, he knew he had to pull his hand back as soon as possible. Please, if Su Yuran woke up and found this scene, he wouldn't be able to explain it to her even if he opened his 8 mouths. After studying and thinking for about 2 minutes, Jang Fong determined a way to save himself and slowly retreated. The main thing was that he didn't know how lightly Su Yuran slept. What if she woke up as soon as she turned over? Retract it slowly and be careful, it shouldn't be a problem. Boss Su, you were wrong about what happened today. I'm just trying to make amends. Don't blame me. Jang Fong suppressed the crazy impulse in his heart and slowly withdrew his hand. His movements were very small, and he thought that it would not wake Su Yuran. What Jang Fong could never have expected was that Miss Su was not only restless when sleeping, but she was also very light when sleeping. At this time, Su Yuran had already woken up hazily. Why hasn't the alarm gone off yet? What time is it now? I'm so sleepy. How about taking a nap? Wait, what's moving? Su Yuran, who had her back to Jang Fong, had already opened her eyes. Seeing this strange yet familiar environment, she remembered that she was on Jiang Feng's bed. Where are my little clothes? This hand. Damn, Jang Fong. What are you doing? It's no wonder that Su Yuran was angry. Jang Fong had just retreated to the top of the mountain. The rosy face that had just woken up had turned extremely dark. Su Yuran's expression was extremely scary. Just at this moment, Jang Feng's pleading voice came from behind. Boss Su, my dear Boss Su, please don't wake up. Chapter 26 Mr. Su, I just want to take advantage of you less. Jang Fong. Get out of here. Su Yuran couldn't bear it any longer. She stared with her beautiful eyes, sat up and yelled. He kicked Jang Fong without any hesitation, and without any reservation. It's so funny. She was already calm at this time because she didn't fight hard. Waking up early in the morning and finding yourself being. Which woman can stand this? Of course, except for my cousin. Fuck. Compared to Su Yuran, Jang Fong's situation was not much better. He is now completely confused, helpless and terrified. How could he wake up? Without any warning, so suddenly? Thanks to his years of slacking off and his ability to judge danger with ease, he barely dodged Su Yuran's kick. But he fell flat on the bed, looking extremely miserable. Seeing that Su Yuran was about to kick him again, Jang Fong quickly jumped off the bed and spoke. Boss Su, wait. Don't be angry, don't be anxious, just listen to me explain. Su Yuran wouldn't listen. Explain? What else is there to explain? When I woke up, my hand was touching that thing, and it was moving. And you told me not to wake up. Doesn't that mean you just want to touch me for a while longer? The evidence is irrefutable, absolutely true. What other explanation is needed? She thought so, but Jang Fong had already jumped off the bed and Su Yuran couldn't kick him. Besides, the mouth is on Jiang Feng's body, and she can't stop it. Boss Su, first of all, I have been a good sleeper since I was a child. You can verify this with my mother and my roommates at different stages of my life. I slept till dawn, waking up less than 2 minutes earlier than you. When I woke up, you were already naked. And you were the one holding my hands and clasping them there. Think about it, if I took this off, would you still not notice it? I didn't know about all this either. I was still confused after waking up. President Su, please understand. I just wanted to pull my hand out while you were sleeping so I could take advantage of you less. Su Yuran was silent. She just felt it quietly and didn't find any discomfort. Logically speaking, if that really happened, it should hurt, and there's no way she wouldn't wake up. Now that she doesn't have it, it proves that she is still complete. Wait, Su Yuran remembered, she was indeed awake. Fragments of memories flooded into Su Yuran's mind as she recalled some small details of last night. It seemed that she woke up for the first time because of the heat in the first half of the night. Because it was raining, they turned off the air conditioner last night. Maybe because the quilt was too thick, she felt very hot and kicked the quilt. I thought I was at home and took off my pajamas and small clothes. The second time was hazy, probably because it was getting cooler in the second half of the night. Because she kicked off the quilt and took off her clothes, Su Yuran felt very cold. She remembered that she didn't grab the quilt, but hugged something warm. If nothing unexpected happens, that is Jiang Feng's arm. Oh my god. Su Yuran was shocked and her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. So, it's not Jiang Feng's fault, it's all because of her not sleeping well? She put Jiang Feng's hand on her own. In an instant, an expression of shyness, embarrassment and shame appeared on Su Yuran's cheeks, and they were obviously flushed. With a ray of sunlight shining into the room through the curtains, it looks charming and beautiful. Fortunately, Jang Fong got out of the house while Su Yuran was thinking, otherwise he would have seen this exciting scene. Maybe something will really happen today. Brother, take these 2 trays of steamed dumplings and 2 bowls of wontons to take away. Jang Fong did not stay at home, although he was completely unaware of this matter. But facing a stunning beauty like Su Yuran, a rich girl, she is still a virgin. If it happens, he is at fault. Take this time to buy breakfast and give Su Yuran some space to calm down. It will be good for both of you. Jang Fong often eats the soup dumplings, which taste very good. But for some reason, for the first time today, he felt that the bun seemed very small in his hand. After returning home, Jang Fong found Su Yuran sitting on the sofa in a daze. Boss Su, I'm sorry, I was wrong about this matter. I should have been more determined and insisted on sleeping on the couch last night. I'm not going to lie. I admit that it feels really good and I feel very comfortable. But if I had a choice, I would never do this. I'll take this breakfast and this stock market analysis as my apology to you, okay? Sincerity is always the first killer skill. Jang Fong firmly believes in this. He placed the documents he had printed downstairs and his breakfast on the coffee table and looked at Su Yuran sincerely. This stock market analysis is specific to Tiancheng Gold Bureau. This morning he suddenly saw a chat in the company group and discovered that the company held a large amount of Tiancheng Gold Bureau shares. Jang Fong felt that Su Yuran should be able to use this analysis, and at least it could save him an 8-digit loss. If this had happened before, he might have given Su Yuran a little reminder. As for typing out a stock market analysis while walking, he really is just being too concerned. But times have changed now. He just got touched by a girl. Breakfast? Stock market analysis? Su Yuran wasn't very angry in the first place. The thing had already happened. Could she still chop off Jiang Feng's hand if she was angry enough? Besides, everything was done by her own hand. And Jiang Feng's attitude made her feel very comfortable. The stinky Jang Fong is probably still confused and doesn't even know what he did wrong, yet he comes to apologize? And it looks quite decent. Yes, Xiaolong Bao and wontons. Just eat some for breakfast. These are probably the best around here. As for the stock market analysis, it is some of my small insights about Tiancheng Gold Bureau. It will definitely be useful to you, Mr. Su. Small insights? Does Zhou Jiangfeng also know about stocks? Let's have breakfast first. Su Yuran smiled faintly and moved to let Jiang Fong sit down. She felt that Vientiane had its own professional stock market analysis and holding team, and Jiang Feng's analysis lacked authority. But this was something Jiang Fong had worked hard to pack as an apology, so she still carefully put it in her bag. Jiang Fong knew that Su Yuran didn't take his analysis book seriously, but he was still very happy. The analysis report doesn't matter. Tiancheng Gold Bureau is not going to do a pig killing scheme today. I will remind Su Yuran when I have the chance in the future. The most important thing now is that this chick has a good attitude. It seems like she doesn't plan to pursue what happened this morning. Jiang Fong didn't waste any time and sat down on the empty seat with a flattering look on his face. Boss Su is so generous, may Boss Su be blessed with good health. I believe that Ms. Su's future husband will be extremely happy. I'm so happy to marry a woman like you who is considerate, calm, thoughtful, and well-educated. What the hell is Wanfu Jinan? Su Yuran burst out laughing and looked sideways at Jiang Fong. Any woman who could be married to this humorous and clean boy in the future would definitely be very happy, right? As she was thinking, even Su Yuran herself didn't notice. Under the mature appearance, the heart that no one can see is a little empty. Chapter 27 Minister Zhang, come on. 9 o'clock, Vientiane Cosmetics Company, Ltd. Jiang Fong strode into the office with great dignity. Not to mention that he has been promoted now, the rule of being late is better than nothing. Besides, he came here with Su Yuran, so who could say anything more? Do you feel that your job is too easy or do you simply don't want to do it anymore? Fuck, brother Fong, don't tell me, everyone is saying that you and Mr. Su look like a couple. As soon as I sat down at my workstation, Mo Shui handed me the phone with a smile. It was in the company chat group, and an enthusiastic Mr. Zhang who did not want to reveal his name took a photo of him and Su Yuran walking into the company hand in hand. The man and woman in the photo are handsome and pretty. Su Yuran and he have just the standard height difference, and both have equally outstanding looks. Jiang Fong raised the corner of his mouth slightly. To be honest, he thought what everyone said was really good. It's a good match indeed. It's a pity that they are just a temporary couple. Jiang Fong sighed, and suddenly seemed to remember something, and gave Mo Shui a loud slap on the head. Brother Fong, why are you playing with me? After getting hit on the head for no apparent reason, Mo Shui was completely stunned. Why did you sneak away last night? Su Yuran was sitting on the sofa, why didn't she remind me? Jang Fong started thinking about this matter after being caught in an awkward situation by Su Yuran yesterday. It was indeed quite scary to see Su Yuran sitting there, but he understood why everyone left. They all thought Su Yuran was waiting for us to get off work and didn't he want to be cued by the president. But Mo Shui knew the real situation, why didn't he say anything? Ah, Brother Fong, you're talking about this matter. I saw President Su yesterday and really wanted to remind you. But Ms. Su stopped me. She told me not to disturb you while you were playing games. She really liked you playing games. Brother Fong, I am innocent. President Su has already said so. How can I dare to remind you? It seems to be true. Jang Fong was speechless for a moment. It was indeed not Mo Shui's fault. It seems that what I played just now was a bit too aggressive? How about an apology? What the hell, good brothers are in the heart, not on the lips. Just like Jang Fong's idea, even though he was hit on the head by a wish, Mo Shui was not angry. Instead, he pointed under the table with a smile. At his feet, there is an electric fan. Is this guy really here? And he really has 6 gears? Coincidentally, Zhang Yuan had already prepared to avoid Jang Fong. One is to avoid mentioning the issue of Japan's 6-speed electric fan. Second, I don't want to be too embarrassed in front of my colleagues. But it seemed that he had left it alone last night. He just felt his stomach churning and extremely uncomfortable. It's like taking 3 servings of some jet set. He didn't want to meet Jang Fong, but he really couldn't hold it back any longer. Zhang Yuan prepared to walk out of the office carefully and try to reduce his presence as much as possible. But what he never expected was, just as he pushed the door open awkwardly, Jang Fong and Mo Shui were standing at the door looking at him in surprise. Mo Shui was holding a relatively old electric fan in his hand. Damn, it's really coming. Jang Fong felt that he was quite considerate, at least he let Zhang Yuan go to the toilet. Of course, it is also possible that Jang Fong was afraid that he would be killed on the spot, that would be too terrifying. When Zhang Yuan came back, the show began. Come on, Minister Zhang, fulfill your promise from yesterday. I'll save your face and not show it to other colleagues. Jang Fong sat in Zhang Yuan's seat, crossed his legs and spoke calmly. He doesn't feel that his current attitude is arrogant at all. Is there anything more arrogant than a leader who deliberately stirs up trouble and wants to fire employees? Now he's sitting on Zhang Yuan's face, it's what he deserves, okay? Jang Fong has already spoken, so how can Mo Shui just sit there doing nothing? He smiled and held the electric fan in front of Zhang Yuan, turned it to 6th gear, and chuckled. Come on, Minister Zhang. You made a bet with Brother Fong yesterday. It was a bet between men. You don't want to default on it, do you? You see, these 6 settings don't actually have much power. This fan is old and weak. Hurry up, we are all men, stop wasting time and take off your pants. Stop wasting time? Zhang Yuan really wanted to howl. If it was something he could do, he wouldn't waste time. Looking at the rapidly spinning fan blades, Zhang Yuan felt his scalp tingling. This is too scary, old? No matter how old it is, it's still an electric fan, it can be directly thrown away. Jang Fong. Minister Zhang, I know I was wrong. Faced with this incident, Zhang Yuan felt that his face was worthless. Failure to fulfill the bet is at most a question of integrity. If he really did that, I'm afraid there would be problems in every aspect of his life. What's wrong with you? Jang Fong narrowed his eyes and smiled, then raised his eyebrows arrogantly, imitating the way Zhang Yuan usually judged his colleagues. I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken my anger out on you and fired you just because my wife scolded me. It's also wrong to use your power to bully colleagues in the department. The most important thing is that I shouldn't have offended you, offended President Su, and shouldn't have doubted what you said. It turns out that he was scolded by his wife. Zhang Feng's mouth twitched fiercely. To be honest, as a single man for 2 lifetimes, he didn't know how it felt to be controlled or even scolded by his girlfriend. Su Yuran is a gentle and considerate elder sister. Thinking of this, Jang Fong was stunned. Why was he thinking about Su Yuran? They were not a real couple. Okay, Zhang Yuan, I don't expect you to be able to really turn on the fan. Jang Fong threw his work badge onto Zhang Yuan's desk. But I can't just not want anything. That would make me, Jang Fong, too easy to bully. To be honest, I'm a lazy person and I can't guarantee to clock in on time every day. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up and he took over the conversation. Don't worry, Minister Jiang. I will help you punch in on time every day from now on. But I don't want to work. My head hurts when I think about work. Leave it all to me. I, Zhang Yuan, may not be good at other things, but my business ability is top-notch. I may have some personal matters recently. I will follow the minister's instructions. If I, Zhang Yuan, hesitate for a moment, I will immediately start a 6-speed electric fan. Jang Fong couldn't imagine how much courage a man must have to fuck a 6-speed electric fan. But he knew from the beginning that Zhang Yuan would not do this, and he had no intention of making things difficult for Zhang Yuan. As for signing in and clocking in, it is entirely for one's own money-making plan. Considering Jang Fong's current status as Su Yuran's boyfriend, what does it matter if he doesn't sign in? He just wanted Zhang Yuan to show up at the company on time. What Jang Fong wanted was for Zhang Yuan to run errands for him in a timely manner. There is no other way. After being reborn, it is too difficult to build a business empire of my own. I need manpower. Well, Mo Shui is not good enough. We need someone with a little more intelligence. Zhang Yuan is the first choice at the moment. Of course, in order to vent his anger and feel good, Jang Fong can also go to the job market to identify talented people. But Zhang Yuan's business ability is really good, and it was difficult to find someone to replace him for a while. If he really lost his temper and quit, Su Yuran would probably have a headache since she has just taken over the company, right? Thinking of Su Yuran, who almost fell off the sofa and covered her ears in fear when she heard thunder. She's already so stupid, why not give her less trouble and headache? Chapter 28, Enlightenment, are they really together? Okay, do your job well. I won't make it too difficult for you. Jang Fong patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder, with the authority of a boss treating his subordinate. A person's temperament cannot be faked, but Zhang Feng's forward-looking vision after his rebirth made him unconsciously change his confidence and temperament. So this slap really frightened Zhang Yuan. Now he believed more than anyone else that the man in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your forgiveness. At the same time, Mo Shui also looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile and patted his shoulder in a pretentious manner. How does one person's success bring prosperity to the whole family? Mo Shui was often bullied by Zhang Yuan on a daily basis, so how could he miss such an opportunity to vent his anger? A gentleman does not take revenge overnight? Bah, a gentleman's revenge is never too late even after 10 years. Don't worry, Minister Zhang. Brother Fong is a man of his word. If he says he won't make things difficult for you, then he definitely won't. Don't worry, I will help Brother Fong to make things difficult for you. Brother Fong is generous, but I, Mo Shui, am a typical mean person. I will never let go of any grudge. Hee, you bastard Zhang Yuan, I'm going to scare you to death sooner or later. Zhang Yuan naturally didn't know about Mo Shui's little plan. He watched Jang Fong and the other man leave with a grateful look. He didn't know at this time that in the days to come, Mo Shui might appear anywhere in his office and give him a hi when he's not paying attention. This is not enough to cure that fat guy Zhang Yuan. In the final analysis, Brother Fong, you are lucky. You can find a temporary girlfriend and find Boss Su. I'm both impressed and jealous. As Mo Shui was speaking, an idea suddenly occurred to him, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and the air was filled with the smell of gossip. By the way, Brother Fong, did Mr. Su go home with you last night? Jang Fong felt that there was nothing to hide. Well, come home with me to deal with my mother. Living in your house? Yes, it was raining heavily and she couldn't go back. A bed? Mo Shui narrowed his eyes and smiled, looking forward to Jiang Feng's reply. Gossip is something that is addictive. But what greeted him was a slap on the head from Jang Fong, who had a frown on his face and raised his hand. You're asking too many questions. A man should keep his mouth shut so that he can keep the world in his heart. Jang Fong would not lie and did not want to hide anything, but he knew clearly what to say and what not to say. He and Su Yuran were currently in a temporary boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Well, some things that were said out loud would always have a negative impact on her. Hey, Brother Fong, it's my fault. After all, Mo Shui felt that it didn't matter whether Jang Fong answered this question or not. What if it's a bed? What if it's not a bed? A single man and a single woman in the same room, that's enough. It is said that Mr. Su has never been in a relationship, and Brother Fong is so handsome. Brother Fong, I feel like everyone else is drunk but I am the only one sober. Seeing that he was about to be hit again for not speaking properly, Mo Shui quickly started to explain. Look, you and President Su are now temporary boyfriend and girlfriend. But in the final analysis, her family is urging you to get married, and your aunt is urging you to get married too. Your ultimate goal is to help each other deal with your families. So here comes the question, you have the approval of her family, and she has the approval of your family. Then why do you two want to separate? Why don't you just get together for real? There is a saying that goes, those involved are often confused, while bystanders can see things more clearly. Mo Shui's words felt like an epiphany. He continued speaking again. We all feel that you two, Mr. Su, look like a couple. We dare not speculate whether Mr. Su is interested in you, but he must be better to you than to other men. Brother Fong, if you ask me, you should take advantage of her illness to kill her and take down this beautiful CEO. This will bring honor to your family and make your name known in history. If what Mo Shui said before makes some sense. What are those last few sentences? The phrase kill her while she's ill can be used in this way? I really learned something new. Jang Fong shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Do you really think that Mr. Su is a cabbage that can be easily picked? Thank you very much, and go back to your work. To be honest, there were many moments when Jang Fong really had the illusion that he and Su Yuran were really together. But after calming down and coming to his senses, he saw clearly that it was all just an illusion. His life and Su Yuran's life are not completely different, but the difference is as great as heaven and earth. She is prettier than the stars on TV, with a good figure, a pretty face, a good education and enough money. Not to mention how stupid that girl must be to play with us seriously. We are all under a lot of pressure, okay? At least, Jang Fong would always think so before his business plan took off. Okay, Brother Fong, you decide for yourself. Mo Shui did not continue to persuade Jang Fong, although at this moment he was like a desperate eunuch. His look made Jang Fong laugh, and at the same time, the interface he opened surprised Jang Fong a little. Brother Ugly, when did you learn how to trade stocks? The new business we recently expanded, isn't it great? Tiancheng Jinju, are you planning to buy this today? Yes, Brother Fong, I suggest you buy some quickly, this wave is definitely a big win. Seeing that Jang Fong seemed interested in stocks, Mo Shui described in detail the whole process of how he bought the stock with the recommendation of the video account and the guarantee of the stock expert. His words revealed a message. Brother Fong, use the sack to pick up money. You will lose out if you don't seize the opportunity. Forehead. Jang Fong didn't hear a single word of what Mo Shui said. 22.45 per share, why does this price look so familiar? Jang Fong took a deep breath. Wasn't this the opening price on the day when Tiancheng Gold Bureau was engaged in the pig killing scheme? So it was today? Expert guarantee, video account recommendation? Damn, just based on these 2 points, you know this stock is not trustworthy, right? Mo Shui's account with 100 shares and 2,000 yuan is not worth Jiang Feng's worry. What he was really worried about was that Su Yuran also held this stock. Just because of that girl's stupidity? There's no 8 or 9 figures in this? Damn, that would mean a lot of money. We can't give this money to other capitalists. Vientiane Cosmetics Company, Limited, President's Office. Su Yuran held her cheek with her hand as she watched the changes in the K-line of Tiancheng Gold Bureau on the screen. Her calm expression highlighted her ease at the moment. Since the market opened at 9:30, the K-line changes have been similar to the estimates of the company's professional stock market analysis team. This also proves that Su Yuran's guess was correct, and Tiancheng Gold Bureau is worth investing in. While feeling fortunate that she had not been stingy in investing 100 million yuan, Su Yuran was also secretly delighted in her heart. Because this time participating in the stock market is not only for money, but also to prove to my father that I can do it. Thinking of the thousands of worried reminders and instructions her father gave her before she left, Su Yuran felt very proud at this moment. Just then, there was a buzzing sound of a cell phone vibrating on the table. Jang Fong, Boss Su, could you please take a look at my stock market analysis chart? It just so happens that the Tiancheng Gold Bureau has just opened, and I would like you to give me some advice. Chapter 29, Turning the Tide? All thanks to Jang Fong. Su Yuran blushed quietly after seeing this message. It has nothing to do with the content of the message, but with the person who sent it. She can still recall the tingling sensation in her body when she just woke up. Su Yuran bit her lips to clear her mind and replied quickly. Okay, but I don't really understand. I'll take a look first, and then explain it to you according to the analysis of the company's professional department. Jang Fong, who was far away in the sales office, sighed. This girl really didn't watch it. Never mind, it's not too late to watch it now. Su Yuran still felt a little guilty about Jang Fong sending a message to remind her. Well, this share analysis was specially used by the stinky Jang Fong to apologize. Although it may not be very professional, at least he prepared it carefully. Now I just throw it in my bag without even looking at it. What if Jang Fong misunderstands that I am unwilling to forgive him? Ugh, you can't blame him for that. See to what extent Jang Fong has analyzed it. Su Yuran took a step forward with her long, beautiful legs and took out the analysis document from her bag. Opening the document, it is straight to the point, and it is an analysis of the Tianchang Gold Bureau. 10 minutes later. Su Yuran's beautiful eyes were filled with shock, and even her hand holding the document was a little unsteady. In this analysis book, Jang Fong wrote that Tianchang Gold Bureau will face a very cruel pig-killing scheme. Starting at a unit price of around 22 yuan, it will rise all the way and then fall to the bottom. Jang Fong analyzed this stock to the extreme from all professional and non-professional angles. Even right about the impacts that various unexpected situations will have. Su Yuran's body trembled as she quickly opened the securities trading interface. It was discovered that the price of a single share had reached 23.96, which was only 0.04 yuan away from Jang Fong's estimated highest price of 24. The time was exactly what Jang Fong had estimated, 10 o'clock in the morning. However, the company's professional team calculated the highest price to be around 24.5, and the time was 11 o'clock. At this moment, a crazy idea emerged in Su Yuran's heart. If all of Jang Feng's guesses were correct, then that would mean, is this stock going to start falling until it reaches the limit down? After thinking for only 5 seconds, Su Yuran called Zhang Hongyan into the house. Notify the company's main trader to sell all the Tianchang Gold Bureau stocks as soon as possible. Su Yuran's tone and expression were very anxious, which made Zhang Hongyan confused. Isn't this the stock that President Su was so confident about at the meeting yesterday afternoon? Why did you sell it out so quickly? Zhang Hongyan was puzzled, but she still carried out Su Yuran's orders as quickly as possible. Understood, President Su. Sales Department Office. Jang Fong smiled quietly after seeing the changes in the K-line. 23.8, it was exactly what he thought. But Mo Shui next to him was not so calm. Brother Fong, did he really fall? The experts said that the stock will continue to rise until it reaches the daily limit. Fuck, you're more professional than the experts. Jang Fong rubbed his temples. According to his inference, it was not yet time to reduce the price of a single stock. There is only one reason why there is a discrepancy between his memory and this time. The owners who held large positions have withdrawn from the market. Thinking of this, Jang Fong couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. That girl Su Yuran really listens to advice. If you coax them, they will go to bed. If you persuade them, they will withdraw their investment immediately. As the saying goes, listen to others' advice and eat your fill. This is a good character. If you keep being confused for a while, it will jump below the buying price. Do you believe it? Today is a day when stock investors are complaining. Who could have thought of this? Tianchang Gold, which was expected to continue rising and reach the daily limit, deviated from the experts' speculation and basic logic, and the price went down to less than 24 yuan. The market closed at 11:30, and the last transaction price of Tianchang Gold Bureau was less than 20 yuan, breaking the freezing point. Almost all those who were fooled into buying this stock suffered heavy losses. A profit or loss of $2 may seem small, but what if it is 10,000 or 100,000 shares? At this moment, warm applause broke out in the conference room of Wanxiang Cosmetics Company, Limited. Boss Su, when you first came to the company yesterday, we were a little dissatisfied, but today we are completely convinced. There are heroes among women. Your timely withdrawal of positions has at least saved the company 20 million in losses. Yes, Mr. Su, even the company's professional analysis team did not expect the situation to be like this today. You really have a long-term vision. Boss Su is awesome. Su Yuran, who was sitting in the center position, looked a little dazed as she listened to the praise that did not belong to her. With the help of Jiang Feng's analysis report, she successfully turned this turbulent investment into a safe one. People around her were amazed at her methods, but she was the only one who knew that it was all thanks to that seemingly immature little man. You don't need to say more. You are so ignorant that you can't see the myriad changes in the stock market. I was able to stop the loss today thanks to a very close friend of mine. Su Yuran understood things more clearly than anyone else. How could Jang Fong ask her for advice today? It was obvious that Jang Fong was deliberately reminding her. This also made her certain of one thing, that is, Jang Feng's sensitivity to the stock market had reached an untouchable level. This is an enviable business acumen, but it is also dangerous and can be easily exploited by people with ulterior motives. Without Jiang Feng's consent, Su Yuran would certainly not reveal him to avoid trouble. As for very close friends, if temporary boyfriends and girlfriends are not counted, then sleeping together and having sex should be counted as well. As Su Yuran said this, the exclamations from the audience became louder and louder. As the saying goes, a red flower is red, as the saying goes, a black flower is black. Even Mr. Su's friends are so outstanding. I'll just say 3 sixes. This friend is a big shot. If I were Mr. Su, I would definitely treat him to a meal today. A meal? You're too stingy. If it were me, I would marry my daughter to him. Sales Department, Deputy Director's Office. Zhang Yuan had just finished his work when he took a quick look at the closing price. When he saw the final transaction price of less than 20 yuan, he was completely stunned. What the hell, what's going on? Didn't that group of experts swear that the final price would definitely be more than 24? Didn't they say that it would continue to rise and would definitely reach its daily limit? Fuck you, the stock price has reached the limit down? Are you kidding me? It's not Zhang Yuan's fault that he didn't keep an eye on the K-line in time, but he was busy doing double work for Jang Fong and himself all morning. If you don't work overtime, you will never be able to finish it. Now, after investing 100,000 yuan, I am now down 10,000 yuan. Damn it, a month's salary is gone. I'm really convinced. Zhang Yuan angrily cursed those experts and told them to go fuck themselves with the 6-speed electric fan. After several minutes, he finally let out a long breath and calmed down. Forget it. I got bullied yesterday and lost money today. I might as well consider it as a way to avoid bad luck. Zhang Yuan wanted to drink a cup of tea to calm down, and just as he opened the closet door to take out his treasured tea, Mo Shuai, who had been lurking inside, suddenly jumped out like a big black rat and roared in an atavistic tone. Hey, you never expected that, Fatty Zhang. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Chapter 30, Pregnant? I insisted you have an abortion? Keep your word and stick to your principles. This has always been the basic rule for men to follow when doing things. A word is as good as a nail. When it comes to scaring Zhang Yuan to avenge the previous bullying, Mo Shuai is not willing to delay at all. Just now, he saw Zhang Yuan going to the toilet, so he took the opportunity to come here and wait for him. Oh my god. Zhang Yuan was so shocked that he almost sat down on the ground. With his weight, it would be a big deal if he lay on the ground. The most important thing is that it is easy for colleagues downstairs to think that the roof has collapsed. Mo Shuai, what are you doing in my office? Are you trying to scare me on purpose? Don't you want to do it? Zhang Yuan's voice became softer and softer until it finally fell silent. Because at Mo Shuai's feet, he noticed a 6-speed electric fan. Hey, Zhang Yuan, I'm here on the orders of Minister Zhang to check whether you're doing your job well. He really doesn't have time to deal with you, but I'm different, Mo Shuai. I have plenty of time, he. Do you have any opinion? Damn, at this moment, Zhang Yuan finally understood the meaning of Mo Shuai's words in the morning. So Jang Fong would never make things difficult for me, but you are the one making things difficult for me, right? Not only did you force me to sign an unequal treaty, but you also tortured me like this? Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth. He subconsciously wanted to report the matter to the company's top management, just like when he was a child and provoked others, found that he couldn't beat them, and then told the teacher and got bullied. But after thinking about it, he gave up his crazy idea. There is no point in reporting this to the company's top management, as the company's top leader is Jang Fong's girlfriend. When Jang Fong saw the message "I miss you" from Su Yuran, he knew that she wanted to talk to him about something. Temporary boyfriends and girlfriends also have to be rigorous in their work. This was Su Yuran's suggestion. In order to avoid the company having informants arranged by Su Wanxiang, when he needed to find the other party, he would send a secret code like "I miss you." The door of the president's office was open. Zhang Fong knocked gently and walked in. When Zhang Hongyan saw Zhang Fong, she bowed respectfully. Mr. Jiang is here, then Mr. Su, I will go down first? Zhang Hongyan closed the door tightly when she left, leaving Jang Fong and Su Yuran alone in the huge office. Although they came together in the morning, they still felt a little awkward after experiencing something unknown. Interestingly, after half a minute of silence, the two spoke almost at the same time. Boss Su Stinky Jang Fong. You speak first, I speak first. Seeing this, Jang Fong shrugged and smiled gently, then waved his hand to signal Su Yuran to speak first. He guessed Su Yuran was looking for him because of the Tiancheng Financial Bureau matter? On the way here, he made up reasons to explain himself, thinking it would be okay to just play dumb. If I'm not mistaken, the show will start soon. But he was wrong. Su Yuran didn't ask any questions in a hurry. Instead, she took out a card from the cabinet on her desk. Put it on the table and push it towards Jang Fong. I can't think of anything I can thank you for. Put this away, Stinky Jang Fong. Just consider it as a thank you for saving the company so much money this time. Thank you for my money? What? Bank card? Jang Fong took a deep breath. He never expected Su Yuran to just give him money directly. Moreover, Jiang Feng's intuition told him that with the amount of money Su Yuran had contributed, it would not be a small number. Boss Su, how much is this? Can you tell me? 5 million. 5 million. Even if Jang Fong has a grand business plan in his heart, he will definitely earn more than this in the future. But his eyes widened when he heard the number Su Yuran reported. What kind of family conditions are you in? How can you just give away 5 million? Just because I told her that Tiancheng Gold Bureau was going to collapse today? How much money did this silly girl invest? As if she had seen through Jiang Feng's doubts, Su Yuran explained while gently rubbing her hair. Damn Jiang Fong, to be honest with you, I invested 100 million in this Tiancheng Gold Bureau. If you hadn't reminded me, the company would have suffered at least an 8-digit loss today. So, I think the money gives you enough reason. Of course, part of the reason is that I wanted to use this opportunity to prove myself. It was you who made me win. Wait. 100 million? Invest 100 million in this kind of video account with the recommendation of experts? WOC, do the management team of Wanxiang Cosmetics have no brains? Jiang Fong was puzzled, but his attention was now more on Su Yuran. To be honest, he felt that he could not see through the girl in front of him. She is clearly sitting in the position of a capitalist, but she does not live like a capitalist. In this situation, how much money would a normal boss give to employees? Will there be 6 figures? It's hard to say. Su Yuran directly gave him half of her earnings. How fucking inhumane. 5 million is something a normal person cannot earn in a lifetime. Even Jiang Fong could rely on this money to support himself in his old age as long as he doesn't spend money lavishly. Just thinking about it makes you unable to refuse. Wait a minute, Mr. Su, we have to sort out one thing. I didn't give you that report to get any money from you. I just feel that I did something wrong today and embarrassed us all, and I want to apologize to you. I don't have anything good to give as a gift, so I gave you the analysis book. You should take back the money. Just remember to lend me the 1 million you promised. 5 million is hard to refuse, but Jiang Fong still shook his head. Just like he said, the analysis book was used to apologize to Su Yuran. So now he lets the girl touch and look at him and charges her 5 million? If this gets out, damn, how can he live his life? Jiang Fong didn't realize it at this time. There were many options before him now, but he chose the one that best controlled Su Yuran. Stinky Jiang Fong, no. Why? His expression just now showed that he really wanted it. Humph, no, if he says he doesn't want it, I'm going to give it to him. Su Yuran's eyes were as bright as waves. She blinked, smiled faintly, and stood up. She stretched out her long legs and walked towards Jiang Fong step by step, with a seductive posture. Finally, she stood in front of Jiang Fong, her red lips slightly raised, a hint of cunning on her face. The 1 million I promised to lend you is in there. You don't have to pay it back. The rest is your reward for helping me take care of the family. Well, if you still insist on not wanting it, I'll call my aunt. You said you found out you were pregnant yesterday, but today you insisted I have an abortion. Jiang Fong, think about it, what would your aunt do? To hit the snake, you have to hit it at its most vulnerable part. To control Jiang Fong, we have to use Comrade Songling. Jiang Fong felt a chill down his spine when he heard this. He thought, if Su Yuran really said that. Not to mention being kicked out of the group chat. Even mom and dad would move out overnight without telling him about this. But he really felt that he should not accept this money. He felt that he owed it, and it was not like he wanted to make money. Maybe it was because they were too close, and because of her attractive beauty. Jang Feng's eyes unconsciously glanced at Su Yuran's slightly empty chest. Suddenly, Jang Fong had an epiphany and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Well, since Mr. Su has said so, it would be a bit ungrateful if I don't accept the money. Chapter 31. Sorry, you sold it too cheaply. That's more like it. Just accept what's yours. Don't worry, stinky Jang Fong, this company is mine. No one dares to say anything gossipy about you. And I give this to you willingly, so don't think too much about it. Su Yuran was really happy to see Jang Fong finally put away the card. But she still explained a few more words considerately. Su Yuran wanted to express her gratitude to Jang Fong through the money, but she also didn't want to cause him any trouble. After lunch, Jang Fong did not sit down at his workstation to rest. Instead, he simply said hello to Mo Shuai and then left Wanshan Cosmetics Company, Ltd. I have to say, I don't have a workstation as a minister, but it feels great to be able to go wherever I want during working hours. After taking a taxi, Jang Fong went straight to Songcheng Marriott Shopping Mall, the largest shopping mall in Songcheng. In the past decade, Songcheng has taken advantage of the economic development trend and, with the dual efforts of integrating capitalists and reforming the system, a group of people have become rich. There is a saying that goes, have you seen the security guard standing guard at the school gate? His family has 18 million. So even though the city is not big, the luxury of the Marriott Mall is enough to rival the shopping ceiling of the new first-tier cities. The purpose of Zhang Feng's trip was to see how much the most expensive necklace in the entire mall cost, and then buy it and give it to Su Yuran. At that time, Jang Fong noticed that Su Yuran's neck was quite empty and came up with this idea. He really didn't want to accept the 5 million yuan that he got from Tiancheng Gold Bureau stocks. The analysis report was used to apologize to Su Yuran, so he put one thing first. Now that she wants to force the money on me, I might as well buy her a necklace and return the money in another way. Jang Fong thought it through thoroughly. The more expensive the luxury item, the more it would retain its value. This was almost the same as just returning the money to Su Yuran. Maybe he could even get a little more in the end. So, Jang Fong walked through the major luxury stores on the first floor of the mall. How much is your most expensive necklace? Hello, sir. I just got a limited edition pair of shoes. The design is very exquisite and the price is 88,000. Would you like to take a look? Sorry, it's too cheap. Do you have any expensive necklaces? 1 million, that's just a little bit off. Can this gentleman speak some human language? Completely different from the novels he read every day, Jang Fong, who was dressed in ordinary clothes, did not receive any discrimination from the shopping guides. That's true. It's the 21st century now, and the shopping guides hired by international brands must have received rigorous training and professional guidance. How could they not know that celebrities come from the market and that the wealthy are usually low-key? Why do so many people who look down on others and mock, despise and deliberately stir up trouble come from? Jang Fong had a gloomy face, and he was in despair every time he asked each customer. The price was far beyond his budget. Cheap, too cheap, how can it be so cheap? Jang Fong passed up many big brands such as Balenciaga and Gucci one after another. Only when he arrived at the door of Bulgari store did his eyes light up. There must be something expensive here, right? Just at this moment, the young girl who had been following Jang Fong with a selfie stick finally couldn't help it. Su Yun is a local outdoor anchor in Songcheng. On weekdays, he just takes the viewers in the live broadcast room for a stroll and does some street interviews to create some excitement. The moment Jang Fong walked into the mall, Su Yun set his eyes on him. This guy seems to be quite good looking. Interviewing him must have a lot of traffic. She followed Jang Fong from a distance to various luxury stores and witnessed Jang Fong communicating with the shopping guides again and then walking away with a sullen face. Su Yun was puzzled. She really wanted to know what this young man was going to do. The audience in the live broadcast room also wanted to know the answer, and they had already typed Chong countless times for her to ask. Hello, little brother. Seeing that Jang Fong was about to enter the store, Su Yun quickly stood in front of Jang Fong. He pointed to the selfie stick in his hand and looked at Jang Fong with a smile. I'm an outdoor anchor. Can I interview you? Because of his outstanding appearance, Jang Fong was often entangled by outdoor anchors when traveling in his previous life. So when Soo-yoon appeared, he was just stunned and was not particularly surprised. Similarly, he had no intention of refusing, because anchors were all in it for the money and popularity. If you refuse her interview, the curiosity of the audience in the live broadcast room will be aroused, and they will want to watch you more. In the end, you might even be followed by the anchor or doxxed by netizens. It's better to accept it generously and get it over with quickly. It won't take more than a few minutes anyway. Jang Fong smiled slightly. You can ask, but hurry up, I'm in a hurry. After Soo-yoon briefly asked Jang Fong about his age and job, she got to the point of this street interview. It's like this, little brother, I've just been following you for a while. I saw you ask many sales assistants at luxury stores something, and they all left with gloomy faces. I wonder what this is for. Jang Fong took a deep breath. Soo-yoon's words really made his head buzz. She's been following me since I entered the mall. How come I didn't notice? Damn, it looks like I'll have to tell Soo-yoon to be more careful next time I go back to the company. Just because of what happened today, even if her father sends people over, we will definitely not be able to find out. It will probably be difficult for Soo-yoon, that silly girl, to get away with it. Don't let her get caught. Is there something you can't tell me? Seeing that Jang Fong looked a little dazed, Soo-yoon quickly spoke. In fact, she had some guesses about Jang Feng's visits to various stores. It is similar to what a certain viewer in the live broadcast room, Master Ma, who does not want to reveal his name, said. I guess this guy has a girlfriend who worships money. His girlfriend wants big brands, and he has just started working and has no money, but he doesn't want to not buy her some, so he goes to various stores to ask what the cheapest jewelry is. As I heard the prices, I became more and more disappointed because they were too damn expensive. That's why I always walked away with a gloomy face. The comments below were extremely positive about his guess. Master Ma is absolutely right. This guy is just trying to show off. I think so too. All I can say is, dogs that lick your boots will not die well. Fuck, this reminds me of the Apple phone I bought for my ex-girlfriend on installment. We've broken up now, and I'm still paying off the loan. The brother upstairs really turned 9-6. Don't you understand, brothers? This brother is so handsome, but he is still a bootlicker. Money is the real money. At the same time, there are also some different voices. Host, please let the little brother go. We already loved each other humbly. Don't bring him out and whip his corpse. That's right, you can't trample on a man's dignity just for traffic. Look how embarrassed he is right now. Anchor, please behave like a human being. Jang Fong naturally didn't know what was said in the barrage. His attention was drawn to the exclamations coming from the customers in the Bulgari store. This sound of surprise must be due to seeing a ghost or something rare. Jang Feng's eyes lit up. If Bulgari was calling it that, then this thing must be very expensive, right? Chapter 32. Mr. Jang, it's you. That is great, it must be a good thing, you must not let me down. Jang Fong, who was not in a hurry at first, is now a little anxious. He can't let others snatch it away, he has to buy it quickly. After coming to his senses, he smiled and quickly replied to Soo-yoon. Are you asking me why I always run away with a gloomy face? Jang Fong was slightly stunned. He was not a netizen in the live broadcast room with a wild imagination, so he really couldn't think of any good explanation for a while. On second thought, I felt that there was nothing to hide, so I just frowned, told the truth, and promoted traditional virtues. Well, I'm planning to buy a necklace for my girlfriend. The necklaces sold in those shops just now were too cheap. It's annoying that I can't spend all the money I have. I'm looking for a more expensive necklace. Jang Feng's words echoed in Soo-yoon's ears, and were also transmitted to the ears of every netizen in the live broadcast room through technological equipment. They were all stunned, as if a bolt from the blue hit their ears. Too cheap? Damn, the stores he just visited were all international luxury brands. How could they be too cheap? Can't spend all the money on hand? Could this guy WOC be tied to some consumption rebate system? Jang Fong naturally couldn't see or know what they were thinking, but he could see Soo-yoon's expression. Noticing that the other person was standing there stupidly, his lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something but stopped, not knowing how to respond. Jang Fong knew that he could escape. He waved politely to Soo-yoon and turned to enter the Bulgari store. Today is definitely the day with the most barrage in Soo-yoon's live broadcast career. At this time, the live broadcast room has become very popular, her fans are increasing rapidly, and the number of people watching the live broadcast is soaring. Fuck you guys, is this the anchor meeting a super rich guy? I'm complaining to you too, thinking the necklaces sold by those big brands are too expensive. It turns out that poverty limits my imagination. 6. Wait, brothers, I suddenly thought of a possibility. At the critical moment, Master Ma sent another barrage, which also attracted Su Yun's attention. Jang Fong's words just now had a huge impact on her, and she also needed an explanation. Master Ma said so. Brothers, think about it, men, especially men in their early 20s, don't they want to look good but lack the strength? Like you said, that brother doesn't want to make a fool of himself in front of so many people and the anchor in the live broadcast room. Why not just brag a little to save your dignity and satisfy your vanity? What do you think? Masters and experts, they are simply too authoritative. As soon as Master Ma posted this comment, the audience in the live broadcast room were immediately impressed. I think that makes sense. Yeah, he thinks that since the anchor can't verify it anyway, it's not against the law to brag. Huh, I feel much better when I hear Master Ma say that. How could he have any money when I was 20 years old? Oh, I thought I had met a super rich guy. I was ready to go and block this guy in my stockings without any underwear. What bad luck. 6. The one upstairs is really 6. Of course, there are also different voices, and this part of the audience has certain analytical and rational thinking. To be honest, I don't think so. This guy has even walked into the Bulgari store. What if what he said is true? I feel the same way. You know, rich people are very low-key. Besides, this guy has an indescribable temperament. The live broadcast room was getting noisier and noisier, and the people divided into two teams were about to fight. At this time, Jang Fong, the focus of their discussion, was clapping and cheering in the Bulgari store. Just as he guessed, what made all the customers exclaim was the limited edition that Bulgari has not released for many years. But this is a necklace, a unique work of art that is rarely produced in a century. It is a very comfortable dark green color, and after a ray of light refraction it can emit an extremely bright light. Countless coveted necklaces, which had been polished and hammered for who knows how many days, lay there quietly. The noble ladies around him had already disregarded their image and were almost drooling. Ah, it's so beautiful. Just one look at it makes me unable to walk. It's just that the price is too high, nearly 4 million, which is prohibitive. Oh, didn't you hear what Manager Lu said just now? This necklace is circulated in major stores across the country for display. We didn't expect it to be sold. Just as the group of rich ladies were expressing their regret, a slightly immature male voice was heard. It was Jang Fong who asked the salesgirl with a smile. Hello, I want to buy this necklace. Can you pack it now? This sentence shocked the salesgirl. Oh my goodness, this handsome guy looks so harmless, how come his words are so direct that they sound like a bolt from the blue and want to kill people? This is a $4 million necklace. You decided to buy it within 2 minutes of arriving at the store? Is it necessary to be so careless? Do you really not value money? The wealthy ladies were also shocked, huh? Someone really wanted to buy it? And it was a young man? Could he be a second-generation rich man? That shouldn't be the case. No big boss in Songcheng has a son of this age. The salesgirl was the first to react. Sir, this necklace costs 4 million, are you sure you want it? She had to confirm it again, because as a shopping guide she couldn't help being cautious with the price. Sure. First of all, the price of this necklace is just right. After spending 4 million, the remaining 1 million can be regarded as Su Yuran lending her money in advance. Furthermore, the value of this necklace is worth the price, and it is in line with Su Yuran's level. Finally, Jang Fong thought that Su Yuran would look great wearing this and it would suit her very well. The salesgirl did not respond to Jang Fong, but quickly went to find the store manager. A minute later, a formally dressed man who looked to be around 30 years old stood in front of Jang Fong. The first time he saw Jang Fong, he was stunned and his eyes were full of excitement. Mr. Jang, I didn't expect to meet you here. Jang Fong? Damn, not only was I reborn, I also lost my memory? Who the hell is this guy? Jang Fong swallowed secretly, his tone slightly doubtful. Who are you? After hearing this, the wealthy ladies left the Bulgari store one after another. They liked this necklace very much, so they didn't want to see it being bought by Jang Fong. As for why, I am sure Jang Fong has the money to buy it. It's so funny. Didn't you see the surprised look on the manager's face when he saw him? It seems that this young man doesn't even know the store manager. What does this prove? This proves that this young man has a very high status, so he must be very rich. The boss of Songqing doesn't have a son of this age. Maybe he is a top rich second generation from Jinghai or Beijing? These rich ladies were not brainless and arrogant people. They all remembered Jiang Feng's face silently. I decided that if I get a chance in the future, I must try to get close to him a little bit. Maybe I can become successful? At this time in the Bulgari store, Manager Lu was so excited that he was speechless. If he wasn't afraid of causing Jiang Feng's disgust, he would have wanted to hug him directly. Mr. Jiang, I've been looking for you these past 2 days. Chapter 33. Please, teach me how to pick up girls. You may have forgotten that I was sitting 2 tables away from you and that beautiful lady at the Red Romance Cafe. I saw you make that young lady laugh with just a few words. You don't know, many people have tried to chat with her before, but they were all scolded away by that lady with a stern face. The moment you and her left the cafe side by side, I thought that I must ask you for advice on how to strike up a conversation if I have the chance. How many people were shocked when Jang Fong took Su Yi ran away in the coffee shop? The exact number is unknown, but all those sitting there were elites in a certain industry in Songqing City. And Lu Ming is just an ordinary one among them. Good guy. After listening to Lu Ming's narration, Jiang Feng's heart was filled with anxiety. There were a lot of people in the cafe at that time. How about I start a side business, selling books on how to chat up girls, and collect money from these business elites? So, you can build connections this way? This is really a gift from God, I have no choice but to speak up. Jiang Fong swallowed hard and said, let's say, what would happen if we told Lu Ming that we had recognized the wrong person? Forget it, I'd better not do this kind of exciting thing that's like a mouse licking a cat's vagina for no reason. The atmosphere was very strange, and at this time the salesgirl tugged at Lu Ming's sleeve. Manager, what are you talking about? Isn't it more important to sell Mr. Jiang this necklace? Oh yes, Lu Ming slapped his head and realized that he came out to sell necklaces. At the same time, his brain was spinning rapidly, and after analyzing some things thoroughly, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. It turns out that Mr. Jiang wanted to buy this necklace, a necklace worth 4 million. Then Mr. Jiang's family must be very wealthy, right? Is there a possibility that the reason he was able to take that beautiful lady away was not because of his superb pickup skills, but because he gave too much? The salesgirl tugged at his sleeve again, and Lu Ming finally shook his head and stopped his wild thoughts. As expected of Mr. Jiang, you have a good eye. This necklace is one of our Bulgaris. Lu Ming briefly described the necklace again. It's simply that some international superstar has wanted it for a long time but has never been able to buy it. The production process is very difficult, and the value of the gem itself is very expensive. Mr. Jiang, I, Lu Ming, am not a stingy person. I can give you the lowest discount for any other product in this store. But this necklace is really beyond my ability, so I can only sell it at the marked price. Jang Fong also expressed his understanding of this point, saying that Lu Ming was just a store manager. He dares to give a discount? Damn, this thing is tens of thousands of yuan at a 0.01% discount. Besides, Jiang Fong had no intention of bargaining. He handed the bank card in his pocket to Lu Ming very elegantly. Swipe the card. Lu Ming turned around and handed the bank card to the salesgirl, nodding for her to go through all the formalities. At the same time, he turned around and took out his most famous tea from under the counter, then waved his hand and pointed to the rest area in the store. It will take some time to complete the formalities and transfer the funds, if Mr. Jiang is willing. Lu dares to invite you to have a cup of tea. The tea served had the refreshing fragrance of pure tea, and Lu Ming was very careful in every move he made. He originally admired Jiang Fong, and admired his superb skills in chatting people up. Now it's respect. My goodness, a big shot who can spend 4 million to buy a necklace, shouldn't he be cautious? Jiang Fong saw how cautious he was, and for a moment he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Lu, you don't have to be like this. In fact, the money to buy this necklace is not mine. I'm not some big shot, just call me by my name. Not Jiang Fong S? Lu Ming was stunned. What does that mean? But the salesperson just said you bought it for your girlfriend. That's true, but this money was just given to me by my girlfriend. I just felt that I shouldn't have accepted it, so I wanted to return it to her in another way. To be honest, with my current financial resources, I can't afford anything in your store. Are you talking about the beautiful lady you took away from the cafe? Seeing Jang Fong nod, Lu Ming almost ejected from the sofa and started swearing in his heart. WOC, it turns out that Mr. Jang is still a master at picking up girls in the end. 3 sentences to make rich and beautiful women follow me? In 2 days, I got a rich and beautiful woman to invest 5 million for me? Damn it, Mr. Jang, you might as well not tell me. This will only make me feel worse, okay? Although he thought so, Lu Ming felt that he saw the dawn of hope, and he swallowed hard. Mr. Jang, if that's the case, I won't hide it from you anymore. Look, even though I'm a store manager and earn a good salary every month, I have a car and a house. But I'm already over 30 and I still haven't found a girlfriend. My family is pushing me hard. The main thing is that I just want to find someone I like, but I have a little problem. I don't get angry on weekdays, but when I see a woman I like, I stutter and get scared. I want Mr. Jiang to teach me how to pick up girls. Lu Ming spoke with embarrassment on his face, saying that as a store manager, he should be the best at cheating people. But maybe it was the inferiority complex caused by his poor family when he was a child, which made him afraid when he sought his woman. He even stuttered and couldn't speak. He couldn't remember how many good opportunities he had missed because of this problem. When he saw Jang Fong in the cafe that day, he was stunned. WOC, this is what a talking mouth is. He must learn it. Forehead. Jang Fong was speechless. It turned out that Lu Ming looked so melancholy because of this. No wonder he feels like seeing Buddha when he sees me. Jang Fong was even more worried now. Picking up girls? He didn't even know how to do that. He has been a single dog in his past and present lives. The reason he was able to take Su Yuran away from the cafe that day was simply because he had recognized the wrong person and dared to speak, plus both of them had similar needs. There is no way to teach Lu Ming this thing. But when he saw Lu Ming being urged to get married, he really felt the same way. Suddenly, Jang Fong thought that he was reborn, and it seemed that there was something that had not been developed yet. He raised his eyebrows and curled the corners of his mouth slightly. Hey, man, have you ever heard of cheesy love talk? 20 minutes later, Jang Fong and Lu Ming exchanged contact information, and the salesgirl had just packed the necklace into a bag. Mr. Jang, from now on you will be my Lu Ming's big brother. I never thought that there would be such earthy yet elegant love words in the world. Jang Fong smiled and told Lu Ming that if he had any questions, he could just send him a message. Then, he left the Bulgari store under the admiring and grateful eyes of Lu Ming in the shopping guide. After buying the necklace, Jang Fong found that the price was just right and the style suited Su Yuran, so he set off on the journey back to the company with satisfaction. At this time, Su Yun, who had just run back to the mobile phone stand from the bathroom, was stunned. Judging from the comments, is that little brother coming out? They said he was carrying a bag? Where was he? Left 2 minutes ago? Shit, I've been waiting for so long, why do I have to go to the bathroom at this time? Ah, it's all my fault that I'm a woman with a small bladder and can't hold my breath for long. Su Yun almost burst into tears. She felt that the chance to become famous was slipping away right in front of her. At this moment, a barrage of comments appeared in her sight. Anchor, there is a piece of paper on the ground behind you. If I am not mistaken, it fell out of the bag of that little brother just now. Maybe it's a receipt. Go check what he bought and how much it cost. Did he just buy a handbag? There's a receipt behind me? Su Yun's eyes lit up, and he quickly turned around and grabbed the paper on the ground. Chapter 34. He is really a hidden rich man. She wants to be famous, she really wants to be famous, she wants to be famous like crazy, she wants to be extremely famous. Su Yun knew that this note was her hope. Maybe it's God's favor? This is indeed a small receipt. But the above content made Su Yun feel terrible. In an instant, she seemed as if her soul had been taken away, her eyes became dull and lifeless. It was as if there was some horrifying secret on that note. Seeing her like this, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room immediately exploded. Fuck, the anchor is really good at live streaming. I'm itching to tell me what he bought. That's right, didn't he really buy a handbag? Stop dilly-dallying, anchor. Reveal the answer now. If you keep dilly-dallying, I'll unfollow you. After being stunned for about a minute, Su Yun came back to his senses in disbelief. She swallowed hard, pointed the content of the article towards the camera, and showed it to the audience in the live broadcast room. She knows, no need to say more, everyone understands. Fuck, a Bulgari necklace? My god, my ancestor is here. Are you sure this fell out of that guy's handbag? Did he take it by mistake? What the hell, he's really a rich guy. How come I don't have any money at the age of 20 but he does? Where's the little brother? Host, do you know where the little brother has gone? Forget about being naked, I'll go find him right away. The netizen named Blue Rose was extremely excited. He spent a lot of money to give Soo-Yun 10 rockets so that Soo-Yun could chase Jang Fong immediately. The interest of other viewers in the live broadcast room was also aroused, and small gifts flew everywhere, all of them asking Soo-Yun to chase Jang Fong. Soo-Yun took a breath of cold air, she was enlightened. Yes, if she could interview Jang Fong again, relying on his reputation as a super rich man, how could she not become popular? Don't worry, brothers. I'll chase them right away. At this moment, the content of Soo-Yun's live broadcast changed completely. In a taxi from Marriott to Vientiane Cosmetics Company, Ltd. Jang Fong was lying in the passenger seat, typing in front of the screen. At Jang Fong, are you free later? I bought you a small gift. I'll take it to your office. This message was naturally sent to Su Yuran. Jang Fong wasn't surprised that Su Yuran replied to his message within seconds. The boss is the one who likes to slack off. If Su Yuran is the president of the company, if she has to do all the work, then what are the secretaries and other senior executives for? Just deal with the important matters and sign and nod your name. I'm free, but, Xiao Fong Fong, why did you think of buying me a gift? How much did it cost? What did you buy? At Jang Fong, just be free, don't worry, you will know in a moment. It's just a few $1,000s worth of gadgets, not expensive. Jang Fong didn't plan to tell Su Yuran how much the necklace cost. There was no need to. If you say this deliberately, there is also the suspicion that you are trying to please the beautiful president. For him, it was enough to just give the necklace to Su Yuran. As for when Su Yuran would know the true value of the necklace, that was not something Jang Fong needed to consider. By that time she has already worn it, she can't give it back. Stinky Jang Fong, what else are you hiding? Well, just come find me later, I'll hold the door open for you. Okay. Jang Fong couldn't help but laugh when Su Yuran asked him to leave the door open for him. It was hard for him to forget about the scene of deceiving Uncle Wang for the first time. Thinking of this, Jang Fong smacked his lips. Is there anything in the world softer than that girl's lips? Jang Fong raised his eyebrows and glanced at his hands. It seemed that there really were some, such as her breasts. Hey little brother, are you going to confess your love to the girl you like? I bought a piece of Bulgari jewelry. It was a huge expense. Seeing the shyness naturally appearing on Zhang Feng's face while smiling quietly, the driver was filled with emotion for a moment and subconsciously started talking to Jang Fong. Oh, it's so good to be young, what an enviable age in love. No, she's already my girlfriend. Just a simple small gift. Hearing Jang Fong say this, the driver frowned slightly and was stunned. A simple gift of a Bulgari necklace? Could it be that this guy has some capital? For a moment, his gossipy heart was burning. Dude, what did you buy? How much did it cost? Jang Fong replied without taking it seriously. For $1 million, I bought a necklace, mainly because I thought it would look good on my girlfriend. 4 million? Japanese yen? The driver's mouth twitched fiercely. At this moment, his good impression of Jang Fong disappeared, and even his eyes were filled with a hint of contempt. Hey brother, if you can really afford a $4 million necklace from Bulgari, why would you still be a taxi driver? If the rich don't drive their own Bugatti, they will at least have a few drivers to take turns riding it. You are so young and don't learn well, but you are trying to brag like an old man? Look, uncle, I'm going to put a stop to your arrogance today. Brother, to be honest, even though I look down on you, I used to be very cool. I have also done some research on Bulgari jewelry, although it's extremely expensive. But what you can buy at this price of 4 million is definitely a global limited edition. How can you buy this kind of stuff in Songcheng? Don't be ridiculous. Jang Fong naturally saw the uncle's suspicion, but he was too lazy to explain because they were about to arrive downstairs of the Wanshan Cosmetics Group. What's the point of explaining it? Making the old man believe that he spent 4 million to buy a necklace? What's the point? You'll get struck by lightning if you keep showing off. Jang Fong smiled and pushed the door open and walked down the driveway. Just luck. The uncle looked at Zhang Feng's back as he walked away, raised his eyebrows and spoke in a heavy tone. Little brother, stop pretending. Fortunately, I'm an uncle today. I don't want to bother with you. If you run into someone who really argues, you'll lose face. As soon as he finished speaking, the driver was about to smoke a cigarette to kill time, but suddenly he heard a sound of tires rubbing against the floor behind the car. The uncle was startled, his brows were instantly twisted into a rope, he stopped holding the cigarette, stepped on the accelerator, and the car bounced off and rushed out more than 10 meters, thus avoiding a rear-end collision for no reason. After parking the car again, the driver got out with a frown on his face. Damn it, is there anyone who dares to rear-end a car on purpose these days? If you can't drive, just don't come out and cause trouble to others, okay? If Jang Fong was present, he would definitely recognize that the driver of the car that almost rear-ended the uncle's car was actually Soo-yun, who had just interviewed him. At this time, Soo-yun also rushed down from the car and tried his best to apologize to the driver. Sorry, I drove too fast. I have something important to discuss. I want to interview someone, the customer who was in your car just now. May I ask how long has it been since he got off the bus? Which direction did he go? Who to interview? The driver was stunned. That boastful guy was interviewed? What's the matter? Why didn't I have such a good thing when I was young? Why are you interviewing him? Soo-yun was extremely anxious to find Jang Feng's whereabouts. If she couldn't find Jang Fong, she felt that the audience in the live broadcast room would kill her. I simply stopped hiding it. Uncle, to be honest with you, he is a top-notch rich man. I just spent 4 million to buy a necklace at Bulgari. I'm eager to interview him. Please, tell me where he went, it's very important to me. Chapter 35. Why did they hold hands unconsciously? Soo-yun's words exploded directly into the driver's ears. Damn it, she said that the guy just now spent 4 million to buy a necklace? The uncle naturally did not doubt that Soo-yun was deliberately cooperating with Jang Fong in acting. That was boring. How crazy must it be for the two of them to team up and show off to a taxi driver like us? So this is true, the guy really spent 4 million on the necklace. Damn, he wasn't bragging. The driver's expression was obviously a little dull, he really regretted it now. First, she regretted that she had no vision to question the authenticity of the necklace bought by Jang Fong. Second, I regretted not asking for a 200 yuan tip. How could I let such a rich man go? He really just left. But uncle is old now, so I have to think about it carefully. The uncle touched his chin and pretended to think. He naturally remembered that Jang Fong went to Vientiane Cosmetics Company. But so what? Just because he knows that, does it mean that he has to tell the truth to Soo-yun? No. The driver thought Soo-yun, who was in a hurry and carrying a selfie stick, looked like the annoying paparazzi in the legend. The uncle thinks that a wealthy man like Jang Fong, who can even take a taxi to keep a low profile, must be unwilling to be interviewed, right? Yes, that must be the case. Uncle, I just mocked him, and I can't make him unhappy again. Thinking of this, the driver slapped his forehead and smiled innocently, looking harmless. Hey girl, I remember now, the guy just walked in this direction. The driver pointed to the small square opposite Wanshan Cosmetics Company, Limited, and chuckled. He seemed to be talking about going to see someone. Oh, it seemed to be his girlfriend. After hearing this, Soo-yun became absolutely determined. Yes, Jang Fong also said in an interview that he bought a necklace for his girlfriend. Everything fits right. After receiving the news, Soo-yun and the audience in the live broadcast room ran towards the small square. If she hadn't encountered a traffic light just now, she would not have lost the uncle's car. But the current situation doesn't look bad. At least we can find Jang Fong as soon as possible. The uncle who was left alone looked at her back and sneered. Ah, if uncle hadn't reacted quickly, you would have hit the back of this car. You didn't even mention compensation, and you still want to find out where the little rich man is. Fuck you, what are you thinking about? Vientiane Cosmetics Company, Limited, President's Office. Zhang Hongyan stumbled in as she knocked on the door with a look of shock on her face, which startled Soo-yun's beautiful eyes. What's the emergency? Mr. Su, wow, Mr. Jiang is really so thoughtful. He is really willing to spend money on you. Zhang Hongyan's words made Soo-yun's head buzz. What do you mean? Could it be? Did Jang Fong buy me a gift? Soo-yun asked back, which also made Zhang Hongyan breathe a sigh of relief. She was so excited just now that her heart skipped a beat when she saw Soo-yun's confused expression. Maybe Mr. Jiang was going to give President Su a surprise and we reported it in advance. Now after hearing Soo-yun's words, she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a leak. Yes, Mr. Su. An outdoor anchor I like interviewed Mr. Jiang. Just half an hour ago, Mr. Jiang bought a necklace for his mysterious girlfriend. It's a huge expense. Wow, my entire life's salary has been spent on it. Oh my goodness. Su Yuran raised her eyebrows after hearing what Zhang Hongyan said. Secretary Zhang was sure that he was here to speak well of Jang Fong instead of implying that he was being underpaid? How can a gift worth a few $1,000s be a lifetime salary? Su Yuran looked slightly displeased as she picked up the teacup on the table and was about to take a sip. At the same time, Zhang Hongyan finally couldn't help it. She was so excited that she almost jumped up. Boss Su, a necklace worth 4 million, my god, I can't even imagine how dazzling it would be. Drinking warm tea is a wonderful thing, but at this moment Su Yuran almost spit it out. Puff. Necklace? How much? 4 million? Are you kidding? Secretary Zhang, 4 million? Are you sure you read it right? Su Yuran's beautiful moon-like eyes were filled with shock. He even couldn't sit still anymore, so he stood up and walked to Zhang Hongyan. Of course not. Look, Mr. Su. I took a screenshot of the receipt. 7 digits, there's no way I could make a mistake. Nothing is more convincing than having evidence in front of you. Su Yuran counted it carefully twice, and it was indeed 4 million. Then she would really not be calm. When she is not alone with Jang Fong, her IQ is still online. How could the beautiful female CEO with a double degree in great wisdom not guess Jiang Feng's plan? Strange. No wonder that stinky Jiang Fong was willing to ask for money all of a sudden. I'm afraid he was planning to return the money to me at that time? Su Yuran waved her hand to signal Zhang Hongyan to leave, then sat back at her desk. I can't describe her expression at this moment. Unhappy, right? The corners of her mouth were still slightly upturned. She said she was happy, but her brows were furrowed. This also highlights the confusion and entanglement in Su Yuran's heart at this moment. Damn Jiang Fong, what's the point? He deserves the money, why does he have to do this to return it to me? Am I, Su Yuran, short of the 4 million? Do you feel like you owe me something for what happened this morning? That wasn't his fault. Besides, we are all adults, and touching it won't hurt any flesh, so what is the point? But, he really just left me 1 million that he intended to borrow from me. The money originally belonged to him, but he was willing to spend 4 million to buy me a necklace. At 3:15, Jang Fong pushed the door open, carrying a drink and a Bulgari shopping bag. Since the two of them were familiar with each other, he didn't bother to be polite and gently placed the drinks and shopping bags on Su Yuran's desk. Look, Mr. Su, it's on the left. It's a little gift I bought for you that I saw when I went out. On the right-hand side is the juice I just squeezed in the company's leisure area. I added a little honey for you. Su Yuran raised her starry eyes and spoke softly. Thanks. After saying that, she walked to the sofa with Jang Fong, holding the drinks and Bulgari handbag, and sat down. After taking a sip, she pouted her lips slightly and smiled. It's really delicious. You're so thoughtful, Xiao Fong Fong. To be honest, even though Su Yuran and I had been together almost all the time for the past 2 days, we even slept in the same bed. Some unspeakable things happened. But when chatting with her face to face, Jang Fong would still involuntarily stare blankly. No way, she is so pretty. After taking a deep breath and coming back to his senses, Jang Fong shrugged slightly unnaturally. He wanted to explain that he brought the drink so that other colleagues in the company would be more convinced of their relationship after seeing the details he had read about Su Yuran. But I don't know how to say it. Maybe it's because I've been used to lying since I was a child? Thousands of words were on his lips, but in the end Jang Fong just smiled slightly. As long as you like it. Jang Fong didn't know what was wrong with his brain, and his hands just stopped obeying him. He grabbed Su Yuran's small hand accurately like a missile launch. When Su Yuran felt her hand being held, she did not daze or get angry this time. Instead, she started to giggle. Xiao Fong Fong, hold my hand now. Are you afraid that my office is being monitored by my father's men? Where is he? On the ceiling or under the tiles? Chapter 36. Jang Fong is too willing to spend money on me, right? Bah, let us just talk about your hands. Can you please show some courage? Even though those hands are really slippery and nice to touch. Then don't just rush in. It's embarrassing. Jang Fong secretly complained to himself in his heart, quickly let go of his hand, and shrugged his shoulders as if nothing had happened. No, this time it was a reflex. Conditioned reflex, is this how it is used? This little man is really becoming more and more interesting. The smile on Su Yuran's face grew more and more intense, and she actually grabbed Jiang Feng's hand back. Hey, what's the big deal? If you want to hold the hand, just hold it. I, Su Yuran, am not a stingy person. After saying that, Su Yuran suddenly thought of something and her face turned red. Not being stingy, does it mean lying in the same bed with Jang Fong and taking off all your clothes in the middle of the night because you felt too hot? Bah. On the other side, Jang Fong also tactfully withdrew his hand. If I don't hold hands, it will be embarrassing and I will have to save face. Ahem, Mr. Su, take a look at the necklace I bought for you. I bought it when I saw it while shopping. It seemed to suit you very well. Su Yuran was mentally prepared for this necklace. 4 million. The necklace you can buy must be amazing, right? But the moment she opened the box, she found that her thinking was still conservative. It's simply impossible to take your eyes off, right? Women have nothing to resist about anything that sparkles. Even though Su Yuran was a wealthy woman, it was still the same. Jang Fong judged from her expression that she liked the necklace and he breathed a sigh of relief. I mainly thought that we were just temporary boyfriend and girlfriend after all, and President Su gave me 5 million. How can I not express my gratitude? All I can say is that the gift is small but the sentiment is great. Please don't despise me, Mr. Su. This is the best gift I can give you. Jang Fong had asked to borrow the 1 million early in the morning, and Su Yuran believed that he had important matters to attend to and needed the money. From this perspective, 4 million is really the limit of what Jang Fong can take out. If Zhang Hongyan hadn't told Su Yuran the price of the necklace, she might not have understood what Jang Fong meant by that. But now. I dislike your sister. Women are easily moved, even if Su Yuran is a wealthy woman. It was fine before Jang Fong came, but when Jang Fong really gave her the necklace in person, Su Yuran couldn't hold it in. Her eyes were fluctuating, her tone was gentle and charming, with a hint of inexplicable expectation. Xiao Fong, this necklace is so expensive, are you really willing to buy it for me? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's mouth twitched fiercely. He knew that Su Yuran was a little touched. After all, he still felt a little ashamed. In fact, he was using Su Yuran's money to buy her a gift. Why would you be reluctant to give it up? The difference between a temporary girlfriend and a girlfriend is just like the difference between a public servant and a civil servant, right? Except for status, everything else is treated the same. To put it bluntly, I spent some money to buy a necklace for my girlfriend, what's wrong with that? Su Yuran burst out laughing. He was really good at making analogies. Did you see the corners of his mouth that never fell? Did you notice the starry eyes? That means Miss Su is happy. Okay, now your girlfriend wants you to help her put it on. Su Yuran's skin was like the finest jade, white and translucent without a single flaw. Jang Fong tried his best to control his weak hands and carefully helped her put on the necklace. In front of the mirror, both of them were shocked by the dazzling decorations lying quietly. Jang Fong had thought it would look good early on, but he didn't expect it to be so beautiful. The necklace just happened to be the finishing touch on Su Yuran's snow-white neck, adding a level of charm to her. For a moment, Jang Fong was actually a little dazed. He felt his throat and lips were a little dry, and the unique fragrance of the woman beside him was trying to get to his nose. A crazy idea suddenly emerged in his mind, he wanted to kiss her. At this moment, Su Yuran's heart was beating fast. He really knows what suits me and is willing to buy it for me. What should I do? Now I actually have the urge to kiss him. Stinky Jang Fong. What's wrong, Mr. Su? No. It's okay. Su Yuran finally shook her head stubbornly. She thought. Jang Fong wouldn't refuse her a kiss now, right? But, there is just a reason, an opportunity missing. She is really a little embarrassed. At this critical moment, a cell phone vibrated. Buzz. Jang Fong pointed at Su Yuran to indicate that it was her phone, and the latter quickly returned to her desk and picked up the phone. Auntie? Stinky Jang Fong, it's Auntie. Go ahead, I guess I just want to chat with you. Jang Fong sat back on the sofa, and because his lips and teeth were too dry, he picked up the drink and took 2 sips. The slightly charming scene just now made him fail to realize that this was something Su Yuran had drunk. Jang Fong was still smacking his lips. Why does this drink feel sweeter than the ones I usually squeeze? Did they put too much honey? No, they strictly followed the material specifications? Strange. Hi, good afternoon, Auntie. Hey, Yuran, I'm happy to see you. How are you? Are you busy at work today? Jang Fong didn't even bother to interrupt Song Ling's unilateral cordial greetings to Su Yuran. He doesn't have the habit of making himself uncomfortable for no reason. After chatting for 10 minutes, Holmes Song Ling suddenly noticed something unusual. Hey! Ran, what's up with the necklace around your neck? Xiao Feng bought it for you? She didn't know why, but Su Yuran felt inexplicably happy when asked this question. Unlike her usual aloof image, she nodded obediently. Yes Auntie, this is what Jang Fong just gave me. Song Ling on the other side of the screen was obviously a little surprised. Hey, come here, little brat. Tell me, Mom, how much did this necklace cost? Did you buy anything good for Ran? Our family is not poor, we can't treat Ran badly. Jang Fong knew Song Ling would ask this. Hey, he had already thought of the answer. It's a few thousand or less, not bad, Mom. I'll get her a better one after Ran and I get married. A few thousand or less than 10,000. Song Ling took a breath of cold air. Even through the screen, she could sense that the necklace was worth a lot of money. She thought her son would have to spend a lot of money this time, so how come the money was so little? This thing is worth buying. Hey, Xiao Feng, let me transfer 10,000 yuan to you. Would you like to buy one for Mom too? I think this necklace is really pretty. These two sentences almost choked Jang Fong to death while he was drinking a drink. If I buy another one, wouldn't that be a life-threatening situation? Mom, if you don't understand the situation, can't you say less? Su Yuran was so amused by this scene that she even felt secretly happy. Hee, stinky Jang Fong, I told you not to tell the truth, now you are being punished by your aunt, right? Although it was ridiculous, Su Yuran still subconsciously helped Jang Fong out. Auntie, this necklace is not expensive, but there is only one like this. How about you pick out some other styles and give me a chance to show my filial piety? It's not that Su Yuran was reluctant to give the necklace to Song Ling. But doing so would feel weird and inappropriate. That's not necessary, Ran. As long as you have this intention, Auntie will be satisfied. I am happy today mainly because good things come in pairs. My stupid son even knew to buy you a gift. Dumb head? No, right? He is obviously very smart. From what the aunt implied, Jang Fong has never bought gifts for other women? Su Yuran didn't know why, but she felt inexplicably happy. Under the dual influence of being moved and happy, she touched her hair and spoke softly. Yes, Auntie, it's rare to see Jang Fong like this. I was directly moved just now. Hey, if you hadn't called me, I'm afraid we would be kissing right now. Chapter 37 Surveillance? I'm helping my son chase his wife. I'm afraid they are already kissing? Jang Fong took a deep breath when he heard this. What does Su Yuran mean by this? What kind of vicious words are these? No way? Could it be that she saw that I couldn't help but kiss her? How did you know that? Am I such a bad pretender? So what should I do now? Should I pretend to be a gentleman? Jang Fong was in a state of panic. He really wanted to restrain himself and hold back his impulse, but Su Yuran smelled so good, and her long legs were still swaying in front of him. Please, even if Jesus came, we can't stand it. Jang Fong got excited as he thought about it, and he gritted his teeth. Grass, a timid person is half a villain, an honest and upright person is a true gentleman, dear. Ah. Ran, do you mean that Auntie has influenced you? Ha, dear baby, you can kiss me in front of your aunt, what's there to be shy about? Although Su Yuran looked shy after hearing this, she felt a little secretly happy inside. Yes, Auntie, I can only kiss you in front of you, otherwise it would be unfair and I won't be able to find a reason to do so. Su Yuran thought playfully, turned around shyly, took a long breath and was about to take some action. But she found that Jang Fong had already moved his face closer, and the next second, their lips were touching. Jang Fong? In a building in Shangjiang City, Song Ling hung up the phone with a smile on her face like an ant. Oh, that kiss is so sweet, it's really what I want. Zhang Haiyuan, who was sitting on the sofa watching the news, couldn't bear to watch her like this. Comrade Lao Jiang, who had never been tough after decades of marriage, stood up straight today for a rare time. He pointed at Song Ling and scolded her loudly. Song Ling, I really don't mean to say anything bad about you. Our son is in love with Ran Ran, what are you doing? You call me every day. I'm tired of you. You're only affecting our children's love life. Also, you two were about to kiss just now, why didn't you hang up the phone? You had to wait until they were done kissing before you hung up. Why are you so worried as a mother? What's the matter? My son can't even kiss without you watching him, right? Comrade Lao Jiang has been patient for a long time. In his opinion, his wife is just worrying about nothing. Do you need to keep an eye on my son's relationship? If you don't know, you might think our Xiao Feng is a mama's boy. In response to him, Song Ling raised and lowered the feather duster with such force that it hurt his butt. Ha, your voice is getting louder day by day, right, Zhang Haiyuan? You are such an idiot, what are you talking about? You haven't figured out that Xiao Feng and Ran Ran are pretending yet, have you? I speak loudly? What's wrong with me speaking loudly when encountering such a thing? I am doing this for my son's good. Etc. What are you pretending to be? Are my son and Ran Ran pretending? At this moment, Zhang Haiyuan only felt his head buzzing, and the CPU was directly overheated. What do you mean? Ran Ran and Xiaofeng are not real lovers? Song Ling shrugged helplessly, spread her hands and nodded. Yes, they are acting for us. Noticing Lao Zhang's confused expression, Song Ling took the initiative to explain. Remember the last time I called Ran Ran? Just wanted to see if they slept in the same bed that time. Finally, I said I wanted a wallpaper of them kissing, and Ran Ran took the photo for me. Don't you think it's weird? Is it strange? What's so strange about this? Doesn't this just show that Ran Ran is well behaved and sensible? After being married for so many years, Comrade Song Ling knew that Zhang Haiyuan had not thought it through as soon as he raised his eyebrows. Forget it. It's normal that you can't figure it out with your pig brain. After all, Ran Ran and Xiaofeng were almost fooled by me. Let me tell you this. Have you ever seen a daughter-in-law openly showing affection in front of her parents-in-law? Generally speaking, girls should be shy in front of their parents-in-law, but it's not normal that the more people there are, the more generous they are. This is not normal. And I've noticed that although Ran Ran appears to be quite strong, she is actually a girl who gets shy easily. I think Ran Ran was specially hired by Jang Fong to deal with our urging for marriage. Zhang Haiyuan took a deep breath. This surprised expression was an affirmation of Song Ling's words. Damn, my wife's guess is not unreasonable. Thinking of this, Zhang Haiyuan's old eyes were about to burst out with anger, and his heart was filled with rage. Damn it, Zhang Fong, you little brat, dare you find someone to act and deceive your father? Not only that, Comrade Lao Jiang grabbed the feather duster at hand and hit himself hard. Why didn't I shoot that bastard into the wall? He deserves a beating. Comrade Lao Jiang is also a ruthless man. He did not go easy on himself, but compared to the physical pain, the mixed feelings in his heart are even more uncomfortable. Shua, he found a daughter-in-law who was very authoritative, and he boasted about it, but it turned out to be fake? Zhang Haiyuan was about to wail, but suddenly an idea flashed in his mind and he caught an intriguing point. Oh, wife, I don't understand. Since you knew last time that Ran Ran and Xiaofeng were pretending, shouldn't you kick Xiaofeng out of the family group and then move away? What does it mean to call them once a day now? Well, finally I got to the point. Song Ling rarely smiled at Zhang Haiyuan, a smile mixed with cunning and pride. Old Zhang, why do you think they were able to deceive me before? Eyes can never lie. There's something wrong with the way Ran Ran and our son look at each other. It feels like a piece of dry wood just needs a raging fire. I call them every day to urge them to get intimate with each other. Isn't this helping my son to get a good wife like Ran Ran as soon as possible? President's Office, Wanxiang Cosmetics Company, Limited, Songqing City. Jang Fong licked his lips unconsciously and felt the air around him getting hot, extremely hot. Damn, doesn't physics say that? Heat expands and cold contracts. When the temperature gets hot, it's easy to hold your urine, right? Boss Su, you have accepted the gift, and the purpose of my visit has been achieved. It just so happens that I have to pee urgently, so I'll leave first. See you later. After saying that, Zhang Fong left without waiting for Su Yuran's response. Looking at Zhang Feng's fleeing back, Su Yuran unconsciously curled up her red lips. This leisurely smile is like the flowers blooming in early spring in March. Are you walking so fast because you really need to pee or you are just a little shy? TSK, stinky Jang Fong, do you dare to come back and pat your chest and give me a promise? At this time, Miss Su did not realize that while she was teasing Jang Fong in her heart, my cheeks were also red, like a ripe peach. This room is really a bit hot. Su Yuran tucked her smooth hair behind her earlobes. Because she felt thirsty, she subconsciously picked up the drink at hand and started drinking. After a few seconds, she frowned slightly unconsciously. Illusion? Why does this drink feel sweeter than it did back then? This shouldn't be the case. This drink has been left here without anyone touching it. Before Su Yuran could think about this, the phone vibrated again. She looked down with confusion, and when she saw the caller ID, she smiled with interest. You came just in time. I was just about to call you. Chapter 38. He is my son-in-law, I accept him. TSK, Mr. Su is so busy, why did he still remember to call your daughter? After answering the phone, Su Yuran immediately raised her voice in a playful tone. That's right. The caller was Su Yuran's father, the first chairman of Wanxiang Group, a billionaire, Su Wanxiang. At this time, his tone was somewhat helpless. Ran, could you please stop making fun of me as soon as you answer the phone? You're talking about such a big thing as your boyfriend, can't I just give Dad a call and ask? It is said that the young man is good looking, has a good personality, and has some talent for stock trading? The most important thing is that I heard from Lao Wang that he could tell that the boy treated you well. Your father is here to congratulate you from the bottom of my heart. A talent for stock trading? Su Yuran wrinkled her pretty nose. My father knew that I had a boyfriend because of Uncle Wang. The matter regarding Tianchang Gold Bureau's stocks should have been reported by someone from the company. Then, how could Dad automatically assign the friend I mentioned to Jang Fong? Su Yuran was more certain than anyone else that no one else knew that the analysis report was given by Jang Fong. After pondering for a few seconds, she realized that all is fair in war. Su Wanxiang, you are really going too far. You even cheated on your own girl? Su Yuran curled her lips unconsciously and adopted a proud tone. Hey, Dad, your information is really accurate. Because of Jang Fong, the company lost 20 million in compensation this morning. Indeed, I found a good boyfriend who is both talented and loves me. This guy is so much better than those men you introduced to me. I told you to urge me to go on a blind date and introduce someone to me. Humph, I'll make you mad. Su Yuran had no intention of saving face for her father. The words are not just thorns, they are like knives. That's right, how could a daughter not be cruel to her father? In a detached villa in a high-end villa area in Jinghai City, Su Wanxiang hung up the phone with a hearty smile. From the tone of his daughter's voice, it seemed that she was truly immersed in love. Otherwise, why is there such a sharp tone in his normal speech, and why does he hesitate and sound a little shy when he mentions Jang Fong? Thinking of this, Su Wanxiang stood up quietly and punched the air. Okay. At this time, the young man who was also sitting on the sofa stood up and clasped his fists to Su Wanxiang. Congratulations, Uncle Su, Yuran has finally grown up. The young man was called Ouyang Mingze. He was dressed in a suit and his manners were gentle and polite. There is always a smile on his lips, and the black-framed glasses on his nose make him look more scholarly. If such a man were in ancient times, he would be a typical elegant gentleman. After hearing this, Su Wanxiang patted his shoulder happily. Yes, Mingze, Yuran can find a man who is sincere to her. I, as a father, and you, as my childhood friend, are both very happy. It just so happens that you've returned from studying abroad. We haven't seen each other for years. It's a double blessing. Why don't you have dinner at home tonight? And have a couple of drinks with me? Time flies. You kids have all grown up. Looking at Ouyang Mingze, Su Wanxiang's eyes were full of emotion, but there were flashes of subtlety in the depths of his eyes that were difficult to capture. Of course Ouyang Mingze did not notice this strange phenomenon, he just smiled slightly. Uncle Su, Mingze is naturally willing to drink with you to the end. But I have a little doubt. Ouyang Mingze stopped talking at the right time. To be honest, it was a good thing that he was chatting with Su Wanxiang. If it was Jang Fong sitting in front of him, he would have slapped him in the face. What's up? You're only talking half of your words, right? Back home, you'd have been put in a pig cage. Is there anything you dare not say in your uncle's house? Su Wanxiang waved his hand and smiled, indicating that Ouyang Mingze could speak freely. Uncle Su, if it is really a double happiness, then Mingza is naturally willing to drink with you. But, think about it carefully. How long has Yuran been back? How long have you known Jang Fong at most? Even if the two of them develop rapidly, it won't be like this. Is it possible that Jang Fong had been planning this for a long time with some purpose? Hearing this, Su Wanxian waved his hand to interrupt Ouyang Ming's words. He was a little unhappy. MD, aren't you saying that my daughter is easy to fool? Damn, your daughter is easy to deceive. What? You don't have a daughter yet? If you have a daughter in the future, you will be easy to deceive. Of course, as an elder, Su Wanxian naturally did not say this. You know what Ranran's vision is. If you want to deceive her, most people don't have the ability to do that. There must be something about Jang Fong that Ranran particularly likes. Ouyang Mingza became a little anxious when he saw that Su Wanxian didn't listen to him. Uncle Su, you don't know how cruel the scumbags are now. Although Ranran is very capable, she is too naive and can be easily deceived. How about this, Uncle? I have a project to discuss in Songqing tomorrow. Ouyang Mingza, who was speaking hurriedly, was interrupted again by Su Wanxian. It's not necessary to say Mingza, Ranran, and Jang Fong stayed together last night. The rice has been cooked. To be honest, I also accept this son-in-law. I firmly believe that Ranran's vision will lead to finding an excellent man. Besides, as long as Ranran likes it, I, Su Wanxian, will accept it even if I am deceived. What can he possibly cheat? Money? I, Su Wanxian, have plenty of money. I can cheat as long as he's good to my girl. Seeing that Su Wanxian was unmoved, Ouyang Mingza really wanted to hit him. Damn it, people get more stubborn as they get older, right? Why don't you listen to my advice? Although he was very angry in his heart, the smile on Ouyang Mingza's face did not diminish in the slightest. Since Uncle Su said so, Mingza is relieved. But I suddenly remembered that I have a very important meeting tonight, so I'm afraid I won't be able to drink and chat with you. 10 minutes later, Ouyang Mingza left. The sound of the door closing was heard, and a noble lady walked slowly from the restaurant and sat next to Su Wanxian. He gave the latter a thumbs up and said in a gentle voice, "Old Su, you've done something humane." Hearing this, Su Wanxian chuckled and smacked the lady. That's a must, wife. Ouyang Mingza came to our house right after he came back. I can guess with my toes that he came here for Ranran. He has been coveting our daughter for a long time. I don't know how many girls he has made pregnant abroad. Can I agree to him being with Ranran? Besides, Ranran is already with Jang Fong. He is already my son-in-law, Su Wanxian. How can this kid Ouyang Mingza come and poach her now? Dream on, damn it, I can't make him die of rage. That's right, what Comrade Lao Su said just now was deliberately said to Ouyang Mingza. There is a saying that goes, Sima Zhao's intentions are known to everyone. Lao Su had only two purposes in performing for Ouyang Mingza today. 1. My daughter has a man, so forget it. 2. Be honest and don't bother them. He is my son-in-law, Su Wanxian. If you want to provoke yourself, don't blame me for being rude. The other side. Ouyang Ming's face turned completely black from the moment he left the Su family villa. He sat in the back seat of a Mercedes-Benz car on the roadside and crossed his legs. His expression was no longer the gentle and elegant one he had inside the house. His brow was full of black lines and his fists were clenched. Seeing this, the driver dared not say a word and could only ask awkwardly, "Master, where are we going now?" Ouyang Ming's eyes were gloomy, and the corners of his mouth raised in a playful arc. Go back to the company. Oh, by the way, postpone your schedule for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow and come with me to Songqing. Bring a few more capable bodyguards. I need to vent my anger first. Fuck, Jang Fong, right? How dare you flirt with Su Yuran? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself to see if you deserve it? Chapter 39. How about a loan of 10 million? At the same time, Jang Fong, who was lying on his desk watching TV series, sneezed twice. Achoo! Oh my gosh, Achilles. These two sneezes made it impossible for Coach Mo to continue working. There's nothing I can do, it's all sprayed on his desk. Mo Shui was not angry, but quickly wiped the table with paper and then asked Jang Fong, "Brother Fong, do you have a cold?" Jang Fong rubbed his nose and breathed smoothly. No cold. Hiss, Mo Shui took a breath of cold air. There is a saying that was well said. If you sneeze, you either catch a cold or get scolded. Brother Fong, that means someone scolded you. Being scolded. Jang Fong took a breath of cold air. He thought to himself that he hadn't provoked anyone. How could it be that girl Su Yuran? That girl would say it to someone's face when she was unhappy. How could she possibly curse someone behind their back? Mom? Not at all. Now that my daughter-in-law has found her, there is no reason for her to do so. Damn it, please don't let me know who scolded you. You're a reborn person, there are plenty of ways to deal with you. No, I didn't offend anyone. As he was thinking about it, the corner of Jiang Feng's mouth suddenly twitched. Oh my god, this is outrageous. Damn, who said that sneezing will get you scolded? Isn't this feudal superstition? The most outrageous thing is that I still followed Mo Shui's stupid thinking? Jang Fong gave Mo Shui a helpless look and continued to slack off. A local message that suddenly popped up caught his attention. Sancheng International Hotel is for sale. Oh my god, this is a chance to get rich. Jang Fong took a deep breath and murmured in a voice that only he could hear. Speaking of Sancheng International Hotel, it has a quite history. The name of this hotel is in line with international standards. Doesn't it sound grand? Indeed, in the 1980s and 1990s, Sancheng International Hotel was the primary industry in Songcheng. However, since the rapid economic development, Sancheng City has continued to expand and the city center has continued to shift. As a result, the geographical location of Sancheng International Hotel has become increasingly remote. In addition, the infiltration of major foreign-funded hotels and local hotels divides the customer flow. The grade of Sancheng International Hotel dropped sharply in a short period of time, and it was not even considered mainstream in the end. But there is always a way out. A piece of news has been released about the establishment of Fengyuan district of Sancheng City as a high-tech industrial zone. Sancheng International Hotel is located in Fengyuan district. This old hotel has enjoyed a glorious time after a period of decline, and its value has increased by more than several times. Jang Fong was excited because the news had not yet been passed down and the owner of Sancheng International Hotel was preparing to sell the hotel and change his career to find a way out. Now, this hotel is the cheapest. Soon, it will increase dozens of times. After leaving a loud fuck, Jang Fong stood up and walked into the minister's office. Minister Jiang. Minister Jiang? Are you here to inspect the work? I have finished all your work for today, you see. Seeing Jang Fong pushing the door open, Zhang Yuan was frightened. He quickly stood up, wanted to give his seat to Jang Fong, and stood aside respectfully. This set of operations really made Jang Fong unable to find any fault with it. Seeing that Zhang Yuan was about to pour him tea, Jang Fong quickly spoke. Stop. I won't check your work. Just be quiet for a while. I came here just to ask if you know anyone at the bank. Any bank will do, as long as they lend more aggressively. Lending? Mr. Jian wants to take out a loan? You are so confused. What is your identity and status? You want a loan? It would be so embarrassing if others heard this. Mr. Jiang, you don't have to. If you need money, can't you just tell Mr. Su? For Miss Su, money is just a string of numbers. You can explain it to her nicely. She can get as much as she wants. She doesn't have to pay it back. Well, it seems to be true. The most important thing is that you don't have to pay it back. Jang Fong took a deep breath and raised his hand to hit Zhang Yuan on the head. Damn, can this be the same? How can a man stoop so low as to ask his girlfriend for money? It would be embarrassing if this got out, right? Well, a temporary girlfriend is a civil servant, so she is treated the same as a girlfriend. Jang Fong was too lazy to explain to Zhang Yuan, so he just made up a reason. My friend asked me to ask for help. He wants to borrow 10 million first, did you know that? Zhang Yuan was just about to say that CCB gave more. But when he heard the amount Jang Fong wanted, he immediately shut his mouth. No. Mr. Jiang, you see, I can't even get that much money at my level, let alone lend it to me. Why don't you ask someone else? Zhang Yuan's answer undoubtedly made Jang Fong a little disappointed. Okay, by the way, remember to do more work today and go out with me tomorrow. Oh, by the way, dress more respectably tomorrow. Jang Fong let out a long sigh and walked out of the company building. Just when he didn't know where to get a loan, a phone call came in. He was slightly stunned when he saw the caller. Lu Ming? This must be some setbacks you encountered in your love life? Manager Lu, I'm sorry, I have something to do here. When Lu Ming heard Jang Fong say this, he immediately changed the subject. I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Jang. The main reason is that there was also a man named Xiao Long who was impressed by you at the Red Romantic Cafe with me that day. He wants to treat you to a meal after the bank closes. If you're busy, I'll tell him to do it another day. Working in a bank? Well, is this fate? Jang Fong took a deep breath and said repeatedly. He works at a bank? Lu Ming didn't know why Jang Fong reacted so violently, so he answered honestly. Yes, Xiao Long is the vice president of CCB. He's still an official? Is this a coincidence? After searching for it everywhere, I finally found it without any effort. Manager Lu, please arrange for me to meet with President Xiao as soon as possible. Sunshine, in front of the Longwa Construction Bank, the plump and silly Xiao Long was so happy to see Jang Fong. In fact, he is different from Lu Ming. Lu Ming really has something to find Jang Fong, but he simply admires Jang Fong to the point of worshipping him. WOC, Mr. Jang, my idol, I finally see you again. Jang Fong immediately spotted Xiao Long waiting at the door and quickly stepped forward to greet him. President Xiao? Before Jang Fong came, Xiao Long also received a call from Lu Ming and learned that Jang Fong had something to trouble him with. Xiao Long was very excited. Being able to work for Mr. Jang, that was great. Although he doesn't need to ask Jang Fong for help now, what about later? Just considering his physique, Xiao Long couldn't guarantee that his love life would be smooth sailing. This wave is also called preparing for a rainy day. No, Mr. Jang, you don't have to be polite with me, just call me Fatty. I just heard from Lu Ming that you are planning to borrow some money? While speaking, Xiao Long also secretly made up his mind in his heart. You must give Jang Fong the highest credit limit and the lowest interest within your ability. Yes, I'll have to trouble Xiao Xing. Fatty for this matter. Trouble? Not at all. This is all within our power. Xiao Long waved his hand to indicate that it was no problem. As long as Mr. Jiang tells me the number, Xiao Long, will get it done for you right away. Xiao Long had a smiling face, and it was obvious that he had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. Hearing this, Jang Fong touched the tip of his nose tentatively with a bit of embarrassment. How about a loan of 10 million? Chapter 40 Borrowing money? Jang Fong, are you worthy? How much? 10 million. Xiao Long took a breath. He did have a feeling that Jang Feng's loan amount would be quite large. But he didn't expect there would be so many. 10 million, this is really beyond his ability to approve. Mr. Jang, can I ask where you work? Vientiane Cosmetics Company, Limited, Deputy Director of Sales Department. Wanxiang Cosmetics? This is indeed a private company with very good benefits. The Deputy Director of the Sales Department should have a monthly salary of around 10,000 yuan, right? Don't be fooled by Xiao Long's innocent appearance, this guy is very shrewd in calculating accounts. After a while, he shook his head at Jang Fong with a regretful expression. Mr. Jang, to be honest, I feel a little helpless about your offer. According to your situation, if you want to buy a house in Songcheng, the amount you can get is about 3 million. This is the maximum amount I can give you within my rights. If it's a car loan, because the loan amount cannot exceed 2 years' salary, you can probably only get around $400,000. This is a private credit loan, and the maximum amount you can get is the sum of the two. But even if I help you with the whole process and act as a guarantor, the amount you are finally approved for will never exceed 5 million. Xiao Long did not exaggerate and told Jang Fong the true situation in detail. What he calculated was Jang Feng's total loan amount. This does not mean that Jang Fong can take 5 million from CCB and then go to ICBC to take another 5 million. Because borrowing money from there again depends on Jang Feng's current debt situation. Jang Fong naturally thought of this. He let out a long sigh and smiled slightly. This is already very good. Thank you for your help, President Xiao. In fact, Jang Fong was already very satisfied with the result. He was also thinking about how to borrow 1 million from the bank. Ultimately, I have to thank Su Yuran. To get a loan, one needs to provide proof of stable employment. If one is not a former deputy minister, it would be difficult to get approval based on one's working hours. Of course, we also have to thank Xiao Long. A bank is a place that is crowded with people whenever it is open. Xiao Long led Jang Fong all the way to the president's office. He needed to report to the president Genie before completing the loan process for Jang Fong. After all, it's hard to say whether we can get a quota of 5 million. At this time, Genie was receiving a young couple. When he saw the message Xiaolong sent him, he was stunned. A customer came and hoped to borrow up to 10 million yuan? Can you help me? Damn, 10 million, that is not a small number. Xiao, Nana, this is the highest interest rate I can get for you. You two can think about it in my office. I'm going to go receive a distinguished guest first. Genie is not a fool. How could someone who hopes to borrow 10 million be an ordinary person? Let me ask you, if you don't have even 200 yuan on you, would you dare to go to the bank to borrow 10 million yuan? Banks are state institutions, and if you can't pay back the money, you'll get into real trouble. No one would push themselves to death, right? Anyone who dares to borrow 10 million must be someone who has the ability to repay it. If I just do something convenient now, wouldn't that be a good opportunity to leave a good impression on this big guy? Can't you try to get him to deposit large amounts of money in the bank in the future? Thinking of this, Genie acted very quickly, even getting up to make tea himself and waiting for Jang Fong and Xiaolong to arrive. This also made Wang Mena, who was left aside, a little unhappy. So if someone richer comes, we are no longer guests of honor? Who are you looking down on, you fat bastard? If Xia Yinlong hadn't held her back, Wang Mena would have rushed to Genie to argue. Mr. Jiang, please. Xiaolong pushed open the door of the president's office, smiled, bowed, and waved his hand to signal Jang Fong to go in first. On the other side, Genie, who had been waiting for a long time, had already come out. The first moment he saw Jang Fong, he was slightly stunned. Ha! Why is he a young man? But in a blink of an eye, he hid his strange expression and showed a professional smile. Please come in, Mr. Jiang. I have already made tea for you. As a bank president, Genie keeps a very humble attitude. If it were Jang Fong in his previous life, he would be stunned by the scene before him. But now, with a look that transcended the world, his temperament and mentality were of an unknown level, and he just responded with a smile. Excuse me, President Jean. After sitting on the sofa for guests and chatting with Genie for a few polite words, Xiaolong listed the simple situation on a piece of paper and handed it to Genie. Thanks for your hard work. Genie nodded faintly and picked up the paper to examine it carefully. After chatting with Jang Fong, Genie felt that the 10 million would not be a problem. He is neither impatient nor irritable, and has the air of being mature beyond his years. Mr. Jiang is either the son of a rich man or a second-generation official, right? But when he saw that the position listed by Xiaolong was Deputy Director of Sales Department, he was stunned. Why is he just a small deputy minister? Mr. Jiang. Deputy Director of Sales? Right. Genie was speechless for a moment and suddenly felt a little disappointed. The Deputy Director of the Sales Department, let alone from Wanshan Cosmetics Company, even if he is from Wanshan Group, it is impossible to lend him 10 million. No wonder Xiaolong said he would do his best. It turned out he was wrong. He is not a big shot. Xiao Jiang, based on your current situation, there's nothing I can do about this 10 million. But at least you found me. I can approve the maximum amount Xiaolong told you about. What do you think? This sentence gave Xiaolong face. After all, he was a colleague who was with him day and night. To put it bluntly, Genie felt that there was really no need for her to give Jang Fong face. A deputy minister is really not good enough in front of his bank president. Jang Fong naturally noticed Genie's disdain, but he didn't take it too seriously. He was quite happy to be able to obtain this maximum amount. At this moment, a slightly sarcastic female voice exploded from another place in the room. Jang Fong? Is it really you? I didn't dare to recognize him at first. The woman who spoke was Wang Mena, whom Genie had received at the beginning. At this time, she had already stood up and walked straight over here, but her target was not Jang Fong, but Genie. Wang Mena put on a flattering smile and raised her eyebrows. President Jean, I thought you were really here to receive some distinguished guest, but it turns out to be Jang Fong. Hey, this is my college classmate. I know his character better than anyone else. I heard him just say he wants to borrow 5 million? President Jean, I suggest you consider it carefully. Because as far as I know, he can't pay it back at all. After saying that, Wang Mena looked at Jang Fong provocatively. She had a reason to hate Jang Fong. Who made Jang Fong, who had promised her not to participate in the competition during college, suddenly participate and snatch the prize that belonged to her? Just now, Wang Mena wanted to bribe Jean Yi to raise her interest rate a little bit. She was already very unhappy to be interrupted by the sudden distinguished guest. When he saw that it was his old enemy again, he naturally couldn't hold it anymore. Damn, this kid really thinks he is a big shot after graduation and still borrows 5 million. I, Wang Mena, am here today. If you can borrow any money from me, I will write my name Wang backwards. Chapter 41. Mr. Jiang, you are here. Jang Fong? Nana. Is this the guy who used despicable tricks to steal your competition award in college? Fuck, I thought he went home to live off his parents after graduation. Why, you want to borrow 5 million? Are you planning to experience the feeling of being rich and then die? After Wang Mena finished speaking, her boyfriend Xiao Yunlong also walked over awkwardly. His tone was full of sarcasm and his eyes were full of disdain for Jang Fong. I save money and he borrows money. What can he use to fight me? In fact, Xiao Yunlong would not be so excited under normal circumstances, but he had no choice but to do so because Wang Mena started the fight. Xiao Yunlong was really fascinated by this little goblin who was extremely good in bed, otherwise he would not have deposited 500,000 yuan into Wang Mena's account today. After mocking Jang Fong, Xiao Yunlong did not stop, but turned to look at Jean Yi. Uncle Jean, you must be careful about this matter. Nana told me that Jang Fong is not a good person. Hearing this, Xiao Long raised his eyebrows fiercely. Uncle Jean? What the hell is related? He was confused, he was on Jiang Feng's side. Just because Wang Mena jumped out to cause trouble deliberately, Xiao Long believed that just a few words of his help to explain Jean Yi would not change her mind. But if Xiao Yunlong knows Jean Yi, then it will be difficult. Jean Yi was already disappointed after knowing Jiang Feng's position, and now after hearing what the two said, he felt even more rejected. Lending 5 million to Jang Fong is a matter of exercising power and involves risks. Or should we just get rid of it? President Jean, please listen to my advice. You are Yunlong's uncle, and I am her girlfriend. I am reminding you. Jang Fong has no ability to repay at all. If you lend him money, I'm afraid you will be the one to bear the blame in the end. Uncle Jean, being the bank president is not easy for you. There's no need to risk ruining yourself because of this, right? You are not familiar with him, and he is only a deputy minister. Although Wang Mena's words were inappropriate, they did serve as a wake-up call to Jean Yi. Jean Yi frantically thought about the pros and cons, and it seemed to be true, right? He silently turned his gaze towards Jang Fong. Seeing this, Xiao Long took a breath of cold air. What the hell happened? Old Jean believed it. After Xiao Long coughed twice, Jang Fong finally came back to his senses. He frowned slightly and looked at Wang Mena with a little embarrassment. Oh my god, you are Wang Mena, huh? I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you with all that makeup on. Jang Fong felt wronged. It was not that he did not refute Xiao Yunlong and the others, but he really forgot about Wang Mena. I only remembered this when I saw her slightly leaky front teeth. This sentence made Xiao Long laugh out loud. Damn, Mr. Jiang has such a poisonous tongue. That's true. If he can make a woman happy with his mouth, he can naturally shut up his girlfriend. He was happy, but Wang Mena was furious. Damn, Jang Fong, what do you mean? You said there's a big difference between me with makeup and without makeup? Dozens of my ex-boyfriends all say that I'm beautiful even without makeup. Wang Mena was just about to explode, but Xiao Yunlong took the lead. Boy, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. If you dare insult Nana again, you won't be able to borrow a single cent from her. Apologize to Nana. This matter can still be discussed. Xiao Yunlong secretly glanced at Jean Yi, who was sitting there, and became bolder when he found that the latter did not react. He took a step forward and vowed to fight Jang Fong to the death. This scene really made Jang Fong laugh. Man, for Wang Mena, it's really not necessary. He was not angry but still asked Xiang Jeannie with a smile. President Jean, what do you mean? Jang Fong, I think what Nana and Xiao Xiao said does make sense. Why don't you go ask another bank? Jeannie now doesn't even want to lend a penny to Jang Fong. Nothing wrong with that, because his little nephew Xiao Yunfei is there. There will be no problem in rejecting Jang Fong, and you can also win the favor of your nephew. It's a sure win. There is no conflict between Jean Yi's current behavior and his initial enthusiasm in welcoming Jang Fong into the house. At that time, he was counting on Jang Fong to help him achieve better performance. Now it seems that young people should just save their money. It changed from maximum limit to go ask at other banks, and even the limit that Xiao Long could approve for Jang Fong was gone. Jin Yi's behavior made Jang Fong frown slightly. Ask yourself, did you say anything from beginning to end? He was confused when Wang Mena and Xiao Yunlong came up to cause trouble. Even now Jiang Fong doesn't know why Wang Mena, his college classmate, deliberately makes things difficult for him. Damn, because of the prize for the competition? Jiang Fong didn't even remember this. Besides, Jiang Fong won the first prize. What does it have to do with Wang Mena's third prize? Isn't this too childish? Are you bullying me? Are you trying to gain connections with the bank? If you do this, I'll call Su Yuran. Xiao Long was so angry that his face turned red, and at this moment, a generous and hearty voice came from the corridor. Old Jean, Chui is here to deposit some money with you, make the tea quickly. I heard his voice before I saw him. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in casual clothes pushed the door open and appeared in everyone's sight. Sensing the uneasy atmosphere in the room, Chui Jian was slightly stunned. So many people? It's not that Chui Jian didn't knock on the door, but with his status, he really didn't need to knock on the door when coming to Jin Yi's office. To put it bluntly, although he calls Jin Yi Lao Jin, he and Jin Yi are not that familiar with each other. It was nothing more than depositing some money in CCB, the amount was quite large, and after a few visits they became familiar with each other, and Chui Jian had a rather easygoing personality. Chui Jian sighed and said, let's wait until Jin Yi finishes her work. He was just about to sit down anywhere, but the moment he turned his head, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Fong sitting on the sofa. Mr. Jiang. Chui Jian was slightly stunned and suddenly lost the desire to sit down. He put on a smile and walked straight towards Jiang Fong. Mr. Jiang is as handsome as ever. Jiang Fong was slightly stunned, and shook hands with Chui Jian to express his respect and doubts. Excuse me, who are you? Chui Jian chuckled, he knew Jiang Fong definitely didn't know him. He didn't hesitate and sat down next to Jiang Fong. Mr. Jiang has never seen me, but I know you. The Sancheng Hotel is mine. Last time you came to eat, you helped me identify a painting. Sancheng Hotel. Jiang Fong suddenly came to his senses and then showed a respectful expression. It's just a small favor. I have to thank Mr. Chui for treating me to a big meal. The owner of Songcheng Hotel must be worth more than 10 figures and he is also an elder, so Jiang Fong dare not be arrogant. After hearing this, Chui Jian showed an obvious smile on his face. A piece of cake? Most people probably don't have the ability to eat this meal, right? Chui Jian knew better than anyone how difficult it was for Jiang Fong to distinguish the authenticity of calligraphy and paintings from such a long distance. How old is he now? He has achieved this in his early 20s. In time, he might become a leading figure in the antiques, calligraphy and painting world, right? Besides, if nothing unexpected happens, this will be Mr. Su's son-in-law. Little brother is worthy of Chui's invitation. The two of them chatted back and forth, feeling as if they had met too late, or like old friends reuniting. This left everyone else stunned. Oh my god, what is going on? Xiao Long's eyes widened. Mr. Jiang and Boss Chui know each other? Damn, that's not right, it's Boss Chui who is trying to curry favor with Mr. Jiang. Oh, Mr. Jiang, you should have told me earlier that I have this background. Just ask Boss Chui to sign as a guarantor. Don't mention 10 million, we can even approve 20 million for you. Chapter 42, Furious Jin Yi, Seeking Death. Xiao Long was shocked, and was happy for Jiang Fong from the bottom of his heart. The rest of the people are in a completely different state of mind from him. Xiao Yunlong and Wang Mena looked at each other and clearly saw the questions in each other's eyes. Shit, Jiang Fong knows the owner of Sancheng Hotel? Why? What kind of identity and status does Chui Jian have? How can Jiang Fong be related to him? Why do they still look like real brothers? There was a gleam in Wang Mena's eyes. She was thinking, just based on the fact that Jiang Fong knew Chui Jian, should she consider? How about changing boyfriend? The most confused one was Jin Yi. He felt like his head was going to explode. What? Boss Chui actually took the initiative to talk to a junior manager of Wanxiang Cosmetics? And you still call him little brother? Damn, could this Jiang Fong have some kind of background? Jin Yi swallowed hard, beads of sweat already seeping out of his forehead. Because while they were shocked, Chui Jian already knew the purpose of Jiang Feng's visit to CCB. To explain the relationship between Chui Jian and Jin Yi in one sentence is, I dare to call you Lao Jin, but do you dare to call me Lao Chui? Now seeing Jang Fong being bullied, Chui Jian could clearly tell what was more important. At this moment, being stared at by Chui Jian with extremely cold eyes, Jian was already numb. But he was the bank president after all, so Jian quickly put on an apologetic expression and looked at Jang Fong with a flattering smile and squinting eyes. Mr. Jang, I'm sorry. I was blind at first and didn't know you knew Boss Chui. I just thought of a loan of 5 million. No problem at all. I'll lend it to you right away. Look, are we going to follow the procedure now? Jian's transformation was so great that it caused a silent papa sound to be heard in the room. We don't know if Wang Mena and Xiao Yunlong's faces hurt. Anyway, after being slapped in the face by his uncle and thinking about the harsh words he had said, Xiao Yunlong wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. 5 million? When Chui Jian heard this number, he was slightly stunned. It was only 5 million? Little brother, you may have forgotten that Chui gave you a black gold card of Songcheng Hotel. That card can be used to take out loans of up to 10 million yuan at any bank in Songcheng at any time. The guarantors are all from Songcheng Hotel. Songcheng Hotel's black gold card? Xiao Yunlong and Jian were both stunned. They were considered to be people with some connections in Songcheng, so they naturally knew how valuable the black gold card of Songcheng Hotel was. There were no more than 10 tickets distributed in total, and Jang Fong actually had one? Fuck, you said this is the deputy director of Wanxiang Cosmetics? Are you kidding me? Wang Mena was also confused. She didn't know what the black gold card was, but it sounded awesome. Jang Fong was also slightly stunned. Yes, how could he forget the black gold card for Songcheng Hotel? He couldn't help but smile bitterly. The busier he was, the more confused he became. Thinking of this, Jang Fong smiled at Chui Jian. Thank you, brother Chui, for the reminder. I need to borrow this money today, so I have to go to the business bank now. I will definitely go to the hotel to have a drink with you someday when I have time. Jang Fong is leaving? Chui Jian smiled slightly and stood up with Jang Fong. Come along, little brother. I also want to save some money. It exists wherever it exists. It's just right that we can chat for a while since this is our first meeting. Seeing this, Xiao Long took a breath. To be honest, he didn't want to stay here anymore. Jian's actions did make him feel a little heartbroken. With a grit of his teeth, Xiao Long also stood up. Mr. Jang, please take me with you. You guys go do the work and I'll go apply for the job. Jang Fong and the other two left Jian's office. From beginning to end, Jang Fong didn't say a word to Wang Mena and Xiao Yunlong. He did not take revenge on them just because Chui Jian was around. Jang Fong knew that doing this would make these two people the most uncomfortable. Indeed, at this time, Wang Mena and Xiao Yunlong could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with their toes. They said Jang Fong was not worthy and that there was no way Jang Fong could borrow 5 million. What was the result? Jian begged Jang Fong to lend him money but he refused. Wang Mena felt very uncomfortable. Jang Fong didn't even want to make things difficult for her. Was it because he felt that she wasn't worth wasting his time on? Yunlong, I feel so bad, please persuade Uncle Jian to raise the interest rate. We are all so miserable. Xia Yunfei felt unhappy, but seeing Wang Mena like this, he still hugged her. The next second, a cup of herbal tea was poured on his back. Jin Yi's face turned extremely dark. He threw the cup heavily to the ground, pointed at the door and roared. You feel so bad? I feel even worse. Xiao Yunlong, what kind of top-notch girlfriend did you find? Are you blind? Higher interest rates? I'll raise your graves higher when you two die. Get out, both of you, get out right now. If you don't leave my sight for 5 seconds, I'll have security throw you both out. The office returned to silence and Genie sat in his chair and let out a long sigh. What bothered him was not only that he had offended Jang Fong, but also that he had forced Chui Jian away. It was almost the end of the month, and he had originally wanted to use Chui Jian's deposit to boost his performance. Damn it, it's all because of this woman Wang Mena. Genie tried his best to calm himself down, and after a while he slowly picked up his phone. As a bank president, Chui Jian is not the only potential client for him, otherwise he would have starved to death long ago. Jang Fong. Wanxiang Makeup. Yes, didn't Mr. Su just make 10 million yuan from stock trading? It's a good opportunity to persuade her to deposit the money with me. Genie suddenly thought of Su Yuran, the real lady from a wealthy family, the eldest daughter of the Wanxiang group, the apple of his eye. By the way, you can also find out more about Jang Feng's background indirectly. Genie naturally didn't have Su Yuran's phone number, so he dialed the business contact number. 530, Vientiane Cosmetics Company, Ltd. Seeing Zhang Hongyan stumbling into the office again, Su Yuran's beautiful eyes frowned slightly. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Could it be that Xiao Fengfeng bought me another gift? Although she knew that this was definitely not the case, when she thought of Jang Fong, Su Yuran's red lips unconsciously curled up, and even her tone softened a little. What's wrong? Zhang Hongyan bowed deeply. Mr. Su, please don't be angry. I will explain it to you slowly. Angry? Su Yuran's moon-like eyes flashed with a strange light, and she waved her delicate hands. Go ahead. Even after getting permission, Zhang Hongyan still felt her scalp tingling. She just couldn't understand, why did you provoke Mr. Jiang when you had nothing to do? Aren't you just waiting for President Su to tear you apart? Boss Su, this is what happened. I just received a call from Jean Yi, the president of CCB. He offered you good conditions and wanted you to save some money to go there. Su Yuran was slightly stunned. Is that all? There was nothing to be angry about. Just save it. It doesn't matter where you save the money. Can. Hearing Su Yuran's agreement, Zhang Hongyan quickly shook her head. Boss Su, I'm sorry that my heavy breathing has affected your thinking. Please listen to me first. Genie just mentioned Mr. Jiang. An hour ago, Mr. Jiang went to his place. Chapter 43. Are you the one making things difficult for my boyfriend? Why is Xiao Fengfeng going to the bank? Should I save the remaining 1 million? Su Yuran silently raised the question and then denied her point of view. She knew that if things were that simple, Zhang Hongyan wouldn't be so embarrassed to talk about it. Boss Su, Mr. Jiang wants to borrow some money from CCB. As a result, a college classmate suddenly appeared out of nowhere and had some connection with Jean Yi, the president of CCB. I don't know how Mr. Jiang offended her, but she teamed up with Jean Yi to target Mr. Jiang everywhere. Luckily, Mr. Cui Jian arrived at the scene, otherwise Mr. Jiang would have been in great trouble. Who is Zhang Hongyan? The carefully selected secretary of the CEO of Wanshan Cosmetics Company. A dual-degree master from a top domestic university, a talented and wise person. Through the conversation with Jeannie just now, she had a general understanding of the whole story. She didn't hide anything. After all, it was about Jang Fong, and she was also very unhappy. What do you think Jeannie was thinking? Why did you provoke Mr. Jiang for no reason? You provoke me, and then you turn around and call Mr. Su to ask him to deposit money? Don't you think our boss Su is too easy to mess with? You're just patting the tiger's butt? Working together to target Jang Fong? And still making things difficult for him? Su Yuran asked herself the question, and her playful sitting posture straightened up. She didn't seem particularly angry, but still smiled. So that's how it is. It's okay, Secretary Zhang. Come on, call President Jean back and I'll talk to him. Hearing this, Zhang Hongyan's heart was shocked. Are you really okay, Mr. Su? Please, you're about to break the pen in your hand. Sancheng Construction Bank. Jeannie looked at the caller ID with high spirits. This is? Secretary Zhang called me back? As expected of Wanshan Cosmetics Company, Limited, the efficiency is so high. Thinking of this, Jeannie quickly answered the phone. Hello, Secretary Zhang, may I ask what President Su's wishes are? I'm Su Yuran. Su Yuran's voice resounded, lingering in Jean Yi's ears, making his soul almost fly away. WOC, Mr. Su, did Mr. Su call me back personally? So it seems that saving money is no problem at all. Boss Su, I didn't expect you to call me back in person. I was so excited that I almost jumped to the ceiling. Fortunately, the roof is solid, otherwise I would have made a hole in it. Having managed to rise to the position of bank president, Jeannie naturally knew how to lick the laurels. What is more, the person opposite is Su Yuran, the eldest daughter of the Wanshan Group. To be honest, I don't feel safe even if I lick the gold while standing, I have to kneel. But what Jeannie never expected was that Su Yuran actually responded to his polite flattery. Oh, it seems that President Jean has good jumping ability? I've never seen anyone jump and hit the ceiling. When you have time, President Jean, come to my office and perform for me? Show me a bit? Mr. Su, I'm just saying this and you just listen to it. Even if you put springs on the soles of my feet, I still can't perform. why are you still taking it so seriously? This Miss Sue was really humorous and witty. At this moment, Genie had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. He thought Su Yuran was joking with him, so he quickly smiled and changed the subject. Boss Su, Secretary Zhang has told you about the deposit and financial management this time, right? Shall I introduce you to him again? Genie really wanted to talk about it because it was related to his own performance, but Su Yuran didn't want to listen at all. What's wrong with how much interest you get on your deposit? How can it be more fun than watching someone jump up and hit the ceiling? No need to introduce President Jean, don't you just want me to deposit 8 figures? To be honest, Su Yuran, don't care about this money. It doesn't matter if there's no interest. The main reason is to see President Jean jump up and hit the ceiling. Well, don't mention 8 figures. As long as you can do it, show me. How about I deposit all the money in the Wanxian Cosmetics Company Limited account into it? If you think it's not enough, I'll ask Su Wanxiang to deposit all the money in the Wanxiang Group account. Are you satisfied? Satisfied? If that was the case, Genie was damn satisfied. But why did Su Yuran's tone sound so scary to him? It's more than just scary, it's freezing cold, right? Genie noticed something was wrong and stopped putting on his clothes. He asked in a low voice with embarrassment. Boss Su, I don't understand what you mean. That sentence was just something I said casually. Why are you making things difficult for me? Difficult? Su Yuran raised her red lips slightly with a playful look. Yes, I am making things difficult for you. Not only am I making it difficult for you, I'm also making you angry. President Jean, how much money do you need? Can you let me deposit 10 million? I have many tens of millions, but I won't give them to you. Are you angry? Grass. On the other end of the phone, Jean Yi's brows were furrowed with anger. What does that mean? Are you teasing me on purpose? Jean Yi was extremely angry and remained silent. He wanted to hang up the phone, but he didn't dare. President Jean, I guess you must be very angry now? Do you want to scold me? Come on, try scolding me. I'll send the recording to Su Wanxiang right away. Jean Yi. He really wanted to curse, but he really didn't dare to curse Su Yuran. But the clay Buddha still has some temper, and Jean Yi's arrogant and domineering character made it impossible for him to remain silent. Not to mention finding a way to redeem yourself, then at least you have to die with understanding. Boss Su, I don't understand. Don't understand? Su Yuran's moon-like eyes burst into anger, and she yelled into the phone. When you were making things difficult for Jang Fong, did you ever think about the fact that he was my boyfriend? Songcheng Construction Bank, President's Office. Genie looked dead as he sat at his desk, with beads of sweat all over his forehead. He finally got it, otherwise why would Cui Jian have that attitude of trying to curry favor with Jang Fong? This Jang Fong is actually Su Yuran's boyfriend. Damn, Su Wanxiang's son-in-law, the successful son-in-law of Wanxiang Group. What the hell, who the hell did I offend? Genie raised his head and sighed, he clenched his teeth tightly, he hated it. Why did I want to do Wang Meina and Xia Yanfei a favor and help them make things difficult for Jang Fong? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey or something? At this time, the assistant hurried into the house without even knocking on the door. President, something bad has happened. Mr. Xiao from Herbal Huayan Materials Company and Mr. Zhang from Jinbo Mining both called and wanted to take the money we had deposited with us. What should I do? The assistant mentioned several well-known local companies in Songcheng in succession. Among these, some are either subsidiaries of Vientiane Group, or companies that want to curry favor with Vientiane. Genie let out a long sigh, he knew that it was all over. It's all because of Xia Yunlong and that idiot Wang Meina. The more Genie thought about it, the angrier he became, and he threw the cup at his assistant's feet. If you can't solve this kind of thing, I have a way? Report to headquarters, there's no point telling me, get lost and stop bothering me. After yelling at the assistant to leave, Genie slammed his fist on the table, took out his phone, and quickly found Xia Yunlong's contact information. His face was dark and his fingers quickly typed out a line of words. Yunlong, where are you and your girlfriend now? Chapter 44. Su Yuran tossed and turned. On the other hand, because Cui Jian was there, all the procedures were handled extremely quickly. Jang Fong successfully obtained a loan of 10 million, and Xiao Long also successfully joined the company. Seeing that it was already 6 o'clock and time to get off work, Jang Fong did not return to the company, but instead took Cui Jian's ride home. On the way, he called Su Yuran. Since Cui Jian was present, he was afraid that his temporary relationship with Su Yuran would be exposed, so he simply changed the way he addressed her. Of course, I came out to do something this afternoon and went straight home. Should you go home tonight? Ran? What a strange name. Su Yuran faintly heard a middle-aged man coughing on the other end of the phone and immediately guessed that Jang Fong must be in Cui Jian's car. She smiled gently and spoke playfully. Yo, I thought some people would forget about my cheap girlfriend if they ran away before leaving get off work. I'll go home tonight. Since there are no special instructions, I won't bother young Master Jiang. As expected, I couldn't hide the fact that I had slipped away from the company from Su Yuran. Jang Fong touched his nose awkwardly. He felt that he was a little too anxious. At least you should tell Su Yuran before leaving. What if she needs our help? Don't make this mistake next time. I almost forgot this time, but I will definitely not forget it next time, don't worry. Remember to cover yourself with a blanket when you go to bed that night. The way you slept last night, you're actually quite likely to catch a cold. Take care of yourself. This was not meant for Cui Jian to hear. Jang Fong really wanted to remind Su Yuran. What kind of girl would take off her clothes in the middle of the night when she gets hot and groggy while sleeping? Fortunately, the temperature wasn't too low last night, otherwise I would have caught a cold. A temporary girlfriend is also a good friend, so of course I have to care about her. Okay, my young Master Jiang, I'll remember this. Then be careful on your way home. After hanging up the phone, Su Yuran stroked her slightly red cheeks with both hands and remained silent for a long time. Ran, no one has ever called me like this except Su Wanxiang and my mom. It seems a bit intimate. Never mind, just treat my temporary boyfriend as a public servant. Besides, the two words that Jang Fong called out sounded so crisp and so grandma-like that it was really hard to feel disgusted by them. Su Yuran did not mention a word about Zhang Feng's loan of 10 million yuan. She was curious about what Jang Fong wanted the money for. Why did he borrow it instead of asking her for it? But she wouldn't ask, just like she wouldn't tell anyone because she didn't care about her image and deliberately made things difficult for Jin Yi to help Jang Fong vent his anger. Miss Su's mind is really simple, she believes Jang Fong must have his own reasons for doing things. He didn't say anything, she didn't ask, she waited for him to say something, it was that simple. On the other hand, even though Jang Fong had already gotten out of the car, Cui Jian was still shocked. It seems, Mr. Jiang and Miss Su are already husband and wife? Come on, this is all we talk about when we chat. At the same time, Cui Jian suddenly realized something. Given Su Yuran's looks, how many outstanding young men from wealthy families would pursue her? But she chose Jang Fong, who looked the most ordinary. Businessmen have a very keen sense of smell, and Cui Jian was a little confused for a moment. Mr. Jiang, you must be a rare talent. Suddenly, the phone in his arms vibrated. Cui Jian looked up and saw the incoming call notification. Caller, Yang Mingzi. After returning home, Jang Fong sat on the sofa and looked up all the information about Songcheng International Hotel. Even if he got 10 million, it was still far from enough. According to the market price, he can only get 20% of the shares. How can I lower the price? Jang Fong rubbed his temples, puzzled. Half a quarter of an hour later, he suddenly came up with a bold idea. 10 o'clock in the evening, Songcheng Janya Villa Park. Su Yuran lay alone in bed. Even though it was a familiar bed, the scene of this morning couldn't help but emerge in her mind. Unconsciously, she placed her hand gently on her chest. It's so soft, and the stinky Jang Fong is actually thinking about how to pull his hand away so that I won't misunderstand, instead of touching it for a while longer? Su Yuran was shocked by her own bold idea. Her face turned red as if it was a peach that was about to drip with water. She shook her head vigorously to clear her mind of distracting thoughts, but then she stood up again as if possessed by a ghost. He turned his back to the mirror in the room and tried hard to look back. This is the scene that the stinky Jang Fong should have seen, right? Su Yuran, could you please have some shame? What are you reminiscing about here? Shocked by her own bold behavior, Su Yuran quickly complained to herself while lying back on the bed. In fact, you can't really blame Miss Su for having wild thoughts. This kind of inexplicable and charming event, think about it, what's wrong? Women are all scary creatures with delicate minds, and you're not letting us think about it? Su Yuran casually turned over, exposing her long legs to the air, and lay on her side with her legs clamped around the quilt. From now on you are not allowed to think about Jang Fong anymore. She reminded herself like this, but within 2 seconds she lay down again and covered herself with the quilt. Well, that guy said that I'm likely to catch a cold if I sleep like this, so should I listen to him? The sky was turning pale, the sun was shining on the earth, and it was a new day. At 8 o'clock, Jang Fong left home and went to Songqing International Hotel to grab some bargains. After thinking hard last night, he decided to take a taxi to ICBC to get some cash, which would be very useful. Just as Jang Fong was waiting for a taxi on the side of the road, a simple and honest male voice sounded. Hey, Big Pot, I have some old hens raised in the village. Would you like one? Turning his head in the direction of the voice, Jang Fong saw a big guy who was at least 1.85 meters tall. He has short hair, a wheat-colored complexion, and a silly expression on his face, scratching his head and grinning. Sorry, brother, I don't buy it. The man in front of him looked like an honest man, but Jang Fong still chose to refuse. With his cooking skills, an old hen? Forget it. If you don't even know how to cook noodles, you'd better stop wasting time on this living thing. You can't just take pity on others and buy them home to raise, right? It's not allowed to raise chickens in this building. Hearing Jiang Feng's reply, the big guy's face was full of frustration, and he punched himself straight in the face. After a muffled sound, the burly man actually stammered and started crying. Mother, I am useless. You brought these old hens to me to eat, and told me to earn money here so I could go home and marry a big butt wife. As a result, when I arrived in this big city, not only could I not make money, even my travel expenses were stolen. I'm so stupid that I can't even sell a chicken. I want to go home. Could this be the legendary tenderness of a tough guy crying? Jiang Fong took a breath and looked the big guy up and down. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Brother, you said you came to Songqing to make money? I have a job. If you work with me for a day, you will get 300 yuan. Do you want to do it? Chapter 45 Acquiring a Hotel, a nouveau riche? After hearing Jiang Feng's words, the big guy widened his eyes in astonishment. 300? Can I still be worth 300 a day? Fuck, I'm willing to do it. Don't worry, little brother. Although I don't know how to do anything, I have plenty of strength and I can fight very well. I can tell from the looks of it that you're a big boss. The least I can do is guarantee your safety. Good at fighting? Fighting ability has nothing to do with size. Jiang Fong didn't take the big guy's words to heart, thinking he was just talking. Afraid that he would be worried, Jiang Fong took out 300 cash from his wallet and handed it to him. Just then an empty taxi came, and Jiang Fong smiled and patted the shoulder of the stunned big guy. Carry the bag and follow me to the car. The taxi did not go directly to the bank, but first came to Mo Shuai's home. Jiang Fong directly threw the two old hens to Mo Shuai, then told his master to turn around and leave. There is no way, we can't throw away these two old hens, right? If I stay at home, I'm afraid of making a mess of the house. I have to put it in someone else's house. Mo Shuai, thank you, Brother Fong. At the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Songcheng, Xiaolong was already waiting for Jiang Fong at the door. When he saw Jiang Fong and the big guy following him and the urea bags the big guy was carrying on his back, the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. Damn it, if it were anyone else, he would think that someone was coming to the bank to rob money. Xiaolong shrank his neck and greeted him respectfully. Good morning, Mr. Jiang. After they parted ways yesterday, Xiaolong called Lu Ming. He was curious about Jiang Feng's identity. Guess what happened? You won't know until you ask. Once you ask, you'll be shocked. Jiang Fong is actually Su Yuran's boyfriend? Was it President Su that he just casually picked up that day? Did you see the dark circles around Xiaolong's eyes? Damn, he didn't sleep well last night. President Xiao looks a little disappointed. Let me introduce you to my new friend, Li Dafei. Jiang Fong also smiled and teased Xiaolong about his dark circles, and at the same time introduced the big guy to Xiaolong. After a few polite words, he took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Xiaolong. President Xiao, please help me withdraw 1 million in cash. 1 million? Li Dafei, who was standing there stupidly, was shocked. How much money? 1 million? What kind of godly person am I following? He gave me $1 million right away? This must be a big boss. Xiaolong was fine, he had known about it for a long time and was now past the most shocking stage. Okay, please come in and wait, Mr. Jiang. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, a row of staff were counting money in front of the counter. On the other side, the big guy Li Dafei was smiling innocently as he held a urea bag and filled it with stacks of cash. This scene, it really looks like they're here to rob people of their money. At 9:15, with the shocked gazes of the crowd, Jang Fong and Li Dafei, carrying the urea bag, swaggered into the Santana parked on the roadside. This is Zhang Yuan's car. Jang Fong had thought of taking Zhang Yuan with him early in the morning, otherwise he would not have asked him to do more work yesterday. At the main entrance of Songqing International Hotel, 3 people got out of the car in unison. Jang Fong was in the middle, Zhang Yuan and Li Dafei were on the left and right, like 2 guardians. The 3 of them walked towards the lobby, which made the waiters of Songqing International Hotel very excited. Oh my god, guests, it's guests. It's only 9 o'clock in the morning and the guests are here. The waitress immediately put down the work in her hands and came over with a smile on her face. Good morning, gentlemen. What would you like to eat? She was asking Xiang Zhangfeng. There was nothing she could do about it, since this man was standing in the C position and had a big golden watch on his hand. You can tell at first glance that he is a nouveau riche. Sure enough, after hearing her words, Jang Fong gave a lewd smile. I'm not eating. I'm here to talk to your boss. This is a really good service attitude. Come on, Dafei, give us a reward. Hearing this, Li Dafei immediately straightened his posture, took out a bundle of cash from the urea bag and threw it to the waitress. Here, this is a reward from Mr. Jiang. The next second, Zhang Yuan tugged at the corner of Jiang Feng's clothes. Erden, isn't this reward too much? Before he could finish his words, Jiang Feng hit him on the head with a loud bang. Jiang Feng's attitude was extremely presumptuous and his tone was extremely arrogant. Erden? Damn it, how many times have I told you to call me master? Master, I can give you as much reward as I want. Do you think you, a servant, should be in charge of it? Master, I have plenty of money. Damn it, feeling the pain coming from his head, Zhang Yuan felt that he was really resentful. Calling him Erden is not because he forgot what he should call Jiang Fong, but he is just making a joke here. But this was arranged by Jiang Fong. Today's script is that Li Dafei will play the role of a respectful bodyguard and assistant. And he, Zhang Yuan, will play the role of Jiang Feng's distant uncle. He had to call Jiang Feng Erden, and then be slapped on the head by Jiang Feng before he had to change his name to call him young master. Damn, Zhang Yuan didn't want to do this either. He didn't understand why Jiang Feng made such an arrangement, but he couldn't refuse at all. This strange arrangement can be traced back to the plan that Jiang Feng came up with last night. Jiang Feng realized that 10 million was definitely not enough, so he tried to find some unorthodox methods. Pretending to be a nouveau riche, pretending to be the stupid son of a landlord. Just imagine, if a fool who gives you tens of thousands of dollars in tips comes to buy your hotel and directly offers you the market price, will you refuse? You will only sneer at him and say he is an idiot. That's right, all of this was performed by Jiang Feng for the owner of Songqing International Hotel. So, how can I make him believe that I am a rich nouveau riche? Jiang Feng simply pretended to be a nouveau riche pig farmer and asked Li Dafei and Zhang Yuan to cooperate with him. The name Erden is very nouveau riche, and he would ask Zhang Yuan to mention it over and over again and then frantically correct it himself. This also gave the owner of Songqing International Hotel an illusion. Jiang Feng had just become rich, and the people around him had no time to change their tune. Let me ask you, are the nouveau riche the richest when they just become rich? At this time, Jiang Feng said that his payment had not been received yet, so he could only pay a deposit of 10 million first, and settle the rest in a few days. Would the hotel owner still refuse? He definitely wouldn't, because no one would buy this hotel at all, and he would even feel like he made a profit. Not only that, this plan would also make Zhang Yuan's brain explode numerous times, so why not do it? Just as Jiang Feng expected, the waitress was already terrified. She stared at the bundle of money in her arms with wide eyes, and she felt numb. This is 10,000 yuan? 2 months' salary? The gentleman in front of you, this young master was just given away like that? Damn, do you have to be so arrogant? The waitress shook her head vigorously before she came to her senses. Sir, you are here to discuss something with our boss Wang, right? Okay, I'll report to the boss right now. Wait here for a moment, I'll run over. The waitress was originally wearing high heels, but she felt that it would slow her down too much. She threw away her high heels and ran barefoot. Seeing this, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up, he took a breath and waved his hand quickly. The waiters in the city are different. They are so dedicated to their work. Dafei, hurry up, give me more rewards. 5 seconds later, the waitress went completely crazy when she saw there was another stack of cash in her arms. She must tell her boss the news immediately. First, we must feel at ease with the 20,000 yuan. Second, you need to tell your boss. Boss, come on, our hotel can finally be sold. Chapter 46, Reward as you say? Does young Master Jang have a grudge against money? Running all the way to the office on the top floor of the hotel, the waitress was gasping for breath, her face flushed with tiredness. She didn't have the energy to think, and when she saw that the boss's office door was not closed, a puff of smoke rushed in. Boss Wang, good news. Someone wants to buy our hotel. Wang Cohen was frightened when a person suddenly jumped out of the office. Damn, it popped out like a big black rat. What the hell is that? What do I usually tell you waiters? Before entering the leader's office, you must knock on the door. Don't you know how to knock on the door? What does it look like to stumble around without any rules? Etc. She just said someone wants to buy the hotel? What the hell? Wang Cohen, who wanted to scold the waitress, was shocked. He didn't care that she came in without knocking, but asked hurriedly. Who wants to buy a hotel? How old are they? Does he look rich? Does he look like a resentful person? Wang Cohen's eyebrows were raised into a line, and he was really trying hard to portray the 4 words joyful. It's no wonder that he asked so rudely, but he never expected that someone would actually come to buy the hotel. Planning to buy Sancheng Hotel in this year? Isn't this a complaint? In his 20s. Oh my god, Mr. Wang, he looks so rich. That big gold watch and that big gold chain, he looks like a pure nouveau riche. Look, this is the 20,000 yuan tip that I received just because I was so nice. I couldn't even get this much New Year's money by bowing down during the Chinese New Year. He let me get the reward without even frowning, as if he had a grudge against money. A casual tip of 20,000 yuan? Wang Cohen sat in the recliner and took a deep breath. How rich does one have to be able to do such an arrogant thing? Please ask this gentleman to come upstairs immediately. Wang Cohen asked the waitress to go downstairs quickly to pick someone up, and immediately got up to clean the room and start making tea. He also specifically instructed that Jang Fong be received according to the hotel's highest standards. Then, this scene appeared in the lobby on the first floor. Many waiters came to the hall in formal attire, lined up in 2 rows, looking very imposing, and bowed in unison, with their clear and melodious voices echoing continuously. Welcome Mr. Jiang, welcome young Master Jiang. This scene made Jiang Feng's mouth twitch violently. MD, why are there so many people? Damn, how much would it cost if all of this was rewarded? To be honest, Jang Fong felt a little painful at this moment. But then he concealed his expression and returned to his dandy look. What's the old saying? You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. Jang Fong turned his wrist, causing the large gold watch that had grown larger to make a sound, and then he waved his hand. Well done, comrades. De Fei, all rewards. This scared Zhang Yuan to death, oh my god. Everyone? There must be 20 or 30 of them, right? Fortunately the chef and the cutter didn't show up, otherwise I would have lost the reward. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan remembered that he had an argument with himself because of perfect attendance when he first joined the company. MD, things are different after falling in love with President Su. President Su is really good to Jang Fong. Damn, he gives him so much pocket money. Although he was thinking deeply, Zhang Yuan still did not forget his mission. He quickly tugged at the corner of Jiang Feng's clothes. Erden, you want a reward for this? How much does this cost? How about forgetting it? The next second, a loud bang hit Zhang Yuan on the head. Not only that, Jang Fong also punched him on the shoulder. How many times have I told you to call me master, but you just can't remember, right? I'm giving you a salary of 500,000 a month, and you can't even remember this request? You still dare to question me, young master? After my pig farm was demolished, I am now so poor that I only have money left. Don't you know that? Zhang Yuan swallowed hard and lowered his head in shame as if he had made a serious mistake. Okay master, I dare not question you. Seeing this, Zhang Fong smiled slightly, and turned to signal Li Dafei to give the money. Immediately afterwards, wads of cash were thrown accurately into the arms of every waiter present. Cries of thank you, young master came one after another. This scene was seen clearly by Wang Cohen, who was watching the surveillance camera in the office. His mood now is not much different from that of the waitress at the beginning. Damn, this is not just rich, this is simply super rich. Do you feel itchy or have a headache when you keep money on you? At this moment, Wang Kuan's heart was not only rekindled, but also extremely excited. I thought I would lose this hotel, but I didn't expect to meet such a big fool. No, I have to behave better. No matter what, I have to make Mr. Jiang buy the hotel for me today. 5 minutes later, Jang Fong and the other two marched into Wang Kuan's office in a mighty procession. The first time he saw Wang Kuan, Jang Fong showed a sneering expression, fiddled with his gold watch for a few times, took it off, and handed it to Wang Kuan. Boss Wang, tell me, how big of a boss are you? Why don't you wear anything on your wrist? Here, this watch of mine, a Rolex that cost 5 million, is for you. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Wang Kuan was shocked. What the hell did I do? I just gave away 5 million like that? It turns out that young Master Jiang not only has a grudge against money, but also has a habit of giving rewards. Wang Kuan quickly waved his hand to refuse. No, Mr. Jiang, this watch is too expensive. I can't take it. At this time, Zhang Yuan's eyes also moved. Hey, it's my turn to show off again. Yes, Erden, this watch is so expensive. You can't just give it away like that. Jang Fong took a breath and narrowed his eyes slightly. Call me master. If you call me master again today, your salary will be cut in half this month. Fuck, this young master and boss Wang hit it off right away, so what's wrong with giving him a watch? What's the matter with you? It's not your money, so shut up. Aren't the people around him used to calling him young master? Erden? Wow, this name is really down to earth. Wow, I didn't notice it just now, but the money is packed in urea bags? Wang Kuan was thinking wildly in his heart. It seems, this kid is a nouveau riche who just became rich? What a hit it off at first sight. When doing business and selling things, half of the customers are strangers and half are acquaintances. It's a grand slam. No, you must lick it well for young Master Jiang. No, Master Jiang, I really can't take this watch. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that it's not suitable. My temperament is not worthy of a watch of this level that the young master wears. Hearing this, Jang Fong fell into deep thought, and after a long time he nodded slightly. There's nothing wrong with that. After saying that, he didn't even wear the watch, but threw it to Li Dafei. Please help me put it away, young master. Li Dafei smiled innocently, took the watch and put it in his pocket. After doing all this, Jang Fong secretly breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the sofa beside him. In fact, it wasn't a $5 million Rolex gold watch at all. It was just a piece of junk bought at a dollar store. Jang Fong was just pretending to scare Wang Kuan. Because Jang Fong knew that Wang Kuan didn't dare to accept it. In order to avoid being exposed, he kept covering the dial when handing over the watch. There is no way. The waiters below can't see it from far away, but Wang Kuan, a big boss, may be able to see the value of this watch. Mr. Jiang, have some tea. Wang Kuan handed the tea that had been warmed long ago to Jang Fong. What Wang Kuan never expected was that his collection of top-quality tea was like water in front of Jang Fong. Not only did Jang Fong just pick up the cup and drink it all in one gulp, he finished it. He also coughed violently a few times, as if he had drunk something extremely unpalatable. What the hell is this so unpalatable? If it weren't for the fact that this thing is expensive, I wouldn't drink it. It's just that, Boss Wang, what do you mean by taking a sip? Are you showing disrespect to me? You fucking did it with me. Chapter 47, this deal has been decided between me, Lao Wang, and Jang Fong. I've never seen anything like this in my life. This is the first time Wang Kuan has heard that tea should be drunk. But now his savior Jang Fong is watching him. Does Wang Kuan have any other choice? He didn't, so he did it anyway. Here, Master Jiang, I did it. Seeing this, Jang Fong waved his hand happily. Big fly, big reward. What is the grand prize? Wang Kuan's slightly weathered face was full of confusion until he saw the 2 stacks of cash in his arms. Mr. Jiang, you really mean what you say. It's my reward, so just take it with confidence. Don't worry, Boss Wang. We have plenty of this stuff. Wang Kuan was speechless. He had been a boss for so many years, but this was the first time he had been rewarded by anyone. Most importantly, he was originally thinking about negotiation skills, thinking about how to get more money from Jang Fong. Until now, he seriously doubted whether his words would work on the man in front of him. Damn, can he understand the hidden meaning of our words? Wang Kuan swallowed hard. He didn't know whether to take the 20,000 yuan or not. Suddenly, he had an idea and changed the subject with an embarrassed smile. Mr. Jang, you came here to buy the hotel after hearing about my sale, right? Well, your hotel is grand and cheap, I'll buy it and experience what it's like to be the boss. Great, Mr. Jang. Here, take a look at this document. This is the basic information and asset assessment of the hotel. Seeing that the topic was finally on the right track, Wang Kuan quickly handed the documents he had prepared long ago to Jang Fong. He was so anxious to sell the hotel. Although Jang Fong looks like a stupid man with a lot of money and can definitely buy it, it's still better to sign a contract to feel at ease, right? Jang Fong also knew that Wang Kuan was anxious. After realizing that he had almost built up enough momentum, he opened the file with a cynical attitude. The document clearly states that Wang Kuan intends to sell it for around 50 million yuan. Zhang Feng's appraisal of Songcheng International Hotel last night was 45 million, which is almost the same price. As for other situations, Jang Fong didn't even look at them. It didn't matter. They were not important. He would not lose money no matter how much money he spent to buy this hotel. In just half a minute, Jang Fong closed the document and handed it back to Wang Kuan. Very good, I am satisfied with the price, the hotel is also good. Okay, I'll buy it. So satisfying? Wang Kuan took a deep breath. He asked for a bargaining range of 5 million more than the assessed value of the hotel. MD is really a big sucker, he doesn't even bargain, I got it. Okay, Master Jang, please wait a moment, I will prepare the contract right away. Wang Kuan was about to move as he spoke, but Zhang Feng's action stunned him. Zhang Fong just waved his hand and walked out the door with Li Dafei and Zhang Yuan without looking back. Wang Kuan's head was buzzing. Damn, what is this going on? Mr. Jang, aren't you going to buy a hotel? We are just about to sign the contract, where are you going at this critical moment? Going to the toilet? You don't have to go with 3 people. Wang Kuan swallowed hard and quickly stood in front of Zhang Fong and the other two. Mr. Jang, what are you doing? Go home. Go home. Wang Kuan raised his eyebrows fiercely. You shouldn't be signing the contract, transferring the money and doing the handover now? What are you doing back home? At this time, Wang Kuan had a bold idea. Although Zhang Fong is stupid, he is rich. Is it possible that he had already asked someone to assess the value of the hotel, and now he is dissatisfied because he found it is too expensive? It's very possible. Although this big villain likes to give rewards, no one likes to be cheated. Thinking of this, Wang Kuan quickly apologized with a smile. Boss Jiang, hey, is it because you are not satisfied with the price I asked for? Well, how about 45 million? That's the lowest price. Wang Kuan could see with his own eyes that Zhang Fong was obviously stunned for a moment, and the next second, Zhang Fong directly hugged his shoulders. This price is satisfying. Okay, Boss Wang, let's make a promise that neither of us will change. Seeing Jiang Fengzhen childishly stretching out his little finger, Wang Kuan was confused. Damn, why is negotiating the contract this time like children playing house? It's confirmed, he is the landlord's stupid son. For the sake of money, Wang Kuan felt that there was nothing he could not tolerate. Okay, Mr. Jiang, pinky promise. After pulling the hook, Zhang Fong nodded with satisfaction and gave Wang Kuan a thumbs up. He then chose to ignore Wang Kuan and walked around him with Li Dafei and Zhang Yuan and continued to walk out the door. Wang Kuan? Shit, we've already made a pinky promise, why are you still leaving, Mr. Jiang? At this moment, Wang Kuan was really panicked. He couldn't find any fault with himself in terms of price and attitude. But why did Zhang Fong still want to leave? Wang Kuan was puzzled. He was so afraid that Zhang Fong would not buy it. It's so funny. The notice of selling this hotel has been out for quite some time. If anyone had this idea, they would have come to the door a long time ago. But from yesterday till now, Wang Kuan has only waited for Zhang Fong. My goodness, this enemy has finally come here, how can we let him go? Wang Kuan stopped him again. Mr. Jiang, why do you want to go home? If you have any questions, just tell me and I'll solve them for you. Isn't that a done deal? Why do I have to go home and think about it? Hearing this, Zhang Fong appeared calm on the surface, but was secretly delighted in his heart. Isn't our deal done? I said I bought this hotel, and I even made a pinky promise with you. I am a person who always keeps my promises. Boss Wang, don't worry. I'll go home first and come back in 2 days. Come back in 2 days? Oh, Mr. Jang, please don't torture my old bones. Wang Kuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and spoke quickly. Mr. Jang, why 2 days? What did I do wrong? I'd been waiting for you to say this. What went wrong? Boss Wang, your mistake is that you didn't download the National Anti-Fraud Center. Jang Fong sighed lightly and touched the tip of his nose with a little embarrassment. Boss Wang, I don't want to make a fool of myself in front of others. But you keep asking, and I feel embarrassed to hide it from you. After all, even though this is the first time we've met, we're closer than brothers. To be honest, part of the compensation for the demolition of my pig farm has just arrived. 100 million took more than 3 days to arrive. What can I say about 45 million? 50 million is nothing to me. I'm thinking that I'll come back to you with the full amount when the time comes. Isn't that much better than only being able to pay you a deposit of 10 million today? It will arrive in 3 days? 100 million? That's totally fine. Wang Kuan accepted it immediately. Master Jiang is so rich, so what if he signs the contract first and pays the money a few days later? He didn't doubt the truthfulness of Zhang Feng's words at all, so shouldn't he return the 10 million deposit? Everyone knows that the deposit will not be refunded unless the full amount is paid, right? Who is kidding about 10 million? Master Jiang, please come in quickly. I thought it was something else. So it's just this? Aren't you just embarrassing me, old Wang? What did you say when we met just now? You and I hit it off right away, and you were planning to give me a watch worth 5 million. Isn't that negotiable? Brothers, yes, I, Wang Kuan, like people as frank as Zhang Xiao. We must be brothers. 10 million deposit, we must sign the contract today, no one can escape. I, Lao Wang, have made this deal with you. Chapter 48, Run Away, Little Brother. He is coming with bad intentions. Hearing this, Jang Fong chuckled and did not take Li Dafei and the other man out this time. He hooked his arm around Wang Kuan's shoulder and walked into the house. Brother Wang, why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known you were so gullible, would I have gone through so much trouble to find an actor? Damn, I can just come here alone and give you the bitter tea seeds. It's okay, Brother Jiang, it's not too late to tell me now. Wait a moment, it will only take a few minutes, the contract will be completed immediately. At the same time, Songqing City Center Street. A Ferrari sped past, attracting a lot of attention. The young ladies didn't care about their skirts being blown away. After all, there is a saying that goes, no matter whether you are a man or a woman, no one can resist Ferrari. In the car, Ouyang Mingze, who looked like a decent man, sat in the passenger seat and asked the driver with a slight side glance. Did Zhang Hu and the others go to find Zhang Fong? If my information is correct, Zhang Fong should have gone to Songqing International Hotel now. Oh, he's still going to that kind of rubbish hotel. What can he have to match my sister Yuran? TSK, I heard he went there in a shabby Santana. It really made me laugh to death. Hearing this, the driver's face turned green. Damn, a crappy Santana? I drive a Santana too. Damn, if you didn't give me so much money, I would have beaten you a long time ago. Boss, Zhang Hu and the others are already waiting at the entrance of Songqing International Hotel. As soon as Zhang Fong goes out, I'll give him a beating and record a video for you. Fighting will definitely make you feel better. Hearing this, Ouyang Mingze smiled with satisfaction. Zhang Fong, if I show the video of you being beaten to Su Yuran, where will you, as a man, put your dignity? It's so funny. How dare you snatch a woman from me? Do you think you're worthy? Ouyang Mingze let out a long sigh and felt extremely refreshed at this moment. Let's go directly to Vientiane Cosmetics. I haven't seen Sister Yuran for a long time. I have to go and catch up with her. Oh, by the way, I'm going to buy a bunch of roses when we pass by the flower shop later. No woman can resist romance. Songqing City, Songqing Hotel. Cui Jian was listening to music with a smile on his face to kill time. Yesterday, Mr. Ouyang from Jinghai called and said that he would have lunch with us at noon today. We have to go over and toast him with a glass of wine later. But suddenly, his peace was broken by the assistant rushing into the room. I'm sorry, Mr. Cui, this is an emergency and I forgot to knock. It's about young Master Ouyang and Mr. Zhang Fong. Ouyang Mingze and Zhang Fong both know Cui Jian. But he still couldn't understand how these two people could be related. He sensed something was wrong and nodded quickly. Hurry up and tell me. The assistant is also not slow. Someone saw young Master Ouyang bringing a business car with him to Songcheng. It is said that all the people sitting inside are elite bodyguards. From what I know, this group of elite bodyguards are going to beat Mr. Jang. Because young Master Ouyang has always admired President Su, and now President Su is together with Mr. Jang. He was so angry that just send someone to beat up little brother Jang Fong? Damn, what's the reason? Cui Jian frowned. He felt that Ouyang Mingze was too extreme in this matter. Why does MD still use such dirty tricks? Where is brother Jiang now? Songcheng International Hotel. Songcheng International Hotel? Why are you going there, little brother? Cui Jian was puzzled, but he felt that now was not the time to think about it. Hurry up and take the elite members of the hotel security over to provide support. I'll call my little brother and tell him about it. Don't let Ouyang Mingze play dirty and get hurt. In this matter, Cui Jian resolutely chose to help Jang Fong, not because he valued Zhang Feng's development potential. Cui Jian respected Ouyang Mingze's identity, but after all, Cui Jian himself was a person who could make Songcheng tremble with just a stomp of his feet. In his eyes, there is not only power and wealth, but also the justice of heaven and earth. He chatted with Jang Fong for a long time yesterday, and he felt that this little brother was really to his taste. How could I just stand by and watch Ouyang Mingze bully me like this? A beautiful lady, I long for her day and night, yet she resorts to such despicable means. This Ouyang Mingze is such a disgrace to his father. The main entrance of Songcheng International Hotel. Jang Fong felt extremely happy holding the contract signed with Wan Kun. Cool. Damn, it seems that the hot stock in a few days will not only make a small profit, but also a big one. Defei, you fat guy, you did a great job. I'll treat you at noon, shall we have a meal together? Li Dafei didn't even have the money for a taxi, so of course he had no objection to having a meal with a prostitute. And Zhang Yuan didn't dare to have any objection. The pleasant dinner was thus confirmed, and the three of them got into Santana and began looking for a nearby restaurant. As for why I didn't eat at Songcheng International Hotel. This was because Jang Fong had just given his employees a day and a half off, allowing them to rest and relax. Jang Fong feels that this is still very necessary. The car drove slowly towards the urban area of Songcheng. The three people did not notice that there was a commercial vehicle following them closely. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yuan finally discovered something unusual and said with a chuckle. Mr. Jiang, the car behind us is from another place. He seems to be lost and has been following us. Hearing this, Li Dafei also looked back, smiled foolishly, and scratched his head. I think so. Before Jiang Fong could open his mouth to speak, he felt the rear end of the car shake. Oh shit, no way? Did they bump into each other? Zhang Yuanrun was completely confused. RNM, just follow the road. Why don't you drive properly? What does it feel like to be rear-ended? It's like someone gave you a 1,000-year killing blow when you were totally unaware. Zhang Yuan couldn't bear it any longer, so he stopped the car, opened the door and walked out. He was determined to kill the guy who rear-ended him today. Zhang Fong and Li Dafei also planned to get off the car to take a look, but at this moment, Zhang Feng's cell phone rang. Brother Cui? Zhang Fong didn't think much about it and answered the call directly. Brother Cui, what's wrong? I have something to do. I was rear-ended outside. Hearing this, Cui Jian on the other end of the phone took a deep breath. Is it a business car? Brother Cui is a master of divination. Can you even guess this? How many people are there on the other side? 10. Zhang Fong was shocked. Firstly, because Cui Jian's guess was correct, and secondly, there were actually 10 people sitting in this business car? Doesn't this thing have 7 seats? You're really capable of fitting 10? Zhang Fong received a response from a muffled sound coming from the other end of the phone. It was Cui Jian who punched him. Oh my god, why didn't you leave brother Zhang your cell phone number yesterday? Damn, I wasted so much time looking for the phone number, and now brother Zhang has been exposed to the enemy. Cui Jian was in a dilemma at this moment. What should he do now? Tell Zhang Fong to run? It seems that brother Zhang has already gotten off the car, so there is no way to run. Brother Zhang, I don't have time to explain too much to you. Hurry up and keep a safe distance from them. They are sent by Ouyang Mingze to fight you. Who is this Ouyang Mingze? did I offend him? I don't even know him. Come to beat me? Jang Fong took a breath and said. These words fell squarely into the ears of Li Dafei and Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was a little confused. No wonder the other side looked so arrogant and sent so many people down. Did they come here to cause trouble? And Li Dafei was a little excited? Woohoo, I spent the whole morning helping the boss pay his wages and finally I get a job. 10 people just want to come and pick on my boss? Seeing that the other party was showing signs of taking action, Li Dafei did not hesitate. He smiled foolishly, took a big step forward and rushed forward. On the other side, Cui Jian was still giving instructions to Jang Fong. Yes, brother Jiang, please pay attention to safety first. Our hotel security has gone to pick you up. How about this, don't panic. Give the phone to the leader on the other side and I'll talk to him. In Songcheng, Cui Jian, still have some face. Cui Jian wanted to say something, but Jang Fong suddenly spoke with a surprised look on his face. Brother Cui, ask your hotel security to go back. It seems that these 10 people have been dealt with by the big brother I hired from the roadside for 300 yuan. Cui Jian? Chapter 49, Arrogant Ouyang Mingze and Retired Soldier Bodyguard Laoli. Cui Jian's mouth twitched fiercely. What? Solved? Or was it solved by a big brother hired from the roadside for 300 yuan? Didn't they say there were 10 people on the other side? Damn, this guy beat 10 alone? And so fast. My goodness, it would take longer than this to crush 10 ants to death. Is the job market so competitive now? A person with this skill is only worth 300 yuan? Cui Jian's face was filled with disbelief. He thought of a more practical idea. Brother Jiang, could it be that? Brother Jiang, I understand. Is it inconvenient for you to tell the truth now? Could it be that the other party has threatened you? If that's the case, just cough twice, brother, I'll have them blow up the gas tank right away to save you. Jang Fong smiled bitterly. Wow, brother Cui is really thoughtful. It's no wonder Cui Jian was suspicious. If Jang Fong hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Because from beginning to end he didn't see clearly how Li Dafei made his move. That's so fast. In a flash, just as he and Cui Jian spoke a few words, the 10 men who were originally so aggressive fell to the ground like thin dogs. That's basically like high school students attacking a kindergarten, punching each kid one by one. Brother Cui, don't worry, it's really solved. I'm completely safe now. How about we start a video to confirm it for you? Can we start video chat now? Cui Jian was finally relieved. It seemed that brother Jiang was indeed safe. While he breathed a sigh of relief and was thankful that Jang Fong was okay, a sense of admiration arose in his heart. Let me ask, who are the thugs that Ouyang Mingze brought to Songqing to do business? Absolutely every one of them has something special, and every one of them is an elite. Brother Jiang can beat them to a pulp with any bodyguard he finds. Oh my god, don't tell me this is a coincidence. He really is worthy of being the boyfriend carefully selected by President Su. He has a keen eye for talent. Since brother Jiang is fine, I won't worry about it. As for the aftermath, leave it to my hotel staff. You should go to President Su immediately. Looking for Su Yuran? Jang Fong frowned slightly. Why did Cui Jian ask us to go find that girl Su Yuran? Zhang Feng's intuition told him that this matter was related to the so-called Ouyang Mingze. Brother Cui, what is going on? Only then did Cui Jian realize that he was too anxious and did not explain the whole story to Jang Fong. I quickly recounted the whole story. 5 minutes later, Jang Fong hung up the phone with an angry look on his face. Damn, so someone thinks I stole his woman and is trying to trip me up? Steal your woman? Does Su Yuran like you? Stop flattering yourself. Fuck, Ouyang Mingze, right? Just wait and see if I cut you today or not. At this time, seeing Jang Fong hung up the phone, Li Dafei also ran over in a naive manner. Boss, I'm sorry. I was in such a hurry that I couldn't stop myself. It's also their fault that they can't stand being beaten. 9 of them were knocked out. Only the leader is still awake. Have I caused you any trouble? Causing trouble? Jang Fong sneered. It's not troublesome at all, just knock him out. Damn, after knowing the whole story, Jang Fong still felt that Li Dafei was not ruthless enough. Even if we lift the lid of Jesus' coffin today, it would still be self-defense. No trouble, it's okay. Jang Fong patted Li Dafei on the shoulder and then walked to the only awake thug. Zhang, whose heart jumped to his throat when he saw Jang Fong approaching slowly, accompanied by the harmless Li Dafei. He must be regretting it so much. Is young Master Ouyang sure that he wants us to vent his anger and not to give ourselves up to be killed? MD, who can beat this big guy? Zhang, who secretly glanced at Li Dafei's sandbag-sized fist and the brothers who had fainted on the ground, and swallowed hard. Damn it, if I hadn't dodged quickly, wouldn't I be lying there now? Damn, you can't take this punch no matter what. It will hurt your dick so much that it will fall off. Thinking of this, Zhang, who suddenly had an idea. Oh? It seems like we haven't had time to do it yet? Shit, yeah, I can play dumb in this situation. Thinking of a countermeasure, Zhang, who raised his head and looked at Jang Fong pretending to be tough. Mr. Jiang, although we were the ones who rear-ended your car. But you just casually asked someone to knock my brothers out like that. Isn't that inappropriate? Forget it, forget it. It's also my fault that my skills are not as good as others. Go ahead. I don't intend to pursue this matter any further. How about we just say goodbye now? Count as investigation. Oh shit, you're not going to fight anymore? Zhang, whose words were really in. It was Xiao Dao who opened Zhang Feng's eyes. He was speechless for a while, then looked at Zhang, who with narrowed eyes and a half smile. Car crash? Are you sure you weren't sent by Ouyang Mingzi to beat me up? Zhang, who swallowed hard. He felt an inexplicable fear when Zhang Fong was staring at him, but he still played dumb and said it. Hit you? Mr. Jiang, please don't spit blood at me. We have no grudges against each other. Why would I hit you? Then why do you know my last name is Zhang? Zhang who? Yes, if it was a normal car accident, how would I know his last name was Zhang? Oh shit, the secret is exposed. In this episode, Zhang, who demonstrated with his real strength what it means to be truly stupid instead of pretending to be stupid. Woo woo woo, Mr. Jiang, let me be frank. I am indeed here to greet you. It's just that this is all Ouyang Mingzi's idea and has nothing to do with us. We are just doing the job for money, please don't let this big brother punch me. I have elderly parents and young children to take care of, and I have mistresses outside. It's not easy for me. President's Office, Wanxiang Cosmetics Company, Limited, Songqing City. Ouyang Mingzi looked as elegant as ever, with his left hand behind his back and a bunch of blooming flowers in his right hand. You ran, long time no see. Here's a rose for you. Women all like romance, and roses symbolize the romance of love. But at this moment, Su Yuran felt disgusted no matter how she looked at the flowers, and felt that Ouyang Mingzi, who was so righteous, was hypocritical no matter how she looked at him. She heard that this guy had made many women pregnant abroad. We also know that Ouyang Mingzi deceived decent girls, forced people to have abortions, fucked his brother's wife, and cheated on him. In short, he should not do anything that has anything to do with people. At this moment, Su Yuran is very confused. Come on, you idiot. How can you have the nerve to hand over this bouquet of flowers with a look of yearning for love? Aren't you disgusting? Miss Su has always been clear about what she loves and hates, and she never pretends. If she hates someone, she will show her hatred on his face. Su Yuran threw the flowers on the table to the ground and snorted with a frown. Where's the security guard? Can't you see I'm busy? Why did you let young Master Ouyang in and make him go crazy? The moment Ouyang Mingzi arrived, Su Yuran asked the security team to come over. She knew the man in front of her too well. He was a piece of shit and she couldn't get rid of him. The next second, the security captain of Wanxiang Cosmetics rushed into the house and walked towards Ouyang Mingzi. Master Ouyang, please. Ask me to leave? Ouyang Mingzi smiled coldly. Today he didn't want to leave, and no one could make him leave. He waved his hand lightly. Oldly, tell him to shut up. The moment the words fell, the driver Laoli, who was on standby beside Ouyang Mingzi, moved. The next second, a solid punch hit the shoulder of security captain Jang Fong. Chapter 50. Jang Fong is here. Jang Fong only felt that he was pushed out by a huge force. He staggered back several steps and felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Seeing this, Ouyang Mingzi shrugged with a smile and looked at Jang Fong playfully. If you dare to say one more word, you will get more than just a punch. Then he patted Laoli on the shoulder, indicating that he had done a good job. Yuran, let me introduce you to Laoli, my driver and bodyguard, a retired foreign regular mercenary. You can try. Can you please ask these useless security guards of yours to leave? Before Su Yuran could even speak, the security guards who came with Jang Fong got angry. They all clenched their fists. How dare they beat our captain and call us trash? You're really good at fighting, right? But you're not a Super Saiyan, right? Let's see how many you can fight. I won't be able to swallow this anger if I don't beat you to death today. Brothers, let's fight. 5 security guards came up and headed straight for Ouyang Mingze. At the same time, Lao Li also moved. 2 minutes later, all 5 security guards were holding their chests, sweating profusely, with expressions of extreme pain. Su Yuran was frightened by this scene. She didn't expect that the bodyguards brought by Ouyang Mingze would be so skilled. All of you go down, the 5 of you are no match for him. Go to the hospital for a physical examination and the company will reimburse you. Su Yuran's moon-like eyes flashed with a strange light, and Jang Fong understood the hidden meaning behind Su Yuran's words. Yes, MD, we have more than 6 security guards in Wanshan Cosmetics. Damn, you can fight 6 people, but can you still fight 20 people? I'll kick you to death with 1 kick each. Okay, Mr. Su, let's call Secretary Zhang in. Jang Fong and others are moving very fast, so we must quickly call our brothers to come and protect President Su. As they left, Zhang Hongyan walked into the room with a serious face and stood next to Su Yuran. Ouyang Mingze smiled awkwardly, crossed his legs and sat on the sofa, waving his hand casually. Yuran, do you think that useless security guard understood and told him to go call for help? I'm not useless, is it possible that I couldn't hear it? Indeed, if there were 20 people, Lao Li would not be a match for them. But I still didn't stop them. Guess why? No way, Su Yuran? It's been such a long time since we last met. You don't really think I'm a fool, do you? I don't want to guess. I just know that 20 people can drive you away. How could Miss Su be someone who would be threatened? She took a sip of tea slowly, her aura not inferior to that of the arrogant Ouyang Mingze. Seeing this, Ouyang Mingze raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Su Yuran, there is one thing you may not know. I brought 10 elite bodyguards with me to Songcheng. Why do you think they didn't come with me? Why don't you call your boyfriend now and see if he answers? Boyfriend? Su Yuran frowned slightly. Jang Fong. Thinking of this, Su Yuran couldn't understand what Ouyang Mingze meant. Ouyang Mingze definitely asked those people to find Jang Fong. Su Yuran knew that Jang Fong didn't come to the company today, so she was even more worried now. When Su Yuran called Jang Fong, she heard the notification tone out of service area and her heart skipped a beat. Her face turned completely dark, and she stood up unconsciously, her tone extremely cold. Young Master Ouyang hasn't changed at all over the years. He is still as despicable and shameless as ever. Tell me, what did you do to Jang Fong? Seeing this, Ouyang Mingze sneered. It's fine now. I just gave him a light beating. But it will be hard to tell in a while. Because I plan to count how many security guards you can call up, and if there is one, I will ask them to punch Jang Fong one more time. To be honest, Su Yuran didn't want to be threatened by Ouyang Mingze, but she didn't want to see Jang Fong get into trouble even more. She had no doubt about the authenticity of this matter. This was something Ouyang Mingze could do. She narrowed her beautiful eyes, raised her hand and dialed Zhang Feng's number. No need to bring anyone up here, just go to the hospital for a checkup. After that, she hung up the phone and stared at Ouyang Mingze and asked. Ouyang Mingze, what on earth do you want to do? What do you want to do? Ouyang Mingze finally stood up, and he could no longer hide his evil smile. He had had so many women, but he could never forget Su Yuran's stunning appearance and impressive figure. Why did young Master Ouyang pretend to be a gentleman? Wasn't it just to trick her back home? The moment he heard that Jang Fong and Su Yuran were living together, young Master Ouyang was furious. Damn it, Su Yuran, I tried to coax you with nice words but you didn't appreciate it, and now you become a slut for me? Knowing that he could finally get what he wanted today, Ouyang Mingze licked his lips greedily. What? Su Yuran, we are all adults, so there is no need to explain it too clearly, right? What I asked you to do is just that simple. Let's have a meal together at Songcheng Hotel. After we have a pleasant discussion about life, I promise you will be able to meet Jang Fong. How about that? I think, Yuran, you are so kind and lovely, you definitely don't want to see your boyfriend get into trouble, right? Ouyang Mingze looked determined to win. Under normal circumstances, he would not dare to threaten this young lady with a powerful background. But now he dared, he even felt that he might succeed. However, what greeted him was not Su Yuran's reply, but a roar coming from the corridor. Damn it, you dare to find someone to beat me up, and you dare to threaten Ran Ran? Damn it, Ouyang Mingze, let me tell you if I'm going to give you a beating today. Hear the voice before seeing the person. The next second, the office door was pushed open with a bang, and Jang Fong and Li Dafei rushed in. Seeing this, Ouyang Mingze and Laoli beside him were stunned for a moment. Jang Fong. Why is this guy here? Zhang Hu and his team failed? I really didn't expect that, Jang Fong, you ran really fast. Zhang Hu and the others couldn't stop you? You're really good looking. No wonder you've charmed Su Yuran so much. You must be good at martial arts, right? So what if I come? With Lao Li here, what can you do to me? Ouyang Mingze suddenly felt that things were getting more exciting. Beating Jiang Fong in front of Su Yuran? Shit, it was even more exciting just thinking about it. Shut your stinky mouth now. Jiang Fong frowned, raised his hand and slapped Ouyang Mingze. Seeing this, young Master Ouyang slowly picked up the teacup, while Old Li beside him had already stepped forward. If he guessed correctly, Jiang Fong would be knocked away by Lao Li next. Seeing this scene, Su Yuran, who was originally extremely excited, was also stunned. Jiang Fong, don't be impulsive, you can't beat the middle-aged man next to him. At the critical moment, Li Dafei raised his fist as big as a sandbag and punched Lao Li with all his strength. You still want to stop my boss? Get out of my way. This punch made Old Li's mouth twitch fiercely. It was so creepy just to look at it. He dodged quickly, gritting his teeth and deciding to get out of the way quickly. But he is fast, and Li Dafei is even faster. The next second, the former regular foreign mercenary Lao Li flew. Ouyang Mingze took a deep breath and said, Old Li, how did you fly? Ouch. At the moment he was stunned, Jiang Feng's slap had already hit him hard in the face. An extremely loud slapping sound echoed above the office. Chapter 51. Today I am going to beat you, young master. Young Master Ouyang, who usually lives a life of luxury, was slapped in the face. No one dares to bump into him. This slap not only made his head buzz, but also made him furious. Jiang Fong, you dare to hit me? In response, Jiang Fong raised his hand and slapped him again, hitting the other side of his face. I'm going to hit you. Logically speaking, the odds of winning or losing in a 1v1 PK match between two men of similar build should be 50-50. I'm not saying I can definitely beat you, but at least I won't be beaten too badly, right? But the current situation is not like this. Jiang Fong could make Ouyang Mingze become autistic with just one slap, and could make him lie on the ground with just one kick in the stomach. It's not that Jiang Fong's fighting ability is so terrifying, he is just exercising his strength normally. Ouyang Mingze has been pampered since childhood and cannot bear the wind and rain. It's just that he is going to die in a woman's belly in the next few years, which is pitiful. Ouyang Mingze, who was knocked to the ground, realized that Jiang Fong was still trying to attack, and subconsciously shrank his neck. Old Li is his biggest support at the moment. Now that Old Li was knocked away by Li Dafei's punch, what's the point of him pretending? At this moment, young Master Ouyang also realized that Jiang Fong was not able to run away, but that he had a master around him. After a moment of fear, he spoke quickly. Jiang Fong, I'm warning you, I'm the eldest son of the Ouyang group in Jinghai City. How about you stop now and I pretend that the few times you hit me just now never happened? How about I leave right away and promise not to bother Su Yuran again in the future? Jiang Fong was really furious after hearing these three sentences. Oh my god, you're pretending it never happened. Young master, right? Damn, I am a reborn person, and I am afraid of you? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Jiang Fong raised his leg and kicked Ouyang Mingze to the ground, then sat directly on him. Just raise your hand and you'll get a loud slap in the face. The one I'm going to beat up today is you, young master. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Another slap in the face with the backhand. How dare you find someone to beat me up, and you still say I stole your woman? How dare you threaten my woman? Feeling his hands numb and painful, Jiang Fong took a long breath and rubbed his hands. Seeing this, Ouyang Mingze, who was beaten so hard that his eyes were full of stars, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's great, this guy hit my face and it hurt. He is tired and won't hit me anymore. So, Jiang Fong switched to his left hand. Bang! Fuck you, I was just listening to you in the hallway and you were threatening Su Yuran? Bang! You're not being a good young master, you're coming here to act like a bitch, right? Bang! Are you still pretending that nothing happened today? Bang! You still want to keep pestering Su Yuran? 10 minutes later, Jang Fong felt that his hands were almost numb, so he let go of Ouyang Ming's collar and threw him aside. As he stood up, he still felt a little unsatisfied, so he kicked him hard in the stomach again. Fuck, that hurts so much. Jang Fong, you. Ouyang Mingza opened his mouth, which was swollen from being beaten, and started cursing subconsciously. Then he was kicked again. This kick was not made by Jang Fong, nor by Li Dafei. Instead, he was kicked by Old Li, who was being held by Li Dafei and unable to move at all. Old Li is so worried. Ah, young master, are you still planning to scold me? Can you understand the situation in front of you? For money, if you ask me, Lao Li, to help you do something bad, I will do it. You can't fucking drag me, Lao Li, to get beaten here with you. Shut your stinky mouth. This kick completely sobered Ouyang Mingza up. He looked at Jang Fong fiercely, his lips moved slightly, and finally he closed his mouth obediently. On the other side, Jang Fong had already arrived beside Su Yuran. He glanced sideways at Zhang Hongyan and smiled slightly. Secretary Zhang, does the company have any vacant lounge or activity room? Zhang Hongyan was still in a daze the last second. My god, Mr. Zhang hit her too hard. It feels so good. The next second, when he heard Jiang Feng's question, he immediately nodded, with more admiration in his eyes. Yes, Mr. Jiang, the activity room on the 5th floor has always been empty. Jiang Feng nodded. Then please Secretary Zhang, please show Dafei the way. Take young Master Ouyang to the activity room to rest first? It was indeed a rest. Jiang Feng felt that his hands were tired, and Ouyang Ming's face must be tired too. Let him rest for a while, and then I'll go over and slap him later. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Zhang Hongyan nodded immediately. To be honest, if the security guard was not so weak, she would have wanted to kick Ouyang Mingza out long ago. After receiving the instructions, Li Dafei scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Don't worry, Brother Feng. With me here, they will definitely behave themselves. After that, he held Ouyang Mingza in his left hand and Lao Li in his right hand like a chicken, and followed Secretary Zhang's footsteps. After the 4 people left, the huge office immediately returned to calm, with only Zhang Fong and Su Yuran left. The remaining atmosphere was awkward and cold, making people feel terrified. At this time, Zhang Fong was the first to speak and break the silence. He smiled slightly and held Su Yuran's hand. Isn't it awesome? Li Dafei, I hired this thug from the roadside for 300 yuan this morning. No matter who we face, we'll kill them with one punch. Hearing this, Su Yuran burst out laughing. This smile seemed to have magical power. The cold atmosphere disappeared, leaving only a warm feeling. She did not reply to comment on Li Dafei's skills, but took Jiang Feng's hand and slowly walked to the sofa and sat down. Then he pulled his hands away and put his arms around Jiang Feng's shoulders. Xiao Fengfeng, I'm a little scared, can you hold me for a while? Jiang Feng thought that Su Yuran was frightened by Ouyang Mingza and didn't think much about it. The moment he felt the delicate body in his arms, he reached out and hugged Su Yuran tightly. Many times, hugs can give people great encouragement and courage. The familiar and unique fragrance penetrated into his nose, and Jiang Feng subconsciously helped Su Yuran smooth out her messy hair. But gradually he realized something was wrong. Because he felt Su Yuran's body shaking. After a few seconds, the sound of sobbing could be heard. Crying? Ah, President Su, don't cry. What are you afraid of? Am I not here? Dafei is also downstairs. Now that Ouyang Mingza has been subdued, he won't threaten you again. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Zhang Feng coaxed Su Yuran softly, but he didn't think so in his heart. Damn it, Ouyang Mingza, just wait, I'm going to slap you in a bit. After all, Zhang Feng hated to see women cry. Seeing that Zhang Feng knew she was crying, Su Yuran simply stopped trying to hide it. She broke free from Jiang Feng's arms and raised her beautiful face that was crying so hard that it made people feel extremely distressed. At this moment, her cheeks were covered with crystal tears, and her starry eyes were like waves with ripples. She raised her little fist and punched Zhang Feng on the shoulder. Then, as if she had used up all her strength, she threw herself back into his arms and spoke in a soft voice. I'm not afraid of him because he scared me. Who can threaten me, Su Yuran? I compromised and was afraid because he threatened me with you. At that time, I didn't get through to you on the phone, so I really thought you were taken away by his people. You stinky Zhang Feng, you are so evil. You obviously have such a powerful helper, you are obviously fine. Why can't I get through to you on the phone? Why didn't you answer my call and made me worry for so long? Chapter 52 Brother, Jang Fong will give you 300 per day. In this society where everyone wears a mask of hypocrisy and the pace of life is extremely fast, it is really a happy thing to be remembered by others. What's more, he was being treated by a stunning beauty like Su Yuran. After hearing her words, Jang Fong let out a long sigh. He really couldn't describe his feelings for a moment. He thought Su Yuran was scared because she was frightened by Ouyang Mingze. I didn't expect that. I was actually worried that something might happen to him. Taking out the cell phone from his pocket, Jang Fong indeed found a missed call. He thought about it carefully and put on a helpless smile. Boss Su, if I remember correctly, I should have been in the elevator at that time. Wasn't I supposed to be here in 2 minutes? There was no signal at the time. As Jang Fong spoke, the corner of his mouth twitched fiercely. This was indeed a bit too coincidental. He was in the elevator when Su Yuran called. He chuckled and curled Su Yuran's right hand into a fist. Boss Su, I really didn't mean it. I know my statement was a bit forced. But the fact is that I didn't hear it in the elevator. How about, you hit me a couple more times to vent your anger? Su Yuran wrinkled her pretty nose and quickly withdrew her hand. No fight, no fight. Hee, you've already explained that you can't answer the phone in the elevator. Why should I be angry? Only. Su Yuran paused for a moment, then rubbed her delicate hands. I hit you so hard just now that my hand is numb now. You slapped Ouyang Mingze for so long that his face was swollen. Didn't your hand hurt? It hurts. Jang Fong is not Iron Man and his hands are made of flesh. How can it not hurt? But compared to pleasure, what does pain matter? A real man stands tall and upright. When it is time to punch, he should not hesitate. How can he be afraid of pain? In that situation, is there any reason for Jang Fong not to beat Ouyang Mingze? It hurts, but it's enough that Ouyang Mingze hurts more. Come on, he insulted you like that, and I shouldn't beat him up? Men need to save face the most, okay? After hearing this, Su Yuran was silent for a long time, about a full minute before she opened her mouth to ask. Jang Fong, are you a little scared? After knowing that he is the young master of Ouyang Group? To be honest, anyone would be afraid when facing someone who was much richer and more powerful than themselves. Even Jang Fong, who was reborn, is no exception. He is not the protagonist of a novel, and he does not have a fantastic system to help him. He is just an ordinary person with a little luck. He can indeed use the time and information gap to bankrupt Ouyang Mingze, but the prerequisite is to give him enough time. The moment Jang Fong heard that Ouyang Mingze was the young master of Ouyang Group, he was indeed stunned. But on second thought, what the hell is there to be afraid of when I've already died once? Is there anything more frightening than death? Jang Fong thought, yes, cowardice. Of course I am a little scared, but people should have some dignity when they live, right? He used such a petty trick to beat me, and he even dared to threaten and force you, and even threatened you with me. There is nothing I can tolerate. He even wrote on my head and shit on me. I didn't think much at the time, just 4 words, fuck him. After saying that, Jang Fong instantly realized that he had lost his composure. I couldn't help it, how could I say laziness and swear in front of President Su? He scratched his head a little embarrassedly. But the fact was, Su Yuran not only did not feel the slightest bit disgusted by Jang Feng's words, but instead smiled gently. Thank you, Xiao Fong Fong. Well, I assure you that Ouyang Mingze will not cause you any trouble at all. Just let me handle today's matter. After saying that, Su Yuran's eyes were as warm as water, and she took advantage of the moment when Jang Fong was stunned to quickly kiss his cheek. Looking at Jang Fong leaving the office, Su Yuran couldn't help but blush. Come to think of it, this was also the first time she took the initiative to kiss someone without any reason. There is no girl who doesn't like a man who stands up for her, even if he is as noble as Miss Su. Women are easily moved, of course, except for cousins. The moment Jang Fong pushed the door open, he was knocked down by Ouyang Mingze. When Jang Fong said, I didn't think too much about it, I just wanted to hit him. Su Yuran's nose was filled with soreness. Although this incident was clearly caused by him, Jang Fong did not complain or blame her at all. At this moment, Su Yuran, whose tears were still wet, shed a few tears again. Her thoughts drifted further and further away, thinking about what happened yesterday morning. It was clearly her own fault, but Jang Fong kept apologizing. Su Yuran was overwhelmed with emotions and didn't know how to describe her feelings. Happy? Delighted? Touched? A little bit of all, but also none of them. But the scenes involving Jang Fong kept playing in my mind and I couldn't get rid of them no matter how hard I tried. 5 full minutes passed before Su Yuran let out a long breath and raised her hand to make a phone call. Hey, Su Wanxiang, your daughter is about to be bullied to death, do you care? Do you care if your son-in-law's hand is swollen after being slapped in the face? Vientiane Cosmetics Company, Limited, activity room on the 5th floor. Ouyang Ming's face was completely swollen, and even though no one slapped him, he still felt hot. On the other side, Lao Li lowered his head inside. It's not that he didn't want to take Ouyang Ming's away, but Li Dafei was watching him too closely. He originally wanted to take advantage of the moment when Li Dafei was playing with his cell phone and letting down his guard to run away with the young master. But the reality is cruel. Not only did Li Dafei not play with his phone, he didn't even move his eyes. Just sit there and watch them closely. Old Li was puzzled. Are there still young people in this era who don't play with mobile phones? As a result, when he asked, he almost got angry to death. Li Dafei said that he had just arrived in the city and didn't have a mobile phone at all. Well, what else can Lao Li say? But at this moment, Lao Li had another idea. Got it. If I'm not mistaken, this Li Dafei should be a hired bodyguard like him, right? Brother, Jang Fong hired you as a thug. How much would he pay you per day? Li Dafei didn't know why they were asking this, but he knew that the two people in front of him were not good people. He spoke with a very alert expression. Brother Fong gives me 300 a day. 300? Lao Li took a deep breath when he thought of his monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. Am I a little bit off the market price? Not only was he shocked, after hearing that, Ouyang Mingze felt that the pain on his face was gone and he felt stronger. He quickly stood in front of Li Dafei and said in disbelief. Fuck, big brother, Jang Fong only gives you 300 a day for your skills? Isn't he a black-hearted capitalist? Young Master Ouyang understood what Lao Li was planning at this time, and he quickly continued to speak. If you want to hang out with me, don't even mention 300. I'll give you 3,000 a day, or even 10,000. How about it? 3,000, 10,000? That much money? Li Dafei took a deep breath. If that's the case, won't I be able to go home and talk about getting married soon? Seeing that Li Dafei was moved, Ouyang Ming's eyes lit up. Oh, there's a chance. He turned his eyes and spoke quickly. Brother, here's the price, 20,000 a day. Let's go out together now, go upstairs and beat up Jang Fong, and then I'll take you to eat something delicious and drink something spicy, how about that? Chapter 53, after one punch, another one. 20,000 a day. It seems like a lot of money. Li Dafei couldn't help swallowing his saliva, but then he punched Lao Li in the stomach. I reject you. You guys gave me a lot of money, but my mother said I can't work for bad people. You two are bad guys. Lao Li, brother, you are awesome, you are noble, you are upright, but those words were said by my young master, why the hell did you hit me? Feeling severe pain in his chest, Lao Li almost fainted. Brother, you hit the wrong person. These words scared Ouyang Mingze. Damn it, Lao Li, I gave all my salary to you for nothing. You've already been punched, can you please not drag me into this? Ouyang Mingze was complaining crazily in his heart, but the next second a fist as big as a sandbag landed on his back. Fuck. Li Dafei's hometown is a very simple and kind village. The people there always return what they borrow and are extremely kind and innocent. There has never been any phenomenon of preferring sons over daughters and treating them unequally. Li Dafei, who grew up in that kind of environment, did so resolutely. He also had to treat Lao Li and Ouyang Mingze equally, right? So after punching Ouyang Mingze, he punched Lao Li again without saying a word. Lao Li, shit, what the hell do you mean by punching me again? Ouyang Mingze? Wait a minute, Lao Li, please shut up. Li Dafei ignored them and returned to his seat, thinking stupidly. I wanted to punch Ouyang Mingze, but I punched Lao Li by accident. The situation should be that young Master Ouyang received one more punch than Old Li. So I should give young Master Ouyang 2 punches and Old Li 1 punch. 2 minus 1, which is the same as my original intention, 1 more punch than Old Li. That's not right. The one I hit just now was Lao Li. Li Dafei sat there in a daze. No, I got it wrong. The punch just now should have been given to Ouyang Mingze. How could I make such a low-level mistake? Fortunately, the boss hasn't arrived yet and didn't notice my mistake. Now if I give Ouyang Mingze 2 more punches, it will be the same as before. Li Dafei thought so, then smiled foolishly and raised his sandbag-sized fist again. On the other side, Ouyang Mingze's eyebrows were about to be raised. Brother, big brother, my dear brother, please let me go. If we don't understand the calculation, can we just not calculate it? Ouch, that hurts. Seeing this, Lao Li took a breath of cold air. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. He now wants to leave this nightmarish place. Li Dafei just said, young Master Ouyang will get hit by 1 more punch than me? I have an immature little idea now. Is there a possibility that if the young master sends it, Jang Fong won't make things difficult for me? How about I take the initiative to go over and take a few punches? Old Li had no idea how many punches he could withstand from Li Dafei, but he knew that he could definitely withstand more than his own master Shubi. Even though he tried to hold back so as not to knock Ouyang Mingze unconscious, Li Dafei's 2 punches almost killed Ouyang Mingze. He was lying on the table like a dead dog. What a handsome young man. Fuck it, only if you don't get beaten can you be called a decent person. Seeing Li Dafei sitting back in his chair, Ouyang Mingze breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, I won to be beaten before Jang Fong comes, right? As he wished, Jang Fong did not come so quickly, but a fat figure rushed in. Zhang Yuan walked into the room with a frown on his face and went straight to Li Dafei. Dafei, which one of them is called Ouyang Mingze? When Li Dafei saw that it was an acquaintance, he smiled innocently and pointed at Ouyang Mingze who was lying on the table. The next second, Zhang Yuan could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and kicked Ouyang Mingze in the back. I'm going to fuck you. There is no skill involved in this kick, it's all emotion. Young Master Ouyang, who was already exhausted from the kick, fell directly off the chair and sat on the ground. Then, Zhang Yuan, who weighed more than 200 pounds, fell on him, cursing. Fuck you, your name is Ouyang Mingze, right? Did you know that one of your men hit my car? Fuck, do you know how expensive it is to repair a car? I'm going to get scolded by my wife again when I get home. There are many rules for driving, but safety comes first. Why the hell did you let someone hit my car? The more Zhang Yuan thought about it, the angrier he became. He subconsciously wanted to slap Ouyang Mingze in the face, but after looking around, he found that he really had no place to slap him. I simply gave up the idea, stood up, and sat down again. Fuck, it's killing me. Sink? Damn it, sink is the right thing to do. I can't crush you to death. Zhang Yuan moved very quickly, he stood up quickly and pressed down again with his butt. Oh my god. Ouyang Mingze was almost suffocated by the pressure, and he was also angry. Damn it, Jang Fong hit me, Li Dafei hit me, that is fine. Who the hell are you to dare to hit me? This badge is Vangxiang Cosmetics' Deputy Director of Sales? What the hell, how dare a small person act so arrogant in front of me? Lao Li, fuck him for me. At Ouyang Mingze's command, Lao Li rushed over as if by reflex. The next second, Lao Li was hit by Li Dafei's punch. He is my boss's friend, you can't hit him. Oh? Did I punch Lao Li again? Thinking of this, Li Dafei turned around, looked at young Master Ouyang who had a confused look on his face, scratched his head and smiled foolishly. I'm sorry, Ouyang Mingze, I have to punch you again. Seeing this scene, Jang Fong, who had been standing at the door of the activity room, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Young Master Ouyang really just said one word, it's what he deserves. He walked into the room with a wry smile and kicked Ouyang Mingze who had just rested. Get up, let's talk about compensation. When Ouyang Mingze heard Zhang Feng's voice, it sounded like the sound of nature. Chat? Okay, let's chat now, and let me get out of here as soon as we're done. It's so painful and so fucking scary. Chat, Jang Fong, tell me how much you want? Not to mention, although young Master Ouyang is a bit sinister and cunning, his attitude towards compensation is still quite positive. Jang Fong smiled slightly and nodded. Okay, let's go through it one by one. First of all, your guys hit my friend's car, Santana. The suggested retail price of a new car is over 100,000 yuan. I won't ask you for more. Let's make it a round number, 200,000 yuan. Any objection? Opinions? Ouyang Mingze took a breath. More than just being dissatisfied, he was simply scared to death. Fuck, Jang Fong, please don't ask for too much, okay? You want me to pay 200,000 for a Santana? First of all, the car is not worth the price now. Besides, Zhang Hu and his men didn't crash it into pieces. It was just a blow from behind. How could that be worth 200,000? To be honest, not only Ouyang Mingze, but even Zhang Yuan was confused. 200,000. Ah, Mr. Jiang is too polite. She could have just taken Ouyang Mingze's money, but she had to give him an excuse of compensation. But Jiang Feng's subsequent explanation made everyone gasp. That's reasonable, but our compensation should also be based on the actual situation, right? It's true that a car being hit doesn't cost much, but the main thing is that you hit the back of it. We ordinary people are not as generous as you, Master Ouyang, who can easily change cars. When we buy a car, we treat it as our wife and protect it. Let me ask you this today, what if your wife gets hit on the butt by someone else? What the hell are you going to do? Damn it! I'm already very kind of you to pay me 200,000. You still dare to bargain here. Chapter 54. The young master fainted from fright, so I might as well faint too. Ouyang Mingze oldly, damn, is this even comparable? Zhang Yuan, shit, that makes sense. You broke my wife's butt and it's hard to fix. Why don't you pay me 200,000? Damn it, are you going to compensate me or not? If not, I'll put pressure on you. Seeing that the situation on the scene was somewhat tense, Li Dafei immediately stood up and stood in front of Jang Fong and Zhang Yuan, looking at Ouyang Mingze with a silly smile on his face. Ouyang Mingze subconsciously hid behind Lao Li. Don't hit me, hit Lao Li. Oh my god, something is wrong. After hitting Lao Li, he had to punch me again. Thinking of this, Ouyang Mingze waved his hands quickly. Compensation, I accept the 200,000. It's so funny, he can't deny it. Jang Fong nodded slightly, waved his hand, and Li Dafei stepped aside. Then calculate the next item. You asked someone to beat me up, and one of them punched me. According to the market price, one punch is 100,000. For my medical expenses, it's not too much for me to ask you for 1 million, right? Hearing this, Ouyang Mingze was completely numb. I did ask someone to beat you up, but did they touch you? Damn, is this a compensation deal? No, this is a scam. Jang Fong, stop spitting blood at me. With Li Dafei there, how can Zhang Hu and the others beat you? One slap each? You slapped them each, didn't you? Jang Fong gave Ouyang Mingze a thumbs up. Well, not bad. He can react like that. He is not stupid. Then, he raised his eyebrows. I didn't beat Zhang Hu and the others, you framed me. This wave has caused damage to my reputation. I want 1 million in compensation. Ouyang Mingze. Don't bully me, you bastard. Before Ouyang Mingze could finish his words, Li Dafei came over and punched him. Don't scold my boss. As he said this, he seemed to remember something. Oh? Did I punch young Master Ouyang one more time? Oldly, let me balance it for you. He moved extremely fast, turned around, and punched Lao Li without holding back. After the fight, Li Dafei still smiled naively. It's more comfortable to beat Lao Li, you can use some strength, and you have to hold your strength when beating Ouyang Mingze to avoid knocking him unconscious. Lao Li, I fucking provoke you. On the other hand, Ouyang Mingze was really scared by Li Dafei and Jang Fong. He gritted his teeth and said, it's just 1 million. Master, can't I pay for it? Okay, 1 million is 1 million. After I pay the compensation, I can leave, right? Jang Fong nodded and held up 3 fingers. Let's talk about my mental damages, my and Zhang Yuan's lost wages, and Dafei's compensation. You can go now. Are there any mental damage compensation? Lost work wages? Are you kidding me? You are blackmailing me. If this were the case, Ouyang Mingze would have to endure it. But what is Li Dafei's contribution fee? He beat us up and you still ask me for money? Jang Fong. As soon as Ouyang Mingze got excited, he subconsciously wanted to speak. The next second, a pair of big hands covered his mouth. It's not Li Dafei, not Zhang Yuan, not Jang Fong, but Lao Li. Old Li was so scared. Damn it, young master, please stop talking. Don't you see the situation clearly? Hurry up and pay all the money so we can leave. 10 minutes later, Jang Fong received the 5 million transferred by Ouyang Mingze and smiled slightly. He didn't ask for compensation for Su Yuran's mental damages. Because based on Zhang Feng's understanding of Su Yuran, she would rather not have this little money than hear Ouyang Mingze's name again. Okay, Mr. Ouyang, you can leave now. Welcome to visit us next time. Yang Mingza smiled awkwardly. He didn't dare to say anything harsh now. Instead, he left a very obscure sentence. Jang Fong, welcome to Yang Group. These words fell squarely into Zhang Yuan's ears. Yang Group? Isn't this the big group in Jinghai? Oh shit, wait a minute, Yang Mingza, Yang Group. Oh my god, this guy couldn't be the eldest son of the Yang Group. The one I beat, cheated, and oppressed was the young master of Yang Group? For a moment, Zhang Yuan wanted to die. But he soon calmed down. No, I fought with Jang Fong. If there is any problem, President Su will definitely help us. Oh my god, as long as President Su is here, Director Su is here. As long as Director Su is here, what a shitty Yang Group. Zhang Yuan thought so, then raised his hand and kicked Yang Mingza in the stomach, then pressed on him. Damn it, if you dare to find someone to hit my wife's ass again, I will not let you off. Zhang Yuan's train of thought is actually quite unique. After thinking everything through, his first reaction was not to apologize to Yang Mingza and ask for forgiveness. Instead, I was thinking, this is the only time in my life that I will bully a young master like this. Damn it, just beat him up for fun, there won't be another chance later. Awesome. Jang Fong was shocked when he saw Zhang Yuan suddenly jumping up, and gave him a thumbs up. He was just thinking about how to find an excuse to beat Yang Mingza up again. Now Zhang Fong has understood. What is there to look for? Why not just get started? As expected, Minister Zhang is the one who bullies his employees. His ability to lead a group is really strong. Then I'll slap you again. Hey, let me slap you on the right cheek again. Li Dafei, who was standing aside with empty hands and at a loss, was stunned. Then he swung his arms and came over with his fists as big as sandbags. Then I'll play another round too. Yang Mingza, can you three behave like human beings? Laoli, what a beast. The next second, Li Dafei looked at the unconscious Yang Mingza and fell into deep thought. He glanced at his fist that was suspended in the air but had not yet been thrown out. Brother Fong, what's going on? He fainted before I even hit him. In fact, Yang Mingza's thoughts were very simple. He felt that in his current condition, he could not withstand Li Dafei's punch as big as a sandbag no matter what. He thought about it and decided that it would be better to faint directly than to be knocked out. So, he fainted. Not only that, when Li Dafei walked next to Laoli, he was confused again. Hey! Brother Fong, Laoli is also fainted. In fact, what Laoli thought was very simple. The young master fainted, so I'll faint too, or else I'll have to be balanced by Li Dafei. Looking at the two people who had fainted, Zhang Fong frowned slightly. Damn, this is troublesome. How can we get rid of these two people? Where can we take them? Suddenly, Zhang Fong suddenly thought of a sentence. Trash belongs in the trash can. A minute later, Li Dafei carried Yang Mingza and Laoli out of the activity room, walked downstairs, and helped them return to their buckets. At the same time in Jinghai City, in a detached villa with European-style architecture, 10 powerful and well-trained bodyguards surrounded a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked extremely disheveled, with messy hair and bruises all over his face, and it was obvious that he had just been beaten. On the other side of the hall, Su Wanxiang sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, lit a cigarette, took a deep puff and spit it out at the woman sitting in front of him. The rich man obviously didn't like the taste and choked and coughed several times. Seeing this, Su Wanxiang not only did not stop smoking, but distributed 10 cigarettes to the bodyguards and asked them to light them up. When the smoke covered the sky above the hall, Su Wanxiang raised the corner of his mouth and smiled awkwardly at the woman in front of him. Madam, I don't think you want to see anything happen to Mr. Ouyang, do you? Chapter 55 What if I hit you? Domineering Su Wanxiang. Madam, a husband and wife are bound by love for 100 days. You definitely don't want to see Ouyang Tianhua get into trouble, right? As long as Madam shows enough sincerity, how about I let him go? Vienna Hotel, shall we go over there and have a meal together and discuss life? Su Wanxiang said this with a smile, and the next second a roar was heard. Ouyang Tianhua was furious. Damn, I was lying in bed comfortably today, waiting for the second child. As a result, Su Wanxiang suddenly showed up with 10 bodyguards. Before he could react, he was beaten up by the bodyguards brought by Su Wanxiang. Now Su Wanxiang is actually using him to threaten his own wife? As the chairman of Jinghai City Ouyang Group, Ouyang Tianhua is a man who can shake the world with just a stomp of his foot. Can he tolerate this? Which man can tolerate this? Su Wanxiang, are you crazy today? I'll call Xiao Yun in a minute and tell her to leave you, a lunatic. You are a pervert, completely a pervert. Su Wanxiang, I'm going to warn you one last time today. If you dare to touch my wife, I'll fight you. Fighting? Angry? Oh, I'm so angry now. Then when your son was threatening my daughter and son-in-law, why didn't you come out to stop him? Tell Xiao Yun? Damn it, Ouyang Tianhua, how dare I do this without my wife's approval? Can you use your pig brain? Su Wanxiang felt helpless for a moment, then stood up and walked to Ouyang Tianhua, who was tied up by bodyguards. Fuck you, how dare you call me a pervert? Let me tell you, not only does my wife know about what happened today, she also supports me. Let me ask you one question. How does it feel to be threatened with your wife? After saying this, he turned around and looked at the lady. Madam, how does it feel to be threatened? Ouyang Tianhua was already in a completely crazy state at this time, and his brain was unable to think at all. But the lady sitting on the sofa still retained a bit of rationality, and she felt that what happened today was very strange. What Su Tianxiang did is so puzzling. On weekdays, Lao Su was always the honest man who would rather suffer losses himself than let his friends suffer losses. You are always smiling and have no temper. What happened to you today? The noble lady frowned and advised. Lao Su, what happened to you? Is there any misunderstanding? Just tell us, don't let Tianhua and the other two be kept in the dark, let's solve it together, okay? Misunderstanding? I misunderstood NMLGCB. When Su Wanxiang heard these two words, he became furious. Damn it, my daughter called me crying, and you tell me it was a misunderstanding? How much of a grievance must my daughter, who has always been strong all her life, have to suffer to cry? Damn, thinking about Su Wanxiang made me want to slap the lady in front of me. But he still restrained his impulse and didn't hit the woman. The next second, he raised his arm and elbowed Ouyang Tianhua. Since Madam has asked, I won't hide it from you, old Su. Everything I said just now is what your good son Ouyang Mingzi said to my daughter today. Everything I threaten you with, he has threatened my daughter with. I, Su Wanxiang, am not cruel enough. If I were as cruel as Ouyang Mingzi, my wife would cough and let these 10 bodyguards punch Ouyang Tianhua. Damn it, I reminded Ouyang Mingzi the other day that Ran has found a boyfriend, tell him to get lost. He licked my face and went to Songqing to discuss my daughter and son-in-law. I only have this one precious daughter. I hold her in my hands so tightly that she would melt. Yet, she was bullied by that little bastard? You say, this is a misunderstanding? Tell me, how can this be resolved? Ouyang Tianhua, who was full of anger, was petrified in an instant after hearing Su Wanxiang's words. Even the lady frowned. They have negotiated 10-figure contracts and met countless powerful people. But their smooth speaking skills could not make them utter a single word. Seeing this, Su Wanxiang kicked Ouyang Tianhua in the stomach, causing the latter to cough several times. Then he waved his hand with a dark face, turned around and left with the bodyguards, leaving the Ouyang couple. It was just the lingering sound lingering in the huge hall of the villa. Ouyang Tianhua, if you feel wronged and embarrassed about this matter, if you want to help yourself and your son vent your anger. Whether it's business, the stock market, overt or covert, you can come to me, Su Wanxiang, anytime. I'll play with you to the end. I'll sell all my shares to Wanxiang, even if it means selling everything I have, but I'll make your Ouyang group go bankrupt. Don't think that I, Su Wanxiang, am unwilling and dare not do this. You can try it. The Ouyang couple sat on the sofa in silence for 5 minutes. Ouyang Tianhua raised his messy and embarrassed face and looked at his wife. He didn't know what she was thinking. In short, he thought a lot during the time just now. There is a saying that goes, there is no true empathy in the world. But there is an old saying, we are all the same, wandering in the world. After being scolded by Su Wanxiang just now, Ouyang Tianhua finally understood how painful it was. At this moment, compared to the physical pain, Ouyang Tianhua felt that the shame in his heart was even more tormenting. Call Ouyang Mingzi. 3 hours. I have to see him. If a son is not well educated, it is the fault of his father. I must make up for my mistake today. A cold and serious voice rang out, and the lady finally came back to her senses. After all, she was a relatively rational woman, and just now, she suddenly realized something. Since ancient times, loving mothers often spoil their children. I can't spoil Mingzi like this anymore. Okay, Tianhua, no matter how you teach him this time, I won't stop you. At the same time, in Sancheng City, in the trash can at the entrance of Wanxian Cosmetics Company, Ltd. Yang Mingze was awakened by the ringing of the phone, and then he vomited out of nausea. Where is this? It stinks so bad? What the hell, a trash can? It was smelly, and Yang Mingze just felt like he was being suppressed so hard that he couldn't even breathe. He raised his head with great difficulty and suddenly found that Lali was pressing on him. Old Li, wake up. You are suppressing the young master. After being slapped a few times by Yang Mingze, Lali woke up. The next second, the pungent smell made him feel nauseous. Vomit. Fuck you, Lali, you spit on my face. Young master. Are you playing hide and seek under my butt? After 5 minutes of struggle, the two returned to the car in a mess, bringing with them the stench of the garbage can. It was then that Yang Mingze realized that someone had just called him. He quickly took out his cell phone, and when he saw it was his mother, his eyes lit up. My mother dotes on me the most. He quickly called back, and then a woman's voice came from the phone. Mingze, where are you now? Mom, whoa, your son is being bullied. The lady was stunned for a moment, then spoke in a gentle tone. Mingze, don't be afraid of being bullied. If anything happens, just tell Mom when you get home. Your dad is at home too. How can I describe this feeling? It's probably like when you were a kid and you were naughty downstairs, your mother was waiting to beat you, so she deliberately lied to you and bought you a new toy to trick you upstairs, and then she whipped you with a whip dipped in cold water. At this moment, Yang Mingze obviously didn't realize this. All he could think about was, there is only one good mother in the world. He nodded with emotion and waved his hand. Mom, wait for me, I'll ask Lali to blow up the gas tank and rush back. Chapter 56. Why did Mo Shui also get slapped? Sancheng City, Wanxian Cosmetics Company, Limited, at the entrance of the security room. After Jang Fong introduced Li Dafei to the security team, he took him out of the house. Dafei, you should stay and work in the group's security team from now on. Although Mr. Su pays you according to the captain's standard, more than 10,000 a month is still not high. Just make do with it for now. If you go out with me on weekdays, I'll give you extra wages. Well, if there is a chance, I will try my best to help you find a big butt wife, how about that? After understanding Li Dafei's skills, Jang Fong decided to keep him by his side. Who can resist taking a giant titan with them when they go out to do something? It's so safe, right? More than 10,000 yuan a month? And you're helping me find a wife? Li Dafei stared with his eyes wide open in naivety, then scratched his head and smiled, then bent down and bowed deeply. Thank you, Brother Fong. Li Dafei did not compare the monthly salary of 10,000 yuan with the 20,000 yuan a day offered by Yang Mingze. Not only did he feel that 10,000 a month was not a small amount, but also because he remembered a sentence. My mother once said that bad people make a lot of money, but they die quickly. Hey, I don't need a lot of money, just enough to spend is enough. It would be great if Brother Fong could introduce me to a wife with a big butt. I should be the one thanking you for staying. Jang Fong touched his nose awkwardly. Fortunately, Li Dafei was there today, otherwise things would be a lot more troublesome. He let out a long sigh. A gentleman does not thank others, but remembers everything in his heart. So now I'll show you around the house? It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon now. If we spend more money and work harder, we can move in today. Li Dafei has a simple and kind personality and this is his first time coming to the city, so Jang Fong naturally has to help him consider all aspects carefully. How can we not rent a house? We can't just sleep on the street or in the security room all the time, right? At this moment, a gentle female voice came from behind. It was Zhang Hongyan, who was wearing a professional suit. Mr. Jiang, the house issue has been resolved. There is a residential complex nearby that happens to have a partnership with the headquarters group. Boss Su called and asked for a set for Dafei. It's fully furnished, and the rent, utilities, and property fees are all paid by the company. I'll take Dafei over there and we can stay there directly. You should save your time to spend more time with Mr. Su. Zhang Hongyan smiled at Zhang Fong, then raised her eyebrows slightly and looked towards the top floor of the company building. Zhang Fong was slightly stunned and then understood what Zhang Hongyan meant. Could it be that Su Yuran is planning to invite us to dinner together? Okay, then I'll trouble Secretary Zhang. It's no trouble, it's my duty. When Li Dafei heard that it was not Zhang Fong who was taking him to check in, but the beautiful Zhang Hongyan, his neck turned red. He stood beside Zhang Hongyan with a shy look on his face. Secretary Zhang, I want to ask if it's far. Since Brother Fong is busy, I can find the way there myself. I can't trouble you. Hee hee, hee hee. Zhang Hongyan frowned slightly, shrugged and waved the car keys in her hand. It's not far, nor is it close. I'll pick you up these few days. Once you get your driver's license, you can drive the car assigned to the security team. Come with me. Jang Fong stood aside and watched the two people talking and couldn't help but smile. He knew to thank Li Dafei, so how could Su Yuran not know that too? This girl has made really comprehensive arrangements. But the situation at this moment was a bit strange. Secretary Zhang had already taken several steps, but Li Dafei was still standing there stupidly without moving. This made Jang Fong confused. Dafei? Go with Secretary Zhang. Li Dafei lowered her head, with a hint of shyness between her brows, like a young girl getting married. Brother Fong, can I change to a male colleague? Secretary Zhang is prettier than our village girl. I'm nervous. You're so nervous. You slap and hit people fiercely, but you're so scared when you see a woman? Jang Fong was so anxious that his eyebrows were about to burn with anger. Damn. He narrowed his eyes slightly, turned his gaze, dragged Li Dafei's arm and walked several steps, then pushed into Zhang Hongyan. Looking at the backs of the two people walking side by side towards the parking lot, Jang Fong smiled slightly. Really, why bother wasting time? I'm not asking you to go on a blind date to find a wife. But then Jang Fong raised his eyebrows. According to Li Dafei's standards, he wants to find a wife with a big butt. It seems that Secretary Zhang is just the right person. I swear to God, Jang Fong didn't go to see it on purpose. It was Mo Shui who told him to do so, right? On the way back to the office, Jang Fong sent a message to Su Yuran. At Jang Fong, from what Secretary Zhang said, President Su has instructions tonight. I don't have any instructions, but I want to invite Xiao Fengfeng to have dinner with me tonight. Do you have time? At Jang Fong, let's eat. Xiao Fengfeng, from your tone, it seems like you are a little reluctant? At Jang Fong, no, that's impossible, Mr. Su. I really want to. I was just thinking about where to go to trick you into a meal tonight. Who said I want to treat you? At Jang Fong, squinting smile gif. I treated you last time, isn't it your turn to treat me this time? Knock on the head gif. Since you are ready to cheat me, I won't treat you. At Jang Fong, that's great. I have another chance to treat the beautiful Ms. Su to dinner. How many men dream of this but can't get it? TSK, you're so smooth talking. After confirming the dinner in the evening with a few simple words, Jang Fong returned to his workstation. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he felt particularly good for some reason. He hummed a little tune and happily turned on the Luahilu. There are still 2 hours before getting off work, let us go fishing for a while. But the next second, his eyes were directly frightened by Mo Shui, who came back from the toilet with a red right cheek. Fuck, big brother, did you fail in your pursuit of a girl and get slapped in the face or what? The right side of his face is all red. No wonder Jang Fong subconsciously associated it with mouth. The main reason is that Mo Shui's red is similar to Ouyang Mingzi. Hearing this, Mo Shui let out a long sigh, then sat back in his chair with a helpless look on his face. Brother Fong, don't mention it. If it was a girl who slapped me, I would have accepted it. This was done by my grandfather. Grandpa fanned him? Jang Fong took a breath of cold air. Oh my god, it said that grandparents are closer to each other and that the elderly love their grandchildren the most? Besides, the older people get, the better their tempers should be. What did Mo Shui do to make his grandfather be so cruel? Did you wash his teacup? Mo Shui curled his lips and shook his head. No, washing the teacups is what he did to me last time. Hey, brother Fong, come to think of it, it's my fault this time. There's something wrong with my mouth. My grandfather came to Songcheng yesterday and stayed at my house. Old people are more thrifty. They want to save some electricity when they think it's unnecessary, so they always turn off the lights. I was squatting in the toilet, and the toilet light went out. I was washing the dishes and he turned off the light. Then I got a little angry. I thought it wasn't like they were so poor that they couldn't pay the electricity bill. Then I had a few words with my grandfather. I said, always turn off the lights, always turn off the lights, why do you always turn off the lights? Chapter 57, Damn Jang Fong, why don't you get a driver's license? Good man, you really dare to speak. Zhang Feng's mouth twitched fiercely, and he felt an inexplicable admiration for Mo Shui. But he was puzzled again. Logically speaking, Mo Shui's grandfather should be over 70 years old, right? How many times did the old man slap you? Can it make you blush for so long? Your grandpa has quite a strong hand. After hearing what Jang Fong said, Mo Shui couldn't help but be stunned. Damn, brother Fong, how do you know that this is not the only thing that made my grandfather angry? Mo Shui started talking immediately. To be honest, Jang Fong hadn't come to the company for a long time, and he didn't know who to find to cry to. Thinking of this, he pulled his chair forward, looked at Jang Fong with tears in his eyes, his face full of grievance. Brother Fong, I'm suffering. Please listen to me and continue. I got slapped in the face, didn't I? Then I realized that I had made my grandfather angry. I thought a bad mood would affect the health of the elderly, so I thought about making him happy. It just so happened that I saw a joke on the internet at that time. There is a great comment below saying that there are no benefits to taking a cold shower. The advantage is, it makes you younger, because no matter who takes a shower, they will be frozen like a grandson. I thought this joke was a good one, so I told it to my grandfather. But I never expected that my grandpa likes cold showers now. Damn, as soon as he heard my joke, his waist and legs stopped aching and he stood up and slapped me. While fanning him, he said, "Put on your pants first, then your shoes." Zhang Fong held his breath. To be honest, he really wanted to coax Mo Shui. But why does he want to laugh so much now? Damn, how unlucky I must be to tell this joke to my grandfather who likes cold showers. Do you always have grandchildren who want to be grandfathers? At 5:50, Zhang Fong turned off the computer on time, and after instructing Mo Shui to protect Li Dafei's two old hens, he came to the minister's office. Zhang Fong didn't hesitate at all and directly transferred 20,000 yuan to Zhang Yuan for car repair money. He thought that Zhang Yuan could save a lot of money by using it to repair his car. As for why it is not 1 million, we can only say that it is the rear of the car and not really Zhang Yuan's wife. For this, Zhang Yuan was so moved that he burst into tears of gratitude. I have always been making things difficult for Zhang Fong, and I even wanted to fire him. And this time when he distributes the money, I am also included in his share? Well, Mr. Zhang, from now on Zhang, must follow your general manager Su's lead. Zhang Fong naturally didn't know this. At this moment, he had already met Su Yuran in the underground parking lot. It was already the end of September and the weather was getting cooler. Su Yuran looked particularly beautiful in her brown coat. She glanced at Zhang Fong who was waiting on the side and smiled gently. Stinky Zhang Fong, why don't you get in the car and wait for me? Is this girl tired from working all day? She didn't come, and I didn't have the key, how could I get in the car and wait? Zhang Fong was thinking this, and the next second he saw Su Yuran naturally take the key from the wheel of the car in front, and the corner of his mouth twitched. No, Mr. Su, is this where you put your car keys? Yes, it's convenient. I've been leaving it here. The weather is getting colder. Next time you can just get in the car and wait for me. Zhang Fong was speechless after hearing this. He was subconsciously stunned. Wouldn't the car keys be lost if they were left here? But then he figured it out. Those who could come here were all employees of Vientiane. Who would have the time to steal the president's car? Did he think his salary was too high or did he underestimate the police's ability to handle cases? The Audi R8 quickly drove away from Wanshan Cosmetics Company, Ltd. Su Yuran, who was steering the car, glanced at Zhang Fong several times, then raised her red lips naturally. Tell me, Xiao Feng Feng, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you today. Didn't President Su say he wouldn't invite me? Upon hearing this, a sly look flashed across Su Yuran's face. Please, her original intention today was to treat Zhang Fong to a meal, okay? How could she change her mind so easily? She just wanted to tease Zhang Fong when they were chatting. Miss Su was not panicked when Zhang Fong asked her back this question. Did I say I won't invite you? How is that possible? You treated me to a meal last time, so this time it's my turn to treat you. Besides, even if he did say it, it was President Su who said it. What does it have to do with me, Su Yuran? Wow, at this moment Zhang Fong suddenly thought of a very classic saying. Are you reasoning with a woman? But Zhang Fong unexpectedly thought that Su Yuran was quite cute like this. On the other hand, Su Yuran saw Zhang Fong stunned and realized that her behavior might indeed be a little unreasonable. Her tone softened the next second. Okay, how could I not invite my little Fong to dinner? Tell me what you want to eat. How are you trying to trick me? Hey, if you book the most expensive private room in Songcheng Hotel and fill it up, I'll treat you too. Oh my god, who can resist a beautiful CEO sister who coaxes you? At this moment, Jang Fong had the illusion that his life had reached its peak. Through the car window, he saw some maple leaves falling sparsely, and then he had an idea. It's almost autumn, let's have our first hot pot of autumn. Hot pot? Su Yuran was secretly delighted. That was great. She was thinking of hot pot too. She nodded with satisfaction, then her eyes turned. Okay, but stinky Jang Fong, let me discuss something with you. Can you go get a driver's license? Jang Fong, no, Mr. Su, why did you change the subject so quickly? Marriott Mall parking lot. Jang Fong couldn't help but sigh as he walked towards the mall holding Su Yuran's fair hand. Boss Su, although there are many wealthy people in Songcheng, your R8 is still the best among them. Hearing this, Su Yuran, who had been thinking about how to persuade Jang Fong to take the driving test, became proud. Her eyes lit up and she stood in front of Jang Fong. Is that so? Then how about you go get a driver's license, Jang Fong? When you pass the test, you can drive this car. My goodness. Jang Fong took a deep breath. He just couldn't understand why Su Yuran seemed to be obsessed with urging him to get a driver's license. Boss Su, it's not that I don't want to take the exam, it's that I'm stupid and can't pass it. Jang Fong made up an excuse to get rid of him. In fact, it is very easy for him to get a driver's license. He doesn't even need to practice driving. He can just make an appointment for the test. But the question is, what is the point of him getting a driver's license? His house is so close to the company, just walk there. When I use the car most often, it's just when I go out with Su Yuran. But the problem arises again. Beautiful woman and luxury car. Isn't it more comfortable to be driven by a top beauty like Su Yuran than to rub the steering wheel? Just to sit on Su Yuran's passenger seat, he couldn't even get his driver's license. Fool! Su Yuran frowned subconsciously. She immediately realized that Jang Fong was making up an excuse. Let me ask you, can someone who can accurately capture the trend of the stock market be stupid? Jang Fong said he was stupid? Who would believe it? However, she did not expose Jang Fong, but smiled slyly. It's okay. Since you're stupid, I'll hire a coach to train with you. Or you can buy a driving school and practice slowly and take the test slowly. You'll get the certificate soon, how about that? In fact, Jang Fong guessed right. Su Yuran was indeed obsessed with him getting a driver's license. Miss Su was a little unhappy in the car just now. Driving this crappy car really affects my ability to sneak a peek at Jang Fong, right? How many times will I have to look at him less every time I drive out? That would be a big loss. For some reason, Su Yuran wanted to take a few more glances at Jang Fong when he was around. In fact, she thought that if Jang Fong really didn't want to, then she would just take a taxi instead of driving. But on the other hand, she also wants to experience. What does it feel like to ride in a car driven by your boyfriend instead of your dad's or a driver's car? Chapter 58 Jang Fong, I really have a small appetite. Thinking of this, Su Yuran's pretty face couldn't help but turn pink. Oh, no, it's not about boyfriend, it's about experiencing the feeling of riding in a temporary boyfriend's car first. Yes, that's it. Okay, Mr. Su, I have time to take the exam with Dafe in the next 2 days. Su Yuran had said so, how could Jang Fong refuse? On the other hand, he also felt bad about the money. He had no doubt that Su Yuran's words were true. Buy a driving school? This girl is so brave that she can definitely do this. This thing must cost at least hundreds of thousands, right? Zhang Feng's mouth twitched fiercely. He must help his girlfriend save money. A temporary girlfriend is also called a girlfriend. Since it is a public position, you have to save money for the temporary girlfriend. Of course, there is another reason. That is, Jang Fong realized that it was indeed not appropriate for Su Yuran, the big boss, to drive him every time he went out. Regardless of her role as a girlfriend or a president, she should be the one riding in the car. The 5th floor of the Marriott Mall is the food area, with a wide variety of delicious food. Barbecue in the summer and hot pot in the winter. As the weather turns cooler, the hot pot restaurant's business is particularly good and the seats are always packed. By the time Jang Fong and Su Yuran had their fill, it was already 8:30 in the evening. Su Yuran gently held Jang Feng's arm as they left the hot pot restaurant, and secretly used the collar of her coat to cover her slightly red cheeks. She didn't remember how much she had eaten just now, but she knew that she ate from beginning to end without stopping for a moment. Su Yuran patted her chest and assured herself that she really didn't want to eat a lot just now. She felt that she had to restrain herself in front of Jang Fong, right? But Jang Fong kept picking food for her during the whole meal. Miss Su adhered to the principle of nothing should be left in the bowl, so she didn't keep her mouth shut, and she was very nervous at this moment. I eat so much, isn't stinky Jang Fong going to laugh at me? As she thought about it, Su Yuran felt a breath pushing up from her chest and she burped subconsciously. Hiccup. Then, Jang Fong turned his head and looked at her with a smile. At the moment when she looked at Jang Fong, Miss Su really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Come on, it's super embarrassing to show off your huge appetite in front of your boyfriend, right? And I burped? Ah, what should I do? Image wow. She was going crazy in her heart, but Jiang Feng's gentle voice was already ringing in her ears. I noticed that Mr. Su was a little shy during the meal, so I was just about to ask you if you wanted to eat anything else. It seems that I am full now. After hearing this and thinking about how much she had eaten just now, Su Yuran's face turned red. I ate so much. Jang Fong actually wanted to ask me if I was full? Come on, am I such a big eater? Do you think I'm a pig? Su Yuran thought so, but her eyes honestly glanced at the small cakes in the display cabinet of the dessert shop in the distance. It looks delicious, and it looks like I can have some more dessert? No, no, no. Su Yuran realized that she had eaten a lot and was embarrassed. She quickly retracted her greedy gaze and coughed twice. Of course I'm full, I'm telling you, Jang Fong. This is literally the most I've ever eaten in my life. In fact, my appetite used to be very small. Su Yuran's tone became softer and her volume became lower and lower. It was obvious that she was not confident enough. But she felt that even though the incident had already happened, it wouldn't be too much to try to restore her image a little bit, right? Small appetite? Jang Fong couldn't help laughing when he heard this. That day, about 20 minutes after Su Yuran and I finished dinner at Songcheng Hotel and returned to the company. On his way to the bathroom, he ran into Secretary Zhang at the elevator entrance, who was carrying a lot of bags. He still remembers Secretary Zhang's words. Ah, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Su said he didn't have lunch, so I bought the meal. Are you hungry? If you are, I'll go again. Jang Fong was immediately stunned. What the hell, she didn't eat? Su Yuran didn't eat much at the hotel, so she shouldn't be hungry, right? It was then that Jang Fong realized Ms. Su didn't eat less, she was just embarrassed to eat. So, today Jang Fong deliberately tried his best to pick up some meat for Su Yuran. Well, looking at President Su's perfect figure, I know you don't eat much. But I think it's just right to eat like today. As a human being, being able to eat is a blessing. Being able to eat is a blessing, my mother also told me this. Su Yuran was secretly delighted and her brows immediately relaxed. Hee hee, so this is what Jang Fong thinks. Then I won't endure it on purpose in the future? Then I'll listen to you, Jang Fong, and eat more at every meal. Mr. Su was really obedient and he backs down when given the chance. Jang Fong smiled slightly, and somehow he reached out and rubbed Su Yuran's head without anyone noticing. He felt Su Yuran's delicate body stun for a moment, and then he realized that his actions were a bit presumptuous. Let me ask you, as young people of the new century, what will you do when you feel embarrassed? Yes, just take out your phone and look down at it, and that's it. Jang Fong thought so too, but when he reached into his pocket he was stunned. Oh my god, where is my phone? Boss Su, I think I left my phone in the hot pot restaurant. I'll go back and look for it. As one of the top shopping malls in Songcheng City, Marriott Group is always packed every day. Not to mention the prime time of 8:30 in the evening. At the elevator entrance of the dining area on the 5th floor, Su Yuran was standing there waiting for Jang Fong. She hid her perfect figure under her coat, but her tall stature and proud long legs still attracted countless eyes. Unlike Su Yuran's calm and composed appearance, her heart was already beating wildly. How can a woman's head be touched casually? That action seems too intimate, doesn't it? Forget it, forget it. I've already touched her breasts, so touching her head isn't a big deal. Jang Fong was just doing it subconsciously, right? Don't blame him. But, he hasn't come back for so long, could he be shy? Su Yuran blushed slightly when she thought of this, and looked towards the hot pot restaurant with expectant eyes. This scene stunned the passers-by who passed by. God knows how many big brothers are drooling over this? Isn't this woman so pretty? Are you sure she's not some famous star? The women passing by also cast envious glances. No. Is there really a woman who is this beautiful? She only wore light makeup. It's fine if she's good looking, but she also has a great figure? Her legs are 1 meter long, and her top looks like a C, right? Damn it, how are we supposed to live like this? Forget it, comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. I'd better not compare myself. It feels like I'm just asking for humiliation. There is a type of person who becomes the focus of the audience as soon as they appear, and can attract the attention of most people without doing anything. Obviously, Su Yuran is this type of person. While everyone was shocked by her appearance, they all had questions in their hearts. Looking at her, it seems like she is waiting for someone? Please, who needs Her Royal Highness the Princess to come and wait for her in person? Could it be a man? Chapter 59, Su Yuran will stay at Jang Fong's house tonight. 5 minutes later, Jang Fong came back with a small cake. He found his cell phone as soon as he returned to the hot pot restaurant. The reason he took so long to come back was not because he was shy. Instead, I went to buy a small cake. He saw Su Yuran's eager look clearly at that moment. Jang Fong found it funny when he thought about it. She was obviously a wealthy female CEO with a net worth of hundreds of billions, but she wanted to eat the cake but had such an expression. Thinking Su Yuran was adorable, he walked out of the hot pot restaurant and went to the dessert shop. That is how he walked around the 5th floor and was now standing behind Su Yuran. Jang Fong didn't think much about it, but patted Su Yuran on the back. Su Yuran frowned immediately when she felt someone patting her on the face. Why are these men so tactless? Ha? Didn't you see I'm waiting for someone? Chat up, and chat up again. You will die if you don't. Besides, it's okay to flirt with me, but what do you mean by taking a photo of me? I don't use smartphones, I don't have WeChat, and I have a boyfriend. Su Yuran turned her head as she spoke. Her words suddenly stopped and her tone dropped an octave. There was no way. She saw clearly that the person standing behind her was Jang Fong. At this time, Jang Fong was looking at her with a smile. Boss Su, it seems that a lot of people came to chat with you while I was going to get my phone. You still know that stinky Jang Fong? You know what? What Su Yuran originally wanted to say was, you took so long to come back. But when she glanced at the small bag in Zhang Feng's hand, her brows frowned slightly. Zhang Feng is going to buy me dessert? Did he see the embarrassing look in my eyes? Su Yuran's face immediately turned red, and she swallowed back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Stinky Zhang Feng, why don't you come and hold my hand? Zhang Feng smiled slightly. He did not hold Su Yuran's hand, but instead put his arm around her slender waist. With so many people eyeing my girlfriend, holding hands is not an option. I have to hold you in my arms anyway, right? That way you won't be snatched away by someone else. Zhang Feng felt a soft touch on his palm, and was stunned for a moment before adding in a low voice. Boss Su, do you know if there are any spies of your father here? I hugged you on purpose, but I definitely didn't mean to take advantage of you. Zhang Feng had a very hard time saying these two sentences, maybe because he was forcing himself to lie and explain himself? Hearing this, Su Yuran, who was stunned, nodded thoughtfully. Yes, my father's men are indeed sneaky. Well, then hold me tighter. It's okay. I know you're not trying to take advantage of me. Just like that, Su Yuran snuggled in Zhang Feng's arms and entered the elevator, and the two of them left the 5th floor of Marriott Mall. This scene stunned the big brothers around. They were either rejected by Su Yuran or they wanted to strike up a conversation but didn't have the courage to do so and stay to watch the fun. They were secretly happy to see Zhang Feng's expression change drastically after he took a photo of Su Yu and then carried her on his back. Oh my goodness, another brother is going to be in trouble. What happened? Hey, I am the one the beauty is waiting for. Damn it, I sat up in shock from my dying illness, and the clown turned out to be me? How is that guy better than us? It seems that he is indeed more handsome than ever. The Audi R8 slowly stopped downstairs of Zhang Feng's rental house. Zhang Feng let out a long sigh and placed the dessert on the passenger seat. Boss Su, I'm going home now. Please drive slowly when you get back. Just leave now? Zhang Feng, aren't you too careless? Su Yuran was slightly stunned, and quickly locked the car door before raising her voice and asking, I say, stinky Jang Fong, do you have no heart? I was your driver for one night, and I treated you to a meal. Would you at least invite me up for a cup of tea? Have a cup of tea? Jang Fong was stunned. Damn, isn't this being sent? He has Coke, Sprite, various drinks and juices at home, but no tea. Mainly because he doesn't like to drink. It seems I'll have to keep some on hand for President Su in the future. Boss Su, how about I treat you to a drink tomorrow night? I really don't have any tea at home. Upon hearing this, Su Yuran was stunned. What? Jang Fong said there is no tea at home. Ah, is this still a man? Aren't you usually good at talking in a flirtatious way? How come your brain doesn't tea work at the critical moment? Is tea the point? Su Yuran was so angry that she almost died. At this moment, she felt that Jang Fong was a vibranium man. To put it bluntly, the reason why Miss Su was so angry was that she didn't want to go home to sleep today. As for the reason, well, there is no reason. Miss Su never explains anything she does. Stinky Jang Fong, why is there no tea in your house? Su Yuran frowned slightly and stared at Jiang Feng's face. This scared Jang Fong. Everything was fine along the way, why did he make President Su angry when it was time to separate? At this moment, Jang Fong took a breath of cold air. He felt that he had to do something. Boss Su. Jang Fong shouted, then moved closer to Su Yuran. Seeing this, Su Yuran was slightly stunned. Ah, what was he going to do? Miss Su felt her heart almost jumped into her throat when she noticed Jiang Feng's face getting closer and closer. Although Jang Fong didn't understand what I meant, but if he was willing to kiss me, it wouldn't be impossible for me not to be angry. Su Yuran thought so, and then her face turned slightly red and she closed her eyes. Come on, stinky Jang Fong, show me your sincerity. To Su Yuran's surprise, after waiting for a long time, she did not feel any kissing at all. Instead, she heard a click sound, and it was Jiang Feng's hand that reached over her and unlocked the car. The next second, Jiang Feng's voice and the sound of opening the car door rang out together. Bang! Boss Su, it's getting late. I'm going home first. Jiang Fong thought very thoroughly. How did he say that? Never try to comfort an angry woman. He thought he should run first, and then call Su Yuran after she calmed down. Looking at Jiang Feng's fleeing back, Su Yuran was about to explode with rage. Aha, stinky Jiang Fong. You make me so mad. After getting out of the car, she clenched her fists and stomped on the ground with all her strength. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Fong let out a long breath and then began to think. When should I call Mr. Su? Half an hour should be about right? Suddenly, a crazy idea came into his mind. Fuck, Mr. Su said he wanted to come up for tea, could it be that he wants to stay at my house today? Jiang Fong took a deep breath and then denied his idea. Of course he was happy for Su Yuran to live here. Come on, wouldn't you like a top beauty to sleep with you? Although there is nothing you can do, at least it's pleasing to the eyes, right? But Jiang Fong knew that this situation would never happen. The last time Su Yuran stayed here, it was because of a heavy rain and they couldn't tea leave. Why would she take the initiative to stay here? Just as Jiang Fong was immersed in his thoughts, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 60. How about tonight? Jiang Fong looked through the peephole and saw Su Yuran standing outside. He was startled and quickly opened the door. Mr. Su. Before he could say anything, Su Yuran rushed in carrying 2 bags. Then he took off his boots and put them aside, put on slippers and sat down on the sofa. The red lips parted slightly, and a pleasant and slightly stubborn voice came out. I don't mean anything else, I just really want to drink tea, the kind that can't wait even a moment. You didn't have tea at home, so I just went to the store and bought a bag of tea. I'll just come up and have some tea and leave. Jiang Fong raised his eyebrows. Even though they had only been apart for a few minutes, he felt that Su Yuran looked even prettier than before. There were 2 of them, a man and a woman, alone in a room again, and he swallowed unconsciously. I looked at my watch and it was already 9:30 in the evening. Boss Su, shouldn't tea be tasted? I guess it will be after 10 by the time you finish drinking. It's not safe to go back by yourself, why don't you just not leave tonight? Stay at my place. Don't worry. What happened last time will never happen again. I'll sleep on the sofa today. Humph. You know to keep me now? Su Yuran pouted quietly. Although she was still angry, her expression was obviously much better than before. Actually, Auntie said she would video call me later. Otherwise, I don't want to live with you. As for how to sleep, let's talk about it later, Su Yuran said stubbornly. At this moment, Jang Fong also breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Su Yuran was so determined to move in, he actually had the illusion that he was loved by the beautiful CEO. But now when he heard that it was his mother who was going to video call him, he felt relieved. So that's what happened. But for some reason, while feeling relieved, he also felt a slight sense of loss. As for Song Ling's suggestion to video call Su Yuran, he had no doubt at all. Please, everyone knows that Comrade Song Ling has stopped contacting her son now that she has a daughter-in-law? Okay, let's just video call my mom to deal with it. Jang Fong shook his head to clear his mind of random thoughts. Upon hearing this, Su Yuran was stunned. Call Auntie via video? Should we call her? Well, we're not going to sleep anyway, so why don't we wait for Auntie to call? What if she's busy? How bad would it be to affect her? Maybe she'll forget about it while she's busy? Forgot? Jang Fong shook his head fiercely. No, Mr. Su, you still don't see clearly your position in my mother's heart. Now, for her, nothing is more important than making a video call to her daughter-in-law. Even if she's busy, she'll put down what she's doing and answer your call, not to mention forgetting. There's no way to avoid this video, so we might as well be frank and call them directly. Ah, how could this happen? Su Yuran's expression was calm, but there was a hint of panic in her eyes, and her fingers unconsciously clasped their palms. She came here just to stay at Zhang Feng's house. Drinking tea was an excuse, and of course the video was also an excuse. That's right, Song Ling didn't tea call her at all, this was all made up by Miss Su. She thought very clearly that Jang Fong would never collect evidence using her aunt as an excuse, right? As for the fact that the last call didn't tea come, it's probably because my aunt was busy and forgot about it. Isn't it easy to get away with it? But she never expected that things would develop in this direction. What should I do? Yes, divert Zhang Feng's attention. Zhang Fong, would you like some tea? I'll make some for you. Xiao Fong Fong, do you want some dessert? I can feed you. Eat what you want. How about I go and cook some noodles for you? Are you hungry? Although Su Yuran moved quickly, she was still too late. On the other side, Song Ling had already answered the video call from Jang Fong. After Jang Fong turned on the speakerphone, Song Ling's puzzled voice came over. Xiao Fong, why are you calling so late? Jang Fong? Mom? Didn't you ask Mr. Su and I to call you? Jang Fong moved his lips slightly and was about to speak, but the next second Su Yuran snatched the phone away. Hey, Auntie, didn't you ask me to call you when I get home tonight? Did I remember it wrongly? Let Jang Fong stare at her aunt and then see through her? Su Yuran didn't want such an embarrassing thing to happen. Auntie, we miss you too. Su Yuran's smile seemed very gentle, but she was actually extremely nervous. What is Song Ling's nature? Sherlock Holmes. How could she not see the nervousness between Su Yuran's brows? Seeing this, Song Ling was slightly startled, then she smiled happily. Ran, I'm sure you remember that. I was the one who asked you to call me. I'm so happy that you can still remember this when you're so busy at work. 10 o'clock, Hong Kong City. After hanging up the phone, Song Ling could no longer suppress the smile. Glancing at Zhang Haiyuan, who was soundly sleeping beside her, she stretched out her leg and kicked him. Oh my god, wife, what are you doing? I have to go to work tomorrow, so we need to get some rest. Zhang Haiyuan's first reaction was not to get angry after being kicked. But he doesn't want to pay public grain taxes anymore. After all, women are like wolves at 30, tigers at 40, and he really needs a rest. Seeing Zhang Haiyuan's behavior, Song Ling curled her lips. That's not it, you damned bastard. I just had a video call with Ran. What the hell? Song Ling, are you sick? It's 10 o'clock in the evening and you're not sleeping yet, so you call Ran? Zhang Haiyuan sat up suddenly and straightened his body. Why are you calling Ran at this time? Didn't we agree on this last time? It's up to fate for Ran and Xiaofeng to decide. We won't interfere. After all, love is not something that can be achieved by just making do with it. What's wrong with you to call Ran? If you can't speak, can you just shut up and listen? Song Ling raised her hand and threw a feather duster. Zhang Haiyuan, are you kidding me? If you keep talking like that, you won't be able to rest today. Hearing this, Comrade Lao Jiang immediately shut up. I'm not afraid of being beaten or scolded, but if you say this, I'd better shut up. Hearing that he had calmed down, Song Ling relaxed her brows. It wasn't me who called Ran Ran, it was Ran Ran who called me. Hey! Lao Jiang, you know what happened? Ran Ran said that I asked her to video call me tonight. Think about this matter. Is there a possibility that Ran Ran wanted to live with Xiaofeng, and because she felt embarrassed, she used me as an excuse? Hearing this, Zhang Haiyuan was shocked. All of a sudden, his waist pain was gone and he no longer felt tired. Oh my goodness, if that's true, doesn't that mean that I'm sure to be the perfect daughter-in-law? On the other side, Jang Fong and Su Yuran saw that it was getting late and prepared to go to bed. A real man's word is as good as gold. Jang Fong said he would sleep on the sofa, so he slept on the sofa and walked out of the house holding his quilt and pillow. Seeing this scene, Su Yuran, who had already changed into her large-sized pajamas, had her beautiful eyes sparkling with a strange luster. The next second, her pleasant, gentle and slightly shy voice rang out. Damn Jang Fong, you will definitely fall off that sofa if you sleep on it. We slept in the same bed last time anyway. How about we sleep together tonight like we did last time? Chapter 61 Why Sleep on the Sofa? Sleep together. After saying this, Su Yuran's pretty face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next second, her red lips moved slightly, and she quickly added in a low voice. I don't mean anything else, it's just... Look, Auntie was so nice to me when we were on the phone. She also said that she would make me braised pork when I go home. It's a pity that we are just temporary boyfriend and girlfriend, and I will have to break her promises on many occasions. So, no matter what, I can't let her son lie on the sofa all night with a bruised face, right? Well, I also believe in your character. What a pity that we are just temporary boyfriend and girlfriend. Neither Su Yuran nor Zhang Fong realized the regret behind this statement. To be honest, Zhang Fong feels that it is a very happy thing to be believed by others. But the problem now is that Su Yuran believes in him, but he doesn't even believe in himself. He has been single for decades in his past and present lives, and now he is still at the age of full vigor and vitality. There's a gorgeous lady sleeping next to me. Wow, I can't even imagine it, right? The situation this time is different from last time. Last time, Zhang Fong didn't know much about Su Yuran, and the two of them were relatively unfamiliar. Now, we kissed, hugged, cuddled, and touched each other. That wonderful touch and the feeling of heartbeat. It's difficult to make a rich person who has enjoyed a wonderful life experience the life of poverty, right? Boss Su, I'd better sleep on the sofa. The more impulsive your thoughts are, the more you cannot let down Mr. Su's trust, right? In order to avoid things that shouldn't happen, Zhang Fong thought it would be better for him to sleep on the sofa. What he didn't expect was that after hearing his words, Su Yuran first wrinkled her pretty little nose, then sat up straight and stepped out of bed. If you don't want to sleep on the bed, forget it. I'll sleep on the sofa. This is your home after all. You must not do that, Mr. Su. Zhang Fong thought, no matter what, he couldn't let Su Yuran sleep on the bed. Su Yuran couldn't bear to let him sleep on the bed, but didn't he feel sorry when this girl fell? Zhang Fong immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Su Yuran. Boss Su, I'll sleep on the sofa. Zhang Fong said this, but Su Yuran ignored him. Instead, he was busy tidying up the quilt and pillow. Zhang Fong subconsciously wanted to step forward to interrupt Su Yuran's actions, but the moment he stood behind her. Su Yuran had just finished packing up and was about to leave. The next second, she bumped into Zhang Feng's arms and let out a soft moan. Ah! I swear to God, this was not Su Yuran's plan to crash into her. She really didn't know that Zhang Fong was standing behind her. Being held in his arms at this moment, Miss Su was also confused. Zhang Feng's condition was naturally not much better. He only felt the faint fragrance entering his nose, madly tempting the most primitive impulse in his heart. The warmth and wonderful touch coming through the thin pajamas was like an electric shock, and it was hard to get rid of it. At this moment, Zhang Fong could even imagine Su Yuran's magnificent outline. After swallowing hard, Zhang Fong spoke as if possessed by a ghost. Forget it, Mr. Su, let's stop making excuses. Let's get on the bed and sleep together. 5 minutes later. Su Yuran was lying on the left side of the bed, wrapped in a quilt with only half of her face exposed, staring at Zhang Fong intently. Zhang Fong was standing beside the bed. He always felt like something was missing. Finally, he spoke stupidly. Boss Su, do you want to set a boundary like last time? Boundary? Su Yuran suddenly remembered the time she placed the extra pillows in the middle of the bed. The half of her face covered by the quilt turned red, and she shook her head a little shyly. No, that's useless. Go to bed and get some rest. You have to go to work tomorrow. Jang Fong nodded lightly. Okay, I'll turn off the lights then. Good night, Mr. Su? Well, good night. Jang Fong turned off the light casually, then lay down nervously on the right side of the bed. He didn't dare pull the quilt hard. After all, they were so far apart, and it would be bad if he scared Mr. Su again. Jang Fong indeed thought so. It's not that in his eyes Su Yuran was so delicate that she would be scared just by pulling the quilt. But relying on his understanding of Su Yuran. Once she felt him pulling the quilt, she would definitely scream. No matter how she screamed, it was undoubtedly a great temptation for Jang Fong at this moment. He was afraid that he could not help himself. On the other side, after saying good night to each other, Su Yuran was obviously tossing and turning. It was already late at night, but she was not sleepy at all. Jang Fong was lying next to her. How could she possibly fall asleep like that? Shyness is one thing, and unwillingness is another. Su Yuran was overwhelmed with thoughts as she thought about the person who stood up for her today without asking any questions or considering the consequences. I really want to hug stinky Jang Fong. Jang Fong, I can't sleep, and I suddenly thought of a sentence I saw on the internet today. Shall I tell you? Su Yuran's sweet and gentle whisper echoed in his ears, and Jang Feng's wandering mind was suddenly pulled back. He nodded. Good. Hearing this, Su Yuran smiled gracefully. I remember the general meaning was, it was about couples sleeping together. Just a hug before bed can make both of you feel better the next day. I don't quite believe this statement. I want to experience it myself. Is there such a saying? Jang Fong was slightly stunned. This thing has no scientific basis. As the saying goes, a person's mood is related to many things. For example, have you forgotten to bring your keys when you go out? For example, whether you go to the toilet smoothly in the morning, etc. Is it related to hugging? Suddenly, Jang Fong took a breath of cold air. Damn, that's not right. Could it be that Miss Su means she wants to hug me? Jang Fong just reacted, but before he could reply, he felt his lower body being hooked by Su Yuran's long legs. Give me a hug, Jang Fong. I want to be in a better mood tomorrow. Hug. Hug me. Jang Feng's mouth twitched fiercely. He felt that if he shook his head now, it would be simply being too arrogant. Besides, he felt really comfortable being hugged by Su Yuran. It's just that under the dual attraction of the fragrance and the beauty, I feel a little disappointed. Jang Fong was distracted in trying to control it. Thousands of words gathered at his lips and turned into one word. Good. At this moment, Su Yuran laughed. Hee, stinky Jang Fong didn't he object to me? While enjoying the warmth brought by the hug, Su Yuran suddenly had another thought. She dared to pat her chest and guarantee that she really just wanted to hug Jang Fong. But at this moment, their faces were only inches apart. Her long eyelashes could even lightly brush Jang Feng's cheeks. Su Yuran's extremely beautiful peach blossom eyes blinked, gradually emitting a look of admiration. This little man is so handsome, otherwise. Chapter 62, 3 minutes, a bright red. Well, I've already hugged you, why not give you another kiss? Su Yuran raised her red lips slightly, with a hint of cunning in her eyes. It's not like we haven't kissed before, so it shouldn't be too much, right? Thinking about it, she slowly spoke. Jang Fong, actually I only said half of what I was saying just now. There is still the second half to come. The internet does say hugging makes people feel better, but it also says, if you kiss before going to bed, both of you will be in a great mood the next day. Hearing this soft and tender voice, Jang Feng's body trembled. No, Mr. Su, please don't mess with me. Jang Fong took a breath of cold air, and at this moment, traces of sweat had already seeped out of his forehead. Being hugged by a stunning beauty with a hot body like Su Yuran is already a fatally tempting thing. Damn, if I get kissed again at this moment, do I need to think about what happens next? It means he can't help it, the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Dear Mr. Su, dear sister, please stop playing with fire. Jang Fengqing coughed lightly and tried to stay calm. Boss Su, I think we can discuss this matter. Don't be impulsive. Not everything you see on the internet is necessarily true, right? Tomorrow morning when you wake up I will tell you a joke, I guarantee it will make you feel super good. Zhang Feng's voice became weaker and weaker because he noticed Su Yuran had moved her face closer to him. Damn, Mr. Su is always saying what he means and doing what he says? At this moment, Jang Fong was stunned. He knew that Su Yuran was getting angry. But what is the saying? Leaders can make mistakes, but you can't. The leader can be late, but you can't. The leader can be too arrogant, so you must hold back. Jang Fong still had some rationality at this moment, but not much. He couldn't understand why Su Yuran was so angry, but he knew he had to hold it in. Jang Fong also knew that it would be impossible to persuade Su Yuran by reasoning at this time. Yes, you have to scare and threaten. Boss Su, let me remind you. You should know how attractive you are to men, right? I suggest you don't act rashly, or I will. Hearing this, Su Yuran stopped leaning forward to kiss him, and raised her eyebrows and raised her red lips slightly. What is it? Can't help it? What should I do if I can't help it? As mentioned before, the most ineffective method against Miss Su is threats. Ha! You don't let me kiss you and you scare me. Damn Jang Fong, do you think I'm wronged by kissing you? Damn, I've already taken the initiative, why would I be afraid of what you might do to me? Thinking of this, Su Yuran pulled out one hand and placed it on the bed, then used the force to straddle Zhang Feng's body. She glanced slightly to the side, and happened to meet Zhang Feng's eyes. Love surged in their eyes, and Su Yuran spoke softly in a proud and coquettish tone. I don't care, I want to kiss you today. The meaning of this statement is very clear. No matter what happens next, I, Su Yuran, just want a kiss. He noticed that Su Yuran had moved her face closer to him. That beautiful face was getting closer and closer to him. Jang Fong swallowed hard, he really had nowhere to escape now. He never expected that not only did his threats not work at all, but also allowed Miss Su to sit on the seat directly? The pajamas were thin, but Jang Fong could clearly feel the wonderful touch, and a strange feeling filled his whole body. It felt amazing, comfortable, yet also like a burning sensation. Su Yuran's stunning appearance, hot body, and charming movements were overwhelming Zhang Feng's mind, and her unique and charming aura was like a catalyst. Can you still bear it? Zhang Fong asked himself. I can't hold it in anymore, Zhang Fong knew. He couldn't hold it in anymore no matter what he said today. The eternal question to be a man or a beast was placed before him. Zhang Fong turned over and hugged Su Yuran's slender waist. He chose the former. Boss Su, I'm sorry. At this moment, the hormonal atmosphere in the room reached its peak. 3 minutes later, Zhang Fong got out of bed, panting, and clapped his hands to turn on the light. The light shone brightly into the room. He lifted the quilt and saw a red stain on the bed sheet. Zhang Feng's mouth twitched fiercely and his face was full of helplessness, but he still looked at Su Yuran tenderly. Does it hurt, Mr. Su? Su Yuran frowned, covered her stomach, and sweat appeared on her forehead. Pain. I have that in my bag, go get it. Half a minute later, after receiving the small bag from Zhang Fong, Su Yuran staggered off the bed and ran towards the bathroom. Her face was flushed, firstly because of what happened just now, and secondly because she was really in pain. She experiences this kind of pain once a month, but every time it hurts like hell. That's right, Su Yuran has her period. What a coincidence, it happened just when Zhang Fong was about to unbutton his pajamas. Su Yuran only felt a torrent of energy coming, followed by a heart-wrenching pain. She was stunned immediately. My aunt is here? In front of Zhang Fong? Ah, how embarrassing. It is indeed true. 10 minutes later, Su Yuran dressed up and slowly walked out of the room. Her complexion looked much better than before, and she was obviously not in as much pain. She moved to the bed in small steps and covered herself with the quilt. When she secretly glanced at Zhang Fong and found that he was still in an abnormal state, Su Yuran suddenly felt ashamed. Finally, she put on a flattering smile for the first time in her life and said embarrassedly. Well, Zhang Fong, I guess it's for dessert today. That dessert is refrigerated. We'll eat that after we finish the hot pot. The cold and the hot caused me to come a few days early. You're not angry? Su Yuran explained and asked sincerely, but could Zhang Fong listen to her at this moment? Of course not. It's not that he's angry or has no sexual desire. But his current condition is really hard to control. After being cold for a long time, Zhang Fong forced himself to smile at Su Yuran. It's okay, Mr. Su. We were all too excited just now. Your stomach must be hurting right now, just lie down and go to sleep. I'm going to take a shower. Jang Fong lowered his head after saying this, his expression was calm but he was roaring in his heart. Bro, get down, and don't look up to embarrass me. Trying his best to hide his embarrassment with his loose pajamas, Jang Fong stood up and walked quickly to the bathroom. Without saying a word, he turned on the cold water and started to rinse. 3 minutes later, he confirmed something. Damn, those who say taking a cold shower can control your desires are all liars. This is totally useless, right? What can I do? Jang Fong lowered his head helplessly. Brother, don't even think about looking for Mr. Su. Just listen and I'll let Miss Five Fingers help you, okay? On the other hand, Su Yuran was lying on the bed at this moment. How could she show any sign of wanting to sleep? After drinking the hot water that Jang Fong prepared for her, she felt that her stomachache was not so severe anymore. Sure enough, it is right to drink more hot water during menstruation. After regaining some strength, Su Yuran sat up straight with one hand and looked eagerly in the direction of the bathroom. It had been so long, and the sound of running water had long stopped. Jang Fong should have finished washing. Why hasn't he come out yet? Su Yuran got out of bed and walked towards the bathroom. Chapter 63. Jang Fong actually washed the sheets? Standing at the bathroom door, Su Yuran couldn't hear any sound, so she was slightly stunned. Why don't you go in and take a look? As soon as this crazy idea came to mind, Su Yuran suppressed it. You're so embarrassed, Su Yuran. You still want to go in and take a look? Pa. But why hasn't Jang Fong come out yet? Su Yuran thought about it and suddenly remembered what Jang Fong had always said. Su Yuran, do you know how attractive you are to men? I remembered Jiang Feng's abnormal state when he went to the bathroom. Suddenly, Miss Su suddenly understood something, and her face turned red with shame as she figured it out. Jang Fong was obviously so rational, yet he just pounced on her. Doesn't that mean he couldn't control himself? He must be feeling very uncomfortable now, right? Could it be that stinky Jang Fong is secretly solving the problem in there? It seems, this is the only explanation that makes sense. Su Yuran thought so, and at the same time, she felt ashamed. Stinky Jang Fong didn't feel that uncomfortable when he first lay down. It's all because of my teasing step by step that you became so uncomfortable. Su Yuran admitted that she did allow Jang Fong to do something, but her relatives happened to come to visit at this time. Miss Su frowned slightly when she thought of this. It was obviously me who caused all this. How could Jang Fong, as the victim, be so miserable and have to solve it himself? Besides, isn't it said that doing this will harm your body? Random thoughts occupied Su Yuran's mind, and she came back to her senses. He coughed softly to indicate that he was at the door, then knocked on the door, his tone gentle and careful. Jang Fong, are you feeling very uncomfortable now? Jang Fong didn't respond, but Su Yuran knew that he must have heard it. Thinking of this, Miss Su looked at her own hands shyly and licked her lips subconsciously. The beauty frowned and made up her mind. Jang Fong, come out, I can actually help you. Let us simply omit 19,999 words from now on. The early morning sunlight shone into the room through the gaps in the curtains, and Su Yuran opened her eyes hazily. A strange smell lingered in her mouth, and she subconsciously smacked her lips twice, thinking it smelled very much like heather. Su Yuran subconsciously wanted to get up and rinse her mouth, but her face turned red before she could move. She was completely awake. That is not right. What did stinky Jang Fong and I do last night? What am I thinking? Su Yuran's beautiful eyes flickered and she clenched her fists tightly. She really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Oh my god, just think about those seductive movements and embarrassing postures. How can I face Jang Fong when I get up? No, I can't get up. How about not going to the company today? I'll get up after Jang Fong leaves for work? Miss Su thought so, smacked her lips twice and pretended to be sleeping soundly, and took the opportunity to turn over. Opening her eyes slightly, she discovered that the first side of the bed was empty. Where's Jang Fong? Great. He's up already? There was silence in her ears, without any sound. Su Yuran thought. Jang Fong should have gone downstairs to buy breakfast? Thinking of this, Miss Su sat up straight. Hey, I'm going to rinse my mouth first to get rid of this strange taste. Then I'll lie down and pretend to sleep. Yes, I am very smart. Su Yuran hurriedly got out of bed and headed for the bathroom. She felt that she had to hurry up, otherwise when Jang Fong came back, it would be more than awkward for them to meet. After pushing open the bathroom door, Su Yuran was about to find some toothbrushes to rinse her mouth, but when she glanced at Jang Fong, who was sitting on a small stool, she was petrified. At this moment, the questions that popped up in Su Yuran's mind could fill a book of 100,000 whys. She felt extremely embarrassed for a moment. She stood there blankly, her face flushed, her lips moving slightly, but she didn't know what to say. Is President Su awake? At the critical moment, it was Jang Fong who had the guts to break the awkwardness first. So you were in the bathroom, Jang Fong. I thought you went downstairs to buy breakfast. Hearing this, Jang Fong smiled slightly. Breakfast is ready. It's on the coffee table. If you're hungry, Mr. Su, go eat first. I'll come over to eat after I wash the sheets. Oh my god. How can this man be so hardworking? Su Yuran glanced at the time before getting out of bed. It was only 7 o'clock. At 7 o'clock, Jang Fong had already washed up, went downstairs to buy breakfast, and then came back to wash the sheets. Wait, wash what? Sheet? Jang Fong nodded helplessly. Yes, that blood must be washed away. This bedsheet is quite expensive and comfortable to lie on. I am trying my best to save it. This. Su Yuran's head buzzed. After she and Jang Fong calmed down last night, they did pull down the bedsheets. She thought. Jang Fong threw it into the bathroom to throw it away. After all, a bedsheet was not expensive. But now she was taught a lesson. At this moment, Su Yuran's face turned even redder. If Jang Fong washes the sheets, doesn't that mean? Aha! Su Yuran originally had 100 ways on her mind to persuade Jang Fong not to wash it and just throw it away. But she really didn't want to talk about this at this time. She just wanted to get out of Jiang Feng's sight as soon as possible, and her tone was disordered. Is that so? Oh, okay. By the way, you said that I should go eat, right? Then I will go eat. After saying that, Miss Su ran to the living room as if she had lost her soul, completely forgetting the strange taste in her mouth and that she needed to rinse her mouth. At 8:30, Jang Fong finished tidying up and returned to the bedroom. He smiled slightly when he saw Su Yuran wrapping him up in bed like a dumpling. Boss Su, if you feel so uncomfortable, why don't you go to the company today? Well, I won't go. If you see Secretary Zhang, tell her. Okay, then just lie down and have a good rest. I'm leaving now. Yeah, bye-bye. After saying goodbye to Su Yuran, Jang Fong left home. When he went downstairs and saw Su Yuran's dazzling array, he frowned slightly. Then he walked up and took the car keys from the front wheel. Silly girl, you can't leave your car keys here in my neighborhood. Jang Fong put the car keys in the public safe in the community. He also sent a message to tell Su Yuran about this and the password to his home safe. After all, if Su Yuran gets tired of lying down and wants to go home or go out for a walk, given her current condition, it would be more convenient for her to drive, right? Just as he was about to reach the company, Zhang Feng's cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Lu Ming? Seeing the caller, Zhang Feng's mouth curled up slightly. Thinking that he happened to have time to chat with him, he answered the phone. What's wrong, Manager Lu? Is it a relationship problem? Lu Ming's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, Mr. Zhang, after your guidance last time, I figured it out. It's no big deal that I'm timid and cowardly, but if I lose the woman I love because of this, I will regret it for the rest of my life. I figured it out last night. I plan to confess to her today. It's fate. To be honest, Mr. Zhang, she is also an employee of Wanshan Cosmetics Company, Ltd. I asked her out at noon. I was thinking, if it's possible. Can you help me give her this handwritten letter I wrote all night long? Chapter 64 Jang Fong, Why Go to the Secretariat? Also from Wanxian Makeup? Jang Fong was slightly stunned. Wow, it's fate. You should have told me so earlier. I'd have delivered the letter for you. Jang Fong was thinking that since he had nothing to do anyway, sending a letter was not a big deal, so he simply agreed to Lu Ming's request. Okay, I'll bring it to her for you, but how are you going to give me the letter? Hearing this, Lu Ming on the other end of the phone was extremely grateful. Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment. I will be at the entrance of Vientiane soon. Jang Fong smiled slightly. Okay, I'll be there soon. 5 minutes later, Jang Fong just walked to the gate of the company and saw Lu Ming, who had parked his car on the side of the road and was running hurriedly. It can be seen that Lu Ming's outfit today was obviously carefully put together. He was even more energetic than the day Jang Fong saw him in the store. Seeing this, Jang Fong secretly gave him a thumbs up. Regardless of whether the confession process has been well rehearsed, at least the attitude is correct. At this time, Lu Ming had already come in front of Jang Fong. He carefully took out an envelope from his bag and handed it to Jang Fong with both hands. "Excuse me, Mr. Jang." Jang Fong took the letter and smiled. "It's just a small matter." Lu Ming had to rush to the store to take care of business, so Jang Fong and the other man naturally didn't chat much. Before leaving, Jang Fong specifically reminded him to remember to buy a bouquet of roses at noon. Looking at Lu Ming's departing back, Jang Fong subconsciously picked up the envelope in his hand and glanced at it. "When I saw a small love symbol on the surface, I couldn't help but smile. Hey, you know what? It's really interesting to watch other people fall in love." The girl Lu Ming likes is called Zhang Kai, and she works in the secretarial department of Wanxiang Cosmetics. After agreeing to do the job, Jang Fong did not delay and turned around and walked into the company building. Coincidentally, at the elevator entrance in the lobby on the first floor, he happened to meet Zhang Hongyan, who was coming to work with a high ponytail. Zhang Hongyan noticed Jang Fong coming and bowed respectfully. "Good morning, Mr. Jiang." "Hello, Secretary Zhang. This saves me from having to go upstairs to look for you. Su Oranran is feeling a little unwell today, so she won't come to the company. If there's anything you can handle, handle it. If you can't handle it, wait until she goes to work tomorrow to handle it." Jang Fong still remembered what Su Yuran had asked him to do to bring it. Although he didn't have to bring it, he could just let Secretary Zhang know when he met her. "Miss Su is not feeling well? But she was fine when she left yesterday." Zhang Hongyan was concerned subconsciously, but gave up after not thinking of an answer within 5 seconds. In the workplace, asking your boss questions about everything is a deadly thing. "Understood, Mr. Jiang." Then, the two chatted a few more words about Li Dafei's house. When the elevator stopped on the 16th floor, Jang Fong smiled and ended the conversation abruptly. He waved goodbye and turned to get off the elevator. Seeing this, Zhang Hongyan frowned slightly. The 16th floor? Isn't this the secretarial department's work floor? What is Mr. Jiang doing here? After thinking for a while, Zhang Hongyan smiled gently and murmured her guess. "I guess he's tired from taking care of Mr. Su last night, so he's a little confused now." Mr. Jiang and Mr. Su are really enviable. Vientiane Cosmetics Company, Limited, Secretary Department. Jang Fong found relevant information about Zhang Kai on the employee introduction wall outside the office. The moment he saw the girl's photo, Jang Fong couldn't help but take a breath. How should I put it? What shocked him was not Zhang Kai's appearance. But this little girl looks like a little bunny. Just by looking at her appearance, you can tell that she is the introverted and shy type. What shocked Jang Fong was that Lu Ming, a manager of a super luxury store, was so hesitant and afraid to pursue a girl like this. Oh my god, this is so outrageous. Sure enough, love makes people intoxicated and makes those who are smooth-talking become useless. Jang Fong smiled awkwardly, shook his head, and pushed the door into the secretarial office. The moment he entered the room, he scanned all the employees for Zhang Kai. But this scene took on a different meaning in the eyes of the secretarial staff. Who in the entire Wanxiang cosmetics industry doesn't know that Zhang Fong and Su Yuran are already married? Wow, this might be the future president. Why did Mr. Jiang come to our secretariat so early in the morning instead of taking a nap with General Manager Su? The entire secretarial department was so frightened that they threw away their breakfast, makeup boxes, and mobile phones, and quickly sat up straight in front of their computers, looking like they were working seriously. In fact, Zhang Fong didn't pay any attention to what they were doing. It's so funny. He came here just to help Lu Ming deliver a letter to Zhang Kai. After that he went back to his workstation to play games, okay? Zhang Fong came to Zhang Kai's workstation and tapped her desk gently. Zhang Kai? The moment Zhang Fong entered the room, Zhang Kai noticed that the president's boyfriend was here. She was relieved, fortunately she didn't slack off. But now when he saw Zhang Fong coming to find him, he was stunned. Mr. Jiang is here to see me? It took her only a second to hide her flustered expression. He stood up respectfully and then smiled pleasantly. Mr. Jiang, is there anything I can help you with? Jang Fong smiled slightly and placed Lu Ming's carefully framed love letter on Zhang Kai's desk. Don't be nervous, I came to see you for a personal matter. Lu Ming asked me to deliver this letter for him. He wants you to read it. I guess that boy wrote very late last night. When I saw him just now, his eyes were as dark as a giant panda's. When pursuing a girl, you often need a wingman. Almost no one would directly say to their sweetheart, "Ah, look, what I did for you yesterday, and how much money I spent on you the day before yesterday." It's really scary when you think about it. Using such words to win a girl's favor, doesn't that mean he has a huge hole in his brain? Not to mention whether there is anyone weird enough to say such things to someone's face. Even if you really get angry and say it out loud, it will definitely not have a positive effect. I'm afraid it will directly reduce your favorability. This is when the wingman comes into play. Let your wingman tell her what you have done for her, this will definitely have a positive effect. Judging from the appearance, Lu Ming is a pretty good guy. Jang Fong thought that since he was already here, he might as well help him gain favor. Ah, is that so? When Zhang Kai heard the name Lu Ming, her pretty face instantly turned red. Jang Fong naturally could not escape this subtle change, and at this moment he had the answer in his heart. Let us just say, Zhang Kai probably also likes Lu Ming, right? You blush when I mention him? Good fellow. It is very likely that today is not a confession of love, but a confirmation of relationship between two people who like each other. At this moment, Jang Fong despised Lu Ming even more. Shua, this girl likes you, but you are still hesitating. You are not like a man. Yes, didn't you guys agree to meet at noon? I'll wait for him to tell you the details when the time comes. I just helped him deliver a love letter on the way. I hope you have a pleasant chat at noon. Chapter 65. Shocked, Jang Fong is having an affair with another woman? When Jang Fong mentioned that she and Lu Ming were going to meet at noon, Zhang Kai became even more shy. After all, she knew exactly what was going to happen at noon. Glancing at the heart drawn on the confession envelope in her hand, Zhang Kai couldn't help but smile with relief. Lu Ming, you finally got it. Zhang Kai was very happy when he thought of this. He smiled widely and bowed to thank Jang Fong. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Well, if you need any help from us in the future, feel free to ask. At this moment, Zhang Kai didn't realize that she had subconsciously said I and Lu Ming as we. Jang Fong naturally also heard this detail and felt sincerely happy for Lu Ming. After finishing his work, Jang Fong did not stay and turned around and left the secretariat's office. And just as he left and closed the door, the woman sitting at the workstation next to Zhang Kai leaned closer to Zhang Kai. What's wrong, Xiao Kai? You look like you want to fall in love. What is that? At this moment, Zhang Kai was completely immersed in the joy of receiving Lu Ming's letter. All answers are kept simple. Hey, it's a love letter, Xiaoru. Hearing this, Li Xiaoru narrowed her eyes slightly, said to herself, my stomach suddenly hurts, and left the office with the toilet paper. The moment she closed the door, her face turned completely dark. Li Xiaoru has worked in the secretariat for 3 or 4 years, and she has always hoped to become a deputy minister. But ever since Su Yuran came, she actually heard some rumors that Zhang Kai has been appointed as deputy minister. As more and more people spread the word, Li Xiaoru naturally believed it too. Every time she asked Zhang Kai, the latter would just smile and say things haven't been decided yet without giving any answer. As soon as she saw this scene, Li Xiaoru finally understood why Zhang Kai had deserved to be appointed as deputy minister. So you, little slut, have already climbed into the bed of Ms. Su's boyfriend? I really underestimated you, Zhang Kai. Looking at your intoxicated look, I'm afraid it has been ruined a long time ago, right? Don't blame me for being ruthless if you dare to snatch my position as deputy minister. After thinking about it, Li Xiaoru got on the elevator and went straight to the top floor. This matter must be told to President Su. First, I want to take back the deputy minister position that belongs to me. Second, I want President Su to see through the scumbag in this couple, and let women help women. If Su Yuran doesn't come to work, Zhang Hongyan's workload will increase dramatically. But she did not think of it as a burden, but rather a challenge and an experience for herself. To be honest, Zhang Hongyan really enjoyed this process. But just as she was about to work hard, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Hongyan was slightly stunned, then she stood up and opened the door, and saw Li Xiaoru standing at the door. Li Xiaoru, what can I do for you? Secretary Zhang, could you please let me know? I want to talk to President Su about something very important. Looking for Mr. Su? Is it important? Zhang Hongyan was slightly startled and shook her head with a hint of apology. Are you anxious? Mr. Su didn't come to the company today. Hearing this, Li Xiaoru was stunned where she was. She was still thinking in the elevator, Jang Fong is President Su's boyfriend, how dare he send a love letter to Zhang Kai in public? If he dared, why didn't he do it before? After all, the news that Zhang Kai would be appointed as deputy minister has been around for a long time. When Li Xiaoru heard that Su Yuran didn't come today, she suddenly understood. So that's how it is. On the other side, Zhang Hongyan naturally noticed the change in Li Xiaoru's expression. And a sentence she said to herself also piqued her curiosity. What do you think? Does what Li Xiaoru said have anything to do with whether President Su came or not? Come in and talk. If it's really important, I can call President Su. Zhang Hongyan and Li Xiaoru sat opposite each other. Secretary Zhang, I know this may be offensive to President Su, but I saw it with my own eyes and I really dare not hide it. If I have offended you, please bear with me for a while. After saying all the polite words, Li Xiaoru changed the subject. You don't know, just now, Mr. Jang Fong came to our secretarial office. His goal was very clear. He came directly to Zhang Kai, who was sitting next to me, and gave her a letter. I didn't hear their conversation clearly, but I roughly heard something like we'll talk about it at noon, and that this letter was written very late. During the conversation, Zhang Kai looked extremely shy and embarrassed, like a young lady about to get married. I was curious, so after Mr. Jiang left, I asked Zhang Kai, and she told me it was a love letter. I think this shouldn't be the case. Mr. Jang Fong is President Su's boyfriend. Why would he send a love letter to Zhang Kai? Of course, Secretary Zhang, don't think too much about it. I'm not here to tell tales. I'm mainly confused, and I'm also afraid that Mr. Su has entrusted the wrong person. My goodness, Zhang Hongyan could think of a million possibilities for what Li Xiaoru was going to report. But she never expected this to happen. This. Are you sure the news is accurate? After all, Zhang Hongyan believed that Jang Fong would not do such a thing. Please, Mr. Jiang looked like a man devoted to his wife. But Li Xiaoru said it so vividly and emotionally that she really had doubts. Of course, Secretary Zhang, otherwise I wouldn't come here to tell lies. The love letter is still in Zhang Kai's hands. You can go and see it. You can also check the surveillance. It was indeed Mr. Jiang who delivered it. Is it still necessary to check the surveillance? Secretary Zhang saw Zhang Fong get out of the elevator on the 16th floor. So, is this really happening? Wow, thinking of this, Zhang Hongyan took a breath. She was shocked. But she hid her emotions and shock the next second and just smiled slightly. Oh, Zhang Kai, right? I just heard it wrong. Since it's her, then there's nothing to worry about. This is just a misunderstanding, so don't think too much about it. Zhang Hongyan did believe it a little, and she was ready to call Su Yuran to report the matter. But that doesn't mean Li Xiaoru can know about this. Family disgrace should not be made public, and as a secretary she must of course maintain the image of her master. Nothing? Li Xiaoru opened her eyes wide, her heart filled with shock. It's such a big deal, how come nothing happened? Could it be that the president also knew about Zhang Fong and Zhang Kai's affair and turned a blind eye to it? Impossible, she is Su Yuran. In fact, Zhang Kai is Mr. Zhang's distant cousin. They are making a fool of themselves. You should go back to work. Seeing that Li Xiaoru obviously didn't believe it, Zhang Hongyan added another sentence. This sentence completely shut Li Xiaoru up. She vaguely noticed the displeasure between Zhang Hongyan's brows. She knew it would be impolite if she continued asking. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoru gritted her teeth, turned around and left the office. After making sure that she got into the elevator and went downstairs, Zhang Hongyan locked the room and then called Su Yuran. Boss Su, Li Xiaoru from the secretariat just reported something. Chapter 66 Zhang Fong, you should resign from Vientiane. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Hongyan shivered subconsciously. She wasn't face to face with Su Yuran, but she could feel a chill coming towards her. It didn't even seem like President Su hung up the phone in the end, but rather slammed it down. I'll go to the company right away. This simple sentence also chilled Zhang Hongyan's heart. Judging from Mr. Su's tone, this matter is most likely true? Zhang Fong is actually really, isn't this a scumbag? Damn. In the sales office, Zhang Fong was playing in a team when a buzzing phone sounded. He looked down and kicked Mo Shuai's chair, signaling him to come and help play the game. Jang Fong took the phone and quickly walked to the side to answer it. Mom, what's going on? You didn't call Ran Ran when something happened, but called me instead? My goodness, the sun rose from the west today? I am really flattered by your son. Jang Fong felt that it was not an exaggeration to use the word flattered. Let me ask you, since I introduced that girl Su Yuran to Comrade Songling, when has she ever called us? To be honest, Jang Fong thought he would never receive a call from his mother in his lifetime. Stop being so mean, little brat. If Ran Ran hadn't answered the phone, I wouldn't have called you no matter what. Can you contact Ran Ran? Why doesn't she answer the phone? Jang Fong was stunned when he heard this, then he felt relieved. She's not feeling well today and is lying down at home. She must be sleeping and didn't hear it, right? How about this, Mom? I'll call Ran Ran later. If she doesn't answer, I'll go home and check on her, okay? Songling was very satisfied with Jiang Feng's attitude, and she smiled slightly. So it's Ran Ran who's feeling unwell. What kind of discomfort is it? Your father and I just happened to be in Songcheng. Can you help me buy some medicine? Came to Songcheng? Wow, Jang Fong took a breath of cold air. Oh my god, what the hell are you doing? No, Mom, my shabby house is not big enough for you and my dad to live in. What are you doing here? Song Ling curled her lips. We won't live in your shabby house. Your father and I will go back tonight. It's mainly because I've known my good daughter-in-law Ran Ran for such a long time, but I haven't met her and had a meal together. It just so happens that your dad and I both have nothing to do today, so we came to visit. Jang Fong had no way of refutation from this reason, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Forget it, just come, talk to Mr. Su, have dinner together and stay overnight. Jang Fong nodded. Okay, call me when you're almost there. After hanging up the phone, Jang Fong called Su Yuran again. Just as my mother Song Ling described, the call couldn't go through. Jang Fong took a deep breath. Based on his experience of sleeping with Su Yuran for 2 nights, he thought. That girl doesn't even silence her phone when she goes to sleep. At this moment, Jang Fong admitted that he was worried. Damn, that silly girl has a stomachache and can't move around easily at home, I hope nothing happens to her. Jang Fong felt a little regretful. He should have stayed home to accompany Su Yuran today. Thinking of this, Jang Fong picked up his clothes and rushed out of the office. No, he had to go home and take a look. At this time, the Razan Highway is on. Song Ling sat in the passenger seat with a smile on her face. Old Jiang, I think our daughter-in-law is really secure. Jiang Haiyuan curled his lips while driving. You are just idle. To see if your daughter-in-law is stable, why don't we just do a surprise inspection and see? You even called Xiao Feng in advance. TSK, in my opinion, you can't see anything in this wave. Song Ling subconsciously wanted to punch Jiang Haiyuan, but when she thought about him driving, she had to give up. Instead, he raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled jokingly. You have too many tricks up your sleeve, don't you? And you even conduct surprise inspections. Please, Lao Jiang, our son and Ran Ran are fake from the beginning. We came here to see how far they have developed and see if we can catalyze them, okay? Anyway, in my opinion, Ran Ran is interested in Xiaofeng. It's only a matter of time. The only thing in this world that can't be deceived is the eyes. The way Ran Ran looks at Xiaofeng is definitely correct. Hearing this, Jiang Haiyuan took a breath. That's right, I'm not here to catch someone cheating or conduct a surprise inspection. Damn, these are all the same tricks I saw in some stupid novels, fuck you. Yes, after hearing what my wife said, my thoughts became much clearer. Song Ling narrowed her eyes slightly. So what do you think we should do first when we get to Songcheng? I must go home to see Xiaofeng and Ran Ran. Old Jiang, I don't know how you can be an official with your brain. We should go look at the house first. House hunting? Jiang Haiyuan was slightly startled. Knowing that he couldn't figure it out, Song Ling began to explain. Old Jiang, what we as parents-in-law can do is to give the woman enough affirmation. Putting aside family conditions, it is a blessing for our son that a senior executive like Ran Ran falls in love with Xiaofeng. So we must also show our attitude, at least to let Ran Ran know that we really recognize her. Do you think Ran Ran has no suitors with her looks and figure? Impossible. She is willing to live in that small house with Xiao Feng now, but we can't treat her badly. We have to show our sincerity. At least we have to give a house of suitable size for living, right? At the same time, Jang Fong had already walked quickly downstairs to the company. When passing by the underground parking lot, he found Secretary Zhang standing there respectfully. Jang Fong was about to greet her, but Zhang Hongyan spoke first. Bah, scumbag. Scumbag? What scumbag? I hate scumbags the most. Jang Fong looked around subconsciously, so he was confused. There was no one else here except me. Shit, Secretary Zhang couldn't be talking about me. Jang Fong was just about to ask Zhang Hongyan, but then a beautiful figure attracted his attention. Su Yuran was seen wearing a coat and walking up the stairs one step at a time. Her steps were unsteady and her brows were furrowed. Upon seeing this, Secretary Zhang stepped forward to pick up Su Yuran. But Jang Fong was much faster than her. He took a few steps at a time and ran towards Su Yuran quickly. Boss Su, didn't you say you were feeling uncomfortable and couldn't come to the company today? Why did you come here when you're feeling so sick? You'd better just lie down at home and wait for me. No matter how important something is, it's more important than your health. Jang Fong didn't think much about it. He thought there was something important that Su Yuran had to come over to handle. The next second, he put his arms around her waist. Let me help you. But what Jang Fong never expected was that Su Yuran shook his hand away. She was already weak at this moment, and this swing seemed to have exhausted all her strength, and her steps became even more unsteady. This sudden change stunned Jang Fong. President Su? Jang Fong knew that women would be in a bad mood during their menstrual period, so he didn't think much about it. Instead, he continued to move forward. Boss Su, let me carry you up. At this time, Zhang Hongyan finally came in front of Su Yuran. She took Su Yuran's arm to save her energy, and at the same time gave Jang Fong a cold look. At this moment, Jang Fong was even more confused. It's only been a few hours since we last met. What's wrong with Ms. Su? How did I make her angry? She was fine when I left this morning. Jang Fong was puzzled when suddenly, a familiar and pleasant voice sounded, which was a little pale but firm. Jang Fong, come to my office, call Auntie, and we'll explain everything. Then, you should resign from Vientiane. Chapter 67, Damn Jang Fong, I'm not angry. Su Yuran's tone was cold and resolute, as if making Jang Fong resign was something that had to be done immediately. This also made Jang Fong stunned for a long time. Quit? From Wanxiang Cosmetics? Explain the matter of pretending to be a couple to his mother? Why is she so unwilling to give him any leeway? What on earth is wrong with this little girl Su Yuran? This is so weird. Full of doubts and confusion, Jang Fong followed Su Yuran and Zhang Hongyan to the president's office on the top floor. You go out first. Su Yuran frowned slightly and rubbed her belly subconsciously. After she sat down in the boss chair, she raised her eyebrows to signal Zhang Hongyan to leave. Boss Su, I. After learning that Jang Fong was a complete scumbag, Zhang Hongyan no longer felt comfortable with Su Yuran being alone with him. She wanted to stay here, but just as she was about to open her mouth to express it, Su Yuran glared back at her. Okay, Mr. Su, then feel free to call me if you need anything. After saying that, Zhang Hongyan turned around and walked away. When she passed by Jang Fong, she deliberately snorted coldly and gave Jang Fong a warning look before leaving. At this moment, the two women gave Jang Fong the feeling that he just played 2 games of LOL, and then became a sinner for all eternity. Before she could recover from the shock, Su Yuran spoke. Are you going to call Auntie or am I going to call? There was no light in Su Yuran's eyes, and they were so cold that it made people tremble. She just stared at Jang Fong, as if she was thinking about something. No, Mr. Su, don't talk about calling first, I want to know what's wrong with you. If you have something you want to tell my mom, you don't have to call. She's heading to Songqing now. She'll probably be there in a few hours. Then let's sit down and have a good chat. If I make you unhappy in any way, you can tell on me in front of her and you two can scold me together. You're not going to make me quit for this, are you? He still finds it unbelievable? How can he still have the nerve to do that? How could he not know why I was angry? Su Yuran couldn't help but snort coldly and slightly opened her red lips. You know what you did. Suddenly, Jang Fong took a deep breath of cold air, and his whole body felt numb. I kept thinking about one question in my mind, what bad things have I done? Could it be because I couldn't resist feeding President Su a mouthful of porridge last night? Or was it about washing the sheets this morning? Or was it because the breakfast I bought today was not to my liking? No way. Su Yuran isn't such a delicate girl. Jang Fong thought about it carefully. Su Yuran was fine when she left home, but now she is unhappy. That must be because I did something to upset her. Thinking of this, Jang Fong stopped pondering on his own and started to explain it one by one. It was about 8 in the morning. I left for work and collected the car keys for you. Then I walked all the way downstairs to the company, and Lu Ming came to me to ask me to help him deliver a letter. I thought it was a good thing to help others, so I helped him deliver the letter. Then I went to my workstation and slacked off and played games. That's nothing. The more Jang Fong talked, the more confused he became. He didn't notice that Su Yuran's expression in front of him had changed drastically. Suddenly, Jang Fong, whose brain was working rapidly, suddenly had an idea. Then, he looked at Su Yuran in amazement. Boss Su, you're angry, don't you think I handed Zhang Kai a love letter? And then, you got jealous? Wow, this is really possible. There are so many people in the secretarial department, maybe someone overinterpreted it? And the love heart on the cover of the confession letter is so obvious. Wouldn't this news eventually reach Su Yuran's ears? Jang Fong, who had a clue, quickly opened his mouth to continue explaining. Ah, Mr. Su, let me tell you something. When we first met at the Red Romantic Cafe, didn't I make you laugh and then successfully trick you into my hands? This scene shocked everyone around us. There was a man sitting 2 tables away from us, his name was Lu Ming. It just so happens that he is the manager of a luxury store, and the necklace I gave you was bought in his store. I don't know what's wrong with this guy's brain. He's usually smooth talking and slick, but he becomes timid when he sees a girl. Ahem, he asked me to teach him some tips on chatting with girls, so we got in touch. This Zhang Kai is the girl Lu Ming has always liked. He plans to confess his love to her at noon today. Lu Ming stayed up late last night to write a handwritten letter. He called me this morning and asked me to do him a favor and bring it to Zhang Kai so that she can read it first. That's it. I'll go to the secretariat to deliver a letter to Zhang Kai. Here, look, this is the call record between Lu Ming and me this morning. That's not my love letter to Zhang Kai. I'm just delivering the message, dear. Su Yuran was stunned as she listened to Zhang Feng's endless explanation. Gradually, the coldness on her face faded away and was replaced by a faint blush. So that's how it is? Did I understand it wrong? The love letter Jang Fong sent to Zhang Kai was for someone else, not for him and Zhang Kai. To be honest, the moment I received a call from Zhang Hongyan half an hour ago and heard her say that Zhang Fong and Zhang Kai seemed to have something going on, Su Yuran was really unhappy. Logically speaking, she and Zhang Fong were just temporary boyfriend and girlfriend, so she should be happy to hear that Zhang Fong had someone he liked. But Su Yuran really couldn't be happy, and could even be said to be very sad. Inside the house, she tried to pretend to be rational and repeatedly told herself that she and Zhang Fong were just friends. But the fact was that she couldn't control the impulse in her heart. Regardless of her physical discomfort, she resolutely got dressed and came to the company. She thought that she must confront Zhang Fong. Now, after hearing Zhang Feng's explanation, Su Yuran felt ashamed and at the same time felt as if she had been freed. Miss Su always seeks truth and evidence in everything she does, but in this case, she does not want to obtain evidence from Zhang Fong. He explained it, and she believed it. Suddenly, Su Yuran felt her eyes moisten. Her face turned serious and she tried hard to suppress the inexplicable sadness as she pouted. Stinky Zhang Fong, am I so stingy in your eyes? We are just temporary boyfriend and girlfriend. I don't care who you send love letters to. I'm angry, mainly because I heard someone reported you for slacking off, so I wanted to come over and scare you so you'll work harder. Yeah, that's it, it's not because of jealousy. Some sentences do not mention the word love in the entire text, but they are full of love. Isn't this also the case with what Su Yuran said? Zhang Fong was not a fool. How could he not see why Su Yuran was angry? Please, if she was really angry because I didn't work hard, then why did Su Xianyo's attitude change 180 degrees after I explained the matter of delivering the letter? Besides, if Su Yuran was really angry with him because of slacking off, she would have exploded a long time ago, right? As for Su Yuran's words just now, where is the cold and bad-tempered Mr. Su? It's clearly just the stubborn and proud Miss Su. Chapter 68, Joy, Anger, Sorrow and Happiness are the characteristics of a perfect woman. Thinking of this, Zhang Fong smiled slightly, then imitated Li Dafei and stood at attention with a silly expression. Oh, so it's because I didn't work hard, Mr. Su. I promise I won't slack off again. As long as I work hard at my own station and never make you angry again, can you not fire me this time? Seeing this scene, Su Yuran burst out laughing. How could she not know that Jang Fong saw through everything? How could she not know that Jang Fong was giving her a way out? We have already known each other for a long time, okay? Su Yuran stretched out her slender jade hands, twisted them gently, and smiled gracefully. This little man is really becoming more and more likable. It depends on your performance in the next job. Jang Fong was slightly stunned. What kind of work assignment does President Su plan to assign to me? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuran stood up slowly. She didn't say anything, but held Zhang Feng's hand and took him to sit on the sofa. The next second, she stretched out her white arms and hugged Zhang Feng's neck, and put her red lips close to his ear. As for the mission, I order you to hug me tightly and not let go even if you kill me. Just like you put your hands on my head yesterday. Hearing this, Zhang Fong didn't hesitate for a moment. He stretched out his arms and hugged Su Yuran tightly. A familiar and pleasant fragrance wafted into his nose, and at that moment, Zhang Feng's heart finally settled down. To be honest, he had long wanted to hug Su Yuran tightly. I thought about it when I saw her in the parking lot, and I thought about it even more when she ignored me all the way to the office and I saw that she was so angry. The hug now was not to complete the task, but Zhang Fong wanted to hug this woman from the bottom of his heart. After being reborn twice, even though Zhang Fong knew nothing about women, he had to admit that he knew Su Yuran's feelings. In fact, when Su Yuran resolutely decided to help him yesterday, Zhang Fong vaguely understood it, but he just didn't dare to believe it. There was no way around it. Su Yuran was simply too perfect. Falling in love with her felt like a white swan falling in love with a toad. A 26-year-old dual-degree PhD from a prestigious university, 1 in a million. Stunning looks and hot body, 1 in a million. A family fortune of millions, perhaps even hundreds of billions, is more than 1 in a million. Any one of these advantages would scare men away, but Su Yuran has all of them combined in one? Not only that, in Zhang Feng's eyes, Su Yuran was innocent and pure to the extreme. She never hides her emotions, never buries her sadness in her heart, and cries when she feels aggrieved, or screams when she feels scared. She was raised in wealth since she was young, but she is not spoiled at all. She just sometimes speaks stubbornly, which makes people feel distressed. These few days, I have been so sweetly sticking to someone like this. Even a heart as hard as stone will be warmed, right? After the sudden incident today, Zhang Fong finally saw clearly what was in his heart. Logically, he was not afraid of being fired. He wanted to build a business empire and needed startup capital. Now he doesn't need a loan, he has enough funds on hand, and the job in Vientiane is meaningless to him. But the moment Su Yuran said she wanted to fire him, Zhang Fong really couldn't bear to do so. He finally realized that he was not reluctant to leave his job or slack off, but he was reluctant to leave Su Yuran. Be good, Mr. Su. Don't be so angry next time. You are still feeling bad. Actually, if you think about it a little, you'll know it's impossible, right? I stick with you every day, and Mr. Su is so nice to me and helps me with that. How rotten do I have to be to write a love letter and confess my love for another woman? Su Yuran thought that she was right about the hidden meaning in Zhang Feng's words. Hey, you don't like other women? That means you like me. Coincidentally, I also like you a little bit. Su Yuran thought so, but she felt ashamed the next second. She felt that what she did was really inappropriate. He got angry for no reason without thinking through the truth, and then directly wanted to fire Zhang Fong without giving him a chance to explain? No, I have to apologize to Zhang Fong. Su Yuran frowned and raised her face from Zhang Feng's arms. Her eyes were red, which made people feel extremely distressed. Zhang Fong, I have always been very rational, but I really can't think about anything about what happened today. On the way to the company, I really thought about a lot of things, but I just followed your lead and handed you the love letter to deny your thoughts. At that time I thought, Zhang Fong, you are a complete bastard, a fake hypocrite. I even want to buy a ton of wild vegetables and ask someone to deliver them to your house. I'm sorry for getting angry at you for being so cold and indifferent before I knew the truth. Don't be angry, okay? Next time, I definitely won't do it again. I promise I'll be gentler next time. Zhang Fong was slightly stunned after hearing this. He obviously didn't expect Su Yuran to apologize. He reached out his hand lovingly and gently smoothed Su Yuran's hair, which was wet with sweat or tears. Then he let out a long sigh and said gently, I was completely confused from the beginning to the end. I think everyone would be angry if someone poured cold water on them for no reason. Boss Sue, your attitude towards me at the beginning really made me angry. I was wondering what the hell I did. Because I didn't know it at the time, but after I knew why you were angry, I instantly lost my temper. Put yourself in your shoes. If I were in your position, I wouldn't be gentle if I heard my man was doing this behind my back. I would get angry, lose my temper, and be impulsive. My brain wouldn't think about the truth of the matter. Yes, there is no one who would not like a woman who is as considerate as the heroine in the novel, and even loves her man to the point of allowing him to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. But our life is not a novel. I don't want to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. On the contrary, I think. You came over angrily and gave me the cold shoulder, wanting to fire me. This is a woman's first impulse. In other words, this is you in my opinion. This is perfect. I was afraid you'd be angry, Mr. Sue. Actually, this could have been avoided. After all, I am the CEO's boyfriend. Next time, I will pay attention to my identity and not cause you any trouble, hee hee. Jang Fong didn't move when he said these words, which meant he was not lying. Isn't this the truth? In reality, how can there be the perfect image of a heroine as described by the author? Jang Fong felt that it was not fresh at all. Girls' emotions are very sensitive and changeable, right? When angry, I will cry when furious, I will be impulsive when happy, I will laugh heartily, hug, and jump with excitement. She will be afraid of thunder, will be jealous, and will want to possess her man. Su Yuran's red lips moved slightly. Jang Fong's words really made her think a lot. She was mumbling something, she really wanted to say something, but she felt that no words could express her feelings. Suddenly, she thought of a sentence, be a giant in action. Humph, what else is there to say to Jang Fong? Wouldn't it be better to just kiss him? Chapter 69, President Su and Mr. Jiang, they are so cute. Zhang Hongyan had originally wanted to stay outside the office, but seeing Zhang Kai slowly walking towards her made her frown. In an instant, Zhang Hongyan's face fell and she spoke in an extremely cold tone. What do you want? After all, she is Su Yuran's appointed secretary, so Zhang Hongyan's full aura is very terrifying. Even though it wasn't as frightening as Su Yuran's, it still frightened Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai was stunned unconsciously. She didn't know why this big sister who looked so gentle on weekdays was so angry. If it were any other day, she would definitely leave quietly, but today, she couldn't leave. Secretary Zhang, I want to take a day off today. The ministers are all in a meeting. I wanted to invite them again at noon, but I want to leave now. Could you please approve it for me? Asking for lunch break? What for? Going on a date with Jang Fong? Damn it, Zhang Hongyan thought that she was already angry, and now Zhang Kai came to bother her? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and Zhang Hongyan rolled her eyes in displeasure. No. She was now doubly angry with Zhang Kai, one because of what happened today. Second, Zhang Kai has actually always been a colleague that she is optimistic about. Zhang Hongyan has always thought that although Zhang Kai has not been in the company for a long time, he has outstanding abilities and is down-to-earth and reliable in his work. A few days ago, she even recommended to Su Yuran that Zhang Kai should be promoted. Zhang Hongyan was angry because she felt she was blind. After saying that, she became even angrier when she saw Zhang Kai standing there with no intention of leaving. He turned and went into his office, slamming the door. Zhang Hongyan thought Zhang Kai would leave like this, but she never expected that 5 minutes later, there would be a knock on her office door. Sure enough, Zhang Kai walked in hesitantly. Secretary Zhang, I really have something important to do this afternoon. The person I like and who has always liked me is going to confess his feelings to me at noon. We have already made an appointment, I can't not go. He is really a fool when it comes to relationships, and he is also very cautious. Even the handwritten letter that was sent to me today was brought to me by Mr. Jiang. I think if I break the appointment today, he will be very sad. After saying that, Zhang Kai added again. Secretary Zhang, don't worry, I will finish today's work quickly and will not delay work. Or you can deduct my salary for absence. Wait a minute? The handwritten letter he asked Mr. Jiang to hand over? The love letter? Zhang Hongyan took a deep breath and her complexion gradually returned to normal. She asked after coughing twice. What kind of job does your boyfriend to be do? Zhang Kai didn't hide anything, just treating it as gossip. He's the manager of a store in the Marriott Mall. Oh no, that was a mistake, damn. At this moment, Zhang Hongyan only felt her head buzzing. Zhang Kai, go ahead, if 1 day's leave is not enough, 2 more days will do. Although he didn't know why Zhang Hongyan's attitude changed so drastically, Zhang Kai was completely immersed in the joy of getting the fake visa approved. Thank you, Secretary Zhang. You are so kind. Looking at Zhang Kai's excited expression, Zhang Hongyan smiled gently. Good luck with your lunch date. Zhang Kai laughed. According to her, she was going to pick out some elegant and mature clothes to wear at noon. Looking at her leaving back, Zhang Hongyan got a complete headache. What's this about? Suddenly, Zhang Hongyan stood up and ran out the door. No, Mr. Su doesn't know yet. Wait a minute, Mr. Su, don't argue with Mr. Jiang, it's all my fault. Zhang Hongyan trotted to the door of the president's office without even bothering to knock. But before she could turn the doorknob, the door was opened from the inside. What Zhang Hongyan saw was Jang Fong holding Princess Su Yuran in his arms, with Su Yuran burying her head in his arms. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Su. I'm sorry, I made a mistake about this. It was mainly because Li Xiaoru was so determined at the time that I believed her. After saying that, Zhang Hongyan lowered her head in shame, waiting for punishment. What happened today was a dereliction of duty on her part. Okay, Secretary Zhang, this is not a big deal. It's just a misunderstanding, wouldn't it be better if you just talk it out face to face? Look, Ran isn't angry at all. Isn't she just staying in my arms obediently? After saying that, Zhang Fong gave Zhang Hongyan a reassuring look and left with Su Yuran in his arms. Zhang Hongyan, who was standing there in a daze, felt a warm feeling flowing through her heart. He came back to his senses, looked at the end of the corridor, and smiled silently. This smile was not only because he was forgiven, but also because the scene of Zhang Fong hugging Su Yuran was so sweet. But at this moment, 2 monkey cries were heard from the office of the sales department director. What did you say? My brother Fong was framed? You said that my brother Fong is a scumbag and is having an affair with someone else? Damn it, ugly girl. How dare she do that when she can't even understand what other people are saying? Also, I, Mo Shuai, hate people who tell tales the most, especially those who tell tales on my brother. Mo Shuai and Zhang Yuan sat opposite each other, clenching their fists with indignation on their faces. Damn it, I'm also wondering why Li Xiaoru is so mean. I can't stand it. They even framed Mr. Jiang. Zhang Yuan also gritted his teeth and said. Since Jiang Fong didn't come to the company often these days, and Mo Shuai often appeared in the office, Zhang Yuan was frightened as if his soul was leaving his body. The relationship between the two of them improved without anyone noticing. Now, knowing that Jiang Fong was framed, the two of them sat together to fight for justice. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. Hey, Brother Cho, to be honest, I think this Li Xiaoru is weird. I also have a friend in the secretarial department. She said she was very excited when she saw Li Xiaoru getting on the elevator. To be honest, I seriously suspect that she has other purposes for snitching this time. After all, although Fatty Zhang is a bit arrogant, there is nothing wrong with his brain. After hearing what he said, Mo Shuai snapped his fingers and said, no problem. Suddenly, Mo Shuai had an idea and beckoned Zhang Yuan to come over. Brother Fong doesn't bother to argue, but I, Mo Shuai, am a mean person, and I will take revenge for any slight. I must punish this Li Xiaoru. Old Zhang, I suddenly thought of an idea. Songcheng City, Zhang Fong is home. As soon as Su Yuran entered the house, she rushed to the bathroom. She felt like she was bleeding again, probably because of her excessive emotional fluctuations. Zhang Fong sat on the sofa waiting worriedly. Let us say, I tried the brown sugar water and red dates on Su Yuran last night, but it didn't work. Is there anything else that can ease the pain? But what surprised Zhang Fong was that 5 minutes later, Su Yuran came out of the bathroom, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. She seemed to be no longer in pain and was full of energy. Not only that, she also launched a series of equipment including sweeping robots, vacuum cleaners, etc. After finishing everything, she frowned slightly and sat on the sofa, and a slightly coquettish voice came out. Zhang Fong, my bag is still in the bedroom, can you bring it to me? I'm so ugly now. I have to meet my aunt later, so I have to put on some makeup quickly. Chapter 70 Auntie, I'm practicing yoga. Although Su Yuran is naturally beautiful and doesn't pay much attention to makeup, women all love beauty. Who can refuse the opportunity to be more beautiful? Another thing is that she holds a high position and may have to meet business tycoons or government officials at any time, so she inevitably needs to touch up her makeup. So she always carries some necessary cosmetics in her handbag, and this just happened to come in handy? There is indeed a saying that an ugly daughter-in-law must meet her parents-in-law, but who can refuse a more perfect meeting? No need to put on makeup, Ms. Sue. My mom is coming over and we're just going to have a simple meal later. There's no need to be so nervous. You video chat with her all the time, so what are you afraid of? You don't know her yet? She's easy to get along with, well, at least for you. To be honest, if it were any other time, Jang Fong would have gone to get the bag without saying a word. But Su Yuran wasn't feeling well today and her stomach was aching so much that she'd better save some energy. No, I'm definitely not shy through the screen. It's a different feeling in person. I have to put on some blush, otherwise it will be embarrassing if my face turns too red. I'm really fine now. Look, I don't feel any pain at all. Jang Fong, please go quickly. If you don't go, I will go get it myself. Su Yuran bit her red lips lightly and tilted her head with a firm will to deny Jang Fong's words. Now that she had said this, how could Jang Fong refuse? He smiled dotingly and rubbed Su Yuran's head. Just wait patiently, I'll bring it to you right away. Songcheng City, Tianhe Mansion Sales Office. Zhang Haiyuan and Song Ling stared at the floor plan in front of them and nodded in satisfaction. Lao Jiang, this apartment is really nice. 140 square meters is not small and it is very comfortable to live in. It's close to the business district and the surrounding environment is nice, which is exactly what I want. Well, honey, I think so too, but the price is a little bit expensive. Zhang Haiyuan never expected that the housing price in Songcheng would reach more than 20,000 yuan per square meter. This is a bit beyond my ability. Zhang Haiyuan pondered for a while, and finally, he frowned and gritted his teeth. It's expensive, but I'll take this one. Pay the deposit. Then let Ran Ran and Xiaofeng come over to take a look tomorrow. How could a father be willing to treat his son unfairly? Zhang Haiyuan thought to himself that he was only in his 40s and he could still last another 20 years. Damn, he is the only one left. The reason I didn't shoot Xiaofeng into the wall was because I loved him. I will prepare a house for my son no matter how hard I try. Zhang Haiyuan and Song Ling are not the kind of people who like to waste time, and they are satisfied with each other. I went directly to the front desk and paid a deposit of 20,000 yuan. With the sales lady's warm smile, I left the sales office with the letter of intent to buy the house. On the other side, Jang Fong, who was lying on the sofa, rubbed his sleepy eyes and took a breath. He was a little confused. No. Mom and Dad have been calling and saying they'll be here soon. It's been 5 hours, why haven't they come yet? He couldn't count how many times Su Yuran had reapplied her lipstick. Of course, it wasn't that the lipstick would fade, but most of it was eaten by Jang Fong. Jang Fong noticed that Su Yuran, who was leaning on his shoulder, had her eyelids slightly closed and her eyelashes fluttering lazily. He could tell that the girl was obviously getting sleepy. Boss Su, if you're sleepy, go lie down on the bed for a while. I'll call you when my parents get here. It's okay. But after hearing Zhang Feng's words, Su Yuran's body trembled. Then he straightened his back and shook his head firmly. No, I can't lie down and sleep. After saying that, she gently touched her hair, and a pleasant fragrance emanated from the surroundings. Do you smell it? Zhang Fong, I washed my hair specially, and I even blew it and clipped it. Yeah, if I really lie down to sleep, my hair will be deflated and not as fluffy when I wake up later. I look so sluggish and listless. Auntie will think I'm sloppy. It's my first time meeting my aunt, how can I not be in my best condition? Hearing this, Zhang Fong frowned slightly, feeling a little amused and helpless. He raised his arms and was about to pick up Su Yuran and force her to go to the bedroom to rest for a while. But the next second, there was a heavy knock on the door. My parents must be here. I'll go open the door. Zhang Fong smiled at Su Yuran, then trotted over to open the door. Sure enough, standing at the door were Song Ling and Zhang Haiyuan, carrying large and small bags of things. Zhang Fong greeted them with a silly smile, and at the same time hurriedly took the things in their hands and welcomed the two people in. Mom, you look so good. Dad, it's almost there. Hearing this, Zhang Haiyuan gave Zhang Fong a look without any expression, then stretched out his hand. He gave Zhang Fong a thumbs up. This action is full of approval and praise. Good son, you have done a good job. You should praise your mother like this and make her feel extremely happy. Please, in Lao Zhang's eyes, making Song Ling happy is a big deal. When Song Ling is in a good mood, she will happily find things to do and will not come to torture him. Facts have proved that Zhang Feng's words are indeed effective. Song Ling burst into laughter after hearing it. I haven't seen my son for a few days and he's so sweet. I miss you so much, Mom. Mom said she missed me? At this moment, Jang Fong was flattered. Wow, what I felt just now was motherly love? Before Jang Fong could even take 3 seconds to feel touched, Song Ling pushed him away with one hand, took off her shoes and rushed into the house. Son, where is Ran Ran? Where is my daughter-in-law? Well, the feeling of being touched lasted only 3 seconds. There was indeed motherly love, but not much. Jang Fong curled his lips helplessly. She's in the living room. Go find her. I think I still miss my dad more. If this sentence had been said under normal circumstances, Song Ling would definitely have had a good argument with Jang Fong about why he didn't think about her more. But her mind was not on this at all right now. She rushed to the living room to find Su Yuran. At this moment, Jang Fong was just about to start a conversation with Lao Jiang. But suddenly, a very clear voice of coquettishness came from the living room. Ah! The voice came very suddenly, even mixed with tension and panic. Jang Fong was the first to react. He turned and rushed to the living room. When he saw Su Yuran lying on the ground like an octopus, his brows furrowed. What is this girl Su Yuran doing? After just a second of hesitation, Jang Fong quickly went over and helped her up. Soon after, comrades Song Ling and Lao Jiang also came over. They were both stunned when they saw Su Yuran, who looked so disheveled. Of course, you are. Ah, I swear to God, Su Yuran didn't do any of this willingly. The fact is, the moment Jang Fong opened the door, she regretted it a little bit. No, I shouldn't be waiting here. I should go with Jang Fong to open the door and meet my uncle and aunt as soon as possible. But after all, Miss Su was still a little shy in her heart. She hesitated for a moment, and then faintly heard Song Ling asking her where she was. At that moment, Su Yuran knew that she should go out to meet him. She didn't think about it and stood up resolutely. Coincidentally, her stomach, which hadn't hurt for a long time, suddenly felt a sharp pain. At that moment, Su Yuran felt that all the strength in her body was instantly drained, and she staggered and sat on the ground. This was why she screamed in panic and then sat down on the ground. Was this just a pain in the ass? That would be great. At this moment, Miss Su was so embarrassed that her face turned red and her heart was in turmoil. Chapter 71 Ran Ran, this is the room we prepared for you. I have been preparing for so long to make a good impression on my uncle and aunt. The result was that he just sat on the ground with a messy face to greet him? Ah, could you please not be so awkward? How do you explain this? Did he fall down accidentally? That would make me seem too stupid. How could my uncle and aunt like a clumsy daughter-in-law? Suddenly, Su Yuran had an idea and pretended to be shocked with a blushing face. Ah, uncle and aunt, you are here. I didn't hear you just now. I'm fine. I was just doing yoga and accidentally stretched my foot, so I screamed. My goodness. Upon hearing Su Yuran's explanation, Jang Fong's mouth twitched violently. Mr. Su, your explanation is really so weak. How could he not see that Su Yuran had a stomachache when she fell? While he felt sorry for her, he tried his best to hide the embarrassment on his face, swallowed hard, and turned back to join in. Yes, Dad, Mom, Ran Ran likes to practice yoga at home when she has nothing to do. Keep in shape, don't worry about that little scene just now. What can we do no matter how embarrassing it is? My wife is trying to exonerate herself by making up excuses, so I have to help her out even if I have to bite the bullet, okay? Perhaps the two people's explanation was disguised too well, so Song Ling did not ask any more questions. Instead, he smiled kindly and sat down next to Su Yuran. But the next second when she turned her head and looked at Jang Fong, her face was completely dark. Xiao Fong, this is where you are wrong. Ah, Ran Ran likes to practice yoga, what are you doing? Why don't you buy me a yoga mat? Don't you know the weather is getting colder? There's no heating now, what if I get cold? Smelly boy, tell me what to do. Your mother, like this fairy daughter-in-law so much, how dare you treat me badly? Song Ling scolded Jang Fong so much during the call that it made Su Yuran feel less embarrassed. Auntie, didn't you realize that I'm stupid? You're still talking about a fairy daughter-in-law? My aunt praised me as soon as I arrived. Su Yuran's lips curled up unconsciously, and a hint of shame appeared on her cheeks. Auntie, uncle, please sit down first. I'll make you some tea again. Well, the previous ones are all cold. Thinking of striking while the iron was hot, Su Yuran stood up and hurried to make tea, regardless of the burning sensation in a certain part of her body. The tea she prepared was top-grade Dahongpo, which she specially brought from the office when she came back today. To be honest, even when Su Wanxiang came to Songcheng, Su Yuran was reluctant to give him the tea, even though she got it from Su Wanxiang. The tea was steaming hot. Zhang Haiyuan took a sip tentatively and found it had a sweet aftertaste in his throat and was very pleasing to the taste. His eyes lit up involuntarily. What a good tea! The taste reminded him of the tea that the company had prepared for him when a senior leader came to inspect. But the cup I drink now is sweeter. Wow, as expected, the tea made by my daughter-in-law is delicious. Not only that, even Song Ling, who has never liked drinking tea, thinks this tea is particularly delicious. But she paid more attention to Su Yuran. No matter how she looked at the girl, she felt that she had regular features and outstanding looks, and the more she looked, the more she liked her. Of course, I'm not praising you, you are much prettier than in the video. Oh, my son must be so lucky to have a girlfriend like you. Song Ling's words were not exaggerated at all, as the two of them were sitting side by side at the moment. She felt that Su Yuran was exactly like the saying her beauty is so stunning that it could make fish sink to the bottom of the water and geese fall to the ground, and her beauty could shame the moon and flowers. Wow, she is even more beautiful than the big stars on TV. During the nearly half-hour conversation, Song Ling spent most of her time praising Su Yuran. Through her smile, Jang Fong could tell that his mother was really happy. If it were a few days ago, Jang Fong might still feel ashamed, all this is fake. But now, Jang Fong was just feeling calm. He, who made me perform exceptionally well and win over President Su. Realizing that it was getting late, Song Ling stood up with a smile, without any trace of her usual domineering look at home. Old Jiang, don't hide that thing anymore, take it out. You talk to the two kids about this, I'll go cook for you. The more she looked at Su Yuran, the more she liked her. She remembered that she had promised Ran that she would let her see her cooking skills next time they met. When she entered the door, she was carrying large and small bags of vegetables and fruits bought by Song Ling. Okay. Hearing this, Zhang Haiyuan sat down in front of Jang Fong and the others, and took out a stack of documents from his shoulder bag. He placed it on the coffee table and then pushed it in front of Jang Fong and Su Yuran. Of course, in fact, your aunt and I arrived a long time ago today. The reason we got here late is because we went to look at the house. Your aunt and I thought halfway through that Xiao Feng is still a junior employee in the company, and you have already made it to the management level. Although I don't know what attracted you to this brat, he is still a bit out of your league. Well, Uncle and Auntie can't promise you anything, but this house is a token of our appreciation. This is a commercial apartment in Songcheng Tianhao Mansion, 140 square meters, which we just went to see. As for the deposit, we've already paid it to your aunt. You and Xiao Feng can go over and take a look tomorrow. As long as you are satisfied, your uncle will immediately pay the down payment for you, and your aunt and I will bear the rest of the loan. Zhang Haiyuan spoke in an extremely calm tone, as if he was simply narrating a matter. But after Zhang Feng thought about it for a while, he realized that behind Lao Zhang's calmness was the result of a sacrifice of more than 3 million yuan. Damn, I'm bleeding profusely. Suddenly, Zhang Feng felt a lump in his throat. How could there be parents who don't love their children? Dad, no need. I will take care of the house issue myself, and I will also take care of Ran's betrothal gift myself. You have the money to buy a house, so you should keep it for you and my mom to enjoy. Zhang Feng smiled slightly and pushed the contract in front of Zhang Haiyuan. I swear to God, Zhang Feng is not pretending to be a fool on purpose, but he really doesn't need old Zhang to help him buy it. Not to mention that the upcoming hot stock will make him rich. He is now the only shareholder and absolute controlling shareholder of Songcheng International Hotel. When the above documents were finalized, Zhang Feng instantly transformed into a multi-millionaire. Not to mention the business empire that has already taken shape. Do I need my parents to help me buy a house? Of course not. After hearing what Zhang Feng said, Zhang Haiyuan smiled with relief and waved his hand. You little brat, why are you being polite to me, your old man? Let's not even talk about how long it will take for you to earn enough money to rent a house. Are you going to live here comfortably? Just the fact that Ran lives with you in this shabby house makes your mom and I feel suffocated. She also likes to practice yoga, and your living room isn't big enough. Hurry up and take it. I paid a deposit of 20,000 yuan, and this money will not be refunded if you don't buy this house. Practice yoga? Su Yuran blushed when she heard these 3 words. Chapter 72 What? My daughter-in-law is a billionaire? Su Yuran pretended to be calm and coughed twice. She glanced around and found Jang Fong nodding slightly, then she spoke slowly. Uncle, you should listen to Jang Fong and put this document away. The deposit for Tianhe Mansion doesn't matter. I can ask them to refund it. Actually, I don't feel wronged living here with Jang Fong. On the contrary, I feel very warm. As for the house, don't worry. I actually have many properties under my name. Before Zhang Haiyuan and Song Ling came, Su Yuran had discussed this matter with Jang Fong. Should I hide my identity as the president for a while? The result of the discussion between the two was that there was nothing to hide. Besides, if you could hide it for a while, could you hide it for a lifetime? Sooner or later it will be discovered. Just now, Su Yuran was still thinking about how to confront Song Ling and Zhang Haiyuan about this matter. Now is a perfect opportunity. My uncle can now give up the house without any worries. A lot of properties? Ask Tianhe Mansion to return my deposit to me? Zhang Haiyuan took a deep breath. To be honest, he was really shocked by Su Yuran's words. Deposit means I want to reserve this thing. If you change your purchasing intention, the deposit will not be refunded. This is a compensation behavior of the merchant that is protected by law. What does it mean to ask Tianhe Mansion to refund the deposit? That is, based on Ranran's words, Tianhe Mansion was willing to accept the 20,000 yuan that fell from the sky. How much face does this mean? Why do you suddenly feel that your daughter-in-law is a bit powerful? Not only that, she also said that she has a lot of real estate under her name. Seeing that old Zhang was stunned, Jang Fong gritted his teeth and said, "Oh, let's strike while the iron is hot and reveal all our cards. Dad, when you parked your car downstairs just now, you should have seen an R8, right? Actually, that's Ranran's car. What's the price of R8? You should know it better than me, right? My goodness." When Zhang Haiyuan heard his son's words, he took a deep breath. He just felt his scalp tingling and looked at Jang Fong with a slightly dull gaze. Is it the R8 parked downstairs? That car must be worth the price of this house. Before Lao Jiang went upstairs, he naturally saw the shining Audi R8. At that time, he thought with a little joking. My son's neighborhood looks so shabby, but I didn't expect there's an R8 parked there? So it belongs to his daughter-in-law? That's outrageous. Before old Jiang could come to his senses, Zhang Fong spoke again. Dad, and what happened is that Ranran was lying when she said she was a white-collar worker. She is actually the president of our company and my immediate female boss. Zhang Feng's voice was not loud, but it exploded loudly in Zhang Haiyuan's ears. What? The president of my son's company? Does that mean that my son has caught up with his immediate female boss? Oh my god, this kid. Not only Zhang Haiyuan was shocked, but Song Ling, who was busy in the kitchen, was also stunned when she heard this. But Song Ling reacted quickly. She knew that Zhang Haiyuan would definitely not know how to respond, so she quickly walked to the living room. He pointed at Zhang Feng's nose and started scolding him. Son, look at Ranran. The salary the company pays him every year must be more than 10 times what you pay. You are so lucky that Ranran is willing to follow you. I don't think you will dare to treat her badly in the future. Pay wages? Hearing this, Zhang Fong smiled awkwardly. He touched the tip of his nose and continued speaking with the idea of being embarrassed all at once. Mom, Ranran doesn't have a salary, because she is the one who pays the salary. Ranran is not only the president, but also the actual controlling shareholder and sole director of our company. Well, I have to mention that our company is called Wanshan Cosmetics Company, Ltd. You must have all heard of a group called Wanshan Group, right? Chairman? Zhang Haiyuan and Song Ling looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes, and nodded blankly at the same time. As one of the largest enterprises in China, Wanshan Group has a wide range of business interests. Zhang Haiyuan and Song Ling would watch the news when they had nothing to do, so they naturally knew about it. But then they were confused. Vientiane Makeup Company, Limited. Vientiane Group. This sounds like a subsidiary relationship, right? So Wanshan Cosmetics should be controlled by Wanshan Group, how could it be Ranran? The next second, Zhang Fong helped them dispel their doubts. The chairman of Wanshan Group and the largest shareholder is Su Wanshan. Well, he is Ranran's father. So, Ranran doesn't get any salary, because all the money she earns belongs to her family. You can search for these on Baidu. His father is Su Wanxiang. Wanxiang Group belongs to Ran Ran? At this moment, Lao Jiang and comrade Song Ling could no longer remain calm. How should I put it? The current situation is similar to a man from a middle-class family who had never been married suddenly brought home a stunning beauty to show his parents. His parents were so excited that they almost cried for joy. Then he said, "Dad, Mom, this is the princess, the daughter of the current marquis." My parents didn't believe it, and then they threw a token over and said, "Here, this is the princess's identity token." Let me ask, what is the difference between the situation that Lao Jiang and Song Ling are facing now and this? They were all shocked and took out their cell phones. After hearing what Jang Fong said, they opened Baidu. Then I saw a piece of content. Su Yuran, a double doctorate from a world-renowned university, has an industry. 5 minutes later, Lao Jiang and Song Ling finished browsing everything in amazement and were unable to speak. My goodness, it's enough to make us happy that my son has found a wife who is as beautiful as a fairy, and she is a super rich woman too? Jiang Haiyuan swallowed hard subconsciously. Of course, please bear with me if Uncle did something wrong just now. I didn't know you were Mr. Su's daughter. To be honest, Jiang Haiyuan's words didn't mean any alienation at all. He really couldn't control himself. He already had to be cautious in the officialdom, and now that he knew Su Yuran's identity, he couldn't help but have some conditioned reflexes. 5 seconds later, Song Ling turned her eyes and quickly pulled Jiang Haiyuan's arm. "Old Jiang, we are one family and we should keep our differences separate. Of course she is your daughter-in-law now." Song Ling said this, which gave Su Yuran the opportunity to respond. She smiled gracefully, stood up and bowed to Jiang Haiyuan. "Yes, uncle, I am your daughter-in-law and your junior. Don't think too much. My father has already met Jang Fong. He is very satisfied with our situation. It's the 21st century now, love is free, Jang Fong and I truly love each other." Su Yuran had been holding these words in her heart for a long time. Miss Su was always very considerate and attentive. She had known for a long time that after Jang Fong revealed everything, his uncle and aunt might think about the gap between their families. Su Yuran said this to prevent them from thinking too much about this matter. Not to mention that his father already knew Jang Fong through Lao Wang and the stock matter. Besides, what if Su Wanxiang disagrees? Humph, as long as I like Jang Fong and Jang Fong likes me, what else is a problem? Chapter 73. Too many times, it will break. 2 minutes later, Song Ling saw that Jiang Haiyuan was still in a daze. I simply pulled him into the kitchen to help. As soon as he entered the kitchen, Jiang Haiyuan seemed to have regained his energy. He turned around and quickly closed the sliding door. Then he held his breath and sighed softly with a look of surprise on his face. "Song Ling, please, could you please not be so calm? Ran Ran is actually a billionaire, wow. I don't even know what position I need to be in to have such a dream." Don't laugh at Jiang's shock. Looking at this scene, who wouldn't be confused? At the same time, Jiang Haiyuan took another breath of cold air. "Wife, I can see that. You said that Ran Ran is willing to live with our son and practice yoga here. Add to that the phone call last night, and I think we have a pretty safe wife. Tell me quickly, have you figured out how far our son and Ran Ran have come? How about we set a fire tonight?" My goodness. Song Ling thought Jiang Haiyuan was stupid enough, but she never expected that he could be so stupid. How far has Xiaofeng and Ran Ran developed? Is there any need to see? Song Ling rolled her eyes fiercely and slapped Jiang Haiyuan on the shoulder. "Old Jiang, do you really think Ran Ran is practicing yoga? Can you use your brain? Not to mention that Ran Ran's facial expressions and movements at the time didn't look like she was practicing yoga, and then just look at how Xiaofeng rushed over like a big black rat. Do you think he would be so anxious and worried if it was Ran Ran who was practicing yoga? It's obvious that Ran Ran fell, right?" Jiang Haiyuan widened his eyes as if he suddenly realized something and asked, "Wow, why don't you use a yoga mat?" So, Comrade Song Ling didn't want Ran Ran to be embarrassed and just go along with what she said? Wife, you are the one who sees things clearly. Jiang Haiyuan gave a thumbs up, then looked at Song Ling with eager eyes. What about the second question? Song Ling gave him a look with annoyance, then spoke helplessly. Lao Jiang, what we need to do now is to prepare this meal so that we can fill our stomachs and retreat. We don't need to worry about Ran Ran and Xiaofeng anymore. We can just wait to hold our grandchildren. It's developing so fast? Damn, how did you know? Old Jiang, think about it. Although our son's sofa is a little narrow, Ran Ran won't fall down, right? There is only one possibility, that is, she is not feeling well. When Ran Ran was making tea for us, although she concealed it very well, I still noticed that she walked a little awkwardly. Put these two things together and think about them carefully. Waiting for grandchildren? Walking awkwardly? Feeling unwell? Jang Hyun took a breath of cold air, then his eyes widened in surprise. Wife, you mean they have already? At this moment, Jang Fong, who was hiding on the other side of the sliding door and eavesdropping, smiled awkwardly. Mom and Dad are studying. How far have things progressed between me and this little girl Su Yuran? Good man, do you need to add fuel to the fire for us? That chick staying there is enough to make people angry, right? Jang Fong shrugged helplessly. It was obvious that Su Yuran had her period and had a stomachache, but his mother insisted on guessing it was that. What could he do? But Jang Fong couldn't say that Comrade Song Ling guessed wrong. The fact was, judging from what happened last night, even if Su Yuran didn't have her period, she wouldn't be able to walk well today. After thinking about it, Jang Fong tiptoed back to sit next to Su Yuran. Then, a pleasant and gentle voice came. How is it, Jang Fong? Uncle and aunt don't have any bad thoughts towards me because of this matter, right? Although the new era emphasizes free love, being well matched is, after all, something left by our ancestors and may be deeply imprinted in the minds of our parents. Even though Su Yuran had tried her best to explain and save the relationship, she was still worried that Jang Hyun and Song Ling would think too much. If that's the case, it would be more trouble than gain. Oh, Mr. Su, what other bad ideas could they have? Come on, I found such a rich girlfriend, who is also knowledgeable, beautiful, and considerate. They are so happy that they can't wait to have bad thoughts. Zhang Feng's words were not nonsense at all. Which of the above points did Su Yuran not meet? He knew that Comrade Song Ling had changed her mind a long time ago, and as for Lao Zhang's attitude, it's not that he's unwilling at all, he's just too shocked to recover. It doesn't matter, he should be able to figure it out given some time. After hearing this, Su Yuran let out a long sigh of relief, as if the heavy weight in her heart had fallen to the ground. Jang Fong smiled slightly and took her into his arms. Don't worry, Mr. Su. In fact, Mom and Dad were discussing this matter just now. What they were talking about just now was how to get us to give them a grandson as soon as possible. Su Yuran, who had just calmed down, was immediately shocked. Give birth to a son? Isn't this too early? Isn't it something we consider only after we get the marriage certificate and hold the wedding? Her face flushed and she spoke quickly. No, this is not possible, Jang Fong. Jang Fong naturally knew that Su Yuran would definitely refuse, but he didn't expect Su Yuran to refuse so charmingly. Well, to be more precise, it's not charming, but it is amorous. During the past few days of sticking together, Jang Fong has seen Miss Su blush in all kinds of forms. But there has never been a moment when her face turned as red as a ripe peach as it does now. This feeling of wanting to say something but not being able to, and the shyness hidden under that delicate appearance, really stunned Jang Fong. His throat rolled and he was stunned, forgetting to respond to Su Yuran's words. But Su Yuran on the opposite side didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing that Jang Fong didn't speak for a long time, she thought that Jang Fong was a little disappointed and angry. She thought about it carefully and felt that she had indeed rejected him too decisively and directly just now. Well, we have already confirmed our relationship, so we shouldn't avoid this topic too much, right? Thinking of this, Su Yuran suppressed her shyness and quickly added in a soft voice. Jang Fong, what I mean is that we are not even familiar with the process yet. It's too early to say you want a son. Don't think too much about it. Wow. Jang Fong, who was intoxicated by her beauty, suddenly came back to his senses. What does this girl Su Yuran mean? Does it mean that you just need to be familiar with the process? She didn't refuse. Boss Su, I'll familiarize you with the process once your relatives leave. Let's practice and review more, and we will definitely be familiar with it sooner or later. What does it mean to practice more and review more? Su Yuran shuddered subconsciously and looked at Jang Fong with a slightly fearful look in her eyes. Can I refuse? Jang Fong was slightly stunned. Why? Su Yuran knew that Jang Fong was going to ask why, so she turned her gaze and glanced at Zhang Feng's lower body. Then she leaned close to Zhang Feng's ear with a flushed face, bit her red lips and whispered. Zhang Fong, yours is so big, I'm afraid it will break if I practice so hard. Chapter 74 Jiang Hyun, don't delay the two children's work. At 7 o'clock, Lao Jiang and Song Ling, who had been busy for half a day, left the kitchen. They all smiled kindly and sat at the dining table with Jang Fong and Su Yuran. Because the ingredients are bought on the spur of the moment, most of the dishes are home cooked. However, this does not affect the aroma floating in the restaurant at all. After all, as the saying goes, high-end cuisine often only requires simple ingredients. Wow, this smells so good. To be honest, Miss Su is a little foodie. When she saw the table full of delicious food, her stomach started to growl. At the critical moment, Jang Fong coughed twice to cover up the sound that made her shy. Having figured everything out, Lao Jiang no longer felt nervous. Instead, he frankly took a bottle of wine from the cabinet behind him. "Son, shall we have a drink today?" Jang Fong took a breath. To be honest, he really didn't like alcohol and he didn't want to drink. And today he has a legitimate and appropriate reason to refuse. Didn't Mom say we were leaving at night? How could Dad drive after drinking? Mom drives? She can, but will she be willing to do so? But before Jiang Fong could open his mouth, Zhang Haiyuan had already poured the wine quickly. "Son, come here, let me pour you some wine myself." Normally, the younger generations pour wine for the elders, but now Comrade Lao Jiang can't care less. "Xiao Feng must drink with me today." I'm dying of laughter. I'm already exhausted from driving all the way here, okay? And driving all the way back? Ha, if I take a sip of this wine, Song Ling must drive for me. Hey, I've never ridden in a car driven by my wife in my life. Can't I experience it today? Of course, another reason is that Zhang Haiyuan was really happy today. Okay, Dad, let's drink. As the saying goes, it's best not to talk or chat while eating. Well, this saying is bullshit. Who doesn't chat while eating? The four of them had a lively chat at this daughter-in-law and father-in-law meeting until 9 o'clock in the evening. Seeing that Lao Jiang and Zhang Fong were still toasting each other, Song Ling smiled and did not stop them. Instead, she stood up and went to wash the dishes. Seeing this, Su Yuran stood up immediately. "Auntie, let me help you." Su Yuran felt ashamed for not helping Song Ling with the cooking. Now Song Ling has to wash the dishes by herself? Su Yuran also wanted to leave a good impression on her future mother-in-law. But before she could take a step, Song Ling patted her shoulder lightly. "My goodness, please sit down for a while. Auntie knows you are not feeling well. You need to take good care of yourself for a few days. Listen to Auntie, be good, you take a rest, it's just a few dishes to wash, I'll be done in a moment." Hearing this, Su Yuran nodded shyly. She is not feeling well now. She has stomachache and she is bloated because she ate too much. As Zhang Feng's woman, Auntie doesn't T even want me to wash the dishes? Doesn't this make me feel too pampered? Su Yuran thought so, but if she knew that Song Ling thought she was feeling uncomfortable in another way, she would probably be so embarrassed that she would want to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. At 9:10, Comrade Song Ling finished washing the dishes. She looked at the watch and it was time to go. When she turned around, she found Zhang Fong, who was being held by old Zhang and still drinking, with a painful look on his face. She was furious. "Zhang Haiyuan, are you still going to leave? Stop drinking. You'll die from drinking every day." After saying that, Song Ling slapped Zhang Haiyuan on the back, which made the excited and boasting old Zhang shudder. Let's go, let's go." After all, Comrade Lao Jiang still felt a little uncomfortable until he was dragged into the car. He didn't drink enough. Damn, this is just the beginning? This is totally a kid's table, okay? My son found us such a perfect daughter-in-law, I can brag about it so much in the future. I'm in a good mood today, can't I drink a little more? Taking advantage of the alcohol, Zhang Haiyuan also plucked up his courage, and he glanced at Song Ling with resentment. You are such a bother. We can go back later if we want. It's a rare opportunity, but you still don't let my son and I drink to our heart's content. Did you feel comfortable drinking? Did you see your son feeling comfortable? Song Ling, who had already taken a deep breath, started cursing. Jiang Haiyuan, are you fucking heartless? Look at what time it is. 9:20, it's almost time to go to bed. Xiao Feng just happened to drink some wine today because of your instigation. Don't you know to retreat early and let them torment you for a while longer? Why is your mind so stubborn that you can't change your mind? Oh my god, after hearing this, Zhang Haiyuan understood. So Song Ling didn't stop me from drinking, but wanted to leave time for Xiaofeng and Ranran? That makes sense. If you squeeze out some time every day to come one more time, your grandson will come one day earlier. Wife, it still has to be you. This makes me feel much better. But I'll have to trouble you to drive me home today. Jang Hyun smiled awkwardly and lay down in the passenger seat as if he was about to fall asleep. Hey, who can resist sleeping like a dead pig after getting drunk? Well, you're welcome. Song Ling raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled slyly, then started the car. Old Jiang had already closed his eyes and was ready to go to sleep, but when he saw that Song Ling was not taking the same route she came from, he was slightly stunned. Old Jiang sat up with a start and looked at the navigation. Wait, honey, we're not going home? Why are you taking me to the hotel? Zhang Feng's house, bedroom. Su Yuran had already changed into her pajamas and was lying on the bed. She asked awkwardly. Smelly Jang Fong, uncle and aunt are exhausted after a day's work. Isn't it a bit dangerous to drive back at night? Why don't you give them a call and stay in Songqing for one night? My villa in Janye is still vacant, so we can let them live there. Hearing this, Jang Fong smiled awkwardly. Don't worry, Mr. Su, they won't go home overnight. If my dad was driving, he would have to drive home at night. But my dad was drunk and my mom was driving. I think, given my mom's personality, she will most likely continue to take tomorrow off and stay overnight in Songcheng. Don't worry, my mother won't tire herself out if she can save some effort. Su Yuran felt more relieved after hearing Jang Fong say this. She glanced sideways at Jang Fong, who had changed into his pajamas and got into bed, and smiled gently. So now there are only Jang Fong and I left in this room? Then doesn't that mean you can say whatever you want and do whatever you want? Oh well then. Jang Fong, can you please come closer to my ear? Do you remember what you promised me in the office today? You still owe me a word and I still owe you an answer. Hurry up, I want to hear it now. Jang Fong really couldn't handle the alcohol, his mind was very confused now, but he still remembered what happened in the office today. Do you remember? He carried Su Yuran like a princess when she left. It wasn't that Su Yuran was in so much pain that she couldn't walk on her own. But at that time she was so embarrassed that she couldn't face anyone. The situation at that time was probably like this. Chapter 75, Don't hold it in, it will cause internal injuries. When Su Yuran kissed him directly, Jang Fong was completely confused. The soft and fragrant red lips with the ultimate queen aura tried hard to conquer his heart. At that moment, Jang Fong really let go of all his worries. Originally, he had no intention of not responding directly to Su Yuran's implicit love. After all, he is not an expert in love. Lu Ming has his encouragement, but who can give him encouragement? But when their lips touched, Jang Fong felt Su Yuran's pounding heart, and felt his own heartbeat accelerate rapidly. He had no doubt at all that he was in love with this woman. Jang Fong realized it at that moment. I am a man. Do I need others to give me courage? Thinking of this, Jang Fong took advantage of his drunkenness to kiss Su Yuran and repeated what he had said in the office that day. Su Yuran, if possible, I want to be a toad for once. Can you be my girlfriend? The gentle and tingling voice echoed in Su Yuran's ears, and she felt shy and happy at the same time. Stinky Jang Fong, how can this sentence coming from your mouth be so irresistible? During the day in the office, Su Yuran did not respond. When she guessed that Jang Fong was going to say this, she even held Zhang Feng's mouth to prevent him from saying it. First, Miss Su wanted to find a more suitable occasion and environment, rather than right after a quarrel. Second, Miss Su knew that she would be extremely shy, and it would be too embarrassing if other people in the company saw her. She said at the time, Jang Fong, don't be anxious, just lie down on the bed and talk to me at night, okay? Jang Fong's reply was, Ran, it's okay, I will ask you again in the evening and you can reply to me then. This is why Su Yuran blushed so much that she had to be carried out of the office by Princess Jang Fong. At this moment, Su Yuran's eyes were full of sparkling light and she wrapped her arms around Jiang Feng's neck. Stinky Jiang Fong, hurry up and say ba. I don't allow my boyfriend to call himself a toad. This sentence is naturally a reply to Jiang Fong. At this moment, Su Yuran was not dreaming about finding a boyfriend in a few days, but rather felt a sense of security in her heart. She also didn't know why she was so willing to lie down with Jiang Fong after only knowing him for a few days. She also didn't understand why she fell in love with Jiang Fong for no reason. At this moment, all she could think about was, I must agree to him. Hey, give me a hug, wife. You're trying to persuade boys to drink less alcohol. It's very troublesome when they get drunk, right? Just imagine, if you are really drunk and need to pee while walking on the street, what should you do? Right there? How embarrassing. That's still a small matter, the main thing is that it's easy to expose your true nature. At this moment, Jang Fong, who was drunk, was attracted by Su Yuren's mature and attractive aura, and he unconsciously uttered something in a childish voice. This scene made Su Yuren extremely happy. Hey, Xiao Feng, this is what you look like when you are drunk. Not to mention that Su Yuren didn't know how to do Zhang Feng's simple request, and which woman can resist this childish voice in this posture? Hold, come here, Xiao Feng, come into your sister's arms. Su Yuren hugged Zhang Feng into her arms and let his hands stay where they should be. Feeling that Zhang Feng's breathing was becoming smoother, Su Yuren smiled gently. She leaned forward and pecked Zhang Feng on the lips, then raised her hand to turn off the light. But before she could raise her hand, Zhang Feng suddenly sat up straight. Su Yuren looked over and found that Zhang Feng was actually taking off his. She was subconsciously stunned. Zhang Feng, you. At this moment, Zhang Feng no longer looked as childish as before. He looked at Su Yuren as if she were a little rabbit, and the hormones in his body were surging. To put it bluntly, Zhang Feng was already drunk, and on top of that he was hugging a stunning beauty, he really couldn't help it. Wife, you can't hold this in. It will make you sick. Let's just do what we did last night. The next morning, Zhang Feng rubbed his temples and felt a headache. Damn, I really drank too much with Lao Jian last night? Zhang Feng has a characteristic, that is, he will not lose his memory after drinking, so he remembers everything that happened last night clearly. Oh my god, how late did you stay busy with that little girl Su Yuren last night? Zhang Feng didn't know, he only knew that he felt really good, at least more than once. As for little Zhang Feng, he should be in Su Yuren's belly. Damn, isn't her lip skin rubbed raw? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's body suddenly trembled. Wait, that's not right. It's been so long, why do I still feel so comfortable? Damn, I indulged myself too much last night and now I'm hallucinating? Zhang Feng suddenly sat up straight, and the next second, a delicate hum was heard. Ah! Oh my god, to be honest, Zhang Feng really didn't know that Su Yuren was crawling on her stomach with her face just below his waist. At this moment, Zhang Feng realized that the comfort I felt just now was not an illusion, but Su Yuren was really. Zhang Feng was shocked and looked at Su Yuren awkwardly, only to find that she was looking at him resentfully with her big watery eyes. Damn Zhang Feng, you just scared me. How come you're awake and there's no movement at all? It seems, this isn't the focus right now, right? Zhang Feng looked at his lower body, then raised his eyebrows and glanced at Su Yuren in confusion. Boss Su, we'll talk about what scared you later. I really want to know, what are you doing so early in the morning? Su Yuren bit her red lips lightly, she sensed something was wrong. Zhang Feng doesn't seem very happy about what I did? Is it possible that I did something wrong? Ah, didn't you say that I can't hold it in? I woke up early and found that you were erect. I just thought that instead of solving the problem after you wake up, I might as well solve it for you while you are asleep. Wouldn't it save time? Can't we do this? To be honest, Miss Su knows absolutely nothing about this. This statement also shocked Jang Fong. She is worthy of being my wife, her train of thought is so unique. Then from now on, if I'm like this in the morning and Su Yuren wakes up first, won't it always be? The thought of this was enough to make Jang Fong distracted. Unfortunately, he caught sight of Su Yuren, who was wearing pajamas with half of her fair shoulders exposed and looking very charming. The next second, he grabbed Su Yuren's head. Damn it, can we just put it aside and talk about it later? My dear wife, now you should finish the unfinished work on your hands, oh no, the unfinished work on your mouth. 8:30, Songqing North Expressway exit. Su Wanxiang, wearing a baseball cap, stood on the roadside in frustration. His secret visit to Songqing this time was to get to know his son-in-law in private in advance to warm up the relationship. After all, this is his first time being a father-in-law and he has no experience, right? In order not to attract Su Yuren's attention, he kept a low profile when traveling. He wore a baseball cap, sunglasses, and had his hair slicked back. He didn't even drive his own car, but borrowed a Bora from a friend. But what made Su Wanxiang most depressed was that the car ran out of gas just after getting off the highway. As the chairman of Wanxiang Group, Su Wanxiang doesn't drive himself on weekdays, so naturally he doesn't pay attention to the fuel gauge. This scene of him frowning and sighing on the side of the road happened to be noticed by Zhang Haiyuan, who was just about to get on the highway to leave Songqing and go home. Zhang Haiyuan was slightly stunned, then stopped the car next to Su Wanxiang. Hey bro, what's going on? Is there something wrong with the car? Chapter 76 Su Wanxiang, Brother Jang, see you again if we are lucky. Lao Jiang always adheres to the principle that if we meet, it is fate, and if there is any need, he will help. Now that he had found a perfect girlfriend like Su Yuran, he felt happier, so he took the initiative to lend a helping hand. To be honest, he really didn't know that the man in front of him was Su Wanxiang, Su Yuran's father. When I searched for Wanxiang Group on Baidu yesterday, there were indeed photos of Su Wanxiang, but can the photo online be the same as seeing it in person? Besides, his attention was entirely on Su Yuran at the time, not to mention that this was Su Wanxiang, who had been specially disguised. There's nothing wrong with the car, except that it's out of gas. Su Wanxiang looked at Zhang Haiyuan with a smile and shrugged helplessly. He has a very friendly attitude and doesn't have the airs of a billionaire at all. As the saying goes, if someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 1 yard, right? The fact that Zhang Haiyuan came over to ask him what was wrong proved that he was a kind passerby. No matter how depressed Lao Su was now, he couldn't just turn his face away from him. Although, if you run out of gas on the road, usually no one will help you. But what Su Wanxiang didn't expect was that after he finished speaking, Zhang Haiyuan didn't start the car and leave without saying sorry. Instead, he quickly got out of the car, opened the trunk, and took out a small bucket and an oil pipe. Brother, I just filled up my car with gas, which is enough for me. There is a gas station 10 kilometers ahead. I'll give you some for emergency use. You're in such a hurry. Don't delay the urgent matter at hand. In fact, Su Wanxiang didn't have any urgent business, although he came to find his son-in-law. But now Lao Wang is still waiting at Wanxiang Cosmetics and has not reported Zhang Feng's whereabouts, so Su Wanxiang is not very anxious. So Su Wanxiang quickly waved his hand to refuse. No, this is so embarrassing. I've called for roadside assistance, it's okay. His words were rejected by Zhang Haiyuan straightforwardly. Roadside support is too expensive, so that's it, brother. A little oil doesn't cost much, so let's just consider it as fate. 10 minutes later, Zhang Haiyuan pumped enough oil for Su Wanxiang to run more than 10 kilometers. He also strongly rejected Su Wanxiang's proposal to pay for oil according to the market price. He chuckled and patted Su Wanxiang on the shoulder. Okay, brother, don't be so formal. Let's talk about what needs to be said. I'm happy today. Hey, you don't know, my son has found a perfect girlfriend. TSK, we just met with the girl yesterday and it couldn't be more satisfying. This oil, just think of it as sharing my joy with you. What is Comrade Lao Jiang equivalent to at this moment? For example, a boy has been pursuing a goddess but has made no progress, but suddenly on May 20th, he receives a transfer of 520 yuan from her. Then the boy will be like his Ren and Du meridians are opened. No matter who he chats with or what he talks about, he will reply with huh? How do you know my girlfriend transferred 520 to me? That's great. Su Wanxiang smiled heartily. As a parent, he knew too well the excitement of seeing his children start a family. At the same time, Su Wanxiang was still thinking secretly in his heart. Look at Brother Jang, he is so sincere and helpful, his son must be well educated. He said the girl was perfect? Why do I feel like the girl is taking advantage of me? Su Wanxiang really didn't connect Jang Fong and Zhang Haiyuan together. After all, Songcheng has a permanent population of over 1 million, and there are so many people with the surname Zhang. Who would dare to make such a guess? Yes, Brother Su, this also fulfilled one of my biggest wishes. Okay, then you should hurry up and get some gas. I have to go too. We'll see each other again if we're lucky. Although Jang Fong is 3 years younger than Su Yuran, old Zhang is indeed a little older than Su Wanxiang. They don't know that they are relatives to each other, so there is nothing wrong with calling them that. After a brief chat, Zhang Haiyuan suggested. Okay, see you again. Su Wanxiang clasped his fists to Zhang Haiyuan, and then the two of them got into the car. Somehow, when the two cars passed by each other, Lao Su and Lao Jiang both had a premonition. That means I will meet Lao Jiang Lao Su again. Songcheng City, Wanxiang Cosmetics Company, Ltd. Jang Fong hurried to the president's office. Zhang Hongyan had been waiting there for a long time. Su Yuran's stomach still hurt a little, so Zhang Fong simply forced her to rest at home for another day. So one thing fell on Zhang Feng's head. That is, welcoming Wang Jun to the company. At this time, Wang Jun was sitting on the sofa in the office with a smile on his face. Uncle Wang, good morning. Although this was just the driver of Su Yuran's father Su Wanxiang, Zhang Fong did not neglect him at all and greeted Wang Jun respectfully. Ha, Xiao Jiang is at the company, where's Ran Ran? Wang Jun's smile became even more intense when he saw that it was Jang Fong who came. After all, he only had two purposes for coming to the company this time. One is to help Mr. Su to cover up his whereabouts, so that he can meet Jang Fong by chance and strengthen their relationship without anyone knowing. The second is to provide Mr. Su with Jang Fong's whereabouts. Ran Ran didn't sleep well yesterday, so I just let her lie down for a while. If it's convenient, Uncle Wang, you can tell me directly if you have anything to say. Jang Fong concealed the fact that Su Yuran had a stomachache. Mainly because it's not a big deal, there is nothing you can do about it, every girl has that few days every month. By keeping it secret, she could also avoid telling Wang Jun and causing Su Yuran's family to worry for no reason. What can possibly happen to me? I was just passing through Songqing on business, and happened to come to see Ran Ran at the behest of Director Su. After all, Mr. Su is too busy with work now. He almost sleeps in the company and can't even go home. What a shame. He really wanted to come to Songqing to see the young lady in person, but he really couldn't spare the time. Wang Jun's tone was full of shame and bitterness. As a driver that Su Wanxiang had picked out from thousands of people, how could he not pretend? Busy? Hey, actually, Su Wanxiang has nothing to do every day, he is almost bored. Wang Jun said this purely to confuse Jang Fong. It was impossible for Su Wanxiang to come to the company. Wouldn't this help Su Wanxiang cover up his whereabouts? He wanted to create an illusion that even if Jesus jumped out of the coffin and appeared in Songqing, Su Wanxiang would not be able to appear in Songqing. After chatting for about 10 minutes, Wang Jun was sure that Jang Fong must have believed it, so he simply stood up with a smile. That's fine, Xiao Jiang. Ran Ran is living well here with you. Director Su can rest assured then. That's all for today. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Jang Fong smiled slightly. Let's go, Uncle Wang. I'll take you there. I have something to do. On the way to the company, Jang Fong noticed one thing: today is the day when the document on the division of Songqing High Tech Zone is issued. So, he decided to go to Songqing International Hotel for a walk. The two parted ways in the parking lot because Jang Fong had to wait for the driver Zhang Yuan to come down. Lao Wang entered the parking lot alone and drove the A8 away from Vientiane Cosmetics. But just after passing a red light intersection, he stopped the car on the side of the road and immediately called Su Wanxiang. Director Su, Jang Fong will come to the company today. But if you want to run into him, you have to wait a while. He said he has to go out to do something. I have followed your instructions and completely concealed your whereabouts. Don't worry about my work. Chapter 77, Su Wanxiang is here? Wang Kuan is shocked. Later? That's great, I have something urgent to do here. I'll go meet Jang Fong once I finish what I'm doing. After saying that, Su Wanxiang, who was driving at full speed on the roads of Songqing City, hung up the phone. He really didn't have any urgent matters before, but just 3 minutes ago, he learned a piece of news. It is said that Songqing City is going to be divided into a high-tech zone? Damn, isn't Songqing International Hotel right there? As one of the most powerful men in Jinghai, Su Wanxiang knew the news firsthand. He knew that the owner of Songqing International Hotel must not be unaware of this news. If we rush over now and buy the hotel, wouldn't that be a huge profit? This time, Chun Chun can definitely take advantage of the opportunity. The more I thought about Su Wanxiang, the more excited I became. I wanted to stand up and burst the gas tank. On the other side, Jiang Fong, Zhang Yuan and Li Dafei were also on the way. Sitting in the back row with Jiang Fong, Li Dafei sat with his back straight. He secretly glanced at Jiang Fong with an expression that was difficult to speak. Finally, after 5 minutes, he couldn't help but speak. Brother Fong, can I apply with you? How about an overdraft of this month's salary? I have something urgent. Is there something urgent? Jiang Fong was slightly stunned and asked quickly. What's the matter, Dafei? Tell me and see if I can help you. Jiang Fong didn't deliberately change the subject by not paying Li Dafei, but he felt that some things didn't necessarily have to be solved with money. Li Dafei has a simple and kind character. He is easily deceived when he first comes to the city. After all, the roads in the city are slippery and people's hearts are more complicated. Brother Fong, to be honest with you, I want to buy a smartphone. My phone can't watch short videos. Wow! Jiang Fong took a breath of cold air when he heard that. The environment really can change people. Dafei has only been in Songqing for a few days? And he's obsessed with watching short videos? Okay, security work is really boring, but it's nice to watch some videos when you have nothing to do. How about this, .If? I'll buy you a cell phone. I don't think you can afford one on your own. I'll pay you this month's salary in advance. Jang Fong did not make any excuses and he was still very happy to pay Li Dafei's salary. But the next second, Li Dafei's face turned red. Brother Fong, I can just buy my own phone. I really don't know how to buy it, but Secretary Zhang said he could take me to buy it. Wow. Jang Fong took a breath of cold air. Damn, that's not right. Why does it feel like Li Dafei's focus is not on the cell phone, but on asking Secretary Zhang to take him to buy it? Not only Zhang Feng's head was buzzing, even Zhang Yuan, who had kept silent, widened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Fuck, Dafei, you're not attracted to Secretary Zhang, are you? As expected of a man that Brother Fong fell in love with at first sight, you're pretty ruthless too. I just want to seduce our company's popular goddess. In fact, Zhang Yuan is much older than Zhang Fong, but Li Dafei and Mo Shui both call him Brother Fong, so he changed his words too. As for the popular goddess, what can I say? If Zhang Hongyan walked alone in a crowd, her beauty and figure would surely attract people's attention at first sight. However, she usually pales in comparison when she's next to Su Yuran. Therefore, Wanxiang's employees generally call Su Yuran the perfect goddess, and Zhang Hongyan the public goddess. Because compared to the stunningly beautiful Su Yuran, Zhang Hongyan is more down to earth, which can be considered a kind of comfort to themselves. I don't want to marry Secretary Zhang as my wife. I know I'm not worthy of him. It's just that I just want to see her a little more. By the way, Brother Fong, Brother Yuan, I want to watch short videos on a smartphone because I heard that Secretary Zhang has an account that can post videos. Oh my god, is this really true? Jang Fong took a breath and secretly gave Li Dafei a thumbs up. What I mean is, if Secretary Zhang really marries this girl, she will definitely be more prestigious than Suihua from the village, right? As for whether Zhang Hongyan would fall in love with Li Dafei in the end, Jang Fong thought he would just let it happen naturally. Who can explain this kind of thing clearly? That girl Su Yuran is with us, ahem. Maybe Secretary Zhang likes the honest and simple type like Li Dafei? Okay, Dafei, I'll get you 20,000 yuan later. Let Secretary Zhang take you to buy a cell phone, and keep the rest for backup. Oh, by the way, after buying the phone, you can also ask Secretary Zhang to teach you how to chat on WeChat and scan the QR code to pay. While Jiang Fong and others were on the road, Su Wanxiang also arrived at Sancheng Hotel. He quietly reached Wang Kuan's office, which scared Wang Kuan, who was ecstatic in the room. Wang Kuan glanced at the man standing in front of him wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses with a non-mainstream look and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Hello, who are you? Hearing this, Su Wanxiang took off his sunglasses and hat awkwardly, crossed his legs and sat down on the sofa. He looked at Wang Kuan with a sneer. Do you know who I am? Oh my god. The moment Wang Kuan saw Su Wanxiang's face clearly, he jumped up from his chair. It was as if Tyson crouched down and gave him a brutal millennium kill. Mr. Su? My dear, are you here to eat? Good fellow, it's my fault that Wang Kuan, didn't know that Director Su was here. Anyone else might not let Wang Kuan do this, but who is Su Wanxiang? Damn it, don't even mention him, the former owner of Songcheng International Hotel. So what if Mr. Cui Jian, the boss of Songcheng Hotel, is here? In the entire Songcheng, who would not be respectful when seeing this person? I'm not here to eat. Boss Wang, I'm going to tell you straight. I like your hotel. Please name a price. Su Wanxiang didn't want to waste time with Wang Kuan, so he made sure that his news would be the fastest. But who knows when others will get wind of the situation? If other people get involved, won't we have to bid again? Buy a hotel? Wang Kuan swallowed hard, his head was buzzing at this moment. No, how could this hotel be favored by Mr. Su? What is he looking for? Is he worried about money and doesn't he know where to spend it? Mr. Su is already 50 years old, so why is he still in his rebellious period? Boss Su, to be honest, this hotel of mine is a pure loss-making business. You really don't need to buy it. It won't do you any good. Hearing this, Su Wanxiang smiled slightly. My daughter has come to Songcheng, and I will definitely come here often in the future. Can't I just buy a hotel so I can stay there? The hotel is estimated to be worth around 50 million, right? How about I give you 60 million? How does the saying go? Comparing yourself to others will make you feel thief. After hearing this, Wang Kuan's face turned just as green as Xiao Sa's after hearing I'm not interested in money. Others are directly numb. It turns out that I was waiting to use the hotel money to start a secondary industry to save my life. So the big boss spent 60 million to buy a hotel just to have a place to live? Damn, he is worthy of being President Su. He is so arrogant that makes me want to cry. Mr. Su, to be honest, I really can't sell this hotel. Chapter 78. This hotel was bought by a nouveau riche pig farmer? Su Wanxiang offered 60 million, but Jang Fong only gave Wang Kuan 45 million. Wang Kuan is not a fool, he definitely wants 60 million more. But, here's the problem. He begged Jang Fong to sign all the contracts that day. Seeing Su Wanxiang raised his eyebrows slightly after being rejected by him, Wang Kuan hurriedly explained. Boss Su, it's not that I don't want to do it. I really want to do it. But the fact is, I have already sold this hotel. A few days ago, I sold it to a nouveau riche pig farmer. He was just looking for a way to get rich quickly. He was so rich that he didn't even bargain with me. I didn't think much of it at the time. Now that the contract has been signed, there is nothing I can do to regret it. And he'll be here soon. Handprints in black and white take effect immediately. When Wang Kuan persuaded Jang Fong to sign the contract, he was afraid that he would go back on his word. So now he has directly circled himself in? Damn it, why was I in such a hurry that day? Why was I so mean to urge Mr. Jiang to sign the contract? Sold to a nouveau riche pig farmer? What kind of luck is it that a person can become rich twice? After hearing Wang Kuan's explanation, Su Wanxiang could no longer sit still. After hearing Wang Kuan say that the hotel had been sold, he subconsciously thought that someone had known about the news in advance. But now I hear, a pig raising upstart with some money and some arrogance? No matter how you sound, it doesn't seem like this person is someone who could know the news before me, Su Wanxiang. Thinking of this, Su Wanxiang raised his eyebrows. Is he stupid? It looks silly. People around him still call him Erden, and he has to correct them again and again to call him Xiaoye. It seems, he is a little fool who just became rich not long ago. Thinking of this, Su Wanxiang's mouth curled up slightly. Got it. Boss Wang, there is something I think I can tell you. That means Songqing City is about to establish a high-tech park, and the location is near the hotel. If I'm not mistaken, the market value of this hotel will increase 5 to 10 times or even more. What? How much? The market value increased 5 to 10 times or more? High-tech park? Oh my god. Is this really happening? At this moment, Wang Kuan was even more confused. So if he had not sold the hotel to Jang Fong at that time, would he have made a comeback? And you don't have to put in any effort, just sit in the office and wait to get rich? At this moment, Wang Kuan also figured it out. I was wondering how a big shot like Su Wanxiang could come here in person to discuss hotel matters. So that's what happened. A hint of greed flashed across his eyes, and Wang Kuan swallowed hard. So Mr. Su means not to sell it to him? It was clearly written in black and white, but Wang Kuan thought that the reason why Su Wanxiang did not leave must be that there must be a chance of turning this matter around. Wang Kuan couldn't break the contract, but who could say for sure about a top boss like Su Wanxiang? Even so, most of the profits will probably go into Su Wanxiang's pocket, but it would be nice if Wang Kuan could make a little more. Yes, don't you think he's stupid? Then we'll find a way to trick him later. It's not like we need to break the contract. We can just find a way to buy it back from him with money, right? After the deal is done, how about I give Boss Wang 20% of the shares? Since Su Wanxiang dared to tell Wang Kuan the news, he has the leverage to control Wang Kuan. This 20% stake is worth about 10 million based on the current market price of the hotel. When the value appreciates, it will definitely be more than the 50 million we get from selling the hotel. What's more, in this case, Wang Kuan will receive dividends every year. Wang Kuan immediately figured out this simple account and nodded with a flattering smile. I'll listen to you, Mr. Su. It's so funny. Now that Su Wanxiang is sitting here, is there any room for Wang Kuan to refute? But, how is Director Su going to fool him? How does he need my cooperation? Hearing this, Su Wanxiang smiled heartily. To fool someone, you have to understand him first. There's no rush. When he gets here, I'll meet him and talk to him for a few minutes, and then I'll know how to trick him. Don't worry, Boss Wang. We will adapt to the situation and there will be no problem. Hearing this, Wang Kuan nodded. He trusted Su Wanxian 100%. This kind of tycoon with a net worth of hundreds of billions is bound to deceive people all the time. Wang Kuan breathed a sigh of relief and was already thinking about what to do with the extra money. At 9 o'clock, Jang Fong and his two companions went directly to Songqing International Hotel. He won't play dumb this time. The contract has been signed, so there's no need. It was only a matter of time before Wang Kuan realized that he had been taken advantage of. So, Jang Fong, with his full aura, took Zheng Yuan and Li Dafei directly into the hotel gate. When the waiters saw that it was Jang Fong, they immediately straightened their backs and bowed. Wow, the news that Jang Fong has acquired the hotel has spread a long time ago, right? Hello, boss. Jang Fong responded to them with a smile and then went straight to Wang Kuan's office. Not far from the entrance, Jang Fong was slightly startled when he heard the voices of two men chatting in the house. Is someone here to see Wang Kuan? At this juncture, Jang Fong felt that this person was very suspicious. Although Jang Fong remembered that there were still a few hours before the policy was issued, who knew when the big guys would know the news? Thinking of this, Jang Fong shrugged helplessly. Never mind. The shares are in our hands now anyway. Thinking of this, Jang Fong did not hesitate and pushed the door open and walked into the office. Since there was no need to play dumb, Jang Fong let Li Dafei and Zheng Yuan wander around the hotel. So, he was alone at this time. Brother Wang, I'm here. Jang Fong chose to ignore the man sitting on the sofa and greeted Wang Kuan with a smile. Then some people declared their sovereignty. Brother, have you completed all the handover procedures? I can pay you the balance this afternoon. If Wang Kuan didn't know about the upcoming establishment of a high-tech park, he would definitely reply to Jang Fong happily. But the situation is different now. Now it is Wang Kuan who wants to go back on his word. Wang Kuan touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. Brother Jang, please sit down and have a cup of tea. We haven't seen each other for several days. Don't be in a hurry. Now Wang Kuan is just buying time for Su Wanxian. He really couldn't reply to Jang Fong. After all, he had deliberately not signed the handover document. At this time, Wang Kuan was waiting for Su Wanxian to speak up and save the situation. But when he glanced over secretly, he was stunned to find Su Wanxian hurriedly putting on sunglasses and a baseball cap on the sofa. Damn it, Mr. Su, think about it, why are you still wearing the equipment? That's true. Seeing Wang Kuan refusing, Jang Fong smiled slightly. Since the shares were already in his name, he was not afraid of any tricks Wang Kuan might play, so he just prepared to see what he was going to do. Jang Fong sat opposite Wang Kuan, followed the latter's gaze and glanced at the sofa, then smiled. I just noticed that the old man is still receiving guests. Would you like to introduce me to this interesting guy? Introduction? Well, just bring out Mr. Su's name and shock Jang Fong first. Wang Kuan thought so and then spoke. Brother, you may not have heard of Mr. Su. Chapter 79, so I was the last to know that my hotel appreciated in value? Mr. Su, what Mr. Su? Damn, Wang Kuan, did I ask you to introduce me? When Su Wanxiang heard Wang Kuan opening his mouth to say his name, his face immediately turned dark. At the same time, his heart was filled with shock. Wasn't it agreed that the hotel would be bought by a nouveau riche pig farmer? How did it end up being Jiang Feng's? Oh my god, is the first meeting with my son-in-law so hasty? Su Wanxiang naturally recognized Jang Fong, which was why he hurriedly put on his hat and sunglasses just now. Old Wang, shut up. Su Wanxiang immediately interrupted Wang Kuan's words, then turned around and extended his hand to Jang Fong. Hello, little brother. Didn't Lao Wang introduce you just now? My name is Mr. Su, nice to meet you. Su Wanxiang planned to spend some time with Jang Fong in private to develop their relationship, but of course he couldn't let Jang Fong know that he was Su Yuren's father. Otherwise the result might be disappointing. But just based on the two words Mr. Su that Wang Kuan just said, Su Wanxiang felt that he was almost exposed. Although the disguise is very good, who knows? With a sudden inspiration, Comrade Lao Su decided to give himself a temporary name, Mr. Su. Mr. Su, hello, Brother Su. Hearing Su Wanxiang's introduction, Zhang Feng's mouth twitched fiercely. Is there really someone with this name? Wow, it's a name that parents would like their children to be successful. Hey, just call me brother. It's fate that we meet Brother Zhang. Okay, if you and Lao Wang have something to do, do it quickly. I'll just sit in the room for a while, don't worry about me. After saying that, Su Wanxian patted Jang Fong on the shoulder, then sat back on the sofa awkwardly and stopped talking. At this moment, he had completely given up the idea of cheating in selling Songqing International Hotel. It's so funny, let alone whether it's appropriate for a father-in-law to hit his son-in-law. Besides, what is the point of Su Wanxian coming to Songqing International Hotel? Make a lot of money, then leave more for your daughter later, and in the end it all belongs to your son-in-law. Damn it, isn't everything still in Jang Fong's hands? There is another reason, that is, Su Wanxian has figured things out and understands things very well. As the controller of Wanxian Group, Su Wanxian's thinking is naturally very active. How much does he know about Jang Fong at present? A young man who can see that the stock market is killing pigs very calmly. Although the stock market has both risks and returns, the ability to stop in time at the highest point proves that this person is still rational. But given the previous situation of Songqing Hotel, is it a rational act to buy it? Su Wanxian felt that no one would be so stupid, so there was only one possibility, that is, Jang Fong was sure. He felt that the source of this confidence was most likely a document issued by the government. Su Wanxian was shocked when he thought of this. He had just learned the news. According to Wang Kuan, Jang Fong came to buy it a few days ago. My goodness, my son-in-law. Thank you, brother Su. Jang Fong didn't know what Mr. Su and Wang Kuan wanted to discuss, but since he was willing to let him talk to Wang Kuan first, he should say thank you. But compared to his calmness, Wang Kuan was not calm at all. Wang Kuan? Mr. Su, why don't you use your name to scare Jang Fong? Not me, you. Wang Kuan was puzzled, but since this was Su Wanxian's behavior, he didn't dare to blame or correct him. At first he thought that this was Su Wanxian's way of confusing Jang Fong and cheating the hotel, but why was old Su sitting there so steadily now? Mr. Jang, please wait a moment. I will handle the formalities for you right away. Mr. Su, please drink your tea. Wang Kuan said with gritted teeth. He felt that he needed to remind Su Wanxian, Mr. Su, if you don't help me, I really can't hold on for much longer. 10 minutes later. Wang Kuan stamped the official seal on the document, which also declared that the hotel's handover procedures were successfully implemented. He was completely heartbroken. Su Wanxian had said before that he would work with him to trick the hotel back, but what happened? Wow, this top boss in Jinghai City didn't say a word the whole time. Wang Kuan's idea of making more money was completely extinguished. Mr. Jang, I'll pack my things right away. I wish you a prosperous business in the future. Wang Kuan stood up and forced a smile towards Jang Fong, then he breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down. He came to terms with it and thought, maybe it was really possible that he was not destined to have this opportunity? Indeed, after discussing with Su Wanxian just now, I really want to get more, but in life, some things cannot be obtained by asking for them. Selling it for 45 million is the same as my original goal, which is not bad. This scene also fell into Su Wanxian's eyes, and Comrade Lao Su smiled slightly. Although Wang Kuan was as dishonest as I was, he is still okay, at least he didn't get so angry that he broke the contract. Jang Fong's next words stunned Wang Kuan and Su Wanxian. Boss Wang, please stay. If you pack up your things, who will take care of the hotel on weekdays? I have an idea, would you like to hear it? Jang Fong had no other thoughts when he bought Songqing International Hotel. He simply wanted to get rich quickly. He didn't want to have to deal with various matters concerning the hotel all the time. Just thinking about it gives him a headache. Mr. Jang, please feel free to speak. Wang Kuan replied with a smile, and Su Wanxian also quietly straightened up and listened attentively. Then, Jang Fong spoke. Brother Wang, there are some things I don't want to hide from you. In fact, Songqing International Hotel is about to appreciate in value. A high-tech production area is going to be set aside nearby, so the market value of this hotel will increase several times. This time, I got a great bargain from you. Actually, what I did was not moral. I hope Boss Wang can forgive me. So, I hope Brother Wang can continue to stay and manage Songqing International Hotel. In return, I promise to give you 20% of the shares and year-end dividends. Of course, this includes the 35 million hotel money I still owe you. How do you feel about that? Jang Fong is not a good person, but he really doesn't want to cheat anyone. Keeping Wang Kuan was Zhang Feng's plan from the beginning. In fact, Wang Kuan is really a qualified hotel manager. The bleak situation of Songqing International Hotel has nothing to do with him. It is all a regional issue. The most important thing is that in the previous life, Songcheng International Hotel finally remained in Wang Kuan's hands. After its market value doubled, he did not make any other big moves. Instead, he always adheres to the style and characteristics of Songcheng International Hotel. He loves this hotel. The price Jang Fong offered sounded quite high, but it was really quite reasonable for a high-level manager like Wang Kuan who had experience as a boss. 20% of the shares and dividends? No, and what about the 10 million you gave me before? Damn, Wang Kuan felt that what he was listening to was not Jang Fong's words, but his sincere sincerity. The price Jang Fong offered was actually higher than the price Mr. Su offered me before? Chapter 80 Brother Jang, what kind of person do you think your father-in-law Su Wanxiang is? Boss Jang, I really don't know what to say. I, Wang Kuan, am really grateful to you for letting me stay in the hotel and watching it flourish. Then I would like to thank Boss Jang for taking me in. In just a few days, Jang Fong went from being a boss to an employee. He entered the market with basically no cost and became the first boss of this hotel that is about to take off in the future. However, Wang Kuan did not feel unbalanced at all. He knew that this was the information age, and that this was the case for those who had first-hand information and could keep up with the trend. Moreover, although his status sounds low, he makes much more money than before. Brother Wang, you are being so formal. When we signed the contract last time, you said we were brothers. Jang Fong smiled brightly. Since Wang Kuan nodded, it proved that the acquisition of Songcheng International Hotel had come to a perfect end. While making the contract, Wang Kuan suddenly froze. Brother Jang, there is one thing I don't understand. Since Songcheng International Hotel has appreciated in value, you can definitely make a lot of money if you manage it well. Why do you want to keep my old boss? This sentence is equivalent to asking Jang Fong, you can obviously solve everything by yourself, why do you keep me around? Hearing this, Jang Fong smiled slightly. Let me explain it this way, Brother Wang. First, I have no experience in hotel management. With you here, I will have less trouble. Second, I'm usually pretty lazy, and I get a headache just thinking about all the things I'll have to deal with as a boss. Third, my girlfriend's family's main company is in Jinghai. It will probably take less than a year or two for me to go to Jinghai with her, and then I won't be able to take care of things in Songcheng. Although Jang Fong and Su Yuran had not discussed the third point, he could guess it roughly. Didn't that girl come to Songcheng just to avoid being urged to get married? Now that everything is settled, she probably won't stay in Songcheng for long. If it were before, she would just leave, but it's different now. I naturally want to keep my girlfriend by my side to feel at ease. So that is how it is. Then I am a little curious, what kind of outstanding woman can be liked by Brother Jang? At this moment, Wang Kuan clearly understood that Zhang Feng's appearance when he came to the hotel last time was all fake. Brother Jiang was afraid that I would get suspicious and not sell it to him. Wang Kuan also thought of the details that Su Wanxiang had noticed before. Does that mean that Brother Jiang knew the policy news earlier than Chairman Su? What the hell? How much energy and resources are needed behind this? Thinking of this, Wang Kuan took another breath. Brother Jiang is so outstanding, so the one who can become his girlfriend must not be an ordinary person. In addition, Jinghai has a main company and Songcheng has a branch company. This made Wang Kuan glance at Su Wanxiang who was sitting on the sofa. Damn, let us just say, is there a possibility that Brother Jiang's girlfriend is Miss Su Yuran? The next second, Jang Fong smiled and helped Wang Kuan confirm his idea. What Brother Wang said is a little wrong. I am too high for her if I am with her. As for the reason, I think it's enough to just tell him her name is Su Yuran. Really? Wang Kuan couldn't hide his shock on his face, and at the same time he figured out many things. So Mr. Su didn't he know that the hotel was bought by Jang Fong before? When he entered the room, he found out that it was his son-in-law. This also explains why Director Su did not play according to the agreed routine. As for why Su Wanxiang hid his identity, that was not something Wang Kuan wanted to figure out. Wang Kuan gave Su Wanxiang a reassuring look in a very subtle way, and then replied to Jang Fong with a smile. It turns out to be Miss Su from Wanxiang Group. Brother Jiang is really lucky. The process of signing the employment contract went very smoothly, and Jang Fong certainly did not temporarily lower the price for Wang Kuan. Yes, but it is not necessary. Just after the two of them finished everything, Su Wanxiang smiled and stood up. Brother Jiang, Lao Wang, you two seem to be getting along really well. I happen to be hungry too, shall we have lunch together? Hearing this, Wang Kuan naturally had no objection. Eating is something that can promote human affection. But Jang Fong was slightly stunned and remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. Don't get me wrong, Brother Su. It's not that I don't want to have dinner together, but my girlfriend is at home alone, and I was planning to go back and have dinner with her at noon. Well, how about this, we eat in a bit and then leave early. She's not feeling well, and I can't let her starve at home. The three of them naturally chose to eat at their own hotel, and Jang Fong also called Zhang Yuan and Li Dafei. The sumptuous meal was delivered to the table as quickly as possible, and 5 people sat around it. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone had finished their round. Su Wanshan felt that the time was almost right, and asked Xiang Jiangfeng with a hearty smile. Brother Jiang, the relationship between you and President Ran, Su is really enviable. Hey! So what are your plans next? Have you met her family? Wow, this brother Su is quite gossipy. Not yet. I don't have any plans for now. After all, we just got together, let's take it slow. I haven't met Ran's family yet, but her father already knows me, so this is a good start. Jang Fong answered in detail. So, what kind of person do you think Su Wanxiang, Su Yuran's father, is, Brother Jiang? To be honest, I have met him a few times and I know him well. Little brother, can you tell me about it? I want to see if you understand it thoroughly. Su Wanxiang continued to ask. This scene made Wang Kuan, who understood everything, eyes widen. Well, he is worthy of being Mr. Su. His way of understanding his son-in-law is unique. Still listening to other people's words about your son-in-law? Damn, just pretend to be a passerby and ask your son-in-law. On the other side, Jiang Fong became interested when he heard that Mr. Su knew Su Wanxiang. Brother Su, you should have told me earlier that you knew Ran's father. Jiang Fong raised the corner of his mouth slightly and chuckled. Brother Su, I actually thought Uncle Su must be a serious person. But then I changed my mind. Jiang Fong suddenly changed the subject halfway through his words. Uncle Su should be a very funny and humorous man. What do you think? Let us not talk about what Su Wanxiang himself feels at this moment, let us just say what should we do if we choke on a sip of tea and cough, which is too uncomfortable. Old Su's face was really dark at this time. What's wrong? I, Su Wanxiang, have been wise all my life, but my son-in-law found out that I'm an idiot before I even officially met him? What is this? Brother Jiang, your words may be a little blunt but true. I think old Su is the same. The conversation between the two made Wang Kuan, who was sitting on the other side, terrified. Although the listener may not mean it and the speaker may not mean it, it is always not good to hear something that you shouldn't hear. Who knows what they will talk about next? Chapter 81. Mr. Su, Mr. Jiang is a really good man. Wang Kuan rolled his eyes and decided to slip away first. He coughed lightly, patted Zhang Yuan and Li Dafei's legs, and motioned for them to retreat with him, leaving Su Wanxiang and Jiang Fong some space to themselves. Although Zhang Yuan didn't know what Wang Kuan meant, he understood the key point to avoid. Because he had to drive, he didn't drink. He was also full this time, so he stood up awkwardly and followed Wang Kuan. But Li Dafei didn't understand the meaning of this. He glanced at Wang Kuan, and his eyes seemed to be asking Wang Kuan, why are you taking pictures of me? At this time, Li Dafei was still holding greasy bones in his left and right hands and drinking expensive liquor in gulps. Seeing this scene, Wang Kuan's face was filled with black lines. Damn, Brother Dafei, it seems you weren't pretending to be stupid last time, you are really stupid, can you please stop eating? Wang Kuan scratched his head. He really couldn't think of any way to let Li Dafei know to retreat without appearing to be particularly deliberate. Seeing Wang Kuan's embarrassment, Zhang Yuan suddenly had an idea and leaned close to Li Dafei's ear. Dafei, Secretary Zhang seems to be at the door. Shall we go out and pick her up? Why is Secretary Zhang here? Li Dafei stood up suddenly and signaled Jiang Fong with his eyes. Brother Fong, I heard Secretary Zhang is here. Can I go out and pick her up? Zhang Yuan and Wang Kuan also spoke up shortly afterwards. Mr. Jiang, we are full and want to go out for a walk. How could Jiang Fong not understand what the 3 people meant? He smiled slightly. Wang Kuan really knows how to get things done. Okay, go ahead. Dafei, if you're not full, ask Wang Kuan to prepare some more for you. After the 3 left, only Jiang Fong and Mr. Su pretended by Su Wanxiang were left at the table, and they spoke more casually. Su Wanxiang raised his eyebrows and smiled, then took the initiative to pick up the wine glass. Little brother, what I didn't expect is that you knew Lao Su's true nature before you even met him. Indeed, he is a big idiot, but Ran Ran is the apple of his eye. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to trick Ran Ran back home. Su Wanxian was a little drunk. Although he had already accepted Jang Fong in his heart, he still subconsciously wanted to test him. Jang Fong drank the wine in one gulp and replied with a smile. Thank you, Brother Su, for reminding me. I also know that it's not easy to marry Ran Ran home. Don't even mention the daughter of the Wanxian group. Even if she is from an ordinary family, she has been raised by someone for more than 20 years. Ran Ran also told me before that her father's criteria for choosing a son-in-law is that he must be alive and male, and he also said that he doesn't want a dowry. But I don't think I can just do whatever I want just because Ran Ran likes me. Although I can't be outstanding, I will try my best to satisfy Uncle Su. If it's convenient for you, Brother Su, please say a few good words for me when you see Uncle Su. Jang Fong is willing to use his hard work and achievements to gain Su Wanxiang's recognition, but since Mr. Su knows Su Wanxiang, Jang Fong is also willing to take a shortcut. After all, where there are people, there is communication, and few people can completely ignore other people's opinions. This is equivalent to reading reviews when buying something online. At the moment, the only thing that left an impression on Su Wanxiang was what happened from Lao Wang in the stock matter. If Mr. Su is willing to speak for him, it should give Su Wanxiang a good preconceived impression, which is undoubtedly a good thing. Alive, male, no dowry required? Good man, Ran Ran, can you tell all this directly to your boyfriend? Su Wanxiang subconsciously took a breath of cold air, but still tried his best to hide his strangeness. I smiled bitterly in my heart. Oh, what a silly girl I am. For a moment, Su Wanxiang felt that the room was a little hot, so he took off his hat to get some fresh air. Jang Fong was stunned by this scene. Oh my god, Brother Su actually has hair. Jang Fong noticed that Mr. Su was always wearing a hat and thought that he was suffering from severe hair loss due to middle age. But the next second, the face in front of him gave Jang Fong a familiar feeling. But then he frowned again, something was wrong. The face is familiar, the head shape is familiar too, but when put together they are unfamiliar. Su Wanxiang was stunned when he realized that Jang Fong was staring at him, and quickly put his hat back on. What's wrong, Brother Jiang? Jang Fong raised the corner of his mouth slightly and shook his head. It's okay, I just think you look like someone. The person he was talking about was naturally Su Wanxiang. As the head of his own company, Jang Fong had seen Su Wanxiang's photos several times. But he immediately denied his idea. Let me ask you, no matter how funny Uncle Su is, he wouldn't have such an avant-garde hairstyle like Brother Mr. Su, right? After all, he is a person at the level of the group's chairman. Besides, didn't he Uncle Wang say before that Director Su was in Jinghai handling some matters, so busy? Because the dinner started early, it ended at 11:30. Jang Fong and Mr. Su talked a lot about Su Wanxiang and drank a lot of wine. When walking out of the private room, Jang Fong walked a little unsteadily. Lao Su's alcohol tolerance was obviously much better than Zhang Feng's. He just felt a little bit high, but not drunk. Thinking of what Jang Fong had said before, that his girl was still hungry at home, he subconsciously wanted to remind Jang Fong to bring food to Su Yuran. But before he could say anything, Wang Kuan came over with 2 bags. Hey, boss, this is the lunch you asked me to prepare for my wife. You are really a considerate and good man. No matter how important things are outside or how much wine you drink, you will never forget your wife. Oh, I'm a little envious of you, madam. Su Wanxiang, Wang Kuan, can you please get out of here? Jang Fong also frowned and said, damn, what are you talking about? Brother Wang, you adapted to this role too quickly, didn't you? You even flattered me? 5 minutes later, Wang Kuan chuckled as he watched Jang Fong, Su Wanxiang, and the other 3 slowly leave. He knew that his flattery just now was a bit deliberate, and even caught Jang Fong off guard. Of course, Lao Wang doesn't usually speak like this. He did it on purpose just now. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to speak up for Jang Fong and praise him in front of Su Wanxiang. Now the boss doesn't know that is Mr. Su. If he knew, he would understand my good intentions. In Songcheng City, Jang Fong opened the door with lunch in hand. Before he could take off his clothes and change his shoes, her soft and fragrant body squeezed into his arms, bringing with it a familiar and pleasant fragrance. Stinky Jang Fong, you're finally back. Come and show me, what are you going to feed me for lunch? Jang Fong smiled slightly, hugged Su Yuran, and subconsciously reached out to take advantage of her. Oh, no, it's not called taking advantage of her. She is your woman now, so it should be called cultivating interest in her. Right. So when Jang Feng's hand touched Su Yuren's absolute domain, he was stunned. Why does it feel like I'm not wearing pants? No, then why is there a rope? Jang Fong felt more and more confused, so he simply lowered his head and looked over. When he saw Su Yuran wearing a red suspender. My body is numb and my cock is hard. Chapter 82. This is not home, it's clearly heaven. To be honest, Jang Fong couldn't imagine that Su Yuran would be dressed like this no matter how hard he tried. Damn, now I understand why all the big guys like to keep mistresses in their mansions. Even though it may not sound good if it gets out, it feels so good. After drinking a few glasses of wine with Boss Su at noon, Jang Fong felt a little dizzy. Coupled with the double temptation of the glamorous picture and the alluring breath, the white thighs matched with the red silk suspenders are extremely tempting. Jang Fong could clearly feel his brothers resisting. But he still swallowed hard and tried his best to stay calm. Hey, Ran, where did you get these stockings? Aren't you having a stomachache? Why are you being so conceited again? Ugh, how come you're so conceited? Su Yuran pouted her lips slightly to remain calm and let out a soft hum. Damn Jang Fong, we were hugging each other just now, do you really think I didn't notice anything wrong with you? It's not that I'm being conceited, it's mainly because I suddenly remembered that some people's short videos are all about this. I think you must like it. Well, pleasing your boyfriend is also a little romance in life. Hey! Brother, look at what I'm wearing. Doesn't it look better than what they wear? As Su Yuran spoke, she licked her lips with pure lust. Jang Fong was stunned by this scene. What kind of fairy girlfriend is this? As for who is prettier, Su Yuran or those internet celebrities who clean windows, Jang Fong felt that any hesitation on his part would be an insult to the exquisite appearance in front of him. Is there any need to say this? If you add all their beauty together, is it half as beautiful as Su Xiaonu's? The next second, Jang Fong chuckled and sat down next to Su Yuran. Needless to say, of course President Su was better looking. Jang Fong didn't think so much at all. His mood didn't allow him to think too much. After saying that, his right hand reached to his side and headed straight for Su Yuran's absolute territory. My girlfriend is already wearing clothes, so I can't touch her? Jang Fong thought so, but then his hand was grabbed by Su Yuran. Hey! Naughty brother, why are your hands so dishonest? Did I allow you to touch me? Of course Su Yuran allowed Jang Fong to touch her, otherwise why would she wear this when she had nothing better to do? But we can't just let Jang Fong do it casually, okay? Anyway, we have to whet his appetite a little bit. Besides, if it is too easy to get, men may not cherish it. Forehead. Jang Fong burst into laughter, put his hand down blankly, and fell into deep thought. Indeed, I was a little dizzy just now. The next second, Jang Feng's mind turned, oh my god, that's not right. Go up? What's wrong with going up? As long as you don't go down, you can go up as you want, right? I'm sorry, Mr. Su, but you can no longer agree to this. Sometimes, you have to be tough with women. If she wants to keep you on hold, you'll be willing to be kept on hold? Be tougher and show your masculinity. Not only will she not blame you, it might even work wonders. Jang Fong chuckled and broke free from Su Yuran's hand. Just when his hand was only a fist away from that flawless, snow-white thigh, he heard Su Yuran's resentful voice. Well, go ahead and touch me, but my brother won't listen. Then I won't be obedient later. Brother Jang Fong, please don't regret it. Jang Fong was stunned for a moment, and then he and Su Yuran looked at each other. He saw the latter secretly glance towards the bedroom. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows. No, this matter is not that simple. Thinking of this, Jang Fong suddenly stood up, turned around, and walked into the bedroom. As she watched him walk away, Su Yuran raised her lips in a sly smile. On the other side, Jang Fong walked into the bedroom and gasped when he saw the stockings on the bed. Can anyone tell me what the hell this is? Fishnet, black stockings, and ones with letters, and each set also comes in white. How does one say it? Love lasts till death. To put it simply, a man remains a boy until he dies. Jang Fong has already started imagining what it would look like if Su Yuran wore those things on her perfect pair of long legs. My goodness, this is not home at all, this is clearly heaven. After swallowing hard, Jang Fong walked back to the living room and sat down again without doing anything rash. Instead, he directly grasped Su Yuran's hand and smiled gently. Sister, I am the most obedient. Since you don't let me touch you, then I won't touch you. Oh, by the way, sister must be hungry, sister, eat first. In fact, Jang Fong glanced at the lunch bag on the coffee table, and he felt a little guilty for a moment. I came back early because I was worried that Su Yuran would be hungry, not for my own pleasure. With 9 parts impulse and 1 part rationality, Jang Fong took the bag, spread out the packed food and placed it on the table. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and smiled. Boss Su? From what you said just now, you want me to feed you? Su Yuran is not a giant baby, nor is she so miserable that she can't even move her chopsticks. Of course she didn't use Jang Fong to feed. A sumptuous lunch ended in a beautiful and warm atmosphere. Su Yuran burped with great satisfaction. Well, it's certainly a real burp. It must be said that although she had a big appetite and was embarrassed to eat more, she could not resist Jang Fong picking up food for her with his chopsticks. It's all in the bowl, wouldn't it be a shame not to eat it? Seeing that Su Yuran had eaten her fill, Jang Fong let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to clean up the coffee table, he suddenly froze. Wait a minute. What is this small box? Jang Fong opened the lid with a puzzled attitude and found a box of sticky white porridge. He was slightly stunned. Should I say that Wang Kun was really considerate? He prepared porridge for Su Yuran because he was worried that Su Yuran was not feeling well and couldn't eat greasy food? Boss Su, there's still a bowl of porridge here. It should cool down later. I'll go clean up the dishes, you can have a drink. After saying that, Jang Fong picked up the dishes and walked towards the kitchen. Su Yuran sat down, glancing at the bowl of porridge on the coffee table. She frowned subconsciously and stirred it gently twice with a spoon. This porridge is really thick. Su Yuran shuddered inadvertently. For some reason, she felt that this thing was very similar to the one Jang Fong made. And with the image in my mind, it was as if my mouth began to taste like heather. Ah, how do I drink this? Su Yuran blushed and muttered. To be honest, she quite likes to drink white porridge on weekdays. But now, no matter how she looked at it, she felt uncomfortable and couldn't drink it. But then I thought, this was something Jang Fong bought specially after all. If I don't drink it, wouldn't that be rejecting his kindness? Su Yuran bit her red lips lightly and took 2 sips from the spoon. Just at this time Jang Fong slowly walked back. Boss Su, why are you frowning while drinking porridge? If you're too full, you don't have to eat. It's okay. Hey, is it really possible? Then I'll let it go with reluctance. Zhang Feng's words were like an imperial decree, and Su Yuran executed them immediately. From her eyes, one could see a strong resistance to this bowl of white porridge. Seeing this, Jang Fong smiled slightly. It looks like he's really full. Since Mr. Su doesn't want to drink, then I will drink. Chapter 83, Drinking Porridge? Su Yuran, ugh. Jang Fong was really a little hungry. You know, if a person drinks too much, he can't eat much. He was so busy drinking with Mr. Su that he had digested the food long ago. Besides, drinking something hot after drinking can make you feel more comfortable. Hey, stinky Jang Fong, go get a spoon. I've used this spoon before, and even put it in my mouth. Jang Fong glanced at Su Yuran's cherry red lips, which looked alluring no matter how she looked at them. Ahem, no, that has nothing to do with this. The point is that she is his girlfriend. Is there any need to be disgusted with her? No need, Mr. Su, I don't dislike you. You can do that with your mouth. How embarrassed do I have to be to dislike you? That is true. Jang Fong's words made Su Yuran's shyness, which should have been a little blushing, disappear. She doesn't have any misophobia to begin with. Besides, isn't it a good thing not to be despised by the man she loves? Is this considered a firm choice? After Jang Fong finished his porridge, he carried Su Yuran directly back to the bedroom. He gently laid Su Yuran flat on the bed and put his mouth close to her ear. Boss Su, may I ask why you bought so many? This is indeed a very puzzling question, because the number of people on the bed is really astonishingly large. How should I put it? Even if Jang Fong really treated these things as disposable items, they could still be used 30 or 40 times. Su Yuran blushed when she heard this. Didn't they say this thing is very expensive? This is still a lot. I asked Secretary Zhang to buy it, and she called me when she bought it. I told her to just buy whatever Jang Fong would like, and she said she thought you would like it. Then I asked her to buy back everything the store had at the time. It's not much, right? After all, you can wear it on weekdays. Oh my god, do you wear it normally? Jang Fong was startled and then stunned. It is normal to wear black stockings outside. After all, only men who only think with their lower body would think that this is pornographic. But we can't wear these suspenders, black stockings, white stockings, etc. outside. After all, Jang Fong was a little jealous. Damn, which man wouldn't be jealous? Let us say, if Su Yuran went out wearing a suspender or red or white stockings, who knows how many men would stare at her? Thinking of this, Jang Fong frowned. In this case, let's tear off the red thread of the suspenders first today. Snort. Jang Fong snorted softly and was about to make some moves. Seeing his angry expression, Su Yuran raised her red lips slightly. Hey, naughty brother, don't you want me to wear it out? Are you afraid of others seeing me? Do you really want to possess me? When you heard me say I was going to wear it out, did you get jealous? TSK, why is there a sour smell of vinegar in the air? Su Yuran had a sly smile on her face. Whether they are lovers or couples living happily ever after, they may not be able to understand every look in each other's eyes. But just now, Su Yuran did feel a hint of jealousy from Jang Fong. There's nothing I can do, it's too obvious. Thinking of this, Su Yuran blew a breath towards Jang Feng's earlobe. My dear brother, didn't you see that I sorted them? The one on the left is the most normal and can be worn outside. There are 2 piles left. I bought them just to show you. After all, you are the man I favor, so you must unlock more content, right? Damn, King Yu of Zhou lit beacons to trick the princes in order to win Bao Si's smile. King Zhou didn't care about anything just to make Daji happy. Jang Fong felt that he was almost defeated. It's fine if you say this woman is stunningly beautiful and extremely charming. She's so good at flirting. Which man can resist her? Su Yuran, you're just a demon. Jang Fong didn't go to work until 4 in the afternoon. The lunch break lasts until 2 in the afternoon, but the lunch break time is used to do other things, so the working hours will naturally be pushed back. After Jang Fong left, Su Yuran also sat up straight with difficulty. She rubbed her face first, then looked at her slightly red knees. Then she slowly got out of bed and went to the bathroom to rinse her mouth. She was really speechless because she had asked for too much last night and couldn't even drink the white porridge at noon. So just when Jang Fong was about to start, she thought, although she couldn't do anything sexy during her period, she could try another way. Doesn't it say on the internet that both hands, feet, and 2 barrels on the upper body and 2 barrels on the lower body are all okay? Su Yuran was quite excited when Jang Fong nodded in agreement. Finally, she didn't have to recall the taste of heather anymore. But what she never expected was that Jang Fong did use other ways to solve the problem, but every time at the critical moment, he would ask her to open her mouth. At the same time, in a finely decorated villa in Songqing City. After taking a nap for a while, Su Wanxiang felt refreshed and was sitting on the sofa, crossing his legs and watching TV. Suddenly he thought of something. Oh, no, my daughter is not feeling well. Thinking of this, Comrade Lao Su turned off the TV and called Su Yuran directly. Su Yuran's pleasant voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Dad? What's wrong? I'm so happy that you can take the time to call me. Hearing this, Su Wanxiang chuckled. I heard from Lao Wang that Jang Fong said you were not feeling well. Shouldn't I call and ask about my little princess? So, you called me because you knew I was not feeling well. You never tell me you miss me on weekdays? Su Yuran wrinkled her pretty nose, turned around and snorted coldly. Su Wanxiang, you really love me. My goodness, Lao Su was completely numb after hearing this sudden change in tone. How did I make my daughter angry again? As a mature man who has been married for 30 years, Lao Su always keeps in mind one thing: never try to guess what a woman is thinking. He simply gritted his teeth and skipped the topic. Of course, Ran, your dad loves you deeply. Okay, let's get down to business. Are you still feeling uncomfortable now? Did you have a good lunch? Su Yuran didn't bother to argue with old Su about this matter, mainly because it was difficult to handle over the phone. If they were face to face, she would definitely scrape a layer of skin off Lao Su. Yeah, it was delicious. I ate all the lunch Jang Fong brought back for me. Hearing this, Su Wanxiang took a breath of cold air. Did you eat all of it? That much? Su Wanxiang remembered that because Wang Kuan didn't know what kind of discomfort Su Yuran was suffering from, the meal he prepared contained a lot of nutritious ingredients. Anything nutritious is naturally related to meat. How can this girl Ran eat so much greasy food at once? That seems to be much better now. You can even eat such oily food. Okay, if your stomach is uncomfortable, eat something light at night, like some porridge or something. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Wanxiang's heart skipped a beat. Wait, logically I shouldn't know that Ran Ran eats greasy food. Damn, wouldn't it be a revelation if I said that? At this moment, sweat immediately broke out on Lao Su's forehead. Oh no! Chapter 84. Lao Su was shocked. My daughter is pregnant? But the next second, the response he received was not Su Yuran's doubts and questions. Instead, there was an unexpected ugh sound of retching. That's right. When Su Yuran heard old Su say the word white porridge, she couldn't accept it. Please, she found it hard to swallow the white porridge at noon, not to mention being fed by Jang Fong for the whole afternoon. Now, let alone reading, she would vomit if she just thought about these two words. That's it, what you say must come true. The next second, Su Yuran hung up the phone without any explanation. But old Su didn't know all this. What the hell? My daughter, wretched? Why are you vomiting when you have nothing to do? Oh my god, could it be? A crazy and bold idea popped into his mind, and Lao Su jumped up from the sofa. Damn, am I going to have grandchildren? Brother Jiang. Bah, are Xiao Jiang and Ran Ran progressing so quickly? If we say that Su Wanxiang's previous trust in Jang Fong was due to blind faith in his daughter's gaze. But now after getting along with Jang Fong, he knows that his son-in-law is definitely not an ordinary person. You can tell there is something about him just by looking at his conversation and temperament. The most important thing is that you can tell from his words and expressions that he treats Ran Ran well. As for how much money Jang Fong could earn and how much he was worth, Su Wanxiang didn't consider it. As his son-in-law, you can earn money if you want to, and just lie down if you don't want to. The thing our family has the most is money. So, old Su completely recognized Jang Fong. No, this matter must be reported to my wife immediately. Old Su looked extremely excited and immediately called his wife Li Shu. Wife, let me tell you something. My daughter seems to be pregnant. Li Shu on the other end of the phone? Ran Ran is pregnant? So soon? Li Shu was not overwhelmed by joy, but asked blankly. Old Su, are you sure our daughter is pregnant? This is your first day in Songcheng, and the news is so explosive? After all, this is more than just exciting, it's simply thrilling, right? Wife, it's almost certain, otherwise why would she start retching while I was talking to Ran Ran on the phone? Besides pregnancy, can you think of a second possibility? Su Wanxiang is not stupid, how come he didn't think of the second situation? What made him most certain was that Su Yuran hung up the phone in a hurry. What does hanging up the phone mean? Most likely it's because you're shy. Isn't this just perfect? I'm shy because I'm pregnant. Is there anything wrong with this idea? Thinking of this, Su Wanxiang told everyone the whole story. He thought his idea was flawless, but Li Shu still found a blind spot. Old Su, that's not right. How long have Ran Ran and Jang Fong known each other? Isn't this morning sickness reaction too fast? Besides, even if they have known each other for a long time, this matter is still suspicious. I'm already having morning sickness, how can Ran Ran have such a good appetite to eat so much at noon? Have you considered it? Damn, it's true. Su Wanxiang's mouth twitched violently. Could it be that I guessed wrong? There is no other explanation. Wife, why do you think this is so? In fact, it was difficult for Li Shu to be sure just by listening to the description. Her subconscious told her that it wasn't the case, but there was really no other explanation. It is also possible that my daughter has a special physique? She suddenly had an idea and smiled. How about this, Lao Su? I'll call Ran Ran tomorrow and tell her that I miss her and ask her to come back to Jinghai tomorrow night. Then I'll see for myself. This idea works, it's only a 3-hour drive from Jinghai to Songcheng. The secretary was driving and Ran Ran was sleeping in the back. Su Wanxiang thought that his wife's trick was really effective and nodded. Okay, I'll pack up and go back right away. Lao Su, why did you come back? Ran Ran came home and saw that I wasn't at home, didn't she think too much? Overthinking? Good fellow, Li Shu sneered. Old Su, you should just stay in Songcheng. You have to know that if you are not at home, Ran Ran will not look for you. She would rather not see you than feel upset. Then let's put it this way. I'll ask Ran Ran to come back tomorrow night. Songcheng City, Wanxiang Cosmetics Company, Limited, Secretary Department. Looking at Zhang Kai, who was sitting next to her with a look of happiness and intoxication on her face, Li Xiaoru gritted her teeth. After being driven away by Secretary Zhang last time, she felt more and more that something was wrong. Li Xiaoru is not a fool. She can certainly tell from Secretary Zhang's expression that she is deliberately hiding something. Not only that, she also found her backer in the company. In the end, the reply she got was cold. The backer said that Zhang Kai was chosen by Su Yuran and he couldn't do anything about it. As long as he could replace someone, he would leave the position of deputy minister to Li Xiaoru. Li Xiaoru still believed in this man who was served to the point of ecstasy by her every day in bed. So, she was confused. Damn, why does President Su value Zhang Kai so much? Everyone learns from their mistakes. Last time, Li Xiaoru didn't get punished for her stupid behavior, which made her feel itchy again. With her extremely active thinking, she came up with a bold idea. We are just asking, is there a possibility that Secretary Jang and Jang Fong are in cahoots? Secretary Zhang has been in cahoots with Jang Fong for a long time, and she also knows about Jang Fong and Zhang Kai's affairs. Is she deliberately helping Jang Fong conceal the truth and deceiving President Su together? Thinking of this, Li Xiaoru's eyes lit up. That's absolutely the case. Thinking back on it, how many times Li Xiaoru had served that man before she gained the support of this company? Why was Zhang Kai chosen by President Su? No, I'm going to find President Su now. Li Xiaoru whispered to herself, then stood up and rushed out of the office the next second. At this moment, a muffled groan came from a large suitcase placed between the desks of Zhang Kai and Li Xiaoru. Zhang Kai was startled when he heard the voice, and quickly opened the suitcase, and then Imo Shui came out in a panic. Thank you, Secretary Zhang. I have something important to do. I will leave first. Imo Shui clasped his fist towards Zhang Kai, then turned around and left. Li Xiaoru was talking to herself in a very low voice just now. Zhang Kai didn't hear it, but Imo Shui heard it. Remember the clever trick mentioned by Imo Shui and Zhang Yuan? Humph, he went to great lengths to hide in the suitcase for a long time just to eavesdrop on Li Xiaoru's thoughts. After all, who would have thought that there could be a person hiding in a suitcase? An hour passed as Jang Fong made a simple analysis of the recent stock market. Just as he was about to get up, breathe a sigh of relief, and go home to hug Su Yuran, Imo Shui staggered into the house. Seeing Imo Shui's look, Jang Fong burst out laughing. Come on, brother, why are you sweating so much? What a mess. Brother Ugly, did you go to the secretarial department to peek at the young lady and get kicked out? Imo Shui took a breath and grabbed Zhang Feng's sleeve. I did go to the secretarial department, but I didn't get kicked out for peeking. Oh, there's no time to explain, Brother Fong. Come with me to Mr. Su's place. Let's explain while we're at it. Li Xiaoru's cousin went to Mr. Su to report you. Huh? Where is Mr. Su? Mr. Su is at my house and didn't come to work. Li Xiaoru? Telling tales on me? Who the hell is she? Chapter 85, Deputy Minister? I'll make you the official one. Jang Fong really had no impression of the name Li Xiaoru. But he knew that Imo Shui would not create anxiety here without any evidence, so he simply got up and followed him. In the elevator to the top floor, Imo Shui explained. Brother Fong, you were so busy trying to please President Su last time that you should have forgotten about this. This Li Xiaoru is the one who reported you yesterday. She was sitting next to Zhang Kai and overheard you talking to Zhang Kai. She misunderstood and went to Secretary Zhang to tell him that you and Zhang Kai were having an affair. Brother Fong, you don't care about this little thing, but I, Imo Shui, am different. In order to gather intelligence, I asked Zhang Kai to put me in a suitcase and sneak into the secretariat today. I waited by Li Xiaoru's workstation for a long time, trying to figure out why she wanted to report you. Fortunately, hard work pays off, and I really heard it. Pack yourself into the suitcase and wait for a long time? Zhang Fong couldn't help but gasp when he heard Imo Shui's description. Have you been waiting in a suitcase for a long time? Shit, I was thinking this guy was sweating all over his head, so this is what's going on. For a moment, Zhang Fong really didn't know whether he should thank Imo Shui or be shocked. So, since Ran and I didn't settle the score with her last time, she should have kept her head down and behaved herself. From what you said, why is she so noisy about going to look for Ran? Imo Shui raised his eyebrows and smiled helplessly. Brother Fong, you may not believe this, but after much thought by that pig-brained Li Xiaoru, she has determined that you and Secretary Zhang are also having an affair. It was Secretary Zhang who helped you conceal this matter from President Su. So she decided to go to President Su and talk about this matter in person. Imo Shui was not vague and told Jang Fong why Li Xiaoru wanted to find Su Yuran, why it was for, and what she wanted to get. Zhang Feng's forehead was full of black lines after hearing these scenes. Damn, is this Li Xiaoru more or less seriously ill? Are you crazy? You have to die with a clear mind, right? You think your death is not clear enough, right? Damn, what a distorted mentality must one have to do things on the bed. That girl Su Yuran was attracted by Zhang Kai's abilities. Why are you jealous because you have no abilities? Vientiane Cosmetics Company, Limited, President's Office. What are you doing here? What's the matter? Zhang Hongyan frowned slightly and asked Li Xiaoru. Her tone was very cold. First, because of what happened last time, she couldn't help but feel a little unhappy with Li Xiaoru. Second, this is the CEO's office, and Li Xiaoru walked in without even knocking? No rules? Ah, Secretary Zhang, why are you here? Where's President Su? I'm looking for President Su, not you. Li Xiaoru naturally felt the indifference of Zhang Hongyan's attitude, but she didn't care. Be indifferent if you want to. I call you Secretary Zhang now, but who knows if you will still be that person tomorrow. TSK, damn, do you really think I, Li Xiaoru, am afraid of you now? You are a slut who hooks up with the CEO's boyfriend. Boss Su is not here, tell me if you have anything to say. When Zhang Hongyan heard that Li Xiaoru was looking for Su Yuran again, she immediately put down the work at hand and threw her pen aside. He stared at Li Xiaoru, waiting for her to speak. Tell you? Never mind. I'll just wait for Mr. Su to come. No one knows if you will report it to President Su if I tell you. I don't think so. After all, it's not a glorious thing to hook up with your boss's man. Our Secretary Zhang, maybe she is planning to go back to the headquarters with President Su? Su Yuran's absence did affect Li Xiaoru's output rhythm. But the atmosphere was already like this, with Secretary Zhang right in front of her, and Li Xiaoru felt like it would be unreasonable for her not to make some harsh remarks, right? Her words were full of thorns, piercing Zhang Hongyan like winter frost. This also made Zhang Hongyan frown and stare blankly for a long time. Li Xiaoru, what do you mean by this? We secretaries need to work quickly, speak the truth, and make decisions based on facts. It's not good for you to spit blood at me, right? Li Xiaoru sneered and continued to mock her before she could open her mouth. A gentle and joyful voice came from outside the door. Xiao Yan, I'm here to see you. Before seeing the person, I heard his voice first, and then Jang Fong pushed the door open with a sly smile on his face. His eyes first fell on Zhang Hongyan, and then turned to Li Xiaoru. His expression changed from smiling to serious. He covered his mouth with one hand and coughed twice, looking a little embarrassed. Then he shrugged and sat on the sofa. So there are outsiders here. Secretary Zhang, have you finished everything that President Su asked you to do? She's waiting for you tonight. This really confused Zhang Hongyan, huh? Li Xiaoru was confused, so forget it. Why, Mr. Jiang is acting weird today too? Little Yan? Wearing flowery clothes? Coming here every spring? What is this title? Also, what did Mr. Su ask me to do today? Compared to Zhang Hongyan's confusion, Li Xiaoru was much more cheerful. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up, and she even raised her head proudly. Jang Fong calls Zhang Hongyan Xia Yanyan. Oh, how affectionate he is. It's obvious that these two are having an affair. Did he think there was no one else in the office? Seeing me still in the office, his face turned green. You didn't expect that, did you? Are you afraid of being exposed? The more Li Xiaoru thought about it, the more proud she became, and she became more and more convinced that her speculation was correct. At this moment, she felt that she had the leverage over Jang Fong in her hand, and she immediately felt very confident. Li Xiaoru turned her head awkwardly and raised her eyebrows slightly. Okay, Jang Fong, stop pretending. I know you two are having an affair. Not only that, I also know that you and Zhang Kai are having an affair. The last time President Su was coaxed into submission, it was actually Zhang Hongyan who helped him. Together, you fooled President Su. Zhang Fong, you are really ungrateful. You have a woman as perfect as President Su, but you still cheat on her. TSK. Women help women. I hate scumbags the most. Just wait. I will definitely tell President Su about this. After saying that, Li Xiaoru snorted coldly and turned to leave. She had a great time today, so she wanted to leave and wait for Su Yuran to come tomorrow, when she would feel even better. But just as Li Xiaoru took 2 steps, Zhang Feng's voice came from behind her. Li Xiaoru, I have the ability to make you the head of the secretariat. I think we could actually talk about this, what do you think? Secretary General? Secretary. Not the deputy? Li Xiaoru, who had her back to Jang Fong, took a deep breath and froze in place. She didn't doubt the truthfulness of Zhang Feng's words at all. After all, he was President Su's man. He has served General Manager Su well, so isn't it just a matter of a word for him to become the Secretary General? So, he was planning to give me a benefit to make me shut up? At this moment, Li Xiaoru stopped, turned around quietly and went back to the office, raised her head and spoke proudly. It's not like I can't listen to your explanation. Hearing this, Zhang Fong looked calm on the surface, but he was actually smiling brightly in his heart. Good man, is this how you express your hatred for scumbag men? Let us just say that you are a really cheap girl. Zhang Fong glanced sideways and smiled slightly, shrugged helplessly, and spoke softly. There's nothing to explain. It's just like you said. I'm having an affair with Zhang Kai and Secretary Zhang. Now that you've guessed it, I have nothing to hide. Your hush money is the position of Secretary General. You will take office tomorrow. What do you think? Chapter 86, Grand Plan, call your backers to talk together. How about being Secretary General? Li Xiaoru thought, that must be a good thing. Her original goal was to be a deputy minister, and now that she can be a full minister, how could she not be happy? But at this moment, Secretary Zhang felt bad. Oh no, to be exact, it wasn't he just feeling, but she felt unwell all over. What's going on? What is Mr. Zhang up to? What is he doing? Zhang Hongyan was puzzled, but she noticed the subtle look in Zhang Feng's eyes. After being stunned for about 5 seconds, Zhang Hongyan let out a long breath and then turned to Li Xiaoru. Li Xiaoru, what do you think of the position of Secretary General? Now all you have to do is nod your head and not tell anyone about what happened between me and Mr. Zhang. I will draft the contract right away and have Mr. Zhang coax Mr. Su into signing it that evening. As expected, she is the personal secretary of Su Yuran. This business ability is not only about buying stockings, but also about the ability to read people's expressions. Jang Fong secretly gave Secretary Zhang a thumbs up, then turned to look at Li Xiaoru. At this moment, Li Xiaoru was thinking deeply. She really didn't consider whether it was worth doing so. Damn, Secretary General, she really wanted to nod. But people are greedy. After being promised so easily by Zhang Fong, Li Xiaoru felt that the benefit she asked for was a little too little. What she was thinking about was whether she could get something more from Zhang Fong. Before she could come up with an answer, Zhang Fong spoke. Li Xiaoru, you just asked me why I would want to have an affair with someone as perfect as Su Yuran? Now let me tell you, Su Yuran is actually aloof in certain aspects. She is indeed perfect, but what's the point of just looking at her and not being able to touch her like a vase? So now, compared to her, I value her family and her father's group more. Halfway through his words, Zhang Fong slowly stood up, paced back and forth, and continued speaking in a pretentious manner. Su Yuran and I will definitely get married. She is the only daughter her father has. In the end, not only Wanshan Cosmetics, but the entire Wanshan group will belong to me. But to be honest, I can't wait until the day when her father hands the company over to me. Men should have fun in their 20s and 30s. I will be old by then. What's the point of having so much money? So, I want to take over her family's business step by step as soon as possible. When Li Xiaoru heard Zhang Fong say this, her jaw dropped in shock. Just now, she felt that the air around her had solidified and the atmosphere was extremely heavy. So, Zhang Fong is not only going to have an affair, but he is also going to lurk around President Su and cheat her of her family business? Is this equivalent to a man in ancient times marrying a princess and then secretly raising an army to overthrow the dynasty? While feeling shocked, an expression of confusion and puzzlement also appeared on Li Xiaoru's face. Zhang Fong, what do you mean by telling me this? This is really unbelievable. Li Xiaoru wondered, what is the difference between what Zhang Fong said and self-destruction? Deliberately revealing your secrets to others? Isn't that stupid? Zhang Fong responded to her with a slightly raised mouth and a sincere tone. Li Xiaoru, I actually have a much better grasp of this company than Su Yuran. I know a lot of things that she doesn't know. I even know that you have a backer in the company. The fact that you two were able to hide this from Su Yuran proves that you are truly capable. And I need such a person, because the power I have now is too thin. I told you this because I am impressed by your abilities and want to cooperate with you. Call him over now, and let's discuss how to defraud this group step by step. I want Su Yuran's family business. As long as I succeed, you will be the CEO of Wanshan Cosmetics, and he will be the president here. What do you think of this position? Vice president? At this moment, Li Xiaoru felt goosebumps all over her body. So will I ever be able to feel people calling me Mr. Li respectfully in this life? Oh my god, just thinking about how great this feels is ridiculous, okay? The greed in Li Xiaoru's eyes could no longer be concealed, and she spoke quickly. Jang Fong, you are not allowed to regret it. Jang Fong smiled slightly. I've told you all this, how can I regret it? Please call him up. My phone is out of battery and I can't call him. Li Xiaoru had no doubt about Zhang Feng's words. Because every word Zhang Feng said sounded true. She does have a backer in Vientiane, and both she and her backer are very sure that no one in the entire company knows about their relationship. But now Zhang Feng knows. Zhang Feng even told her about his grand plan, and he wanted her to be the vice president. Li Xiaoru took out her cell phone and dialed the number without any hesitation. 5 seconds later, the call was connected. Mr. Zhang, please come to the president's office immediately. I have something important to tell you. Hurry up, don't keep Mr. Jiang waiting anxiously. At this time, how could Zhang Hongyan, who was listening on the side, not understand what Zhang Feng was going to do? When she heard the words Mr. Zhang, a person immediately popped up in her mind. The vice president in charge of the company's finances, Zhang Yuanfang. There is no way, there is only one Mr. Zhang in the whole company. Vientiane Cosmetics Group, Deputy General Manager's office. After Zhang Yuanfang hung up the phone, his expression became uncertain. He was really confused. Before he answered the phone, he thought that Li Xiaoru was just itching to go out and have some fun at night. But when he heard that he was asked to go to the president's office, he was stunned. Damn, what the hell is this bitch Li Xiaoru doing? Is the president's office where we meet? Besides, even if he was caught using the back door, it should be President Su who found him. Who the hell is this Mr. Jiang? The more Zhang Yuanfang thought about it, the more confused he became. He turned off his computer, stood up and walked out of the house. He figured it out. Even if there was a Hongmen banquet ahead, he had to go. He is really worried about Li Xiaoru. It's not that Zhang Yuanfang was afraid that something would happen to Li Xiaoru, but he was afraid that this stupid little girl Li Xiaoru would talk like a machine gun and tell him everything, and then something would happen to him. On the other side, the president's office. Li Xiaoru estimated the time and smiled at Zhang Feng. I think Mr. Zhang will be here soon. Please wait a moment, Mr. Zhang. As the saying goes, if someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 1 yard. Zhang Feng, who received the smile, also smiled and nodded. Okay. But the next second, his eyes became sharp and he smiled coldly. Dafei, come in. As soon as he finished speaking, the tall and burly Li Dafei, who had been waiting outside the door, pushed the door open and walked in, standing in front of Zhang Feng like a small mountain. Brother Feng, I'm here. Zhang Feng pointed at Li Xiaoru. Take her to the next house and keep her there. Don't let her run out, and don't let her scream. You can do whatever you want. Li Xiaoru? Take me to the next room? And have a security guard watch over me? What does that mean? Li Xiaoru was puzzled. Before she could ask any questions, Li Dafei carried her directly out the door. Our brother Dafei always pays attention to doing things cleanly and efficiently. At the same time, the extremely cunning Zhang Yuanfang also reached the top floor of the company. 2 minutes later, Zhang Feng heard a knock on the door and smiled awkwardly. Wow, the big fish is coming. The vice president in charge of finance? Zhang Yuanfang? I want to see how much money you have embezzled from my wife. Chapter 87. So Zhang Feng is here for the bill? Come in. Zhang Feng's faint voice sounded, and then Zhang Yuanfang pushed the door open and walked in. The moment he saw him, Zhang Feng couldn't help but frown again. Of course he had seen Zhang Yuanfang and knew that the only characteristic of this old man was that he was ugly. Although it is really rude to say this, it is indeed the truth. Not only is it ugly, but it is extremely ugly and is getting uglier. Zhang Feng was shocked, he just couldn't understand. Let's say Li Xiaoru wanted to find a backer again, you wouldn't look for Zhang Yuanfang, right? Can you really do it? Never mind. I guess she is suffering in no other way but herself. Good afternoon, Mr. Jiang, Secretary Zhang. In terms of age, Zhang Yuanfang is the elder, so his greeting is simple. After saying that, he didn't stand there nervously, but sat down on the sofa calmly. I was originally thinking that Mr. Zhang was good, but when I took a closer look, Mr. Zhang didn't seem to be that good. Jang Fong raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke with a joking look on his face. Hearing this, Zhang Yuanfang was slightly stunned, but he laughed heartily the next second. Mr. Jiang, I, Zhang Yuanfang, am indeed not a good person. I am not a good person. When I think about the most honest thing I have done in my life, it is probably my sincere heart towards all things. Li Xiaoru did not explain to Zhang Yuanfang on the phone what Zhang Fong was going to do, so he was confused when Zhang Fong suddenly mocked him. As an experienced person in the workplace, Zhang Yuanfang not only took over Jiang Feng's words to resolve the awkwardness, but also showed his loyalty, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. This also made Zhang Fong secretly curse in his heart, shameless old fox. Mr. Zhang's feelings for Wanxian Cosmetics are naturally beyond words. That's why President Su should be more concerned about your health. It looks like your kidneys are not in good condition. Zhang Fong spoke earnestly as he sat down next to Zhang Yuanfang. Then he stared at Zhang Yuanfang with a harmless smile on his face and said with a chuckle, Mr. Zhang, it's a good thing that a person is capable even though he is old. But you're partying every night, and you're always looking for some young fairies. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it, right? Zhang Yuanfang's eyes flashed with shock. He was old and capable. He found some young fairies. What did Zhang Fong know? At this moment, Zhang Yuanfang was a little confused. More than just suspicion, he was almost certain that Zhang Fong must have known that he was looking for a lover in the company and was giving him a backdoor. At this moment, two problems were placed before Zhang Yuanfang. 1. How to respond to Zhang Feng's words next. Second, how the hell did Zhang Fong know about this? Glancing at Zhang Yuanfang racking his brains, Zhang Feng's lips curled up slightly. Hey, Mr. Zhang, don't think about it. Your lover from the night before last told me. TSK, she accompanied me last night, her skills are really good. Old Zhang thought for a long time and didn't know how to respond. When he heard Zhang Fong say this, he immediately became energetic. It seems that Mr. Zhang doesn't mean to blame me? Forget it, it doesn't look like that. As long as the bill issue isn't discovered, it'll be fine. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuanfang changed the subject and put on a sly smile. Yes, Mr. Zhang, Wang Yanyan is very good at it. Although it was a smile, it looked uglier on his face than crying. But Zhang Feng's attention was not here at this moment, he was already confused. Oh my god, who is Wang Yanyan? Zhang Fong took a breath and said it casually in an attempt to make Zhang Yuanfang relax his vigilance. As a result, someone was found to have taken the back door? The next second, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. No, Mr. Zhang, you found a few people, but the one who found me was not Wang Yanyan. It's the one who always likes to wear a uniform and play with a whip. Zhang Yuanfang was slightly stunned. What the hell, did I just blow myself up? Could it be that Mr. Jiang was not talking about Wang Yanyan, but Xiao Ziyun? But why do I remember that Xiao Ziyun was not the one who accompanied me the night before yesterday? Forget it, she is the only one who likes to wear uniform and play with whips. Mr. Jiang, please don't blame me. I remembered it wrong. It should be Xiao Ziyun. Indeed, she is even better than Wang Yanyan. Zhang Fong, 6. To be honest, Zhang Fong really didn't know what to say. It was purely by chance that he picked out Wang Yanyan, and this time he just wanted to try his luck and see if he could pick out another one. It turns out that although Zhang Yuanfang is ugly, he is really good at getting along with others. He really tells everyone about his name. Damn, can't we uproot it today? Yes, it's Xiao Ziyun. There's another one, who always likes to play with candles, and has very long legs. What's his name, Mr. Zhang? She also praised me for your continued vigor and vitality. 10 minutes later, when Secretary Zhang returned to the office with Zhang Yuanfang's computer, Zhang Fong had already learned 7 names from him. Damn, this old guy is really lucky. He found 7 people and arranged shifts for them, 1 night per person. He really knows how to enjoy himself. Zhang Fong secretly complained, then raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Okay, Zhang Yuan Fong, now that you have your computer, we can get down to business. Business? My computer? Why don't you call me Mr. Zhang but just call me by my full name? At this moment, Zhang Yuan Fong was completely confused. Weren't they talking about lovers? How did they get to my computer? To be honest, before coming to the office, the thing Zhang Yuan Fong was most worried about was not being discovered that he had a lover. After all, keeping a lover is not a big deal for him as a vice president, and it will not affect his muscles. What he feared most was that the financial bills he made privately would be discovered. Why did he turn off the computer? When Zhang Yuan Fong heard Jang Fong asking him questions about his lover, he subconsciously relaxed his guard. He thought very clearly. If his lover's affair was exposed, it would be exposed. As long as the computer was not discovered, it would be fine. And now you see Secretary Zhang bringing his own computer? So just now Jang Fong was just chatting with me while waiting for Zhang Hongyan to get my computer? Wow, at this moment Zhang Yuan Fong could no longer remain calm. You know, all his information and evidence of stealing bills are in the computer. As expected, Zhang Fong came here for this matter. At this time, Zhang Fong had already sat down at his desk and was fiddling with his computer. Zhang Yuan Fong, if you are willing to tell me everything now, I think you are a frank person. How about it? Tell me how much money you embezzled from the company? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan Fong, who was in a panic, suddenly had an idea. He asked me to confess voluntarily. Is it possible that he can't open my computer? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan Fong breathed a sigh of relief. He was really panicking. The computer restarted, but you had to enter a password. He turned off the computer before he left. Zhang Yuan Fong raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He was the only one who knew his password, and he had specially found a senior programmer to encrypt it for protection. It can be said that only Zhang Yuan Fong can unlock this computer. At this moment, Zhang Yuan Fong knew that it was time to test his acting skills. Mr. Zhang, please don't test me anymore. I, Zhang Yuan Fong, am loyal to the company, and all my bills are well-founded. How could you be greedy for the company's money? It really hurts my heart when you say that, Mr. Zhang. Hearing this, Jang Fong chuckled. Okay, then unlock the computer for me. As long as you really haven't taken any bribes like Mr. Zhang said, I, Jang Fong, will not only apologize to you, but I will also compensate you. How about that? Chapter 88, 46 million, is this Mr. Zhang's loyalty? After hearing Zhang Feng's words, Zhang Yuan Fong was extremely surprised, but his heart was full of ridicule. Apology? Compensation? Mr. Zhang is really generous, but I feel like his brain is a little bit not very good. Let me unlock my computer and show it to you? My goodness, what's the difference between this and asking Zhang Yuan Fong to blow himself up? Hey, you can't open my computer, so you can't get the evidence, right? You coerced me into falling into your trap with threats and bribes? Jang Fong, do you really think that I, old Zhang, was frightened into being over 60? Mr. Zhang, you can prove your innocence by turning on your computer. I, old Zhang, can't wait to turn on my computer and show it to you. But something went wrong with my computer today. It's not that I have something secret that I don't want to show you, but I forgot my computer password. I spent a lot of time in the office trying to enter the password, but it was always wrong. This was something that was worrying me. I asked the programmers in the company, and they said it might be a virus. Sigh. My personal files in the computer are not important. The important thing is the newly completed company financial summary. I really can't do anything about it, Mr. Jiang. After decades of working in the workplace, Zhang Yuan Fong has become extremely thick-skinned. When he made up this story and told it to Zhang Fong, his face didn't even turn red. His attitude was clear. You want to open my computer, right? No, I won't open it for you. Want evidence? Turn on the computer? Zhang Fong? If you are so awesome, why don't you turn on the computer yourself? Mr. Zhang, what you mean is that you also want to open your computer to prove your innocence to me? It's just that you forgot your computer password, right? Hearing Jiang Feng's question, Zhang Yuan Fong nodded without thinking. Of course, Mr. Zhang. As much as the toad wants to eat the swan's flesh, I want to open the computer as much as I do. Hearing this, Zhang Fong smiled and narrowed his eyes. Hua, do you think so? Do you really think so? Zhang Yuan Fong, please don't regret it. Mr. Zhang, if you spend 500,000, you can open this computer. Would you like to? Asking me if I am willing? Zhang Yuanfang secretly took a breath of cold air, and then nodded quickly. As long as I can prove my innocence, don't even mention 500,000. Even if it's 1 million, I, Lao Zhang, am willing to spend it. Zhang Yuanfang's tone was extremely sincere and frank. He knew that Jang Fong could no longer do anything to him. That is, the computer 1T turn on again. Now doesn't it all depend on how sincere your attitude is? Zhang Yuanfang thought so, but the next second, he clearly saw Jang Fong smile. Jang Fong casually stretched out his hand and tapped on his keyboard at a very fast speed. 3 minutes later, Jang Fong stretched. Mr. Zhang is so courageous that he is willing to spend 1 million to prove his innocence. So, you can transfer the money. Zhang Yuanfang was stunned. What account? Jang Fong smiled without saying anything. He turned Zhang Yuanfang's computer 180 degrees and showed him the computer screen that had already entered the system. At the same time, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket with his right hand and found a QR code for payment. Mr. Zhang, I have unlocked your computer for you. Will you pay me now? At this moment, Zhang Yuanfang's shock was no less than seeing the cow flying into the sky. What the hell is going on? My computer was actually unlocked by Jang Fong? How did he do that? With the encryption level of this computer, even the programmer who encrypted it for me couldn't decrypt it. Jang Fong just randomly tapped on the keyboard and solved it? Isn't this outrageous? Doesn't that mean, now I really have to pay 1 million to unlock the computer? Damn, that is not the point. The point is that the computer is turned on. Then the bills in my account are. Expressions of shock, confusion, and helplessness appeared on Zhang Yuanfang's face one after another. He took a deep breath and tried to remain calm. Oh, ha ha ha, Mr. Jiang has this skill too? It's really impressive. Yes, as long as the computer is turned on, I, Zhang, can prove my innocence. At this point, Zhang Yuanfang changed the subject and his eyes immediately became gloomy. He seemed to have made an important decision. He stood up and snorted coldly. But now I, Zhang Yuanfang, don't want to prove it. Zhang Yuanfang's personal bill was naturally not clearly displayed on the computer desktop. He hid the document very deeply and ordinary people could not find it. But he is not a fool. Jang Fong can decrypt his encrypted computer with just a few taps. How could he not find this file? What he has to do now is no longer to protect himself, but to make a decision immediately and minimize the risk before Jang Fong finds the file. Zhang Yuanfang walked towards Jang Fong step by step, his tone sad. Mr. Jiang, I, Zhang Yuanfang, have been working diligently in Vientiane for 5 years. I believe I have a clear conscience and have put countless efforts and energy into Vientiane. The fact that you insisted on checking my computer today really chilled me, old Zhang. Ah, yes, people become more pretentious as they get older. What Mr. Jiang did was inappropriate. Today, it is me, old Zhang, who cannot accept it. Rather than having you doubt my loyalty, I, Zhang Yuanfang, would rather leave immediately and resign from the Human Resources Department to prove my innocence. To put it bluntly, at this moment Zhang Yuanfang just wanted to take the computer away quickly. Comparing the vice president position of Wanxian Cosmetics with the money he embezzled, he is very clear-headed. As he said this, he was about to step forward to snatch the computer from Jiang Feng's hand, but the next second, Jang Fong kicked him directly. Get the hell out of here. Respecting the elderly and loving the young is a traditional virtue, but it is ineffective for humans, not animals. Therefore, Jang Fong did not hold back any strength in this kick, and Zhang Yuanfang was kicked directly, causing him to stagger and sit on the ground. You took all the money and you want to quit your job? Do you think I'm your father and Mr. Su is your mother? How can such a good thing happen? Zhang Yuanfang, let me ask you something. You keep saying you are loyal to Wanxian Cosmetics. So what's up with your bill? Half a year ago, you pocketed 5 million from the cooperation between Wanxian Cosmetics and the raw materials company. 3 months ago, you made a profit of 10 million yuan by falsifying accounts in cooperation with Tianyi Network Technology. 1 year ago. Jang Fong listed Zhang Yuanfang's crimes one by one, leaving the latter completely confused. Zhang Yuanfang knew that Jang Fong would find out, but he didn't expect that he would find out so quickly. What the hell, this guy must have some problems, right? It's been a minute? How did he find my personal bill? 3 minutes later, Jang Fong closed Zhang Yuanfang's computer and then glanced at Zhang Hongyan beside him. Have you figured it out? How much is it in total? Jang Fong just reported one order, and Zhang Hongyan counted it as one order. Now they have drawn up a list. Mr. Jiang, the total is 46 million. Jang Fong said him lightly, then looked at Zhang Yuanfang with a smile. You should have an idea of it, right? 46 million. Including the money I paid you to help you solve your computer problem, the total is 47 million. How does Mr. Zhang plan to return this money to the company? Although Jiang Fong seemed calm, he was actually gritting his teeth secretly. Damn, you stole 46 million from my wife's company? You are so cruel. You're just using this money to support a lover or a mistress, right? You're living a free life. Jiang Fong glanced at Zhang Yuanfang's old face and became more and more angry. Forget it, you don't have to worry about it. Secretary Zhang, go prepare the dismissal letter and the indictment. This matter is too infuriating, I can't settle it with you privately. Chapter 89, Damn Jiang Fong, just fire whoever you want. Zhang Yuanfang? No, Mr. Jiang, I'm just thinking about how to raise the money. Why are you in such a hurry? If you don't settle it privately, then it has to be public. How can this be possible? 46 million. How many years will I have to wait in prison? Zhang Yuanfang was completely panicked. At this moment, he no longer had the calmness he usually had. Mr. Jiang, please don't worry. Give me 2 days and I'll transfer the money to the company account, okay? Don't look at my age, I am still saying this because I have elderly parents and children to support. I have a whole family to support. I can't squat in there. If I squat in there, they will all be finished. Please forgive me just for once because I'm so ugly. Really, please, President Su, I really know I was wrong, and I will never dare to do it again. In the future, do you still want a future? Old people above and young ones below? You mean you have a wife above and a bunch of mistresses below, right? Jiang Fong glanced at Zhang Yuanfang coldly and did not reply to him. Instead, he called Su Yuran. The moment the call was connected, Su Yuran's pleasant and seductive voice was heard from the other end. Stinky Jiang Fong, are you already on your way home? Hey, hurry up, I've missed you a little bit. Hearing this, Jiang Fong raised the corners of his mouth slightly and spoke gently. There's something going on at the company. I'll be back soon after I finish it. Of course, where is the company seal? I want to fire a few people. How many people should be fired? Su Yuran, who was at home, frowned quietly. Quietly, she clenched her fists. How many people should be fired? Ha! I haven't been in the company for 2 days, and someone is bullying Stinky Jiang Fong? Otherwise, why would he fire these people? Su Yuran said without even thinking. It's in the office cubicle, in the safe next to my closet. The combination is to fire and sue Zhang Yuanfang, the general seal of Wanxiang Cosmetics Company, Limited is needed, so that it will have legal effect. The company seal has many uses. Su Yuran told Jiang Fong her location and safe password without any hesitation. This was a kind of trust. Jiang Feng's heart warmed up quietly. He stood up and walked towards the cubicle, while reporting to Su Yuran. Among the people I want to fire is Zhang Yuanfang, the vice president in charge of finance. Vice President Zhang Yuanfang? Oh. When Stinky Jiang Fong said this to me, did he mean to ask for instructions? Su Yuran, who was far away at home, raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Her smile was as beautiful as a flower, and her tone was gentle and sweet. All right, brother Jiang Fong, Zhang Yuanfang is Zhang Yuanfang. You can fire anyone you want with the general chapter, but you have to remember one thing. When you're done, come home. I want to hug you. Jiang Fong couldn't help but laugh when he heard Su Yuran's words. After all, Zhang Yuanfang was still a vice president, and Su Yuran didn't know about his previous deeds before he blackmailed the company, otherwise she would have fired him long ago. And I wanted to fire Zhang Yuanfang, but that girl Su Yuran didn't even ask why? All she wants is for me to get off work early and go home to hug her. Thinking of this, Jiang Fong let out a long sigh. Where can one find a good wife like Ran who trusts her man so much these days? As Su Yuran's personal secretary, Zhang Hongyan drafts documents extremely quickly. 10 minutes later, the dismissal letter and the indictment were on the table. Jiang Fong didn't waste any time. He waved his hand, stamped a document, and handed it directly to Secretary Zhang. Have you called the company's legal department? Mr. Jang, the Minister of Justice will be here soon. Okay, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going home first. Thank you for your hard work. It's our duty, Mr. Jang. Jang Fong left, and accidentally kicked Zhang Yuanfang when he passed by. He did not go directly to the elevator, but went to Secretary Zhang's office next door and whispered a few words to Li Dafei before turning around and leaving. Time quietly came to 6 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Yuanfang walked out of the president's office with extremely complicated feelings. You know, a few hours ago he was still the company's glorious vice president, but now, not only is he nothing, but he also has to face jail time. This huge psychological gap really made it difficult for him to accept. Zhang Yuanfang felt so angry that he couldn't vent it. At this moment, Li Xiaoru staggered out of the house next to him and appeared in his sight. When he saw her, Zhang Yuanfang's eyes suddenly narrowed. Yes. This woman asked me to come to the office today. At this moment, Zhang Yuanfang understood a lot. You know, Su Yuran didn't even realize that he was in a relationship with someone else, so how did Zhang Fong find out? The private bill was kept secret and flawlessly, and no one knew about it. How did Zhang Fong suddenly find out about it? Is there a possibility that this woman let the cat out of the bag? Before Zhang Yuanfang could ask, Li Xiaoru came over crying. Mr. Zhang, I seem to have been cheated. That Zhang Fong told me to ask you to come up and let you be the president and I will be the vice president. President? Vice president? Zhang Yuanfang frowned. He thought it might be possible for him to become the president, but how could Li Xiaoru, with her pig brain, become the vice president? Zhang Yuanfang couldn't help but ask, feeling confused. Xiaoru, come here, describe this matter to me from beginning to end. Why did you come to see Zhang Fong, and how did he trick you? Li Xiaoru did not dare to hide anything and described the whole thing from beginning to end. Zhang Yuanfang's expression was so wonderful when he heard it. So, the idiot who deliberately said yesterday that Zhang Fong was having an affair with an employee of the secretariat was Li Xiaoru? I ignored you yesterday, and you came here today to cause trouble? It's bad enough that you're seeking death, but you're also giving me away? He dared to say that he would snatch the Marriott Group from Su Wanxiang. Do you really believe it? The more Zhang Yuanfang thought about it, the angrier he became, and his heart almost couldn't take it anymore. I'm really not afraid of God-like opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. To be honest, if Lao Zhang hadn't wanted to slap Li Xiaoru, he would have died long ago. Li Xiaoru, I'm going to beat you to death today. My name is not Zhang Yuanfang. You also reported Zhang Fong for having an affair with someone else? Do you still think that Secretary Zhang is protecting Zhang Fong? Who was so blind as to recruit you into the company in the first place? At this point, Zhang Yuanfang was stunned for a moment, then changed the subject. Why was I so blind as to open a backdoor for you? Zhang Fong went to deliver the letter so blatantly. If he really had an affair with Zhang Kai, do you think President Su would not know about it? Do you really think Mr. Su is as stupid as you? Along with Zhang Yuanfang's angry curses, there was also the sound of Pa slapping Li Xiaoru. This scene also fell into the eyes of Wang Jun, who was hiding at the corner. After figuring out the whole thing, Wang Jun didn't linger for long. He ran downstairs and drove straight to the villa where Su Wanxiang was staying. Boss Su, big deal, Mr. Jiang did a great job. He just pulled out a big fish. Damn, he stole over 40 million from the cosmetics company. He's really brave. Wang Jun's words made Su Wanxiang stunned. Zhang Fong? Big fish? More than 40 million? Comrade Lao Su could no longer sit still and stood up suddenly. Lao Wang, come on, tell me in detail. Chapter 90. I can also be a little fool hanging around my husband. Li Xiaoru explained it to Zhang Yuanfang very clearly. Wang Jun also did not hide anything and told everything he knew. Su Wanxiang was stunned after hearing the whole process, and quietly took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. While taking a deep breath, Su Wanxiang's expression was equally wonderful. From confusion to relief and finally to a flushed face, he finally put out the cigarette and laughed out loud. Okay, Zhang Fong did a great job on this. My son-in-law may not be any less successful than me in the future. You know, Su Wanxiang is the chairman of Wanxiang Group, a superboss with a net worth of tens of billions. If the media knew what he said, Zhang Fong would probably become an instant celebrity. They will speculate wildly, what is the basis for this young man who was only in his 20s to do this? In fact, not only the media were puzzled, even Wang Jun was confused at this time. Isn't Mr. Su's evaluation too hasty? I'm afraid there are personal feelings involved here? Wang Jun was puzzled, but he said it with gritted teeth. Director Su, Mr. Jang did a great job on this matter. But you said he could achieve your level of success. That's too high of an evaluation. Old Wang, let me be honest. What happened today was a bit of a coincidence. Mr. Jiang was gambling. He knew about Zhang Yuanfang's mistress first, and he lied about the bill. If Zhang Yuanfang is truly innocent, then Wang Jun has followed Su Wanxian for more than 10 years, so he naturally speaks in a more casual manner. After hearing his words, Su Wanxian was not angry, but smiled. Old Wang, isn't life just a gamble? When I first founded Vientiane, I was gambling all the time. Do you think that given the current market situation, if a man wants to achieve success in a short period of time, can he do it without a little bit of gambling? Seeing Wang Jun stunned, Su Wanxian continued speaking with a smile. Besides, I actually don't think my son-in-law is gambling. The essence of gambling is that risk and reward go hand in hand. But in the final analysis, in Wanxian Cosmetics, Jang Fong is my Su Wanxian's son-in-law. Jang Fong just guessed wrong. If Zhang Yuanfang is really innocent, what's wrong with doubting him? If Zhang Yuanfang dares to say anything more than a word of dissatisfaction, he will be fucking kicked out of here. Hearing this, Wang Jun took a breath. Yes, how could I forget that Mr. Jiang is the young lady's lover? This is definitely not a gamble. Boss Su, so that's how it is. I understand. Mr. Jiang did a really perfect job on this one. Indeed, there is nothing to lose by cheating Zhang Yuanfang. Hearing what Wang Jun said, Su Wanxian couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. If it was really as Lao Wang said, then his expression just now would not have been so wonderful. Old Wang, you still don't understand. I said Zhang Fong wasn't gambling because I was basically sure that he knew Zhang Yuanfang had embezzled the company's money. No, Mr. Su, how can you be sure of this? Wang Jun's face was filled with shock, confusion, and disbelief. He swallowed hard and lit a cigarette, imitating what Su Wanxian had done just now. After taking a few deep puffs with sorrow, he let out a long sigh. Forget it, Mr. Su, I still don't understand. Su Wanxian smiled slightly and patted Wang Jun on the shoulder. Old Wang, you think too narrowly. This incident does look like a coincidence from beginning to end, but I think Zhang Fong has his own considerations for every step. Just think about it, the first thing he did when he arrived at the office was not to deal with Li Xiaoru, but to trick Li Xiaoru's backers step by step. I think when Zhang Fong heard it was Zhang Yuanfang, he was basically certain that he had embezzled the company's money. As the chairman of Wanxian, of course I am also concerned about the situation at Wanxian Cosmetics. I also realized that someone might have embezzled the company's money, but the emperor is far away and I can't investigate it carefully. I also suspected Zhang Yuanfang, but the financial statements he submitted did not have any flaws, which made me give up the idea of continuing the investigation. I think this is why Ran Ran hasn't caught Zhang Yuanfang yet. To be honest, Ran Ran and I have a common problem, which is that we must have evidence when we do things. But Zhang Fong is not like that. In his opinion, as long as I suspect that there is something wrong with you, that's enough. I can get the evidence from you. No, wait, Mr. Su. Junrun Wang was stunned. This sounded like Su Wanxian's explanation to him. But why did he become more confused the more he listened? That's not right. Everything about Zhang Yuanfang seemed so perfect. How did Mr. Jiang suspect him? Before he could ask the question, Su Wanxian gave him the answer the next second. Lao Wang, do you think that the vice president in charge of finance, who can trick female employees into having sex with him and give them backdoor services, will behave properly and not cross other red lines? Or do you think that with his annual salary and bonus alone, can he afford to support so many mistresses and lovers? People have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Zhang Yuanfang can't even control his own desires. How can he control his desires when he sits in the position of vice president? I think this is the reason why my son-in-law firmly doubts him. Lying down in a big trough. To be honest, Lao Wang felt like his CPU was about to burn out. After Mr. Su's explanation, I finally understood it a little. How smart must Mr. Jiang have been to come up with that idea? Mr. Su is really outrageous. He can guess most of Mr. Jiang's thoughts. You can't see anything on the surface. Damn, no wonder Mr. Su is the leader and I am the driver. No wonder Mr. Jiang was able to win the young lady's heart. Jang Fong also repeated the same explanation to Su Yuran. After returning home and hugging Su Yuran for a while, Jang Fong took the initiative to bring up the matter of firing Zhang Yuanfang. Indeed, if he hadn't mentioned it, Su Yuran wouldn't have asked him why. But trust is mutual, and Su Xianyo can hand over the company's seal to Jang Fong without asking why. Jang Fong would also explain to her everything he thought and did without hiding anything. Just like what Su Yuran said before. Sometimes she really wants to know, but she won't ask. Jang Fong knew her habits, so he would take the initiative to tell her about it. At this moment, Su Yuran was nestled in Zhang Feng's arms. Jang Fong gently stroked her head and spoke in a gentle tone. Okay, it's not that our President Su is stupid and can't see that there is something wrong with Zhang Yuanfang. He hid it too well. I only saw it because I knew he had a mistress, didn't I? My Ran is the smartest, but this time he was too eager to get evidence. After hearing Zhang Feng's words, Su Yuran pouted her red lips shyly. How come the stinky Jang Fong found out that I was a little unhappy just now? When Su Yuran arrived at the company, she started investigating the issue of cheating, but she didn't discover the big fish, Zhang Yuanfang. When she first heard Zhang Feng's explanation, she was indeed a little unhappy. I'm not happy about how stupid I am. I couldn't even spot the person cheating right there. He was unhappy that he couldn't handle this matter well enough and Zhang Fong had to rack his brains to solve it. But Su Yuran concealed her emotions very quickly. She thought Zhang Fong wouldn't notice at all. Ah, Zhang Fong is so gentle and smart. Su Yuran's heart was beating fast at the sudden comfort. Zhang Feng's handling of Zhang Yuanfang made her feel at ease. She was just lying around at home, but Zhang Fong found out the person who cheated the most in the company. Su Yuran felt warm in her heart and she smiled gently. If I'm not mistaken, the name of this feeling is security, right? Half a minute later, she raised her smiling face from Zhang Feng's arms and stretched out her white arms to hug Zhang Feng's neck. The blush on her cheeks was touching. Su Yuran bit her red lips lightly and looked at Zhang Feng's profile with her starry eyes. Then, she smiled playfully and leaned close to Zhang Feng's ear, her lips slightly opened as she uttered a pleasant and soft voice. Hey, stinky Zhang Fong, I just thought about it carefully. Since my boyfriend and future husband is so outstanding. So it's no big deal if I'm a little dumb, right? I can be the arrogant Miss Su of Vientiane, and I can be the aloof CEO of Vientiane Cosmetics, Su Yuran. Actually, you can also be a little idiot who hangs around your man. Chapter 91. Ask your sister if she smells good? Wow, Zhang Fong said directly. Wow, let us just say which man can refuse such a delicate confession? Not to mention that at this moment, he could see the faint pink on Su Yuran's cheeks when he turned his head. Whether she's a little fool or not, she's a charming little fairy anyway. Zhang Fong smiled softly and spoke softly, his hand subconsciously wrapping around Su Yuran's slender waist. Su Yuran gasped when she felt herself being hugged, and quickly grabbed Zhang Feng's hand to stop him from taking the next step. Zhang Fong, wait. Then she bit her red lips and spoke softly in a doting tone. Let's go eat first and fill our stomachs first. I have soup and chicken in the pot, don't let them get cold. Besides, we need to eat enough to have strength. Zhang Fong wondered what he was planning to do. I just hugged Su Yuran's waist because I missed her. Is that too much? How come this girl used up her ultimate skill after just one basic attack from him? Do you have energy when you are full? What do you do when you have energy? Zhang Fong was stunned for a moment before he realized what Su Yuran meant. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment. He really didn't mean that just now. But when he was about to explain, he saw Su Yuran with her long curly eyelashes and big watery eyes staring at him eagerly. This posture is like a flower budding in March, delicate and waiting to be picked. Zhang Fong dared to pat his chest and guarantee that he really planned to rest tonight. But now seeing this scene, he felt that he was still young, and it didn't seem to matter much whether he took a rest or not. Thinking of this, Zhang Fong took a breath, held back the words that were about to come out of his mouth, and changed the subject. Yes, let's go and eat. Seeing Zhang Fong nod, Su Yuran let out a long breath. Fortunately, the stinky Zhang Fong agreed. In fact, Miss Su was really hungry now because she had been busy in the kitchen all afternoon. The chicken was half left over from the last time Song Ling came, so she thought of stewing it. But a daughter is so delicate that she would never touch water. Although Miss Su was not a pampered person, she was still unskilled and spent a whole afternoon studying it. At this moment, she was really exhausted. She felt that if she didn't eat anything, I'm afraid I won't even have the strength to move in a while. Hey, okay, stinky Jang Fong, let's go eat chicken quickly. The next morning, Jang Fong went out early to buy breakfast. He asked last night, and Su Yuran was going to the company today. No matter how tired you were last night, you can't let your wife go to the company hungry, right? But what shocked Jang Fong was that when he opened the door with breakfast in hand, Su Yuran was already dressed and sitting on the sofa. What made his scalp tingle even more was the way Su Yuran was dressed today. The gray skirt is looser than the hip skirt and covers the thighs. The perfect long legs are wrapped with the simplest black stockings. She seemed to have just taken a shower, and her hair was still a little wet, but it looked particularly fluffy and beautiful. She wore a sparkling, reflective necklace around her snow-white neck, and her body had flesh wherever it should be. She is quietly here and there, like a noble and holy snow lotus on the mountains. In fact, many people dress like this, but Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. Isn't my wife so elegant? He swallowed subconsciously and smiled. Boss Su, I thought you wanted to sleep for a while. I didn't expect them to wake up so soon and clean up so quickly. Hearing this, Su Yuran smiled gracefully. You know I'm a light sleeper. In fact, I woke up as soon as you left the bed. After all, who can't feel the sudden loss of security? What this means is that you are indirectly saying that you feel safe when Jang Fong is around? We don't know where Miss Su learned these words of speech, but they are really useful to Jang Fong. Hearing her say this, Jang Fong grinned. I'm a little flattered, Ran. Are you flattered? Pa, what about that stinky Jang Fong last night? Su Yuran thought about it subconsciously, but then she curled her red lips slightly. Of course she knew that her outfit today really appealed to Jang Fong. Women dress up to please themselves, otherwise why would she dress like this? Now that she's dressed, how can she not tease her little man? Seeing that Jang Fong was about to get up and go to the kitchen to prepare the dishes, Su Yuran quickly spoke. Hey, stinky Jang Fong, wait a minute, I think there's a bug in my eye. Come over and give me a blowjob? If it were an ordinary day, Jang Fong would definitely wonder where the bugs in this house came from. But since it was Su Yuran who said this, he didn't even think about it and rushed to her side. Which eye? Bugs? Which eye? Su Yuran opened her eyes wide and stuck out her tongue playfully. Okay, I'm kidding you. After saying that, she deliberately lifted her hair, exuding a charming fragrance. I just took a shower, do you think it smells good? Jang Fong was slightly stunned. To be honest, he was a little overwhelmed by Su Yuran's question with such a mature temperament. He just felt a little dry in the mouth and nodded mechanically. Fragrant. Hearing this, Su Yuran nodded in satisfaction and then reached out to hug Jang Fong. Then come and smell my sister, is it more fragrant than this? According to the time Jang Fong and his wife got up, they should be at the company at 8 o'clock after having dinner and going out. However, Su Yuran's Audi R8 did not arrive until 8:30. I don't dare to say the specific reason, and it's difficult for me to write about it. Jang Fong did not go to the office, but got off the car at the company gate. He ran straight to the security booth to find Li Dafei. Dafei, Mr. Su just said that you are going to sign up for driving lessons today. I just happen to have nothing to do, let's go together. Jang Fong really had no desire to get a driver's license before. But now it's different. He feels that when he goes out on weekdays, he should drive as a grown man. It feels great to be always accompanied by my wife, but it's a bit inappropriate. What is more, learning it can make your wife happy, so why not do it? Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Li Dafei, who was standing at the door of the security booth like a pen, smiled naively. Okay, brother Fong. I'm afraid I won't be able to learn well if I go there. At this time, a mean voice came from not far away. Brother Fong? Dafei? What are you guys talking about here? Where are you going? Where are you going? How about taking me with you? Without turning his head to look, Zhang Fong knew that this was Mo Shuai. Li Dafei scratched the back of his neck stupidly and replied. Brother Cho, Brother Fong, and I are going to learn how to drive today. Wow, when Mo Shuai heard about going to learn how to drive, he became excited. You should know that the driving school closest to the company is also close to the university town. Hiss, is it possible that there are so many gentle and lovely sisters there? The most important thing is that going out with Brother Fong doesn't count as absenteeism. Brother Fong. As soon as Mo Shuai gave him a look of grievance, Zhang Fong slapped him on the head. Okay, no need to say anymore, I'll take you with me. Based on his understanding of this kid, Jang Fong felt that what would happen next would definitely be a series of crying and wiping nose. It's early in the morning, so I should try to avoid being nauseated, right? So, 10 minutes later, the three of them called a taxi and headed straight to Tingfei Driving School in Songqing City. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of Tingfei Driving School, Mo Shuai's eyes widened. Chapter 92: The start of a civilian front-wheel drive car requires. It's not that he saw any stunningly beautiful woman, but what shocked him was the old lady who just passed by him. Mo Shuai swallowed hard and poked Zhang Feng's arm. Brother Feng, did you hear that just now? Damn, this driving school is full of hidden talents. This old lady can actually do beatbox? And he's so good at it, Xiaodao La Beauty really opened my eyes. Beatbox? Zhang Feng turned around awkwardly and glanced at the old lady's back, then grabbed Mo Shuai and hurried away. Mo Shuai was confused when Zhang Feng's words rang in his ears. What beatbox? She got a dandelion in her mouth. Go away and stop embarrassing yourself here. No wonder, September and October are the seasons when dandelions are flying. As people from Wanshan Cosmetics who came here to learn how to drive, Zhang Fong and Li Dafei have conveniences. Generally, students will practice driving after passing the first subject, and they may also need to take driving lessons. But Zhang Fong and Li Dafei don't need to do that. They can practice driving while waiting for the Subject 1 test, and the driving school will manage the class hours. Even the coaches are assigned to them by the driving school. Of course, it is also possible that Su Yuran had given a heads up in advance. At this time, the coach who had demonstrated the technique once was speaking respectfully to Zhang Fong and the other two. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Li, this is probably the second part of the course. It's actually very simple. Then I'll take you guys for a run next? The coach was very humble, he could not forget what the driving school principal said to him last night. Damn it, tomorrow you will stop asking for cigarettes and money, and change your habit of spitting shit. This is the student that Mr. Su from Wanshan Makeup personally called to instruct me to teach well. If you don't serve him well, you will be kicked out. Therefore, he even spoke carefully. Zhang Fong also noticed his discomfort, smiled slightly and patted his shoulder. Okay buddy, go take a rest. It doesn't matter whether you are here or not. I can drive, and that lazy guy also has a driver's license. We can just practice on our own. Practice by yourself? What if something happens? Damn it. But that's not possible. I can't feel at ease. Mr. Jiang. As soon as the coach opened his mouth, Zhang Fong pulled the corner of his clothes. Zhang Fong pointed at Li Dafei, frowned slightly and smacked his lips. Coach, to be honest with you, my brother has a bad temper. I just want to punch someone whenever something goes wrong. Of course, he won't beat us. After all, we are all good brothers. But today he met you for the first time, hiss. Looking in the direction Zhang Fong pointed towards Li Dafei, the driving school instructor couldn't help but gasp. Gue, what if you give me this sandbag-sized fist? Not to mention whether you can stay in the driving school, even whether you can stay in the human world is a question, right? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. Mr. Jiang, you must pay attention to safety then. Call me anytime if you need anything. It is true that driving skills will not deteriorate or be forgotten, but taking a driver's license test is not the same as that. Zhang Fong was not arrogant as he had learned from his previous life. Instead, he ran a few laps carefully and handed the car to Li Dafei after making sure there were no problems. After about an hour, Li Dafei also became familiar with the place. In fact, it is quite simple to make the real thing with your heart. Although Li Dafei is a little silly, he is obedient. At 11:15, the three of them took a rest aside with the drinks brought by the coach. Li Dafei also raised his own questions with a silly smile. Brother Fong, I think this car is going too slow. Really, it's completely different from the racing videos on short videos. How can I drive faster? Drive fast? Just don't worry about the gas money in the car. Just stand up and step on it like driving a shared car. Zhang Fong replied to Li Dafei like this, but Mo Shuai became excited. He raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Dafei, you know, right? Some cars cannot be driven fast because of horsepower. It actually takes some skill to reach the top speed for a civilian front-wheel drive car like this. Come here, I'll show you. After hearing what Mo Shuai said, Li Dafei became interested and followed him foolishly. Mo Shuai smiled as he walked. To start a civilian front-wheel drive car, you need to control the strength of your left foot at the critical point of the clutch. This will give you better grip. As he said that, Mo Shui was about to get up and get in the car, but the next second he was kicked by Jang Fong. Brother Fong, hey, what are you doing? The next second, Jang Fong gave him a slap on the head. What should I do? What do you want to do? You really dare to demonstrate to Dafe, good guy. Then I guess the coach will ask tomorrow. The engine costs 10,000 yuan each, so why do you give me 20,000 yuan? Save the fucking time, are you filming a movie here? Well, I really won't. Mo Shui shrugged awkwardly and was about to go back to the pavilion to sit down, but he misjudged the distance and sat down directly on the ground. Hiss. This was not the sound of someone gasping, but the sound of Mo Shui's pants tearing. The burning pain on his butt made Mo Shui grimace. Fuck, that hurts. What bad luck. What bad luck. I can't even sit steadily on the stool today. Mo Shui, who was lifted up by Li Dafei and stood up, rubbed his butt with a frustrated look on his face and kept saying what bad luck. But when his eyes met the long-haired beauty in the pavilion next door, Mo Shui suddenly felt that his buttocks didn't hurt anymore and he wasn't unlucky anymore. He opened his eyes wide, with an expression of disbelief, and said excitedly, Brother Fong, Dafei, look at the pavilion opposite. That long-haired beauty in sportswear just looked at me. Do you think she likes me? Li Dafei knew nothing about this, so he just kept his mouth shut. But how could Jang Fong resist not to criticize Mo Shui? No, I usually call you ugly brother, but you are really a clown. Don't think about it, bro. You just fell flat on your face. Who's interested in you? How upset must that girl be? I think she is making fun of you. Jang Fong would never allow his good brother to become an ordinary man, so he poured cold water on Mo Shui. He thought he could wake Mo Shui up, but what he never expected was that Mo Shui just shook his head. No, Brother Fong, can't I tell whether that look is meant to be mocking or not? Believe me, those eyes of hers are definitely of admiration. If you think about it carefully, it makes sense. God is fair. I fell for no reason and he immediately gave me a sweet love. There's nothing wrong with that. Ah, this. Jang Fong raised his brows. For a moment he didn't know how to refute Mo Shui. He sighed and shrugged, forget it, then I won't help him wake up. Anyway, you're only in this driving school for one day. It doesn't matter whether you'll see it again in the future. Just enjoy yourself. But in the next second, Jang Fong saw Mo Shui's eyes flashing with brilliance. Following his gaze, Jang Fong suddenly discovered that the long-haired beauty that Mo Shui mentioned was actually walking straight towards him. Chapter 93, Little brother, shall we go to your house for a drink? Brother Fong, what did I say? She just likes me. She came here to ask for my contact information. Ha, the spring for singles is here. Mo Shui's excited words echoed in his ears, and Jang Fong subconsciously glanced at his pants with a big hole in it. He glanced at the girl walking towards him and couldn't help but frown. Could it be that this girl just likes this? At the critical moment, Li Dafei, who had been silent all the time, spoke naively. Brother Mo Shui, I really don't mean to discourage you. I don't understand love, but I have eyes. I think that even if that girl came to ask for contact information, it's more likely that she came to look for Brother Fong. Mo Shui didn't feel unbalanced at all after hearing what Li Dafei said. There is no way, the facts are before our eyes every day. Just the contrast between his appearance and Zhang Feng's is really hard to feel unbalanced. This means that if you make 5,000 yuan a month, you may feel unbalanced when you see others making 8,000 yuan a month, but you will not feel unbalanced when you see someone making 500,000 yuan a month. You will just feel envious. The same goes for the looks of Mo Shui and Jang Fong, one is as different as heaven and earth, there is nothing unbalanced about it. But this did not affect Mo Shui's determination at this moment that this girl was here to see him. No, Dafei, if she was here to see Brother Fong, I wouldn't have looked her in the eye just now. I am absolutely certain that this girl is definitely here to see me. The fact was just as Mo Shui guessed, the girl did come directly to him. And happily added him on WeChat. Li Dafei raised his brows when he saw this scene. Doesn't what my mother said count? My mother once said that love usually starts with appearance. Girl, wait a minute, you got the wrong person, didn't you? Shouldn't you be looking for Brother Fong? Seeing Li Dafei's confused expression, Mo Shui sighed and patted his shoulder. Dafei, fate is not that simple. This love is unstoppable, wakakaka. This is the steel string that you Lao is holding for me. Imo Shui opened his mobile phone in a hurry and immediately started chatting with the girl. But when he saw the message from the girl on the other end of the chat box, he was petrified. Little brother, can you give me the contact information of the handsome fair-skinned boy next to you? He's just too good looking to ask him for it. Imo Shui, am I really unlucky? If it weren't for Big Sister, couldn't you ask Li Dafei for help? This big guy looks stupid, he can definitely help you. It was 5 o'clock in the evening, in the president's office of Wanxian Cosmetics Company, Ltd. Jang Fong, who rushed to the top floor after returning to the company, was already hugging Su Yuran. What's the matter? After rubbing the steering wheel all day, can't you come over and rub your wife's slender waist? Nestled in Jiang Feng's arms, Su Yuran was like a clingy kitten. Hey, stinky Jiang Fong, did you miss me? How's the practice going? Does it feel pretty easy? Jiang Fong pinched Su Yuran's blushing cheeks. I spent the whole day practicing driving and thinking about you. So, considering that I've been practicing well and I missed you a lot after not seeing you for a day, I decided not to go for the next few days and just practice the day before the exam. Hearing this, Su Yuran was stunned. What stinky Jiang Fong means is that he is confident that he can pass the exam? How is this possible? It's only the first day. Su Yuran subconsciously wanted to persuade Jiang Fong to practice for a few more days, but suddenly she lost her mind. It seems, Xiao Feng really never said anything big to me. Every night he says it's a few times, and it's always more or less. Thinking of this, Su Yuran's neck turned pink. Ah, how come everything now always relates to this? Forget it, since he thinks it's okay, then I think it's okay too, and I believe he is confident. Thinking of this, Su Yuran, a little shy, changed the subject and talked about her own affairs. That's good if you're sure. Hey, Jiang Fong, let me tell you something. I have to go back to Jinghai later. Oh, my mother called and told me to go back because of something important. I'm expected to be back tomorrow. How about you stay home alone tonight? Jiang Fong was slightly stunned and replied. Since the matter is important, I will go back with you. It's a good opportunity to meet my aunt and uncle as well. Jiang Fong was very open-minded. He knew that he would meet Su Yuran's parents sooner or later anyway. Well, although I don't have much capital now, it shouldn't be a problem if I can be a little sweet talker and perform better. But when she saw Jiang Feng's reaction, Miss Su smiled quietly. Ha, little brother, are you so anxious to meet my parents? Are you afraid that I'll be kidnapped by someone along the way? As the saying goes, sincerity is the greatest killer skill. Jiang Fong thinks there is nothing wrong with telling the truth. How can I not be afraid? My Ran is so beautiful that her suitors have to line up from Songqing to Jinghai. Of course, it's just an instinctive fear. The main reason I want to go is meet your parents as soon as possible to determine their attitude, and then try to meet their requirements as soon as possible so that they can marry you home as soon as possible. To be honest, these 4 words take you home to marry you are the most beautiful love words in the world. This made Su Yuran's face turn red, and even her tone was no longer as high-pitched and melodious as before, but became soft and sticky. Okay, I won't run away with anyone else, and my parents won't have a bad attitude either. Don't worry, Jiang Fong. Our being together is our own business. It has nothing to do with my parents. Besides, my mother will definitely like you. The problem can only be with my father. Well, although it is a pity that my father-in-law is not coming to the wedding, it is just a little regrettable. I went home this time mainly because my mom had something to tell me. My dad is at the company, so you can't see him, let alone know his attitude. What I'm thinking is that if we go back together, my mother will be so happy to see you that she might keep us in Jinghai for a long time. Why don't I go back by myself? I'll take care of things quickly and come back tomorrow, and then we can continue to live alone. What do you think? At 6 o'clock, downstairs in the company, Jiang Fong watched the Audi R8 slowly leave the company. He felt that Su Yuran was right, and he was afraid that this matter was really important, and if he rashly went with her, Su Yuran's mother would be anxious and flustered. I simply stayed in Songcheng. It was only one night anyway, so I could just sleep by myself. Jiang Fong let out a long sigh and prepared to go home, but a familiar voice came. Hey, little bro, are you free tonight? Let's have a drink together. Jiang Fong looked towards the source of the sound and found Mr. Su sitting in the Bora car. Brother Su? Drinking? Or stop drinking? Ran has returned to Jinghai. I can't drink much, and she must be worried about me if she knows I drink secretly. Su Wanxiang, you little rascal, are you showing off your affection to your father-in-law? If Ran Ran hadn't returned to Jinghai, would I dare to come to you for a drink so openly? Su Wanxiang thought awkwardly, then got out of the car and patted Jang Fong on the shoulder. It's okay. I'll explain the problem to Ran Ran if you're really afraid that Ran Ran will worry. I've brought the wine. We can go buy some skewers on the roadside and drink directly at your house. Old Sua's thoughts were so thorough that his daughter was called back to Jinghai by his wife. Such a good opportunity, he must have a drink with his son-in-law to cultivate their relationship. On the other side, Su Yuran, who was preparing to get on the highway, was talking on the phone with her mother Li Shu. Mom, you really don't feel sorry for me at all now. I'm visiting my aunt these 2 days, and you're in a hurry to ask me to go back to Jinghai. Hey, why don't you tell me? What's the matter that makes you so anxious? Su Yuran just made a simple complaint, but Li Shuran on the other end of the phone was numb. Wait, girl, what, are you having your period? How can I have my period when I am pregnant? The more Li Shu thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong, but in the end she was sure of one thing. There was no reason for Su Yuran to tease her, so Su Wanxiang's information must be wrong. Well, there is no need to come back and analyze it face to face. The problem has been solved. My daughter is not pregnant. Thinking of this, Li Shu sighed, and then remembered that Su Yuran's aunt was not feeling well, so she spoke gently. I'm sorry, darling. I didn't know you were feeling unwell. Oh, it's nothing, it's just that Mom misses you a lot. Since you're not feeling well, then don't come over, baby. Go back to Zhang Feng's place and rest first. I'll talk about coming back after I've recovered in a few days. Upon hearing this, Su Yuran's brows immediately brightened with joy, and her beautiful eyes lit up. It turns out that my mother missed me. This can be solved by just starting a video call. Thinking of this, Miss Su, who had been missing Jang Fong very much since she left for a while, spoke playfully. Mom, then I won't go back to Jinghai. If you miss me, I'll video call you in the evening. After hanging up the phone, Su Yuran signaled Zhang Hongyan to turn around and go home, while looking forward to it in her heart. Hee, Jang Fong will definitely be super surprised to see me come home, right? Chapter 94, Mr. Su? He also knows my dad? Well, I'll go back soon, knock on the door gently and give Stinky Jang Fong a surprise. As she imagined the scene of meeting Jang Fong in her mind, the corners of Miss Su's mouth unconsciously raised an octave. Come on, this kind of thing is exciting just thinking about it, right? When she smiled, the air around her seemed to become a little sweeter. This smile naturally caught the eyes of Zhang Hongyan, who was driving, and she joked. Boss Su, as the saying goes, when you marry a wife, you forget your mother. Now I think this sentence also applies to women. Look, Auntie misses you but you don't care and just want to go find Mr. Jiang and have a sweet time. Is there such an analogy? Su Yuran frowned slightly and glanced at Zhang Hongyan with resentment. How can I not care? Didn't I say I would video call my mom later? Secretary Zhang, you don't understand. You see, I may be returning to Jinghai in a while, and then I can find my mother anytime. But now Jiang Fong and I are in the passionate period of love, so we must adhere to the principle of not separating if we can, and stick together all the time. When you're in the passionate stage of love, you might go even further than I did. Honeymoon period? Really? Zhang Hongyan is also a woman, and it is obvious that she is more interested in this topic. Boss Su, how long will this passionate period last? This question stumped Su Yuran. She really had no idea how long the honeymoon period would last. 1 year, 2 years? Or maybe half a year? It seems like no answer is right. Miss Su quietly began to recall the time she spent with Zhang Fong. Finally, after being intoxicated for about half a minute, she raised her red lips slightly and said, I don't know about others, but I do. Every day with Zhang Fong is a passionate love period. Zhang Xiying's eyebrows were raised when she heard Su Yuran's explanation. She was very hungry and planned to meet up with her friends to have hot pot. But now, she just felt bloated. Hot pot? No, how could anyone be fed dog food in front of their leader? If I am guilty, please let the law punish me instead of just forcing me to eat, okay? Songcheng City, downstairs of Zhang Feng's house. Zhang Feng naturally did not refuse Mr. Su's proposal to drink. It's not that he wants to drink, but he feels vaguely. Mr. Su brother Su seems to know his father-in-law Su Wanxiang very well. What we are saying is, there is no harm in having a few drinks with him and talking more to build a good relationship, right? If we become good friends with him, won't there be someone to support us and help us convince the father-in-law in the future? In this case, wouldn't the chances of winning against Uncle Sue be greater? So he and Mr. Sue went home together with the barbecued skewers and white wine. But after returning home, Jang Fong discovered a problem. There is no clean cup at home for Brother Sue to use. Jang Fong simply asked Mr. Sue to stay at home and went downstairs to buy it himself. Jang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up as he walked home carrying a set of cups he had bought from the store specifically for Mr. Sue. Ha! Audi R8? Isn't this Ran's car? Sure enough, the next second, Jang Fong saw Su Yuran walking down from the car. Seeing this, Jang Fong quickly quickened his pace. Su Yuran locked the car and jogged upstairs. She really wanted to throw herself into Jang Fong's arms, right now. But she inadvertently caught a glimpse of Jang Fong walking towards her quickly. Suddenly, Su Yuran's body trembled. After being stunned for 2 seconds, she laughed so hard that her body shook. Ah, Xiao Jang Fong, you are actually here. Come here and give your sister a hug. After meeting Jang Fong, how could Su Yuran still act like a cool and aloof female CEO? She quickly took a few steps forward, stretched out her arms and threw herself into Jiang Feng's arms. After all, there is nothing absolute in this world, and no one is absolutely cool and aloof inside and out. To Su Yuran, her usual aloofness was simply due to her lack of interest in many things. After all, she is just a little bit arrogant young lady in her 20s. When I see something or someone I like or am interested in, I naturally want to pounce on them and hug them. With the beauty in his arms, the fragrance and softness came over him, and Jang Fong couldn't help but smile. Can anyone really resist running over to hug his girlfriend? Boss Su, does this mean we don't have to go back to Jinghai today? An old man came to my house to drink with me, so I came down to buy him a set of cups. Hearing this, Su Yuran gave Jang Fong a charming look. You're so happy, of course you don't need to go back. Actually, there's nothing wrong with my mom. She just said she missed me a little. Just give her a video call tonight. But Jang Fong, why did you invite people to your house to drink? Su Yuran didn't really care about the fact that Jang Fong went out to have a drink with someone right after she left. As a man, it seems that there is nothing wrong with drinking a little alcohol, as long as he doesn't soak in a jar of wine every day like his alcoholic father Su Wanxiang. As for coming home to drink, she didn't blame him, but was simply confused. Hearing this, Jang Fong smiled gently and reached out to help Su Yuran smooth down her messy hair that had been rubbed in his arms. It's not that I can't drink well and I'm afraid that if I get drunk outside, you'll worry about me, so I just asked Brother Su to come over to my house to drink. Oh, by the way, this Brother Su has a very good relationship with Uncle Su. You should know him. His name is Director Su. Su Yuran burst out laughing. Isn't it? Mr. Su? What kind of abstract name is this? He also has a good relationship with Su Wanxiang. Dad has such a friend? Su Yuran thought about it for a full minute but couldn't remember this person. Jang Fong, what are the characteristics of this Su Dong? To be honest, this question really stumped Jang Fong. For a moment, he really couldn't think of what the characteristics of this Mr. Su were. Well, of course, if I have to describe Brother Su's characteristics, I think it should be the tide? He is very trendy, wearing semi-permanent sunglasses and with his hair slicked back. Not only is the name abstract, is the outfit also so abstract? Su Yuran was puzzled, but she did not doubt Mr. Su's behavior. After all, my father Su Wanxiang's main focus is on an abstract. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Fish seek fish and shrimp seek shrimp. It is understandable that my dad has such friends. But thinking of this, Su Yuran frowned again. No, this Mr. Su is too abstract, even more abstract than Su Wanxiang. How could there be someone more abstract than my dad? That must be an interesting person, right? Come on, Jang Fong, let's go upstairs. By the way, can you tell me how you two met? At Jiang Feng's house, Su Wanxiang was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, looking very high-spirited. How could I have caught the investment boom back then? Old Su, will never let go of this opportunity. That's right. Ran has returned to Jinghai. How can I not seize this opportunity to build a good relationship with my son-in-law? I deserve to be rich, and I deserve to have such a good son-in-law. Comrade Lao Su became more and more proud the more he thought about it, and he couldn't help but pat his own thigh. But the next second, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Chapter 95. No, you are buddies with your son-in-law? Su Wanxiang took out his cell phone with a hint of doubt and was slightly stunned. Lao Wang? He frowned slightly and answered the phone with a somewhat impatient tone. Old Wang, I'm waiting to drink with Jang Fong. We can talk tomorrow if there's anything. Let's talk about it tomorrow? Oh dear. Old Wang on the other end of the phone was so anxious. Mr. Su, my Mr. Su. Don't talk about it tomorrow, run quickly, this is a fucking trap. Boss Su, I don't have time to explain to you now. Run now and leave Jiang Feng's house. The eldest lady never returned to Jinghai. She's already downstairs, walking home with Jang Fong. What? I'm running away now? Ran didn't go back to Jinghai at all? Downstairs? Oh my goodness. At this moment, Su Wanxiang's head was buzzing and he felt unwell. Yes, he saw Su Yuran's car leave the company and head in the direction he told her. But the problem was that there was no reason for Lao Wang to talk nonsense with him. Oh my god, if Ran finds out that he was fooling Jang Fong while she was away. Comrade Lao Su swallowed hard and quickly hung up Lao Wang's phone. If a man tries to be as fast as possible, 5 minutes is enough from the time he opens his eyes to the time he goes out every morning. At this moment, Lao Su has implemented this sentence to the extreme. He was very fast and finished packing in just half a minute. He was so quick that he didn't even bother to put on his shoes when he jogged to the door. He quickly picked up his hiking shoes and was about to push the door and run away. As a top boss, although Su Wanxiang was panicking, he had also thought of his next escape route. Now Su Yuran and Jang Fong are going upstairs. If he goes downstairs directly, he will definitely run into Zhang Fengranren. So he planned to go upstairs first and wait until he saw them enter the house before going downstairs. Hat, mask, sunglasses, fully equipped. Well, the route is planned, everything is ready, let us go. The next second, Comrade Lao Su opened the door without thinking. He thought he would be able to avoid today's Shura field with extreme reaction and speed. But the next second, he was almost frightened by Jang Fong and Su Yuran standing at the door. What's wrong, Brother Su? Is there something urgent you need to do? Seeing Mr. Su fully dressed, Jang Fong spoke in confusion. At the same time, Su Yuran's moon-like eyes secretly looked at the middle-aged man in front of her who was covering himself tightly, emitting bursts of strange light. At this moment, Su Wanxiang was completely confused, and his eyes behind his sunglasses became dull. No, Jang Fong, Ran, let us just say that you guys went upstairs too fast, right? Su Wanxiang swallowed hard, finally lowered his voice, and replied with gritted teeth. Little brother, no, I think since your girlfriend is back, then it would be nice if we could drink it another day. I won't disturb your world of two young lovers here. See you another day, little brother. At this moment, Su Wanxiang will not give up any opportunity to escape. But before he could take a step, Su Yuran, who had been silent all this time, stepped forward and stopped him. Su Yuran smiled, and it was a very beautiful smile. You have already made an appointment with Jang Fong to drink. Can't you cancel the plan just because I come back? It doesn't matter. You guys drink yours and I'll eat mine. It won't delay us. It's rare for Jang Fong to bring his friends home for a drink. I'm so happy. Hearing this, Su Wanxiang's mouth twitched fiercely. Why the hell didn't I tell him that I had something to do? I think it's okay if you burst your hemorrhoids by sitting on them yourself. Old Su was completely at a loss. From Su Yuran's expression, he had no idea if he had been exposed. This is not to say that in old Su's cognition, Su Yuran couldn't recognize him. That was nonsense. How could a girl not know her father? The main reason is that his mask, sunglasses, and baseball cap cover his face perfectly, and his voice is deliberately made much rougher. The clothes he wore were completely different from his usual style, and his temperament was not as serious as usual. Next, before Su Wanxiang could reply, Jang Fong hugged his shoulders. Yes, Brother Su, you and Ran's father are good friends. What's there to be embarrassed about? Go back inside and sit down. Don't be polite, just treat this as your home. 5 minutes later, at the invitation of Jang Fong and Su Yuran, Su Wanxiang successfully sat back on the sofa. As the hostess of this family, Su Yuran naturally went to the kitchen to clean up the dishes, leaving them to chat on the sofa. On the one hand, he wanted to give Jang Fong face, and on the other hand, he wanted to obtain evidence. Su Yuran did not pack up her things immediately, but instead called Wang Jun. At this moment, Lao Wang was anxiously waiting downstairs in the community for Su Wanxiang to escape. But when he took out his phone and saw it was Su Yuran calling, he felt terrible. Miss? So Mr. Su must have sent it? Lao Wang swallowed hard and answered the phone. Miss, you. Uncle Wang, tell me, what does Su Wanxiang want to do? How can I put it? There are always people you would recognize even if they were turned into ashes. Who doesn't recognize their own father? Not to mention wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a hat, even if he was wrapped in bandages all over his body like a mummy. Su Yuran could tell at a glance that this was her abstract father. She didn't expose Su Wanxiang directly because she wanted to see what he was trying to do. Hey, miss, since you asked that, it seems that Director Su has been caught. Don't blame Mr. Su. In fact, he is worried that he will not be able to get along with Mr. Jang in the future. So we decided to secretly come to Songqing to get to know each other. Boss Su's original intention was good. Su Yuran originally thought that Su Wanxiang came here to test Jang Fong, but she didn't expect. After hearing Lao Wang's explanation, she became even angrier. So Dad has already accepted Jang Fong in his heart? Why didn't you just tell me? Also, if you want to have a good relationship with your son-in-law, just do it openly? Jang Fong told me that when we first met, you asked him to call you Brother Su. What did that mean? Please, Su Wanxiang, your operation is too abstract. 5 minutes later, Su Yuran quickly set the table. While Jang Fong was opening the wine, she turned to look at Su Wanxiang. You want Jang Fong to call you Brother Su, right? What are you thinking? Don't you know there's a generation difference? Okay, you like to hear others call you brother, right? Hey. Su, brother. You know what, at first glance you look a lot like my dad. It's just that my dad's company is too busy, and he's working overtime all day long. Even the driver came to check on me to see if I was doing well in Songcheng. I heard that you two are good friends? I guess he must be jealous of your life where you have time to go out drinking with friends. If this were an ordinary woman, she would definitely come clean and have a good chat with her father about how she could become good friends with her son-in-law. But who was Su Yuran? Would she just let Su Wanxiang go? It was impossible, okay? At this moment, Miss Su had only one thought in her mind. Chapter 96, How is your drink, Dad? Su Wanxiang, not only will I not expose you, I will also play along with you. I will also make you believe that I can't tell who you are. Didn't you tell Jang Fong that it was okay to call you brother? Didn't you sneak over here to trick your son-in-law? You don't play abstract art? You don't agree with Jang Fong and you didn't tell me to make me worry? You betcha. Today I am going to make you drunk in front of your own son-in-law, so as to embarrass yourself and cure this bad habit of yours. Women are born with some ability to disguise themselves, and when it comes to acting, Miss Su is definitely an expert at it. Jang Fong should have a deep understanding of this. When Su Wanxiang heard his daughter calling him Brother Su, the corners of his mouth twitched. But the next second, his eyes hidden under his sunglasses flashed with brilliance. Let us not talk about what it's called for now. Ran just said that I have been working overtime in the company? Oh, is there a possibility that Jang Fong told Ran that I'm in the company all day and I definitely don't have time to show up in Songcheng? Oh my god, from what Ran said, it seems like she didn't recognize me. Su Wanxiang came up with this half-believing and half-doubting guess, and he decided to confirm it again. So, old Su talked to his daughter in a rough voice. In all the subsequent questions and answers, Su Wanxiang received a message no matter what question he asked. That is, Ran has every reason to think that she will never appear in Songcheng. Furthermore, Su Yuran's tone and expression were sincere, there was absolutely no problem at all. So at this moment, Su Wanxiang felt that he had been reborn. Ran really didn't recognize that I was her father? Lao Su was so happy. Well, it seems that he is not very happy. Jang Fong opened the wine and sat down. Su Yuran glanced at Su Wanxiang and snorted in her heart. After she stood up and poured wine for the two men, she picked up the teacup in front of her. Brother Su. You have such a close relationship with Jang Fong, and you are also good friends with my dad. Hey, come on, let's have tea instead of wine. I'll toast you a glass. When Jang Fong and I hold our wedding this winter, I will definitely invite you to the wedding. You must come when the time comes. Don't be absent. My goodness, these few words almost made Zhang Feng's legs go weak and he fell to the ground. No, Mr. Su, wait a minute, the wedding will be held this winter? When we were lying in bed resting that day, didn't we agree that we would just be alone for 2 years before getting married? How come it suddenly came early this winter? Jang Fong was a little confused, and what puzzled him was that he always felt that Su Xianyo's tone was somewhat gnashing of teeth. In fact, not only Jang Fong was confused, but Su Wanxiang, who was sitting opposite them, was even more confused. Praying for a sack, what? Ran just said that you want to have your wedding this winter? Wouldn't that be right away? My daughter wants to marry herself off so badly now? Oh my god, this is good news, a huge good news. After the wedding and the marriage certificate, everything is legal and you can start preparing for pregnancy. Hey, is it a grandson or a granddaughter? No one knows a father better than his daughter. With just a few words, Su Wanxiang was already immersed in endless fantasy. The next second, Su Yuran turned her head to look at him and continued speaking. Brother Su. Then I'll go back to the house to eat. By the way, please don't make Jang Fong drink too much. He doesn't drink very well, and we're trying to get pregnant recently, so drinking too much will affect the quality of our pregnancy. Jang Fong was completely confused, he was about to evolve into a problem teenager. President Su, Ran, my dear wife, you actually have this plan? So nervous and anxious to start tonight? A bloody battle. This is not a good habit. On the other side, sunglasses and mask could not hide Su Wanxiang's excitement. How about not drinking this wine? I just fall down and let Ran and son-in-law go back to the house directly. Preparing for pregnancy? This amount of information was too much for Su Wanxiang to accept. To be honest, it's not Su Wanxiang's fault. The girl who has always been a stubborn person is preparing to get pregnant and get married soon? Even if Jesus stood up from the coffin, he would be stunned for a few seconds. After doing all this, Su Yuran returned to the bedroom and deliberately left the door a crack. What could be more uncomfortable for a father than getting drunk in front of his son-in-law? Su Yuran felt abstracted when she thought of Su Wanxiang's drunken appearance. Hey, she deliberately hid in the house and said those words because she was afraid that Su Wanxiang wouldn't drink enough. Being at the table alone, Lao Su might be constantly worried about being exposed, which would delay his pace of making a fool of himself. People drink the most when they are extremely happy or extremely depressed. Su Yuran was planning to get married at the end of the year and prepare for pregnancy. Of course, she said this on purpose for Su Wanxiang to hear. Of course, it is also possible that it was not just said to Su Wanxiang. At the dining table, people clink glasses and exchange cups. Seeing his daughter return to the house, Su Wanxiang went into full gear and took off his hat and mask. With a wave of his hand, he drank 3 cups of guojia liquor. Su Wanxiang is very happy today, so he must drink a lot. Little brother, come on, let's go. It's so funny. Jang Fong was still waiting to get Boss Su drunk and then inquire about the information about his father-in-law, but he picked up the wine glass. But the next second, Su Wanxiang took a breath of cold air. Hey, that's not right, little brother. Ran just reminded you that you can't drink too much. But drinking a little alcohol has its benefits. Let me drink a glass and you take a sip. Let's not go home until we are drunk. Jang Fong, who was holding the wine glass, was stunned. No, there is such a good thing? Brother Su, this is what you said, you can't go back on your word. Su Yuran, who was eavesdropping in the bedroom, clenched her fists. Little brother, Su Wanxiang, you really are. Forget it, at least you still remember that I just said Jang Fong can't drink too much. As a result, this drinking party where everyone had their own ulterior motives lasted for 2 hours. When the time came to 9 o'clock, Su Wanxiang was already trembling, but he still held Zhang Feng's shoulders with a silly smile. He yawned drunkenly, and after exhaling the strong smell of alcohol, he waved his hand. Brother, no need to ask, Su Wanxiang will definitely recognize you as a good son-in-law. If he dares to say no, I'll slap him in the face. I'll let him beat himself up. As soon as Su Yuran said this, she walked out of the bedroom. Well, he is about to slap himself in the face. Dad must have really drunk too much. She slowly walked to the table, held Zhang Feng's hand, and gave him a charming look. Then she turned her beautiful eyes to glance at the drunk Su Wanxiang, narrowed her eyes and raised a sly smile. How was your drink, Mr. Su Wanxiang? Oh, you're not going to get drunk in front of your son-in-law, are you? Oh my god, there's no one who can't drink more than his son-in-law, right? Dad, you are really embarrassing yourself, aren't you? To be honest, Jang Fong was still wondering how to send Mr. Su home since he was so drunk. But Su Yuran's 4 sentences simply dumbfounded others. He glanced at Su Wanxiang, who was already lying on the table, then looked at Su Yuran, who was smiling beside him, and 1,000 horses were running wildly through his heart. Su Wanxiang? Son-in-law? Dad? No, but. Chapter 97, Give your hand to sister and let her take you to experience something different. How could Jang Fong not see the situation in front of him? So, this middle-aged man, whom I call Brother Su, his real name is not Mr. Su. His name is Su Wanxiang. He is the chairman of Wanxiang Group, my girlfriend's biological father, and my future father-in-law? What the hell is going on? Jang Fong was just being shocked. Old Su moved slightly when he heard his daughter talking. Hey! Ran, why are you here? Didn't you go back to Jinghai? What are you and Brother Jiang talking about here? It's no wonder that Lao Su's words are incoherent now. It's mainly because he drank too much just now. There's nothing I can do, I have to be happy because my daughter is getting married and preparing to have a baby. Besides, I got a capable son-in-law like Jang Fong. Su Wanxiang jumped step by step into the pit that Su Yuran had dug for him. At this point, he was close to blacking out. And after hearing the 3 words Brother Jiang come out of Lao Su's mouth, Jang Fong felt even worse. Ouch, Uncle Su, please shut up. Do you know that you are of a different generation? Jang Fong looked helpless and asked softly. Uncle Su, you've drunk too much. Let me help you sit on the sofa for a while. Even though he was extremely drunk, Su Wanxiang was still smiling happily when he was called Uncle Su. The next second, he stood up unsteadily. He first gave Su Yuran, who was standing aside, a little silly, then turned to look at Jang Fong. He stretched out his hand and patted Jiang Feng's shoulder heavily, laughing heartily. Fuck, my dear son-in-law, where are we going now? I, Su Wanxiang, am very happy today. Jang Fong, do you know that Ran is usually very lazy at home? Forget pouring wine, setting the table, and washing dishes. She would never get out of bed if she could avoid it. Old Su, this girl won't listen to me. What goes around comes around. The fact that you can make Ran's iron tree bloom is enough to make me, Old Su, admire you. I never thought you could let Ran do this. Su Wanxiang became more and more excited as he spoke, and the next second he picked up the empty wineglass on the table, raised his head and drank a glass of eriguaja. He wiped his mouth pretentiously, then stared at Jang Fong with a serious expression. It's not Old Su who's saying this, Jang Fong, you're really good. We're having a great time drinking today, just because you can let Ran pour the wine, set the table and wash the dishes. I'll drink this glass of wine, you can do whatever you want. I, Old Su, really admire you. Damn, if Ran wasn't here, I would want to call you Big Brother. After saying that, Su Wanxiang's eyelids twitched and closed, his legs went limp, and he was about to sit on the ground. Fortunately, Jang Fong was quick enough to entangle him. Holding Su Wanxiang's shoulders, Jang Fong found that he had fallen asleep. Seeing this, Jang Fong sighed and looked helpless. Uncle Su, why did you fall asleep before I even called you brother? Hearing this, Su Yuran burst out laughing. Well, the reason why Jang Fong looked so worried just now was actually this his plan? I thought he was worried about something, but it turned out that he didn't hear Lao Su calling him Big Brother. It doesn't matter, you can ask Lao Su to call you again tomorrow morning. Thinking of this, Su Yuran was suddenly stunned. No. This is clearly taking advantage of me. Okay, you stinky Jang Fong, you're just trying to take advantage of me. Jang Fong and Su Yuran took great pains to help Su Wanxiang onto the sofa. At the same time, Jang Fong couldn't hold back the doubts in his heart any longer. Of course, so why did Uncle Su appear in Songcheng? Doesn't he miss you? Since he's here, why doesn't he go to the company to see you himself? And let Uncle Wang come to see you. Su Yuran shrugged helplessly and explained. Uncle Wang told me that my dad wanted to build a good relationship with you in advance. Then, in order to achieve the best effect, he doesn't want you to know that he is Su Wanxiang. That's right, hiding your identity and liberating your nature with a whole set of clothes, harm. When I was downstairs, I was thinking, how could someone be more abstract than my dad? Now I understand, it's not that someone surpassed him, but that he surpassed himself. Jang Fong was not a stupid man, he immediately figured it out. So what you mean is that Uncle Wang didn't go to the company to see you at all? It's to convey a message to both of us, that is, Uncle Su is extremely busy and will not appear in Songcheng. Damn, this is too abstract, isn't it? Seeing Su Yuran nod, Jang Fong could no longer hide the shock on his face. He turned his head awkwardly and looked at Su Wanxiang, with something on his lips that he never said. In the end, all the words he wanted to say were held back, and Jang Fong raised his right hand and made a six gesture to Su Wanxiang. But then the question arises, where should Su Wanxiang stay tonight? On the sofa? Then I'll probably have to look for him on the floor tomorrow. Jang Fong thought, no matter how cruel this father-in-law was, he couldn't just throw someone on the sofa. Finally, he had a flash of inspiration and came up with an idea. Of course, let Uncle Su sleep on the bed. How about we go to a hotel and get a room to sleep? Live on the bed? Su Yuran was disgusted when she could smell the alcohol on Su Wanxiang. She frowned slightly and immediately shook her head like a rattle. No, we all live at home, go back inside and wait for me. I'll help Lao Su find a place to stay. At 10:30 in the evening, Jang Fong and Su Yuran had already changed into pajamas and lay down on the bed. Thinking of Su Wanxiang, who was still in the living room, Jang Fong swallowed hard. Of course, are you sure it's okay for Uncle Su to sleep like this? Oh, of course it's okay. I put a thick mattress underneath. It's just like a bed. It's soft and comfortable. It must be okay. After hearing this explanation, Jang Fong felt relieved. But his head suddenly buzzed and he became confused again. Of course, so you can sleep on the floor. Then why did we decide who will sleep on the sofa and who will sleep on the bed? Why don't we just have one of us sleep on the bed and the other sleep on the floor? Hey! Su Yuran's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed and she sat up straight. That's right. Why didn't I think of sleeping on the floor at that time? After pondering for several seconds, Su Yuran finally understood. Now I remember, I didn't know there were any extra mattresses at home. Jang Fong also thought this explanation was reasonable. I had just met President Su at the beginning, but we were not as close as we are now. Whenever she thought of sleeping on the floor, she would definitely sleep on the floor, and she definitely could not sleep with the same quilt. After all. Jang Fong thought about it, but before he could come out, he felt his thigh being pressed down. When he came to his senses and looked over, he found that Su Yuran had already sat on him. The two sets of pajamas are neither too thin nor too thick, just enough to feel each other's warmth and softness. Of course, Uncle Su was still outside. Don't. Before Jang Fong could finish his words, Su Yuran leaned over and pressed her finger against his lips. She made a shush gesture with her other hand. It's not what you think. Give me your hand, and I'll show you something different. Chapter 98. We must help Jang Fong change his bad habit of not tearing off the film. Jang Fong didn't do this for any reason, the main reason was that Su Yuran had directly grabbed his hand. Just like that, the two held hands tightly, and Miss Su also sat up straight at the same time. There was a hint of cunning on the slightly raised lips on her delicate face, and her moon-like eyes also exuded a strange luster. Su Yuran did not hold Zhang Feng's hand tightly. Instead, she loosened it, stretched out his hand into a palm, and stretched out her own hand to hold his wrist. Then, she leaned over to Zhang Feng's face again, guiding Zhang Feng's palm to where it should be. The next second, a sweet and royal voice rang in Zhang Feng's ears. Xiao Feng, if I slept on the floor on the first night. You can't touch it? A soft touch came from his palm, and Zhang Feng swallowed hard. Indeed, if I had slept on the floor that day, I would not have had this blessing. But I should still go buy some Xiaolong Bao the next morning. 4, 5, 6, or 7 in one hand should be enough, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng shuddered violently. What the hell am I thinking? Shouldn't the problem we need to solve now be to figure out where Mr. Su learned all this? It doesn't seem right. What's the point of knowing where you learned this? Just enjoy it. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng suddenly realized, but he knew that he could not indulge in the land of tenderness. There was no way, the situation today was different. Of course, Uncle is sleeping outside. Let's sleep well tonight and talk about anything tomorrow night, okay? It's not that Zhang Feng was afraid of disturbing Su Wanxiang. It's not like he was using real guns and bullets, so there would be no sound. The main reason was that he felt something was strange, his father-in-law was outside. This was indeed the case. Not only Zhang Feng found it strange, but Su Yuran also found it strange. She was a little bit dizzy just now. After all, when my aunt comes to stay for a few days, I will have stronger thoughts in certain aspects. In order to avoid this strange feeling, he also didn't want Zhang Feng to be unable to help but white in and red out. Su Yuran obediently lay back on the other bed. But as soon as she lay down, she felt itchy again. Well, I always feel a little regretful if I don't play with my man next to me. Hey, Jang Fong, I just told Lao Su outside on purpose that we were planning to get married and have a baby. You were stunned at the time. What were you thinking? Did you take it seriously? It's already the third day. I don't want to keep swallowing little Jang Fong into my stomach. Su Yuran is not a little girl anymore, she understands everything she should understand. She knew that if this thing hadn't come suddenly, she would have been with Jang Fong a few days ago. In fact, just like now, Su Yuran was a little overwhelmed, but she didn't let her desires defeat her reason. You will definitely feel shy, but you will have to face it sooner or later anyway, so you might as well be open about it. There is a love saying that goes, I am your woman. As long as you don't steal, rob, or do anything unscrupulous in the future, I will always be your woman. But this sentence doesn't really apply to Miss Su, who comes from a wealthy family. For her, the middle sentence can be removed, turning the sentence into I am your woman, and I will always be your woman. She believed in her own judgment and knew that those things would not happen to the man she chose. So, since you have decided to be the man of your life, is there any reason not to help him change his bad habits? Look at how dirty Jang Fong's phone film is. We must be considerate and help him change his habit of not removing the film. The next morning, Su Wanxian woke up in a daze. He propped himself up and stood up, and found that he was actually sleeping in the living room of Jiang Feng's house. Su Wanxian was confused and subconsciously touched his face. Mask? Sunglasses? Hot? All gone? At this moment, he could no longer remain calm and tried hard to recall what happened last night. Fragmented memory fragments flooded into his mind and were pieced together, causing Su Wanxian to gasp for air. Ran came out after Jiang Fong and I finished drinking? What she asked me was, how was your drink, Dad? From the tone of her voice, it doesn't sound like she just recognized me at that time. After sitting on the sofa in silence for 5 minutes, Su Wanxian finally figured it out. I was afraid that I would be discovered as soon as I entered the house. When encountering danger, many people do not feel afraid at the time, but only feel afraid afterwards. Similarly, there are many things that you cannot understand at the time, but if you step out of the limitations and think about them again afterwards, you may actually figure them out. Of course, math problems are not included in the many things above. This is the situation for old Su at the moment. When he thought about it carefully just now, he caught many abnormal points. For example, Su Yuran is a little too enthusiastic. For example, when Ran called himself Brother Su, he did so with gritted teeth. These are all the small details that Su Wanxian just came to realize. After figuring everything out, Su Wanxian let out a long sigh. I was definitely discovered, and he let it go, so it was good, although it was a bit embarrassing but... Damn it, did I hug Jang Fong and call him Big Brother last night? This is so embarrassing. Luckily I didn't yell out and passed out in time, otherwise. Lao Su was thinking with regret and self-blame at the same time, and his cell phone started vibrating. When he picked up the phone, he found that the caller was his wife. Hey, wife, I just woke up, what's the matter? The next second, Li Shu's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Wanxian, why didn't you answer my call last night? Have you been hanging out with some bad friends again? Seeing these dozen missed calls, Su Wanxian was horrified. He quickly explained. Wife, no, I was tricked by my daughter last night. Got tricked by Ran? Good, Su Wanxian, you deserve it. Hearing that Lao Su had been punished, Li Shu's anger subsided a lot. She spoke calmly. Okay, I called you to talk about Ran. We have already planned it. I will ask Ran to go home and check on her pregnancy. Hearing this, Su Wanxian took a breath of cold air. He suddenly remembered what Su Yuran said last night about preparing for pregnancy. Damn, why am I so stupid? Isn't this just a huge revelation? Why is she preparing for pregnancy when she is pregnant? Thinking of this, Su Wanxian wanted to slap his stupid head. Yes, honey, didn't we agree to ask Ran to go back to Jinghai? Why did she come back halfway? Do you know what this has done to me? Su Wanxian waited for Li Shu's explanation with some complaints. But the next second, he noticed Jang Fong slowly walking out of the house. Well, Su Wanxian thought before, although his performance last night was very embarrassing. But at least we are the elders, so it shouldn't be too embarrassing, right? But when he saw Jang Fong at this moment, he realized that he was wrong. Because he is the elder, he is even more embarrassed now. A simple glance between the two men was enough to make Comrade Lao Su so stunned that he lost his mind. And because of this, Su Wanxiang didn't hear what Li Shu said next. He forced himself to smile at Jang Fong and then picked up the phone. Okay, honey, let's not talk about it for now. Our son-in-law is up, we'll stay for a while. Chapter 99. Okay, I'll take Jang Fong out to show off. After all, Jang Fong is not a person without emotional intelligence. He naturally knew that what happened last night was embarrassing, but as a junior, this was his father-in-law. Jang Fong must take the initiative to hide his embarrassment. He smiled slightly and walked over to Su Wanxiang and sat down. Good morning, Uncle Su. There's a breakfast shop downstairs, what would you like to eat? I'll go downstairs and buy it. Seeing Jang Fong's performance, Su Wanxiang really wanted to give him a thumbs up. Good boy, you don't expose other people as shortcomings, unlike my girl, good. Su Wanxiang felt relieved and patted Jiang Feng's shoulder approvingly. Mr. Jiang. Jang Fong, I can eat anything, just bring whatever you want. Forget it, just plain white porridge. I drank alcohol last night and I'll have some porridge to nourish my stomach this morning. As the saying goes, wine at night is not as good as porridge in the morning. Seeing that Su Wanxiang seemed a little unresponsive, Jang Fong didn't talk to him anymore. Instead, he put on his shoes and went downstairs to buy breakfast. 5 minutes later, Miss Su, who had finished washing up, walked out of the room gracefully. She didn't wear any makeup today, but her temperament was still as good as ever. When she saw Lao Su sitting alone on the sofa, she smiled quietly. Hey, isn't this Mr. Su? Are you sober? How was your drink last night? Was it particularly clear? Why did you let your brother go downstairs to buy breakfast by himself? Jang Fong wouldn't joke with Su Wanxiang, but Su Yuran dared to. Jang Fong doesn't expose people's shortcomings, but Miss Su does. What could a daughter be embarrassed about doing to her father? Well, these 3 sentences made Su Wanxiang's face turn red. He glanced at his daughter and rolled his eyes. Of course, don't be so disrespectful. After hearing this, Miss Su was not going to do it anymore. Hey, am I being disrespectful? Dad, I recorded a few short videos of you drinking last night. How about I show you a look and let you savor it? Look at how you call me little brother all the time. She is worthy of being my, Su Wanxiang's daughter, she plays ruthlessly. Old Su let out a long breath and put on a wry smile. Of course, there is a saying that goes, let the past be the past. We have to look forward, right? Well, as compensation, Dad promises you one thing. As long as you tell me, Dad will do it for you, okay? Su Yuran nodded for the first time. Okay, then help me out. Dad, are you going back to Jinghai today? Ran agreed immediately. So straightforward? Su Wanxiang was a little bit unbelievable. When did my daughter become so easy to talk to? He found it a little hard to believe, but he couldn't guess what the trick was, so he could only agree with Su Yuran's answer. You can go back or not. I'm fine. Ran, I'll come back whenever you want me to. The father's doting on his daughter and his damn desire to survive are fully displayed in Su Wanxiang. Su Yuran smiled upon seeing this. Okay, Dad, I'm not angry anymore. Actually, this is not a big deal. I just want you to take Jang Fong out for a walk today. Take Jang Fong out for a walk? Su Wanxiang was subconsciously stunned. The next second he came back to his senses, and he understood the hidden meaning of his daughter's words. If it was shopping, then Jang Fong should be taking his father-in-law out shopping. But what if the purpose is to expand one's network and introduce Jang Fong to some local bigwigs in Songcheng? To be honest, this is what Su Wanxiang originally wanted to do. Come on, I am a well-known figure after all. At least there are only a handful of people in Songcheng who can compete with me. It's not excessive to bring your son-in-law out to show his face and make his presence felt. Not to mention anything else, at least my son-in-law, Su Wanxiang, is in his 20s and can show off as much as he wants in Songcheng, right? No problem, this is what I wanted to do. That's settled then. I'm taking Jang Fong out to pretend to go shopping today. Seeing Su Wanxiang nod, Su Yuran felt relieved. She was still thinking about this matter before going to bed last night, and she must be trying to get something out of her father. What should I cheat? Finally, she thought of asking Lao Su to take Jang Fong out for a walk. It's not that Miss Su didn't want anything, but she just wanted to get something for Jang Fong. Many people who are immersed in love will think of others first. It's like the popular question now, name 5 people you love? Did you forget to mention yourself? Of course, Miss Su also has a love brain. What she thought was actually quite simple, which was to give Jang Fong more capital. Su Yuran thought that with Jiang Feng's talent and thinking, he would never slack off at the company all day. She guessed that her man must have something he wanted to do. She knew that men all cared about their reputation, and most of the time Jiang Fong would not be willing to ask her for anything or request anything even if he needed it. At this time, personal connections become particularly important. Let Lao Su take Jiang Fong for a tour. At least it will be much more convenient for him to do anything in Songcheng. Thank you, Dad. I should say it or not, but the sudden word of thanks left Su Wanxiang stunned. My daughter said thank you to me, Dad? My daughter. Of course, I suddenly realized that you have changed a lot after being with Jang Fong. At 7:30, Jang Fong brought back steamed dumplings, wontons and the white porridge that Su Wanxiang had ordered. The three of them sat around the table and had breakfast. After noticing that her father had white porridge for breakfast, Su Yuran frowned slightly unconsciously. Strange scenes appeared in her mind, and she even felt a strange taste in her mouth. Suddenly, Miss Su's face turned red, and she shook her head fiercely, trying to get rid of the strange thoughts from her mind. At the same time, I began to deeply condemn myself in my heart. Ah, Su Yuran, could you please stop being so dirty? That's white porridge, please don't be reminded of it, okay? Can you get rid of those weird thoughts? Ah, Su Yuran, could you please not be so shy? After deep reflection and self-examination, Su Yuran felt much better. Yes, that's white porridge. Don't think too much. But at this moment, Lao Su was smiling happily. Although there was a minor incident when drinking yesterday, fortunately it was not a big problem and now all the problems have been solved. Hey, now I have a son-in-law and my daughter doesn't blame me anymore. I'm so happy in life. Thinking of this, Su Wanxiang suddenly felt hungry. He had been indulging in drinking last night and had not eaten much meat at all, so he should have been hungry a long time ago. So, his eyes lit up when he looked at the cup of porridge in front of him. Of course, Xiaofeng, I'll eat first. I'm so hungry. You're welcome. Why should I be polite to my daughter and son-in-law? Slurp. Su Wanxiang started drinking the porridge heartily. The next second, Su Yuran felt unwell. Ah, I swear to God, it's not that she has dirty thoughts, it's just that Lao Su's action of drinking porridge is too generous. Then, Miss Su covered her mouth, stood up and ran to the bathroom. Seeing this, Jang Fong was dumbfounded. Is there something wrong with this breakfast? Why did it make President Su feel sick? Uncle Su, I'm going to go see Ran Ran. After saying that, Jang Fong also walked towards the bathroom. At this moment, Su Wanxiang, who was still sitting at the dining table, took a breath of cold air. Ah yes, that was the scene that day. My daughter is definitely pregnant, just like Li Shu did back then. At that time, Su Wanxiang was staring at Jang Fong and didn't hear Li Shu's explanation at all, but now he saw the scene again. He is now more convinced than Pearl that he has grandchildren. Thinking of this, Su Wanxiang took a deep breath. From what Xiaofeng said, it seems that he hasn't realized that he's going to be a father. No, not only will I have to take him out to show off, but I'll also have to remind him about this. Chapter 100 Uncle, why does your movie have a serial number? Su Wanxiang sat at the dining table and thought awkwardly. After all, he did not hear Li Shu's explanation, so he was particularly firm in his guess. Ran Ran must be pregnant, otherwise even if she said that the retching during the last phone call was a coincidence, how can she explain the retching this time? In the bathroom, Jang Fong gently patted Su Yuran's back. Boss Su, what's wrong with this breakfast? Normally, I'm fine with my food, why is it like this today? It's no wonder that Jang Fong couldn't figure it out. After all, who would associate white porridge with that thing for no reason? After hearing this, Su Yuran, who had recovered her breath, gave Jang Fong a resentful look. To be honest, she really wanted to speak out everything that was on her mind. But after thinking again, Miss Su swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. No, I can't say this at all. It makes me look too dirty, right? Well, women can be a little dirty, but they can also say whatever they want. Thinking of this, Su Yuran smiled playfully. Breakfast is fine, but I suddenly feel a bit hungry. Maybe the meat I ate last night was too oily. Oh, by the way, Jang Fong, I just happened to tell you something. Don't go to the company today. My dad wants to go shopping in Songcheng. Can you accompany him? Accompany Su Wanxiang to stroll around Songcheng? Jang Fong took a breath. Wow, isn't this a perfect opportunity to show off myself in front of my father-in-law? It must be done, of course. After saying that, Jang Fong raised an eyebrow at Su Yuran. Ahem, I'll try to make Uncle Su's company comfortable for the whole day. At 8:15, Su Yuran gave Su Wanxiang a meaningful look. Then he tugged at Zhang Feng's clothes and asked him to go into the bedroom. After a brief kiss in the bedroom, she left home for the company. At this moment, Zhang Feng and Su Wanxiang were the only two people left in the room, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. At the critical moment, Zhang Feng spoke with gritted teeth. Uncle Su, where do you want to go shopping? I'll ask someone to drive over to pick us up. No matter how embarrassing it is, this is my father-in-law. You can be embarrassed for a moment, but can you be embarrassed for a lifetime? Zhang Feng, face? Reputation? Pa, it's just a thing outside of my body. Don't bother your friend. Isn't my car parked downstairs? Come on, Xiaofeng, I'll drive you. As for where to go, I haven't decided yet, so I'll just go wherever it takes me. Oh my god, Zhang Feng planned to let Zheng Yuan come to pick him up because he didn't want to ride in Su Wanxiang's car. It's not that he likes to stand up and step on the gas tank when driving, but, excuse me. Let the father-in-law drive? Let the billionaire boss drive? Just picking out one of these is enough to make people embarrassed. Then, what if the group's chairman's father-in-law, who is worth hundreds of billions, drives the car? At this moment, Zhang Feng secretly felt that what Su Xianyo said was really right. He had to take the driving test. Okay, Uncle Su. Although he was embarrassed, Zhang Feng still agreed readily. Not to mention that Su Wanxiang has already put on his shoes and is holding his keys, ready to set off. Besides, this person must learn to look at things from both positive and negative aspects. Lao Su is both a boss and a father-in-law, so it's embarrassing for him to let the driver go. But be bold. Isn't this a pretty cool thing to do? 10 minutes later, the Bora car slowly drove out of the community. Su Wanxiang was driving with a high-spirited look on his face. He glanced at Zhang Feng, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and felt that he needed to express his opinion. Xiaofeng, hurry up and get your driver's license. Then your uncle will buy you a car. As long as money can buy it, we'll buy whatever you like. Su Wanxiang is really a little anxious. Let us talk about Xiaofeng, who is not anxious at all. At this age in your 20s, you should hurry up and get yourself tested. Your family is well off, right? Why don't we just sit in the office and go out and drive a luxury car to show off, right? If you don't pretend at this age, you will no longer be interested in it. Of course, you must have a driver's license. Driving without a license is very troublesome. Well, no matter what car you drive or how you drive it, it's always troublesome. Thank you, Uncle Su. We'll talk about it later. Zhang Feng must buy his first car in his life by himself. But now it would not be good if he directly rejected Su Wanxiang's face, so he simply evaded the question. But after saying this, Zhang Feng felt a little embarrassed. How can I say it? He didn't know that this was Su Wanxiang, so he could always find a topic. But when he knew that this was his father-in-law, Zhang Feng didn't know where to start. Suddenly, Zhang Feng glanced at the center console. Hey! How about we play a song to see what Uncle Su likes to listen to and find a topic to talk about? Zhang Feng's eyes lit up and he did what he said and directly turned on the audio system on the center console. When Su Wanxiang saw Zhang Feng's action, he was stunned. Wait, Xiaofeng, connect to Bluetooth, don't click this. In any case, Lao Su's reminder was a little late. At this moment, the picture on the central control screen had changed. To be honest, Zhang Feng was stunned. Why is it that the video is not the music? And the next second, a delicate snort sounded in the car, and Zhang Feng was stunned. Looking at the slightly familiar painting style, I glanced at the number faintly written in the lower right corner, and then thought about Su Wanxiang's excited expression just now. Before he became numb, Zhang Feng kept his composure and quickly turned off the audio system. No, what is this? Uncle Su, don't you usually listen to music or watch movies while driving? Zhang Feng really can't be blamed for this. He never expected that. His father-in-law is a wolf mia. Zhang Feng was really grateful, which made the atmosphere even more awkward. Su Wanxiang, who was driving, felt like crying but had no tears. He even wanted to kill his own friend. Su Wanxiang smiled awkwardly. He had to explain. Oh, Xiaofeng, you have to know that I am very rich. This car is not mine. I borrowed it from a friend. My friend has this problem. He always drives at night, you know? He feels sleepy when driving at night. He said this thing is the best to use. It can refresh his mind. So, I didn't download this video. My uncle usually listens to music through CarPlay. Many times, it doesn't matter how you explain it, as long as you explain it. After listening to Su Wanxiang's explanation, Jang Fong immediately came back to his senses. Yes, this is not Uncle Su's car, luckily. Of course, Jang Fong would not ask why Su Wanxiang knew that turning on the audio system would open the short video. He would not even ask why the video started from the 40 minutes mark instead of from the beginning. Jang Fong touched his nose awkwardly and gave Su Wanxiang a meaningful look. Uncle Su, don't worry, I understand. Xiaofeng, how can you say you understand from this tone? Su Wanxiang really wanted to cry but had no tears. He knew that he had embarrassed himself in front of his son-in-law again. Can you explain it further? After a little thought, Su Wanxiang suddenly had an idea. Explain? No need. As the saying goes, explanation is cover up and cover up is the truth. No explanation, just go straight to the next topic. I'm glad you understand. By the way, Xiaofeng, Uncle will take you to meet a big boss in Songqing first. Knowing him, many things in Songqing can be done with half the effort. Chapter 101. What? My son-in-law already has a black gold card? At Songqing Hotel, Cui Jian rushed out of the office in a hurry because he had just received a phone call. Mr. Su Wanxiang said he was in Songqing? Not only that, he said he would be at our hotel soon? He also said he would introduce us to an authoritative person? No, this matter must be taken seriously. Let me ask, who can be an ordinary person to be brought here by President Su to meet him personally? Knowing that Su Wanxiang and his men would be here soon, Cui Jian, who is usually a casual person, deliberately put on some hair wax and styled his hair. When he arrived at the hotel lobby in a suit and tie, his eyes lit up first. It was not Su Wanxiang that he saw, but Jang Fong, who was arguing with an old man wearing sunglasses and a hat and dressed in a very abstract manner. Hey, little brother, how come you have time to come to my hotel? Cui Jian subconsciously wanted to greet Jang Fong first before going to receive Su Wanxiang. Not to mention that Jang Fong and he have a good relationship privately, just to say that Jang Fong is the son-in-law of Mr. Su. Wait, didn't Mr. Su say he would be here in a while? Suddenly, Cui Jian took a breath and his brain was spinning rapidly. Well, Mr. Su said he would be here soon, and now the little brother is in the hotel again. Is there a possibility that? Cui Jian quietly glanced at the uncle in strange clothes and found that he did look a bit like Su Wanxiang. Boss Su, oh, I'm sorry I didn't recognize you just now. It's really not Cui Jian's fault. It's mainly because Su's outfit is too abstract and very different from his usual look. It's not Lao Su's fault. He didn't want to dress so weirdly, but he didn't bring any proper clothes when he returned to Songqing. At this time, Su Wanxiang was not thinking about Cui Jian not recognizing him. What shocked him even more was that Cui Jian actually knew Jang Fong. And they seemed to have a good relationship? He even called him little brother? Su Wanxiang smiled at Cui Jian and then asked a question. Xiao Jian, do you know Jang Fong? Su Wanxiang is older than Cui Jian, and given the difference in their status, well, calling him Xiao Jian is not a problem at all. The one who responded to him was Jang Fong. Uncle Su, I just wanted to tell you that brother Cui and I know each other. God knows, when Jang Fong saw Lao Su parked his car in front of Songqing Hotel, he knew that he was going to take him to meet Cui Jian. Jang Fong really wanted to make it clear to Su Wanxiang that he knew Cui Jian. But the problem was, Su Wanxiang was introducing Cui Jian to him and didn't let him interrupt at all. If it was Su Yuran, Jang Fong could still forcefully interrupt, but Su Wanxiang really couldn't. Yes, Mr. Su, I haven't had the chance to congratulate you yet. We found an excellent son-in-law like Jang Fong. I heard that Jang Fong bought Songqing International Hotel some time ago. Look, the hotel has appreciated in value since the acquisition. Brother Zhang's ability and information network are terrifying when you think about it. Jang Fong and Cui Jian's words left Su Wanxiang stunned. Xiaofeng and Cui Jian know each other, so wouldn't that mean I'd missed the trip? Oh wait, it seems like Songqing Hotel has some fancy black and gold card that can be used to show off. Su Wanxiang chuckled and patted Cui Jian on the shoulder. Xiao Jian, since you know my son-in-law, it will be easier to explain. Hurry up and give my son-in-law one of your black gold cards. Black gold card? Give one to Jang Fong? Oh, didn't I give it to you? Cui Jian was stunned, and Jang Fong was also a little confused. He never expected that Su Wanxian would ask for it so directly. Uncle Su, next time, will you ask me before you ask for something? Will you give me a chance to speak next time? Uncle Su, to be honest, Brother Cui actually gave me this black gold card a long time ago. Su Wanxian took a breath of cold air. My son-in-law had already obtained the black gold card that Cui Jian got? What is going on? The three of them moved to the rest area on the first floor of the hotel. Cui Jian did not hide anything and described in detail the process of giving Jang Fong the black gold card. Before he explained it, Su Wanxian really didn't know about it. When Su Yuran and Jang Fong came to eat, few people knew about it, and Wang Jun didn't follow them either. So no one informed Su Wanxian, and neither did Cui Jian, who was most likely to report the news. The reason is simple. Even if you do something right, if you take the initiative to mention it, people may think you are taking credit for it, which may cause resentment. So, after hearing the whole story, Su Wanxian was completely confused. Cui Jian just said, my son-in-law can tell at a glance that a high-quality imitation painting that experts can't authenticate is fake? Oh my goodness, Xiao Feng has this skill? Su Wanxian took a breath of cold air. He thought this was extremely unbelievable, right? His idea is the same as Cui Jian's back then. He has reached this level in his 20s. If he continues in the field of antiques, calligraphy and painting, wouldn't he be a master? But Su Wanxian was more shocked than Cui Jian at the time, because, not to mention going down this road, Zhang Feng's house doesn't have anything related to antiques, calligraphy and paintings at all. Hey, he identified the authenticity of the calligraphy and painting at a glance, then turned around and ran to help Ran play the stock market, and helped Ran stop the loss and save 20 million. My son-in-law is not as simple as he appears. Su Wanxian swallowed hard and took a long time to recover. He turned sideways, patted Zhang Feng's shoulder heavily, and stood up. So that's how it is. Well, since my son-in-law also has a black gold card, you guys know him too. Xiao Jian, there's nothing to do today. Just go do your thing. I'll take Xiao Feng to the next place. Hearing this, Cui Jian was slightly stunned. Next place? He thought carefully and figured out Su Wanxian's plan, and spoke quickly. Boss Su, I don't have much to do at the hotel today. How about this, I'll walk around with you guys. After all, I haven't been out for a while to relax. Faced with Cui Jian's proposal, Su Wanxian was stunned for a moment and then nodded. Well, it just so happens that you are the driver. Cui Jian got into the car with Su Wanxian and Zhang Fong without any hesitation or imbalance and acted as the driver. In fact, he could have just hired a bodyguard from the hotel as his driver, but Cui Jian didn't. Well, Mr. Su and Brother Jiang may not be talking about anything, so it's better not to invite outsiders in. Another point is that Su Wanxian never brought a driver when he went out, so it seemed a bit pretentious of Cui Jian to ask a driver to drive him. Cui Jian is not a fool. Yes, Mr. Su's behavior is very abstract in many cases, but he is a big boss after all. Serving the king is like serving a tiger, so you have to be careful. Xiao Jian, let's go to Songcheng Industrial and Commercial Bank. I heard that a new president was recently appointed? President Liu from the head office is also working here. That's great. Let me introduce them to my outstanding son-in-law. The new president of Songcheng Industrial and Commercial Bank? Cui Jian secretly took a deep breath. If he remembered correctly, the new president also had a good relationship with Jang Fong? His name is Xiaolong? Brother Jiang probably doesn't know about this yet. Cui Jian was about to speak but immediately stopped himself. No, I'm the driver now. Well, a driver should ignore the boss's affairs and just focus on driving safely. Mr. Su and the little brother will know it soon, why should I be clever now? Anyway, it is Mr. Su who will be embarrassed, not me and my little brother. Chapter 102 Shocked. The provincial bank president knows my son-in-law? The Bora car slowly stopped in front of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Songcheng. As the three got off the car, Xiaolong also came out from the bank to greet them. Xiaolong now is not the same as before. It is hard to believe that he has directly become the bank president. How does one say that? When opportunity comes, nothing can stop it. As the former vice president of CCB, Xiao Long was capable and had his own stable clientele. In addition to his relationship with Jang Fong, whether Jang Fong is lending 10 million or is about to lend the money to Songcheng International Hotel, he is definitely a big customer. Of course, there is also Su Yuran's reason. Didn't Vientiane's subsidiaries and companies that wanted to curry favor with Vientiane take money out of CCB at that time? They were all bosses of major companies, and they were all smart people. They immediately followed Zhang Feng's footsteps and came to CCB. Almost all the orders were handled by Xiao Long himself. In this way, although Xiao Long had not been in the job for a long time, because his performance was too outstanding, the former president was transferred to the provincial branch, and he took office directly. And today Xiao Long is even more excited. Just now, President Liu of the provincial bank called me and said that President Su would like to come here and visit. Let me receive them first? Damn, this is an opportunity. But when he stood at the door of the bank, Xiao Long was stunned. Mr. Jiang? Boss Chui? The next second, Xiao Long noticed the uncle standing aside dressed in abstract clothes. Why does he look a bit like Mr. Su? Like Chui Jian, Xiao Long suddenly thought of the relationship between Jang Fong and Su Yuran. The corner of his mouth twitched fiercely, and he quickly spoke in a respectful tone. Hello, Mr. Su. He was asked hello, but Su Wanxian was not feeling well at all at this moment. He could tell from the nameplate on Xiao Long's chest that this was the new president of ICBC, named Xiao Long. But why does he, like Chui Jian, also know my son-in-law? Xiao Feng, did you also see a fake painting at the Songcheng Industrial and Commercial Bank? Noticing Su Wanxian's confusion, Jang Fong took the initiative to explain. Uncle Su, this is Xiao Long, my good friend. This time it wasn't that Jang Fong didn't have the chance to explain before, but that he had no idea that Xiao Long had become the bank president. He was a little stunned just now. Wow, this promotion is quite fast. Yes, Mr. Su, Xiao Long and Xiao Jiang already know each other. After all, without Xiao Jiang, Xiao Long wouldn't come to work at the Industry and Commerce Bureau. At this point, Chui Jian took a breath and added another sentence. I didn't expect that the new president of ICBC is you, Xiao Xiao. As a well-known and influential person in Songcheng, Chui Jian must have some skills. At this time, Xiao Long didn't think too much, he just added. Boss Chui, your words are a bit ambiguous. In fact, even without Mr. Jiang, I, Xiao Long, can also come to work in the Industry and Commerce Bureau. But if it weren't for Mr. Jiang, I would never have become the president of this bank, and I would never have gotten to where I am today. Xiao Long's words seemed to be a bit of self-boasting, but in fact he was still supporting Jang Fong. Of course, this is true. Xiao Long's idea was very simple, although President Liu did not tell me what President Su was here for. But after all, Mr. Jiang is here now, so no matter what we say, we have to speak up for him in front of his father-in-law, right? This is a must. Without Jang Fong, could he be the president? Would he be where he is today? So, Su Wanxian was confused again. So my son-in-law also knows the president of Songcheng Industrial and Commercial Bank? Then what's the point of my coming here? Isn't it that Chun Chun and Xiaofeng are doing useless work here again? Suddenly, Su Wanxian had an idea. Oh? No, President Liu from the provincial bank is here. After all, Jang Fong doesn't know President Liu of the provincial bank, right? Thinking of this, Su Wanxian let out a long sigh and turned to ask Xiao Long. Xiao Xiao, when will Lao Lu arrive? Xiao Long naturally knew that the old Liu that Su Wanxian mentioned was his immediate superior, President Liu. Reporting to Director Su, President Liu was delayed by traffic jam on the way and is expected to arrive in 3 to 5 minutes. Why don't you, Mr. Jiang and Mr. Chui, come to my office first? I'll prepare some tea for you and we can chat while we wait. Just as Xiao Long described, Jang Fong and the other two had only been sitting there for 2 minutes. A middle-aged couple appeared in the office. Jang Fong looked over carefully and saw that the middle-aged man should be Lu Jinkuan, the president of the provincial branch of ICBC. And for some reason, he always felt that the lady standing next to him looked familiar. Of course, Jang Fong didn't think much about it because Lu Jinkuan was already walking towards this side. Hey, Lao Su, I'm sorry, you called too urgently. My wife and I are planning to return to the provincial capital this afternoon and are still packing our luggage. We rushed here so we were a little delayed. Please forgive us. Lu Jinkuan was very polite to Su Wanxian. After all, there was still a gap in level between the two of them. The call of Lao Su also shows that the two have a good relationship. It's all right, Lao Lu, ma'am. Su Wanxiang waved his hand generously to indicate that it was okay. That's right, waiting for 3 to 5 minutes won't kill anyone. In fact, some novels portray big guys in a negative light, and after a second you will realize that it is rare for big guys to be disrespected by others. Who doesn't have problems? Usually, the higher the rank, the better the quality. Of course, this does not include Lao Su in an abstract state. While chatting and laughing, Lu Jinkuan and the lady also sat aside. Seeing this, Su Wanxiang chuckled, glanced at Jang Fong and then at Lu Jinkuan. Lu Jinkuan, the governor of a provincial department, is also very good at observing people's words and expressions. He was slightly stunned and then quickly asked, Lao Su, I didn't notice just now, who is this guy? Can you introduce yourself to me? Hee, Lao Lu is good at doing things. Su Wanxiang thought awkwardly, but at the same time he felt very comfortable. Finally, this trip was not in vain. Lao Lu didn't know Xiao Fong. Jang Fong, my son-in-law. Just 5 words made Lu Jinkuan gasp. Old Su's son-in-law? Ran has found a boyfriend? This boy is so handsome, good thing. Lao Su, he's your son-in-law, why didn't you introduce him to me earlier? Look at you. I didn't even bring a big red envelope for our son-in-law. After saying that, Lu Jinkuan secretly waved to the lady and extended his hand to Jang Fong. Since you are Lao Su's son-in-law, I will be generous and call you Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang, I, Lu Jinkuan, admire you. The people chasing after Ran line up from Jinghai to Songcheng. You were able to win over the eldest daughter of the Wanxiang group so quickly. You're amazing, young man. After saying that, the lady took out a stack of banknotes and handed it to Lu Jinkuan. Old Lu didn't hesitate and handed the banknotes to Jang Fong. Xiao Jiang, this is a small token of my appreciation. I wish you and Ran a happy marriage and a son soon. Jang Fong was stunned when Lu Jinkuan handed him a stack of money before they even said a few words. He quickly stood up and waved his hand to refuse, then pushed Lu Jinkuan to take the money back. It was Zhang Feng standing up that made the beautiful lady sitting next to Lu Jinkuan's eyes flicker. She stood up suddenly and smiled gently and generously. I was wondering why you looked familiar. It turned out to be you, young man. Remember me? We met at the Bulgari store. After saying that, the lady also tugged at the corner of Lu Jinkuan's clothes. Lao Lu, this is the guy I told you about that day when I went out shopping and met him. Lu Jinkuan, so the person my wife was talking about was Jang Fong? Su Wanxiang, wait, no, you also know my son-in-law? What's going on? Chapter 103 I, Su Wanxiang, have never been in any trouble. No, Lao Lu, madam, please don't just squint your eyes and smile at my son-in-law. Explain, can you also give me Su Wanxiang an explanation? In fact, not only Lao Su was confused, Xiaolong and Cui Jian also looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. You have to know that as the governor of the provincial bank, Lu Jinkuan may not come to Songcheng once a year, right? And his wife was even more puzzled. How could she know Mr. Jiang? While they were all shocked, Jang Fong stared at the lady in a daze. The next second he remembered that this was the lady who had stood next to him when he bought the necklace at the Bulgari store. No wonder it looked familiar when I glanced at it just now. I didn't expect that she is the wife of the provincial bank president? Jang Fong quickly stood up and gave the lady an apologetic look. I didn't expect it to be you, ma'am. I was in a hurry that day, so I didn't have a very deep impression of you. Sorry. Jang Fong finally remembered herself after being reminded, and the lady felt relieved. She didn't talk to Jang Fong that day. Who would have a deep impression of a passerby for no reason? After all, she was just one of the people who were amazed at Jiang Feng's generosity at the time. Jang Fong, since it's you who gave it to me, I'm sure Ran will like it very much, right? To be honest, I was stunned at the time. It's all your fault that Uncle Lu didn't do his best and I couldn't bear to buy it. The lady smiled kindly, and Jang Fong responded with a smile. After chatting for a few words, she slowly turned around and looked at Su Wanxiang. Old Su, you don't know this, but I saw it with my own eyes. Some time ago, Bulgari launched a limited edition necklace. I had just arrived in Songcheng at that time, so I wanted to go shopping. I looked at the Marriott Plaza store for a long time, eagerly wondering whether I should act like a spoiled brat and ask Lao Lu to buy it for me. Guess what happened? Xiao Fong went there and paid the 4 million without hesitation, and bought the necklace directly. Hey, old Su, how could Xiao Fong win the heart of Ran and become your son-in-law? This kind of courage is not possessed by most people. It doesn't mean that being willing to spend money will definitely be appreciated, but in the eyes of ladies, this is a big plus. After all, this is not $400 that you just casually take out. Then, Lu Jinkuan added with a hearty smile. Yes, old Su, your sister-in-law told me when she came home that a young master appeared out of nowhere in Songcheng. Let me find a chance to investigate and win him over. Ha, I didn't expect he was your son-in-law. As the governor of a provincial bank, Lu Jinkuan's thinking is also extremely jumpy. The bigger the boss is, the more he thinks about it, the easier it is for him to imagine it. What is more, someone like Lu Jinkuan needs to deal with elite bosses from different industries every day. The look in his eyes when he looked at Jang Fong changed. Lu Jinkuan thought very thoroughly. If Jang Fong could spend 4 million to buy a necklace, it was because he was Su Wanxiang's son-in-law, and also because of Su Wanxiang's current attitude towards him. This is definitely the son-in-law he has chosen. This is not Jang Fong at all, this is clearly the future director Jang, okay? And if Zhang Feng's spending of 4 million to buy the necklace had nothing to do with Su Wanxiang and the Su family's help, that would be even more terrifying. A young man in his early 20s casually spent 4 million to buy a necklace? What kind of background and conditions does that require? Ah, so that's it, yes. Well, didn't Jang Fong just do some projects and make some money and buy a small gift for Ran Ran? So this is how Madame met Jang Fong. What a fate. Old Su knew that the money Jang Fong spent on the necklace was from the 5 million Su Yuran gave him. But Su Wanxiang was stunned for a moment and still made up a lie. Yes, Su Wanxiang was a bit abstract. But after a little thought, he grasped Lu Jinkuan's thoughts. Obviously, telling Lu Jinkuan that the money was earned by Jang Fong himself would have a greater shock on the provincial bank president. Who would refuse to give their son-in-law a gilded edge? After all, Su Wanxiang didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said. That's what it is. Isn't at a project if Jang Fong helps Ran Ran avoid risks? The 5 million was what Jang Fong deserved. Su Wanxiang felt that his daughter had given him too little, and that he should just double it. Su Wanxiang's words were indeed effective. Upon hearing that, Lu Jinkuan raised his brows and felt a little restless. He stood up and handed the teacup to Jang Fong. Jang Fong, you see, we are destined to meet again. You are old Su's son-in-law, and you were so young and talented. Uncle Lu, I don't have much to say. I hope you will accept this money. If you need Uncle Lu's help in the future, just ask. Uncle Lu will definitely help you within his ability. Seeing Lu Jinkuan humble himself like that, Jang Fong felt a little ashamed for a moment. How could he not know Su Wanxiang's thoughts and plans? In other words, how could Jang Fong not know why he came out today? Forget it, father-in-law, I don't need to thank you for your kindness. After thinking about it, Jang Fong let out a long sigh and picked up the teacup as well. Then I would like to thank Uncle Lu first. Under the pretext of going to the toilet, Su Wanxiang came outside the bank and lit a cigarette. He felt that he needed to calm down, as today's affairs had gone a bit messy. It was clearly agreed at home that he would bring Jang Fong out to expand his network. As a result, I am now so shocked that I am crispy inside and tender outside? Well, Songcheng Industrial and Commercial Bank said that he couldn't be the president without my son-in-law. Cui Jian, a big boss in Songcheng, has been familiar with my son-in-law for a long time and even gave him a black gold card. The most outrageous thing is that the provincial bank president has long wanted to win over my son-in-law. While it was outrageous, Su Wanxiang was also a little touched. It's just like what the madam said. At that time, Xiaofeng bought a necklace for Ran Ran and had 5 million in his hand, but he ended up spending 4 million in one go? Jang Fong, my son-in-law is really amazing. Su Wanxiang took a deep breath and exhaled the thick smoke, then stroked his chin in deep thought. I, old Su, have never had any trouble in my life. No, I have to think carefully about what to compensate my son-in-law today. Hiss, but there is nothing else we need to know about officials and businessmen. How can we create some value for Xiao Feng? Oh. Xiao Feng owns Songcheng International Hotel. Thinking of the Songcheng International Hotel which was about to take off, Su Wanxiang's eyes lit up. Indeed, if we build a high-tech park immediately, others will have no choice but to pay attention to Songcheng International Hotel. But it may not be impossible to help the son-in-law to maximize the popularity of the hotel. Let me ask, who is Su Wanxiang? On weekdays, when he travels in Jinghai, he is always followed by the media. This should have been the case when he returned to Songcheng, but unfortunately he came too low-key. But what would happen if the local media in Songcheng knew that Su Wanxiang had come to Songcheng and had dinner at Songcheng International Hotel? They must all be rushing to Songcheng International Hotel to stake out the place. Isn't this how hot it gets? Suddenly, Lao Su thought of Cui Jian, who was traveling with him. What if we fool the media again and tell them that Mr. Cui Jian is also going there to discuss selling his hotel to Mr. Jang of Songcheng International Hotel? Wow, you are worthy of being Su Wanxiang. This is really the right approach. Chapter 104, Drive Them Away? Invite a few more media outlets. Thinking of this, Su Wanxiang's face was full of excitement. He took out his mobile phone, found the number of Songcheng Evening News and dialed it. The call was connected 3 seconds later, and the sweet voice of the lady answering the phone came from the other end. Hello sir, this is Songcheng Evening News, do you have any questions? Question? Su Wanxiang raised his eyebrows and smiled. Girl, how do you know there's something wrong with me? Damn, I feel like there's something seriously wrong with me now. To be honest, I have a very discerning eye and don't have many people I admire, but Mr. Su Wanxiang of Wanxiang Group is definitely my idol. Guess what happened just now? I came to Songcheng Industrial and Commercial Bank to deposit money, and I saw him. Su Wanxiang came to Songcheng. I just wanted to go over and give him a big hug, but he followed the provincial bank president into the office, so I only heard a few words. What? Let's go to Songcheng International Hotel for lunch. That's his son-in-law Zhang Feng's hotel. Oh, yes, I also saw Mr. Cui Jian. He was following Mr. Su and Mr. Jiang. It seemed that he wanted to discuss the acquisition of Songcheng Hotel. Boss Su is my idol. I'm so excited. I've never lost money since I followed him in investing. Can you guys quickly investigate what he's up to? It's so funny, of course Lao Su had to make up a story. He couldn't just call and say, hey, I'm Su Wanxiang, I'm in Songcheng, come and follow me and show me the trend, right? In this case, he would be mistakenly thought to be seriously ill and the call would be hung up. This is indeed the case. To change the tone, the young lady who answered the phone at this moment had been fooled by Lao Su. What? Su Wanxiang came to Songcheng? When did this big guy come here? Songcheng International Hotel's name is Jang Fong, is he his son-in-law? Isn't that area going to be built into a high-tech park? Cui Jian was planning to sell the hotel to Mr. Jiang? And the president of the provincial branch of ICBC was also there? Wow, any one of these would be a big report. The young lady swallowed hard. Sir, can you leave a contact number? Once we confirm that your information is correct, we will give you a certain amount of compensation. Remuneration? Lao Su doesn't care about that at all. When he heard this, he knew that the people in the media believed it, and that was enough. Old Su hung up the phone, then turned back to the bank with a smile and squinted his eyes. And at this moment, at the office of Songcheng Evening News, the lady who answered the phone found out that the call was hung up and didn't think much about it. She got up and ran to the editor-in-chief's office. With a bang, he pushed the door open and rushed in. Editor-in-chief, Mr. Su from the Wanxiang Group has come to Songcheng. His son-in-law is Jang Fong, and he is now the owner of Songcheng International Hotel. Not only that, they will have lunch at the International Hotel, and then, accompanied by the governor of the provincial bank, they will discuss the acquisition of Songcheng Hotel with Cui Jian. The lady who answered the phone kept it short and summarized what she had learned in just 2 sentences. The middle-aged man who had just been sitting as steady as a mountain in his chair was suddenly confused. The next second, he jumped up as if there was a spring on his butt. Fuck, there's such a thing? Director Su is here? Oh my god. Hurry up and call the people outside over here. Let's pack up immediately and leave quickly. We must arrive at Songcheng International Hotel earlier than Director Su and the others. Be sure to get a picture of them walking into the hotel together. Hurry up. This is definitely traffic and bonuses. This isn't Mr. Su, it's obviously my father. Since Lu Jingkuan said that he could be contacted if he had any problems, Zhang Fong had no reason to be tactful. I asked him covertly about the future's leverage ratio he could offer. Time passed quickly and it was already 11 o'clock. Zhang Fong glanced down and saw that it was getting late, so he raised his eyebrows. Uncle Su, Uncle Lu, Mr. Cui. Uncle Cui. It's time for dinner, why don't we go have a meal together? What Zhang Fong thought was similar to what Su Wanxiang thought. With so many big guys here, why not trick them into our hotel and make some publicity? After all, this sheep has so much hair, it would be a waste not to pluck it. Hearing this, Cui Jian's eyes lit up. Yes, eating, this is the place to go in Sancheng. Before he could finish his thought, Jang Fong spoke immediately. My hotel's business is not very good, but the taste is good and quite unique. How about Uncle Lu, can you please give me some advice on management? With Su Wanxian next to him, Jang Fong certainly dared to speak. Of course he could see that Cui Jian intended to take people to Sancheng Hotel. It's so funny, can Jang Fong give in? Buddhism is Buddhism, but the food that is delivered to your mouth cannot be snatched away by others. Besides, Jang Fong felt that there was nothing wrong with it. His own behavior was also correct, as was Cui Jian's subconscious decision to bring people to Sancheng Hotel. Compete when you need to compete, without any pretense of pushing and shoving. Oh? Jang Fong, you also have a hotel? Okay then, let's go and let me, Lao Lu, see how your hotel is doing. Lu Jinkuan spoke first. And then, Cui Jian also let out a long sigh of relief. That's right, Mr. Su is here, and I can't snatch it from the little brother anyway, so let us just leave it at that. Then Cui also went to your place, Xiaojiang, to have a free meal today. Several people walked out of the bank in a mighty manner, and Jang Fong simply called Xiao Long to go along. It was a good opportunity to pay off the 10 million yuan loan owed to ICBC, and let Wang Kuan talk to him about the deposit. But just as he reached the bank door, Jang Fong felt the phone in his pocket vibrating. He took it out and saw that it was the Wang Kuan he had been talking about. Just in time for him to prepare in advance. Brother Wang, Uncle Su, Boss Cui, and Uncle Lu, the president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, let's go to the hotel to have lunch at noon. You should prepare in advance. Reserve a private room. The next second, Wang Kuan's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Boss, I know about this. You don't need to tell me. I see the media are squatting at the entrance of our hotel. You sent someone to inquire about the Sancheng Evening News. I suspect that all the people from the newspaper were here. This is quite a big show. Hearing this, Jang Fong took a breath. The media from Sancheng Evening News? How did they know? While frowning slightly, Jang Fong raised his eyes slightly and found that Su Wanxian was raising his eyebrows at him not far away. The media arranged by Uncle Su? Oh my god, is there any other way? Jang Fong was stunned and politely gave Su Wanxian a sixth gesture in return. Boss, you don't know about this? Do you want me to chase them away? Don't the big guys like to keep a low profile? I don't know where the news came from. Drive away? Jang Fong raised his eyebrows. Brother Wang, this is your fault. They came here with good intentions. How can you just chase them away? Hiss, it's mainly because I think it's too lonely for just the reporter from Sancheng Evening News to squat at the door. How about this, you call other newspapers now and give them a subtle hint. It's so funny. Although you may be a Buddhist, why can't you spit out the meat that's been put in your mouth? Lao Su has put a lot of effort into this, we should seize this opportunity, okay? Chapter 105 Xiaofeng, please don't let Ran Ran and the child down. Since this has been done, how can we just call the reporter from Sancheng Evening News? The effect will only be good if almost everyone is present, right? After explaining everything to Wang Kuan, Jang Fong quickly got into the bara. Xiao Long drove Lu Jinkuan and his wife, and here, just like when they came, Cui Jian drove him and Lao Su. On the way to Sancheng International Hotel, Cui Jian was completely relieved. Yes, whether it is with Brother Jiang, Chairman Su, or President Lu. This meal is worth it. If you are not in your own hotel, then don't be in your own hotel. Indeed, he is the owner of a hotel, so it sounds a bit inappropriate for him to eat in someone else's hotel. But this trip can be done in a low-key manner and no one will know about it, so what is there to be afraid of? Cui Jian didn't know how many eyes and cameras were waiting for them at the entrance of Sancheng International Hotel. So, at 11:30, when the Bora car slowly drove into Sancheng International Hotel, Cui Jian was really frightened by this scene. He couldn't help but be shocked. What the hell was going on? Where did all these reporters come from? Su Wanxian frowned slightly when he saw the scene at the door. This doesn't look like the work of a media outlet. After thinking about it for a while, he secretly gave Jang Fong a thumbs up, good son-in-law, so smart. Jang Fong responded to Lao Su with a faint smile, and then his expression changed drastically to one of shock. WTF, where do all these media come from? Brother Cui, why don't you stay in the car? It would be troublesome if they knew you were coming to eat, right? Chui Jian, it's so funny. This car doesn't have any film on it, so I should have been discovered a long time ago, okay? Never mind, I'm just coming here for a meal anyway, so it's a bit of an impact but not a big problem. Chui Jian was not the kind of person who would waste time, so he parked the car aside and got out with Jang Fong. The next second, reporters came up to the three of them. Mr. Su, are you coming to Songcheng this time because you are interested in the development prospects of the high-paying technology park and are planning to invest? Mr. Jiang, when did you acquire Songcheng International Hotel? When do you plan to acquire Songcheng Hotel? Also, can you tell us how you feel about being the son-in-law of Mr. Su? Boss Chui, when do you plan to sell Songcheng Hotel to Mr. Jiang? They passed the microphone very quickly, but Jang Fong and Lao Su were even faster. The two of them turned their heads and walked towards the hotel at the same time. Chui Jian is different. He is not slow to react, he is just confused by the question. What? When did you sell Songcheng Hotel to Jang Fong? When did I say I sold it? No, you guys. Chui Jian subconsciously glanced at the backs of Su Wanxiang and Jang Fong as they left, his brain spinning rapidly. At this time he understood, well, today is a high-end game. After being stunned for about half a minute, Chui Jian smiled faintly. I will talk to Mr. Jiang about this matter later. I have nothing else to say. Thank you. After turning around and entering the hotel, Chui Jian saw Jang Fong waiting for him in the lobby. Chui Jian smiled bitterly, walked up to him and patted Jang Fong on the shoulder. Little brother, you played this trick well. I'm afraid that everyone in Songcheng will know tomorrow that Songcheng Hotel will be acquired by Songcheng International Hotel. That's what I said. We kept a low profile all the way to the Baolai. It wouldn't attract so many reporters. In the first half-minute of contemplation, Chui Jian figured out a lot of things. What is the current situation? It is equivalent to Jang Fong stepping on Chui Jian, making his hotel famous. But when Jang Fong heard Chui Jian say this, instead of feeling embarrassed, he smiled awkwardly. Brother Chui is talking to me in this manner, so I guess I don't need to explain, right? This is clearly a win-win situation for us. Hearing this, Chui Jian laughed heartily and gave Jang Fong a thumbs up. President Lu and Director Su are all upstairs, right? Let's go there as well. Jang Fong nodded. Brother Chui, this way. An intelligent person doesn't need explanation. Jang Fong knows that Chui Jian must have thought it through clearly. Yes, it does seem that he is stepping on Chui Jian to benefit his own hotel, but things are not that simple. Just because Chui Jian was so sincere to him, Jang Fong would not use such means on him. After all, when friends come, they should be served good wine. After all, Songcheng International Hotel and Songcheng Hotel are far apart, and their target groups are not the same. Songcheng International Hotel will serve the high-tech zone that is about to emerge, while Songcheng Hotel will serve the urban area of Songcheng. It seems that Chui Jian will suffer a great loss, but in fact, apart from the unpleasant news that his hotel was acquired, he did not suffer any loss at all. On the other hand, what will Chui Jian get? In the future, when he goes out to do business, others will think of his good relationship with Mr. Su of Wanxiang Group, and his cooperation with Wanxiang's Chenglong Kuaishu. This sounds simple, but after all, it brings more than a little benefit to Chui Jian. It's terrifying when you think about it, right? A dinner party carefully arranged by Wang Kuan and meticulously prepared by the chef began quietly. We are all acquaintances, so there is nothing to be shy about. The drinking and chatting continued until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. While the few of them were chatting, Jang Fong left the room and called Su Yuran. After hanging up, he found that Lao Su was already standing behind him. Maybe because he knew that he was embarrassed after being drunk, Lao Su tried to control himself today, but he still smelled of alcohol when he opened his mouth. Xiao Fong, have you finished your phone call with Ran Ran? Then let's have a chat? As soon as Jang Fong heard it, he knew that Su Wanxiang was not drunk. After all, he didn't even call him Big Brother. Okay, what does Uncle Su want to know? Come on, my father-in-law said he wanted to chat after drinking, but he couldn't really be chatting, right? As Jang Fong expected, Su Wanxiang's expression became unusually serious. Xiao Fong, can you tell me what kind of girl Ran Ran is in your opinion? Hearing this, Jang Fong was slightly stunned, lowered his eyes and thought for a long time. Finally, he smiled faintly. Uncle Su, how should I put it? I think what is more attractive than Ran Ran's stunning appearance is her innocence. Ran Ran gives me a very special feeling. How can I describe it? It's like, she feels that the summer night is worth it when she hears the cicadas singing, and she thinks that spring will come when she walks through the winter snow. Isn't it? Jang Fong admitted that he was very tempted by her beauty at first. But in the end, isn't Su Yuran's smile and frown touching? Isn't it touching that she would run over and hug him when she saw him? She does what she wants, denies what she thinks is wrong, and boldly loves what she likes. Isn't this pure and likable enough? Jang Fong didn't know when he felt that if it was Su Yuran, he would fall in love with her even if she wasn't the president of the company and even if she wasn't that beautiful. At this moment, after hearing Jiang Feng's words, Su Wanxian's eyes lit up. Yes, Xiao Feng, Ran is the most innocent. I remember the nanny told me before. Ran always likes to make wishes to the stars at night, asking when mom and dad will come home. She likes it. She said no one ever said wishing on a star doesn't work. What if it comes true? Having said that, Su Wanxian felt that he was being a little pretentious, so he chuckled and continued speaking. Xiao Feng, I have no other intention in telling you this. I just hope that you and Ran can be well. I can see that my precious daughter likes you very much. That's why you can't let her and the baby in her belly down, right? Chapter 106. Xiao Feng, don't explain, I understand. He deceived someone into giving him their daughter, whom he had raised for more than 20 years. He must be warned. This is not a question of whether Su Wanxian recognizes Jang Fong or not, but even if he recognizes him, he will still talk about it again and again, just like your mother will often remind you to be careful before you go out. Jang Fong listened carefully to every word Su Wanxian said, wanting to engrave them deeply in his mind. But at this moment, he couldn't hold it anymore. What did Uncle Su just say? Ran and the baby in her belly? Damn, no, he is still drunk? Jiang Feng's mouth twitched fiercely, and he looked confused. Child? What child? Uncle Su, you've drunk a lot. I'll ask Wang Kuan to find you a hotel to rest. Seeing Jiang Feng's reaction, Su Wanxian raised his eyebrows and smiled. Hee, you little rascal, do you still want to hide this from your father-in-law? Even though you didn't say it and Ran didn't say it either, but with my clever brain, how could I not guess it? Hey, Jiang Feng, don't I know if I'm drunk or not? I can't be more awake now. Oh, don't pretend with me, I can see everything. I know, of course you guys want to wait until the time is right to tell me, and want to give me a surprise. No, it should be a surprise. What am I pretending to be? What did you see? A child? Jiang Fong was completely stunned by what Su Wanxian said. So I didn't know that my wife was pregnant with you? Jiang Fong took a deep breath and his mind raced. Finally, he suddenly realized. Uncle Su, could it be that Ran retched once and caused you to misunderstand? This morning, it's because I ate too much oil last night. It's not morning sickness. Su Wanxian narrowed his eyes and smiled at Jiang Fong. Yes, Xiao Feng, it wasn't tea this morning, but it was also the case a few days ago. Look at this kid, he is still pretending to be confused in front of me. Does he really think that I, the old Su, am easy to fool? But Su Wanxian still gave up the idea of continuing to argue with Jiang Fong. He thinks very clearly, but he is young after all, so he is shy. If you don't want to admit it, then don't admit it. Anyway, you must have listened to the reminder in your heart, and that's enough. Thinking of this, Su Wanxian patted Jiang Fong on the shoulder and smiled. Yeah, Xiao Feng, it's not morning sickness, you're right. Okay, President Liu and the others are out now, let's go back. Looking at Lao Su's back as he turned and left, Jiang Fong was stunned. What do you mean I'm right? That's exactly what's going on, right? No, Uncle Su's expression just now showed that he really believed it? Why does it seem so different to me? In fact, it was not only Cui Jian, Lao Su, Lu Jingkuan, and Xiao Long who came to Songqing International Hotel for dinner today. Since the media had the news, some local bosses in Songqing naturally also knew the news. Among them, many people rushed to Songqing International Hotel, hoping to catch a good glimpse. Accompanied by Lao Su, Cui Jian, and President Liu, Jiang Fong met with all the bosses who came. By the time all the guests had left, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. President Liu and his wife were already preparing to return to the provincial capital, so they did not stay long. Before leaving, they stuffed their personal business cards into Jiang Feng's hand and left. Cui Jian was the next one to leave. He took advantage of the popularity and he needs to hurry back to integrate things. At this time, Jiang Fong and Su Wanxian also walked side by side to the main entrance of the hotel. Uncle Su, has Uncle Wang come to pick you up? You can't drive after drinking. Jang Fong knew that Su Wanxian was planning to return to Jinghai. Another driver from the group came to pick me up. Lao Wang has something to do here. By the way, Xiao Fong, Lao Wang will come over to pick up this Bora later, and he will drive it back to Jinghai by himself. As soon as Su Wanxian finished speaking, an Audi A8 slowly stopped at the entrance of the hotel. A young man in a suit and tie walked down from above. Mr. Su, Mr. Jiang. To be honest, it wasn't he that Lao Su wanted to change cars halfway, but he got angry no matter how he looked at the Bora. Damn, Shin Songming actually downloaded a movie in this car? Damn. Su Wanxian glanced at the young man and then looked at Jang Fong. Xiao Fong, I will go back to Jinghai then. You must take your uncle's reminder to heart. It doesn't hurt to prepare diapers and clothes in advance. If you have anything, call me anytime. Diapers, children's clothes. Ah, ha, Jang Fong frowned and his mouth was bitter. Uncle Su, this is really. Jiang Feng's tone was very helpless, but so what? He was halfway through his words when Su Wanxian interrupted him. Stop, Xiao Fong, don't explain. I understand. Ran will be left to your care. Oh, and don't sit in the office all day at your young age. If you have nothing to do, go out and show off. Just say you are my son-in-law. I will settle everything for you. Well, I don't know if it's a grandson or a granddaughter. Su Wanxian got into the car while giving instructions to Jang Fong and talking to himself. Before the car started slowly, Su Wanxian rolled down the window and gave Jang Fong a thoughtful look that all men could understand. Looking at the Audi A8 driving out of the hotel, Jang Fong frowned and stretched out his right hand to make a 6 gesture. Well, Uncle Su is good in every way except that he is too abstract in his work sometimes and doesn't give people a chance to interrupt. Jang Fong smiled bitterly and then turned back to the hotel. Wang Kuan and Xiao Long were still waiting for him to discuss the previous loan and hotel deposit matters. Relying on Jiang Feng's current status in Xiao Long's heart, plus the relationship with Lu Jinkuan, the benefits Jang Fong obtained were absolutely unprecedented. At 4:30, Jang Fong and Xiao Long, who had finalized everything, walked out of the hotel side by side. Coincidentally, Jang Fong caught a glimpse of Wang Jun, who came to pick up the car. Uncle Wang, are you here to get the car? Yes, Xiao Fong, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to Jinghai. Wang Jun responded with a smile, but he couldn't hide the fatigue between his brows. Jang Fong also saw this fatigue. Uncle Wang, I see you don't look very well. How about I ask the hotel staff to take you back to Jinghai? Wang Jun was subconsciously stunned. Oh my god, I am the driver, and I want Xiao Fong to ask the driver to take me there? I would be so embarrassed if this got out. No, I'm an experienced driver. I'm a little tired, but it's not a big problem. Xiao Fong, just do your thing. I won't feel sleepy while driving if I listen to music on the way. Indeed, even if I turned up the music volume to the maximum, I would not feel sleepy at all. Seeing Wang Jun about to get on the car, Jang Fong was suddenly stunned. This was the Bora. Uncle Wang, by the way, if you drive this car back, don't use the audio system. Listen to music using Bluetooth and CarPlay. Wang Jun naturally heard everything clearly. Although he was confused, he did not ask any more questions. Xiao Fong has said it, so let us not use the audio system. It's not a big deal and he didn't want to use it anyway. But when he was about to drive onto the highway, Lao Wang suddenly had an idea. People are more or less curious, so Lao Wang started to think about it. Why doesn't Xiao Fong let me use this audio system? How about I listen to what this is? Well, anyway, whether Wang Jun turned off the audio system awkwardly or discovered a new world, we don't know. Chapter 107 Purple Hip Skirt, do you like it, young master? On the other side, on the way to send Jang Fong back to Wanshan Cosmetics, Xiao Long also mentioned this matter. He is also curious and puzzled. Brother Fong, why don't you let Uncle Wang use the audio system? Is there something dirty in there? Dirty stuff? Jang Fong chuckled and gave Xiao Long a thumbs up. You are such a daredevil, there is nothing dirty about it. It's just that the audio is a little off. Inappropriate? Good boy, Xiao Long became even more interested after hearing this. After taking a breath, he smiled awkwardly and continued asking. What audio, Fong Ge? Jang Fong was thinking about something and replied casually. IPZ9. Halfway through his speech, Jang Fong suddenly got startled and quickly changed the subject. I'm driving your car, why are you asking so many questions? I've already said it's inappropriate, and it's impolite to ask again. After returning to the company, Jang Fong went straight to the president's office on the top floor. There is no reason, I just miss my wife. Jang Fong pushed open the door of the president's office. What made him frown slightly was that he didn't see Su Yuran at all. Could it be that he went to a meeting for some important matter? Jang Fong muttered to himself, and as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes. It wasn't that he was knocked unconscious, but that a pair of hands gently covered his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Jang Fong felt something soft pressing against his back. As the familiar fragrance wafted into his nose, a pleasant voice rang in his ears. Hey, stinky Jang Fong, guess whether I am the elder sister or the younger sister today? Hearing this, Jang Fong smiled gently, then turned around and put his arms around the slender waist. I don't care whether you are my elder sister or my younger sister, I am your wife anyway. Come, give me a hug, wife. Su Yuran's face turned pale when she was suddenly hugged. Why didn't Jang Fong play by the rules? Humph, let us make it clear, it's not me who can't help but hug you, it's you who can't help it. Hug my good brother. Su Yuran opened her arms and threw herself directly into Jang Feng's arms. Jang Fong, who had freed his eyes, also noticed Su Yuran's current outfit. Ran, who taught you to dress like this? It's not that Jang Fong is ignorant, but Miss Sua's outfit is really seductive now. Is this a hip skirt? It's fine if it's a hip skirt, but it's also purple? To be honest, a pencil skirt is the best way to show off your figure, and everyone knows that purple is the most charming color. And when worn by Su Yuran, it looks even more amazing. Jang Fong didn't think much about it and just put his hand where it should be. His sudden attack made Su Xianyo's body tremble, and then she raised her resentful and playful eyes. Does it look good? Do you like it? It's specially made for you, my little master. Well, there is indeed nothing wrong with it. She asked Zhang Hongyan to buy this hip skirt on a whim. And she only changed it after she knew Jang Fong had arrived at the company. Isn't this specially worn for Jang Fong to see? On the other side, Jang Fong was already a little moved after hearing the seductive tone. My goodness. Young master? Where did Su Xianyo learn this? Forget it, never mind. Jang Fong touched his nose, trying to remain calm, and smiled slightly. Of course, since you call me young master, then. What if master wants to eat something? Something you really want to eat? Su Yuran thought Jang Fong was talking about some kind of delicacy, so she gave a cheerful and playful reply. Then I'll take you to eat, young master. The next second, Jang Fong hugged her neck. Come and give the young master some of your lipstick. Half an hour later, Su Yuran, who was sitting on the sofa, finally regained some strength. I swear to God, she didn't do anything shameful with Jang Fong in the office. It was just that Jang Feng's kiss just now made my whole body soft and I had no strength for a long time to recover. At this time, Miss Su could finally ask about what happened today. Jang Fong, my dad didn't do anything abstract after drinking today, right? Su Yuran was still very relieved about old Su helping Jang Fong expand his network. What she was more worried about was that Lao Su was drinking outside. After all, he would do a lot of things when he was drunk, and he just made up some abstract things and then called each other brothers. Su Yuran doesn't want old Su to go out for a drink and then have a bunch of uncles. This is really speechless, isn't it? Hearing this, Jang Fong smiled bitterly. Uncle Su didn't do anything abstract. He said he wasn't drunk. Only. How should I put it? It's really frustrating to stop talking halfway. Su Yuran's curiosity was immediately aroused, and she looked at Jang Fong anxiously. What, just what, tell me now, stinky Jang Fong. It wasn't that Jang Fong deliberately left the audience in suspense, but he really didn't know how to start. Finally, after Su Yuran's constant nagging, Jang Fong frowned, shrugged his shoulders, and smiled helplessly. He said, let me be nice to you and the baby in your belly. The baby in the belly? After drinking, Su Wanxiang has become so abstract that he uses his eyes as an ultrasound machine? Where did the children come from? Yes, there are many in the belly, but that is different. As she thought about it, Miss Su blushed and then frowned. Why does he keep saying such irrelevant things every day? Jang Fong rubbed Su Yuran's head and helped old Su explain. Maybe uncle saw you retching this morning and got it wrong, right? He didn't give me a chance to explain anyway. Retching? Wrong idea? Morning sickness? Suddenly, Su Yuran's beautiful eyes turned. That is not right, why would Dad think that? I told my mom that I had my period, so it's definitely not morning sickness. Alas! Last time I called, I also retched. Women are all sensitive, and daughters are naturally good at controlling their fathers. Miss Su, who is as wise as a demon, suddenly had an idea. Is it possible that my dad heard me retching on the phone that day and suspected that I was pregnant, so he told my mom about it? My mother wants to ask me to go back to Jinghai to observe the truth of the matter face to face? Then when she heard me say I had my period, she confirmed that I was not pregnant and told me not to go back. So I would happen to go home and see Su Wanxiang, who thought I was not there and came to my house to drink. Thinking of this, Su Yuran quickly tugged at Jiang Feng's arm. Brother, how can these be my parents and your future father-in-law and mother-in-law? We were almost completely tricked by them. Jinghai City, in a high-end independent villa. Su Wanxiang pushed the door open and walked in with high spirits. He sat down on the sofa in the hall and crossed his legs. He hooked his finger at Li Shu, who was doing maintenance on the side. Wife, do you miss me? Hey, I've already told my son-in-law that he must take good care of Ran and the baby in her belly. This trip was really worth it. I can just wait to hold my grandchildren in my arms. Hearing this, Li Shu frowned and looked at Su Wanxiang with the eyes of a mentally retarded person. Then he threw over a bag of snacks. Lao Su, are you okay? If you are, just eat some luliamaya. Chapter 108. If you say that again, I want to swallow it next time. Li Shuzhen thought Su Wanxiang was making fun of her. Grandchildren? Where did they come from? Didn't I tell you that Ran is your aunt? My daughter is a freak. How can she still have her period when she is pregnant? Rolling her eyes at Su Wanxiang in annoyance, Li Shu continued with her maintenance. But what she never expected was that Su Wanxiang came over again with a grin. Honey, let me tell you, this is really fun. I reminded Jang Fong before I left today that the clothes for the baby should be prepared in advance. That kid thought I knew nothing and wanted to hide it from me. Tell me, who hasn't been through a period of youth? How could he have hidden his little tricks from me? Li Shu put down the maintenance she was doing and stared at Su Wanxiang. She frowned slightly, and it didn't seem like old Su was making a joke. So he asked awkwardly. Su Wanxiang, did you not hear what I said on the phone? Ran is not pregnant. She just had her period these 2 days. Can you please stop being so weird? Come on, tell me in detail what you did in Songcheng. Hearing this, Su Wanxiang sat up straight with a dazed look on his face. What? Period? Really? If Ran is not pregnant, wouldn't I be embarrassed in front of my son-in-law? Songcheng City, Vientiane makeup. Jang Fong took a deep breath after listening to Su Yuran's explanation. So, this is all the uncle and aunt's trick. Suddenly, Jang Fong thought of Comrade Song Ling and a very classic saying. The longest road you have ever walked is your parents' routine. Su Yuran wrinkled her pretty little nose, and she looked visibly unhappy. That's right. If my dad hadn't revealed it, none of us would have been able to tell. After saying this, Su Yuran suddenly realized that Jang Fong was looking at her with a puzzled look. After all, while being shocked by old Su Lishu's methods, Jang Fong also caught a blind spot. That is, why did Su Xianyo also retch when she was on the phone? This is really puzzling. Ran, let me ask you, you retched this morning because you ate too much oil. What happened before? Are you sick? You can talk tough, but your body won't lie. In fact, our bodies will often send out various warnings, such as you need to rest or you are sick. Su Yuran's retching for no apparent reason made Jang Fong a little worried. He felt that it was even necessary to go to the hospital for a checkup. What Jang Fong couldn't understand even more was that after hearing his question, Su Yuran bit her red lips. Not only was her face blushing, but even her snow-white neck was covered with a faint layer of pink. That day I retched. Ah, what do you mean? At this moment, Miss Su was really confused. That's right, how to explain this kind of thing? This will make Jang Fong think she is dirty. But if I don't explain, wouldn't Jang Fong be worrying in vain? After thinking for a long time, Su Yuran shyly opened her red lips. Jang Fong, have you ever heard of the phrase seeing something reminds me of something else? Have you ever had an experience where something was really delicious? But if you eat too much in a short period of time, you will feel sick. Well, when I was on the phone with Lao Su that day, he asked me to drink some porridge. Can you understand? Reminiscent of something? Feeling sick from eating too much? Plain porridge? Jang Fong felt that his brain was not smart enough. What did this have to do with anything? Let us say Su Xianyo didn't drink porridge these 2 days, and only had 2 sips at noon that day. Etc. Jang Fong took a deep breath and glanced sideways to notice the blush on Su Yuran's cheeks. The next second, Jang Fong understood. Could this chick be talking about, oh my god? After being stunned for about a minute, Jang Fong raised his head with a wry smile. He stared at Su Yuran's charming peach blossom eyes and uttered a few words between his teeth. Of course, when you gave the example just now, you said that although that thing was delicious? Jang Feng's question was indeed well written, and he had some skills in picking out the right words. Upon hearing this, Su Yuran realized the mistake in her words and her face turned even redder. Ah, stinky Jang Fong, why are you being so pedantic? Can something that smells like heather be delicious? This is obviously a slip of the tongue on my part. What made Su Yuran even more shy was that at this moment Jang Fong was looking at her with a half smile, a look of ill intent on his face. Seeing this, Miss Su took action directly. She turned around and sat on Jiang Feng's lap, staring at him with her beautiful eyes and speaking through gritted teeth. Smelly Jang Fong, if you tease me about this slip of the tongue again, next time I won't swallow it. When we kiss, I'll send it all back to you. Ah, I'll let you taste it yourself and see if it's delicious. Every day there are people who are happy and people who are sad. Mo Shui has been depressed at the company all day and he doesn't want to go home. It's very unusual, right? He's the 3rd lowest performer in the department, but he's actively asking for overtime. But when Mo Shui returned to the office after using the toilet, his eyes lit up. Ha! Brother Fong! Brother Fong, damn, you actually came to the company. I miss you so much, I feel so wronged. Mo Shui roared and was about to rush towards Jang Fong, but the next second, he caught sight of Su Yuran sitting on the sofa. Mo Shui's feet suddenly went weak and he immediately stopped his bold steps. He turned around and gave Su Yuran a standard big bow. Hello, Mr. Su. Su Yuran knew too well that Mo Shui was Jang Fong's good friend, he had social phobia. She smiled at Mo Shui. Tell Jang Fong what you want to say. I'll just wait for him to get something. Well, it was time to get off work, and Su Yuran and Jang Fong definitely couldn't stay in her office any longer. It's more comfortable to get home and cuddle in bed. Jang Fong said that he wanted to get something from his workstation, which was why she and Jang Fong appeared in the sales department's office. After getting Su Yuran's permission, Mo Shui walked towards Jang Fong slowly. Brother Fong, good evening. This really stunned Jang Fong, and he raised his brows. What's the good evening? Don't you want to say that you are so wronged? What's the matter? Have you made your grandfather's teacup again? Or does he always turn off the lights again? Or does he take a cold shower again? Hearing this, Mo Shui felt embarrassed. Brother Fong, President Su is here, could you please stop exposing my secrets? But he changed his mind and thought, Miss Su is Brother Fong's girlfriend, and she is my sister-in-law. Well, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Fortunately, Mo Shui let it go and shook his head. No, Brother Fong, my cousin is at my house these 2 days. Then he had a high fever yesterday, so I took him to get an injection overnight. My uncle married and had children late, so my cousin was still a kid. The doctor was very gentle when he saw that he was a child, and he coaxed my cousin for a long time. He said something like, be a good kid, it won't hurt at all, before he gave me the injection. Hearing this, Jang Fong raised his eyebrows and smiled. So, your nephew cried out of pain, and then cried all night, and you didn't sleep well and felt wronged? Mo Shui laughed in surprise. No, Brother Fong, my cousin didn't cry at all. Didn't cry? Jang Fong was even more confused. Then why are you feeling wronged? Isn't this a good thing? Mo Shui let out a long breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He didn't cry, but the boy seems to be seriously ill. After the injection, he stood up straight and stared at the doctor. Guess what that kid said in the end? He told the doctor, who do you think you are? You're talking so much nonsense just for an injection. Forgive Jang Fong for laughing out loud. Wow, so social phobia is a family disease? Mo Shui's cousin is really good, he really speaks his mind. Jang Fong suppressed his smile and glanced at Mo Shui, who had a sullen face. Then send your cousin back to your uncle if he doesn't obey you. Why did your uncle let him live in your house? Mo Shui shrugged helplessly. Brother Fong, is there a possibility that my uncle wants to have a quiet life for a few days because he is disobedient? I can't help it. I can't refuse my uncle. He saved my life. Jang Fong? Saved Mo Shui's life? Damn, how come I didn't know? When did you rescue him? Why didn't you tell me? Mo Shui forced a smile and shook his head. I just found out about this too. My uncle told me when he sent my cousin here. He told me that when my mother was pregnant with me, she asked him to borrow money for an abortion, but he refused. Chapter 109. There are many cultural elements at the entrance of this mall. Jang Fong didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this, although this life-saving grace sounded a bit strange. But it seems that there is nothing wrong with being careful. You just say whether it can be saved or not. Is it okay if Mo Shui didn't specify the money after he lent it? Only. Brother Ugly, have you ever thought that your uncle didn't lend you the money because he didn't have any? After hearing this, Mo Shui nodded excitedly like a chick pecking at rice. Woo woo woo, there is simply no man in this world who understands me better than Jang Fong. Brother Fong, I've thought about it and I'm pretty sure he just has no money. In fact, not only did he have no money then, he is also extremely poor now. Otherwise I wouldn't be so embarrassed that I wouldn't make a penny even if I shaved my head every new year. But you don't know, although my uncle has a thin wallet, he is thick-skinned. He knew I didn't believe it, so he said that when my mom was pregnant, he saw that he and I were destined to be together. Otherwise I'm afraid I'll have to borrow money from loan sharks and my mother will abort me. He talks like that. I'm really at a loss. Jang Fong remembered that Zhang Haiyuan had taught him since he was a child that he should not laugh at others easily, unless he really couldn't help it. After hearing this, he really decided not to go to school as a day student anymore. He would never live in the school again. Brother Ugly, I actually think there's nothing wrong with what your uncle said. After all, this is considered saving your life, so just let it go. The main thing is that you have no way to deal with the grievances now. You can't just leave your cousin alone at home, right? Go back. Even if what comes next is difficult and life is hard, we have to face it. Isn't that what life is? But Jang Fong changed his mind and suddenly an idea came to him. Hey, ugly brother, why don't you find a girlfriend? If you and your girlfriend live at home, there won't be any relatives or friends who can send their kids to your house, right? This is definitely a good idea, but it depends on who you are using it for. Mo Shui scratched his head stupidly and uttered a few words between his teeth. Brother Fong, do you think I don't want to find you? If I could be single, I would not be a single nobleman. Isn't it mainly because no girls are interested in me? These three sentences fully demonstrate Mo Shui's helplessness and sadness. He looked at Jang Fong eagerly. It seemed like a grown man was about to cry. To be honest, Mo Shui already felt wronged, and he wanted his good brother to comfort him. What happened? He felt even more wronged. He thought of another very sad thing. He didn't have a girlfriend, he couldn't find a girlfriend. Hearing this, Jang Fong touched his nose awkwardly. Damn, I was so careless. I forgot that ugly guy can't find a girlfriend. Wouldn't this be another blow to him, making him feel even worse? Jang Fong subconsciously wanted to comfort Mo Shui, but after thinking for a while, he had no idea where to start. He might as well just start talking. What's the point of comforting you, my good brother? There's nothing to comfort you. A real man has to have the ability to withstand pressure. But Jang Fong still felt that it would be awkward if he didn't say something. Finally, Jang Fong, who was somewhat speechless, simply smiled awkwardly. 6. 6? So Brother Fong only left me a 6 in the end? Mo Shui's face was shocked, and he turned his head away with resentment. Brother Fong, you might as well not come to the office this time. Oh? What do you mean it's better not to come? Jang Fong frowned slightly. He didn't know how to comfort Mo Shui and make him feel better. It was indeed his own inability to do so. But what Mo Shui said was really speechless. What does it mean it would be better not to come? Brother Ugly, isn't what you said right? If I don't come to the office, what will happen to the things I left here? Besides, even though I didn't comfort you, at least I let you talk to me. Do you feel better now? Having said this, Jang Fong paused and secretly glanced at Su Yuran, who was sitting on the sofa. Most importantly, if I hadn't come to the office to share this with you, would my Ran be able to smile so happily? Mo Shui? Oh no. Mo Shui turning evil. In autumn and winter, if you really don't know what to eat, a wonderful hot pot is always a good choice. That is what Jang Fong and Su Yuran thought, so they drove directly to Marriott Plaza. It is now 7 o'clock in the evening, when the mall is busiest. Not to mention how many people were in the mall, there were already crowds of people just at the entrance of the mall. Jang Fong and Su Yuran just walked out of the parking lot hand in hand, and what caught their eyes were many mobile stalls. There was a snack vendor, and the boss was busy with his craft while shouting to the guy passing by. "Hey, big brother, do you want to eat oil cakes?" They also sell a very new thing, electronic cigarettes. The small plaque carefully erected by the boss describes the advantages of this e-cigarette. New models are on the market, eliminating fatigue, and your mother doesn't need to get up at 5 o'clock every day to help you recharge. Of course, where there are people, there is social interaction, and where there is social interaction, conflicts are inevitable. At this moment, at the 4 o'clock direction in Jiang Feng's site, the two elder brothers were arguing happily. One of the men, dressed in both retro and trendy clothes, yelled at the man in front of him. "A small matter? This is not a small matter. You can step on the ground, on my pants, or even on my face, but you can't step on my Chelsea." My goodness. Jang Fong looked around and was dumbfounded. I have to say that the entrance of the Marriott shopping mall incorporates many cultural elements. Jang Fong smiled helplessly, then he and Su Yuran snuggled together and walked towards the interior of Marriott Plaza. The two of them didn't waste any time. It was already 7 o'clock and they were hungry, so they went straight to the hot pot restaurant, ordered their food and started eating. And at this moment, in a villa in Jinghai, some people have already sat opposite each other and had 3 rounds of drinks. Su Wanxiang sat at the dining table with his legs crossed, looking very smug. Next to him were 2 bottles of premium mutai, one of which was empty. Not only him, but also the middle-aged man sitting next to him looked drunk. Finally, the middle-aged man looked at the very proud Su Wanxiang inside. "Old Su, I don't blame you for being so cocky. If I could find such an excellent son-in-law, I would be even cockier than you. It's just that my girl is not doing well." "Oh, can't my daughter control her temper? I, Qin Songshan, have never thought about whether my son-in-law is good or not. I just want to treat her well so that I can have a grandchild as soon as possible. Damn it, it's such a pity that my daughter is so beautiful, how can she have such a bad temper?" After hearing this, Su Wanxiang frowned. "Qin Songshan, is it your daughter who has a bad temper? Is it possible that you are too abstract in your approach? You have a Cullinan at home, but instead of driving the Bora, you spend all day fishing by the river, right? Forget about fishing, a Bora will do, but what's the point of downloading movies in the car? Do you know that I embarrassed myself in front of my son-in-law?" When Su Wanxiang thought about this, he became furious. "Damn it, Lao Qin, I would feel a little guilty if I didn't cheat you out of it." Suddenly, Lao Su had a flash of inspiration and came up with a bold idea. Chapter 110 Xiao Jiang, I am the owner of a Bora. Hey! Lao Qin, have you ever thought about introducing a boyfriend to your daughter? Introduce a boyfriend? Qin Songshan sneered. Lao Su, you can think of it with your brain, do you think I haven't thought of it? See you. This girl has a notorious temper. Su Wanxiang frowned. Let us put your daughter's temper aside for now. What the hell did your first sentence mean? To be honest, if Lao Su hadn't wanted to cheat Qin Songshan out of money, he would have kicked him out long ago. And now he chose to endure. That's right, Lao Qin. You are much smarter than me. So if someone introduces a boyfriend to your daughter, wouldn't you be so excited? Hearing this, Qin Songshan took a breath of cold air. Someone else can introduce a boyfriend to my daughter? Wow, who is it? Do you think your son lives too long? Excited? Well, it's more than just excitement. Old Su, excited? You underestimate Siyu and me. I, Qin Songshan, have already thought about it. Who can introduce a partner to my daughter? How about picking a house in Jinghai City? Hearing this, a hidden and cunning smile flashed across Su Wanxiang's face. Qin Songshan, this is what I've been waiting for. He chuckled and nudged Qin Songshan's arm. Old Qin, are you stupid? Others can't do it, but I, your brother, can do it. That means my son-in-law has a good brother. I've seen him before. He's a very nice guy. Can you introduce him to me? Jiang Feng's good brother? Is he a nice guy? Have you met him? Su Wanxiang knows nothing. He just made it up. He just wanted to cheat Qin Songshan into giving him a house. Old Su has thought this through very clearly. He just said to introduce it, but he didn't say that the introduction will definitely be successful, right? Xiao Feng can't be without a single friend around him, right? Besides, even if everyone around him has a girlfriend, he can just spend money to hire someone. Just as Su Wanxiang thought, Qin Songshan immediately became energetic. Your son-in-law's buddy? He must be pretty good, right? Lao Su, no, Brother Su, please tell me in detail. Songqing City, Marriott Plaza. Amid the steam rising and the bubbling soup, Jang Fong and Su Yuran were concentrating on eating. Suddenly, a cell phone vibrated. Jang Fong was slightly stunned when he saw that the caller was Su Wanxiang. Uncle Su? How long have we been apart when the phone call came? Who is it, Xiao Feng? Why do you look so shocked? Uncle Su called. Su Yuran frowned, looking a little puzzled. My dad? Well, Su Wanxiang, now that you have a son-in-law, you don't even call your own daughter? Good job, beautiful, wait for me to return to Jinghai. While Miss Su was gritting her teeth and thinking about how to deal with old Su, Jang Fong had already answered the phone. Hey, Uncle Su, what's wrong? What confused Jang Fong was that the voice coming from the other end of the phone was not Su Wanxiang's, but a strange voice. Xiao Jiang, I'm Lao Su's friend, Qin Songshan, your Uncle Qin. Ah, the Bora that Lao Su drove to Songqing these 2 days is mine. Qin Songshan was not looking for embarrassment. He had no idea that Jang Fong saw the short video while riding in his car. It's so funny, why would Su Wanxiang tell Qin Songshan about this? Who would tell such a lie that his face was covered with bald skin? At this moment, all Qin Songshan wanted to do was to say something that would show that he had a good relationship with Su Wanxiang. After all, this would allow Jang Fong to introduce his good brothers over, right? Indeed, he did it. After listening to his introduction, Jang Fong immediately had the picture in his mind. Ah, Bora owners. Uncle Qin, I have long heard of your great name and glorious deeds. Of course Jang Fong was referring to something, but Qin Songshan didn't understand. He thought Su Wanxiang had introduced his glorious deeds to Jang Fong in Songqing. He immediately burst into laughter with emotion. Hey, Xiao Jiang, keep a low profile. Low profile? After a brief chat, Qin Songshan didn't waste any time and directly stated the purpose of his call. Xiao Jiang, I just heard from Lao Su that you have a good brother? The one you get along really well with. To be honest, my uncle's daughter is single. Uncle wants to ask about this person. If it's possible, can we bring them together? At the same time, Su Wanxiang also added. Jang Fong, that man, the living one. A single man who is good at having fun. Mo Shui? Damn, no, Uncle Qin, you want to choose ugly brother as your son-in-law? Did Lao Su get you high? For a moment, Jang Fong was speechless. He really didn't know how to respond to this. At this moment, Su Yuran gave Jang Fong a vigilant look and waved to signal him to hang up the phone. Jang Fong immediately understood, huh? There is a trick? Got it. Uncle Qin, I have something urgent to deal with. How about I get back to you later? After hanging up the phone, Jang Fong looked at Su Yuran with some confusion. Of course, is old Su trying to trick us again? Routine? Su Yuran wrinkled her pretty nose. Well, this can't be called a routine. Uncle Qin's daughter is Qin Siyu, and she is indeed single. It's just that Qin Siyu's situation is rather special, so this matter is very complicated. My little boyfriend, are you planning to introduce Mo Shui to him? Jang Fong nodded and Su Yuran shrugged slightly. I suggest you call Mo Shui first and ask for his opinion. Well, from what I understand, Qin Siyu has a very bad temper. How should I put it? Aunt Qin died of illness when she was very young. This incident has dealt a heavy blow to Qin Siyu, and my precious daughter is sad every day. Uncle Qin must be feeling uncomfortable, right? So, he was very indulgent towards Qin Siyu, which led to the current situation. It's not that Qin Siyu is a bad person, it's just that she has a bad temper. A bit bad temper? Jang Fong frowned slightly. If it were anyone else, he would think this was self-deprecation, but this was what Su Yuran said. This chick doesn't judge people easily, she always says bad temper, eh. Jang Fong nodded and smiled with relief. Okay, then I'll call Mo Shui and ask for his opinion. Logically speaking, Jang Fong felt that since he was introducing her to Cho Gu, he might as well ask him what he thought. Not to mention anything else, at least if this really happens, will the ugly brother have a wife? What Jang Fong didn't know was that at this moment, Mo Shui was being tortured to death by his cousin. He decided to face life bravely, but after just 20 minutes at home he exploded. No, my dear, can you please not pee anywhere? It's okay for you to pee on my bed, but what the hell does it mean to pee on me? When Jang Fong called, Mo Shui was washing clothes. Brother Fong, what's the matter? I'm doing the laundry. Ugly brother, would you like to introduce you to a girlfriend? Girlfriend? Shit, woman? Introduce me? Yes, brother, please give me her contact information immediately, I beg you. Brother Ugly, don't get excited. I just need to make it clear to you that this girl's situation is a bit special. She has a bad temper. I would even say she has a very bad temper. Bad temper? Mo Shui was slightly stunned. Then he slightly side-glanced at his cousin who was lying on his bed and singing Love You walking alone in the dark alley at the top of his lungs. Bad temper? How bad can a girl's temper be? At least she won't sing about the lone hero, right? At least she won't pee on me, right? Thinking of this, Mo Shui burst into tears. Brother Fong, don't say she has a bad temper. Even if she can scratch me until it's bloody when we quarrel, I'll accept it. Really, brother, I don't have any requirements, just a living, female one. Chapter 111, Cousin. Cousin? Wrong one? Now that the parties involved have expressed this, what else can Jang Fong say? Then let's help him with this matter and build this connection for him. As for whether it can succeed, it depends on his luck. After exchanging a smile with Su Yuran, Jang Fong called Su Wanchang back. The person who answered the phone was still Qin Songcheng. Hey, Xiao Jiang, you finished your work. Now tell me how your buddy is doing. Jang Fong, who had already sought Mo Shui's opinion, felt relieved, but he was still stunned by Qin Songshan's sudden question. It seems that this call was made a bit hastily? Why didn't you think about Mo Shui's advantages in advance? Please, if these Mo Shuis are trying to convince the girl as father, they must talk about the advantages. At this moment, Jiang Feng's brain was spinning rapidly. Finally, his eyes lit up and he spoke quickly. Uncle Qin, this kid Mo Shui does have some good points. At least you can tell from his name that he is not an ostentatious person, right? Mo Shui, good, this name is not ostentatious. Qin Songsan loved the house and the bird, but the next second he couldn't help laughing out loud. Xiao Jiang, just keep talking and leave me alone. Jang Fong broke out in a cold sweat, took a sip of the drink at hand, and then went into full swing. Uncle Qin, first of all, I have to tell you that my brother is hardworking. Although he is not very good at work, he is definitely good at living. He cleans the bowls and cups at home whenever he has nothing to do. He likes to be clean. Secondly, my brother is gentle and popular with children. He takes care of his relatives' children when they don't have time to take care of them. He is caring. Well, finally, my brother is very good at hands-on work. When the barbershop is closed, he cuts his own hair. Even the barber doesn't dare to cut his hair, but he dares. He is very skilled and courageous. Speaking is definitely an art. After listening to Zhang Feng's introduction, Qin Songshan's eyes lit up. Ha! Although this guy's name is a bit abstract, he sounds like a nice person. He is diligent, clean, caring and has some practical skills. Although his family conditions may not be very good, that is not a problem. Thinking of this, Qin Songshan spoke awkwardly. Xiao Jiang, does your brother have a good temper? Jang Fong was stunned for a moment. Uncle Qin, even a clay Buddha has a better temper than him. Hearing this, Qin Songshan slapped his leg. My goodness, this guy exists just to be my son-in-law. What else is there to say? It's him. After hanging up the phone, Jang Fong breathed a sigh of relief. He just wanted to help others achieve their goal. He didn't know yet that because of this matter, Lao Su could create a villa for him. After seeing Jang Fong finish the call, Su Yuran turned on the hot pot again. Of course she didn't eat by herself while Jang Fong was busy on the phone. When two people are eating together, what does it matter if one person secretly moves his chopsticks? Hey, stinky Jang Fong, let's continue eating. To be honest, she originally did not agree with introducing Qin Siyu to Mo Shui. But after hearing Mo Shui's crying on the phone, she felt relieved. This socially anxious guy seems to really want to find a girlfriend? Thinking of this, Su Yuran glanced at Jang Fong with a faint smile. Jang Fong, I actually think Mo Shui is okay. At least he's quite humorous. Many girls like humorous guys, but in this era, appearance is a bit of a factor. Jang Fong stuffed the cooked meat into Su Yuran's plate as usual. Indeed, otherwise how could I have gone straight to you, Ran, at the Red Romantic Cafe? Hey, stinky Jang Fong, are you expressing your feelings or praising me? Of course it's nice to be praised by others, and it's even happier to be praised by someone you like. Miss Su's brows immediately lit up with joy and she gave Jang Fong a charming look. Just when she was thinking about how to praise Jang Fong spoke again. Although this is an age where looks matter, in the end, it still depends on character. Although appearance is important, after all, it can't be used to make a living, right? At 8:30, the two finished their meal and Jang Fong went to the front desk to pay the bill. When the boss saw that it was Jang Fong who came, he waved his hand and said, "Brother, just leave. I'll waive the meal fee for you." Jang Fong? Perhaps seeing Jiang Feng's confusion, the boss chuckled. "Brother, you are so handsome and your girlfriend is so beautiful. You don't know, just sitting there like this, you two are a perfect match made in heaven. How many of these customers were attracted by you to eat in the restaurant? Don't say anything, this meal must be treated by me." The corner of Jiang Feng's mouth twitched fiercely. No, that's a slap in the face? Can this good-looking look really be used to make a living? After having a full meal, Jang Fong and Su Yuran strolled leisurely hand in hand. Suddenly, Su Yuran paused, turned her head and looked at Jang Fong with a blushing face. "My dear boyfriend, I have a confession to make. I just ate 2 bites of the spicy hot pot. I feel like I need to go to the bathroom." "Good boy." Jang Fong frowned. Of course he knew that he couldn't eat spicy food during menstruation, so he ordered a shabu shabu hot pot. How come this little girl Su Yuran is still cheating? Of course, Jang Fong knew that now was not the time to be angry with Su Yuran. "Do you want me to go with you, Ran? Don't get the wrong idea, what Jang Fong meant was of course accompanying her to the bathroom door. "No need, just wait for me here for a while. I'll be back very soon." Giving Jang Fong a reassuring look, Su Yuran hurriedly trotted towards the mall's bathroom. I swear to God, she really thinks it's okay to eat a few bites of spicy food. Who knows? But what made Su Yuran happy was that she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. But it seems that the situation is not very serious, the amount is very small. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that this is the 4th or 5th day that my aunt has come to stay with me. Thinking of this, Su Yuran's eyes flickered. Should it leave? I don't know what Miss Su was thinking about, but her face suddenly turned red. But in order to avoid making Jang Fong wait too anxiously, she quickly changed her things and went back to find him. But when she could only see Jang Fong from a distance, she was stunned. Ha! Why is stinky Jang Fong surrounded by 4 women? Seeing this, Su Yuran frowned slightly and bit her red lips. She was very familiar with this scene. Humph, now Jang Fong must be standing there and being attracted by other women. Ah, don't touch my boyfriend. Who is Miss Su? Can she tolerate such a thing? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, so she rushed over without giving it any thought. He grabbed Zhang Feng's arm to declare his sovereignty, and then spoke softly. Hey, honey, I'm back. Husband? Zhang Fong was shocked when he heard these 2 words. But before he could open his mouth excitedly, Su Yuran had already turned her head to look at the 4 girls opposite her. Miss Su's moon-like eyes flashed with a strange luster, and she smiled slyly. I'm sorry, little sisters. You are not this big brother's type. He doesn't like younger sisters, he likes older sisters. Let me ask you, how can anyone who approaches someone to chat up someone endure this level of attack? Then you would definitely run away in shame, right? But what surprised Su Yuran was that the 4 girls not only did not leave, but instead looked very excited. Finally, the neatly dressed girl in the lead glanced at Jang Fong with an innocent smile. Wow, cousin, this is my sister-in-law. It's just like you said, my sister-in-law is prettier than the stars on TV. Cousin? Su Yuran was stunned when she heard that. She immediately turned her head to look at Jang Fong. His eyes were filled with doubts and question marks. Then, Jang Fong rubbed Su Yuran's head lovingly. Of course, let me introduce you. This is Song Xinshin, my cousin. Well, you still remember my uncle, right? 1,000 horses galloping. The one who can't talk without a horse. This is his daughter. Chapter 112. Jang Fong, you are so beautiful. Uncle Wan Ma galloping? Ha? Isn't his daughter's WeChat name at? Isn't she only a few years old? Su Yuran's body suddenly trembled. It's not like my uncle had 2 children. Su Yuran was stunned by Song Xinxin's polite greeting and Zhang Feng's explanation. So the current situation is, I mistook Zhang Feng's cousin for the little girl who was chatting him up, and then I came over to claim my sovereignty? Calling Zhang Fong husband in front of your cousin? And also told them that Zhang Fong likes older sister types? Ah, this is a bit too embarrassing, isn't it, Su Yuran? For a moment, Miss Su's heart was in a mess. It felt like hundreds of ants were crawling around on her, making her feel very uncomfortable. But she was Su Yuran after all, so she quickly concealed her abnormality. She changed her previous delicate and cunning expression and smiled gently and generously. Xinxin, you are very beautiful too. You are still young now. You will be more beautiful when you grow up in 2 years. When faced with embarrassment, the best solution is not to explain, as that will only make the situation worse. Just skip the topic. Hearing this, Jang Fong also smiled secretly, as expected of Ran Ran. In fact, Su Yuran's guess was right. Song Xinxin was still studying at a local university in Songcheng. The girl is a senior this year, and I'm afraid her style will change drastically in the next year after graduation. It is worth mentioning that although she is the daughter of Wan Ma Benteng, Song Xinxin has not inherited any of her father's language and is very civilized. After being praised by Su Yuran, she smiled shyly. If I were half as pretty as my cousin, I would be the school beauty. After a few simple business exclamations, Jang Fong returned to the previous topic. Xinxin, you don't have to go back home for your internship. It's also a very good place in Songcheng. With your grades and abilities, you should have been chosen to do an internship, right? If you're considering it, you can come to Vientiane Makeup. That's right, just now Song Xinxin asked Jang Fong about matters related to senior year internship. Now hearing Jang Fong say this, she was stunned for a moment. Wanxiang Cosmetics? Is that where my cousin works? Isn't this a bit too difficult? Song Xinxin admitted that her grades were indeed okay and she performed well while in school. But in the final analysis, she couldn't even think about a company like Wanxiang Cosmetics. Cousin, I'm not like you. I'm afraid Wanxiang Cosmetics won't want me. Speaking of this, we have to mention Comrade Songling, who knows Su Yuran's identity. As a woman who is meticulous to the core, Comrade Songling certainly understands one truth: a tall tree attracts the wind. So she didn't tell anyone about Su Yuran's identity. She was thinking clearly. As a mother-in-law, it was okay for her to show off her daughter-in-law's beauty, but it was wrong for her to use her daughter-in-law's status to seek a sense of superiority. Indeed, she couldn't hide it from her relatives, but that was up to Su Yuran and Jang Fong to decide when to reveal the truth. It had nothing to do with her. As for Lao Jiang, not to mention that he is much more calm and steady in doing things. Besides, if Song Ling didn't tell him, how could he dare to? Those who know about this understand. Therefore, Song Xinxin and her uncle and his family did not know that Su Yuran was the president of Wanxiang Cosmetics. Hearing this, Su Yuran's beautiful eyes sparkled. Ah, cousin. You mentioned my professional field. But just as she was about to speak, Jang Fong pulled her clothes and interrupted her. It's okay, come and try it out. Wanxiang Makeup's requirements for interns are not that strict. If it doesn't work out, why don't you go back home and do an internship? As expected of my cousin, it seems to make sense. Song Xinxin smiled playfully, raised the corner of her mouth slightly and nodded. Then I will go to Vientiane Cosmetics to try it out first. Su Yuran was not feeling well, so Jang Fong did not plan to talk much, and Song Xinxin also wanted to go shopping with her roommates. 10 minutes later, the group separated. Before leaving, Jang Fong treated the 4 girls to milk tea. On the way home, Jang Fong took the initiative to ask Su Yuran, glancing at her who looked a little doubtful. Ran, are you wondering why I didn't tell Xin that she would definitely come to Vientiane Makeup with you here? Hearing this, Miss Su nodded heavily and let out a heavy hum. Jang Fong smiled with relief. That was his uncle and this was his cousin. The two families had always had a good relationship. In a society where favors are important, he would definitely not hesitate or waste time if he could help. But there are many ways to give people a backdoor. Of course, after all, as long as Song Xinxin comes to Wanxiang makeup, then as expected, I will definitely speak well of her, since she is my cousin. But I'm also afraid that this girl will slack off knowing that she will definitely come to Vientiane makeup. There's still some suspense so she can get some final practice, and then she'll feel more comfortable when she comes. After all, in this society where favors are important, there are many people who open backdoors for their relatives. Letting Song Xinxin practice does not mean that Jang Fong is being hypocritical and wants to use backdoors to make Song Xinxin reach the standards of Wanxiang cosmetics. To put it bluntly, no matter how capable Song Xinxin is in the end, with Jang Fong and Su Yuran around, Wanxiang Group will be able to support her for the rest of her life. The main thing is that if you know something, you won't feel too disappointed when you come to the company. Many people who are not worthy of their positions will have psychological abnormalities. As his own cousin, Jang Fong still cares about her feelings. It's simple to ask her to come to work at Wanxiang Cosmetics, and it may not be easy for her to accept this job comfortably. Miss Su also thought about these things. The confusion in her heart turned into relief, and her expression changed drastically. She glanced sideways at Jang Fong, her peach blossom eyes flashing with intelligence, and her eyes were as starry as waves. This little man is really thoughtful. I don't know who will be lucky enough to marry him in the end. Hey, it turns out to be me, Su Yuran. Thinking of this, Miss Su was so amused by her own rich psychological drama that she burst out laughing and shook with laughter. After coming to her senses, she cast a look at Jiang Feng's profile in the bright moonlight, which was clearer and cleaner than the moonlight. Stinky Jang Fong, you're so pretty. It was already 11:30 when we returned to the rental house and watched an interesting movie. When Su Yuran was about to get up and go back to the house, she suddenly thought of something. She was already leaning on Jang Fong and rubbed his chest again. By the way, Stinky Jang Fong, what was the movie you told me about in Uncle Chin's car? That's what you said. There were only two people from beginning to end, and the actions were simple and crude, but very interesting. Look at the play we just watched. There are so many main characters and supporting characters from beginning to end. What kind of story can happen between two people to make people feel interesting? I'm a little curious. My goodness. Jang Fong's eyebrows were raised when he heard Su Yuran say this. There was a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Are you really curious? If you say so, I will take you to see it. Chapter 113. Of course, men have the final say in bed. Of course, it was already 11:30, but Jang Fong still didn't take Su Yuran to stay up late. Instead, he coaxed her to watch it another day and went back to his room to sleep. But people are always curious. Su Yuran noticed the subtle changes in Jiang Feng's expression when she mentioned the movie. So the more Jiang Fong didn't let her see it, the more curious she became. What kind of movie has two people involved and the action is simple and crude? Miss Su, who was lying on the bed and thinking more and more confused, immediately hugged Jiang Fong from behind when she saw him turn off the lights and get into bed. She acted coquettishly in a delicate tone. Hey, my little boyfriend, if you won't show me, you can at least describe it to me, right? Yeah, just treat me like a child and tell me stories to put me to sleep. No man can resist a woman who acts like this. But the problem is, that thing is not a story to tell people to sleep, right? The more you talk, the more excited you become. Of course, that's not meant to be told as a story. How about this? I'll take you to see it the day your aunt passes away. Jiang Feng's calculations were not going well, and Su Yuran, who knew nothing about it, was stunned. Why can't it be told as a story? Aren't movies just stories? Why does it have to be the day my period ends? Hey, Stinky Jang Fong, what are you doing? Isn't this just pure suspense? Thinking of this, Miss Su immediately became arrogant and had a bad temper. After 4 or 5 seconds of silence, a hint of elusive cunning flashed across Su Yuran's delicate face. After Jang Fong lay down on the bed, she took the initiative to move over to him. What follows is a set of divine operations. Hey, Stinky Jang Fong, how about I change a set of stockings for you? Is there a mosquito? Damn Jang Fong, take a look, I seem to have been bitten by a mosquito on my back. It's so itchy. Jang Fong, feel my legs. Are they fatter than before? Why can't I hold them? Hey, Stinky Jang Fong, can you touch it? It seems to be bigger than before. Let us just say, which man can withstand such a test? In just a few minutes, Jang Fong was already in a state of confusion. How is there a saying? The arrow is on the string and has to be shot. It was supposed to be a pleasant night with a snack, but at the last critical moment, Jang Fong was suddenly stunned. He suddenly lowered his head to look at Su Yuran and found that she was smiling cunningly without any concealment. She spoke in a soft and tender voice, revealing a charming manner. "Well, stinky Jang Fong, I'm tired, let's go to bed. Hey, let's stop here for today, okay? You also need to conserve your energy. You can't do it too often. I'll help you when my aunt passes away." Thinking of this, Jang Fong suddenly realized the cunning look on Su Yuran's face after he didn't tell her about the movie. "Oh my god, Ran is waiting for me here? Oh boy, I have to go and get revenge on my godly girlfriend who was willing to pay a huge price." At this moment, Jang Fong understood. An arrow can be on the string but not shot. At most, the archer won't string the arrow. It's no big deal. If you want to practice archery, you can practice it another day. But it's really uncomfortable not letting him practice archery when the bow is halfway drawn and the arrow is about to be shot. Ran, where are we now?" "On the bed." Jang Fong nodded with satisfaction, then narrowed his eyes and smiled. "You have to know that men always have the final say here." "Omitted here." "Never mind, I'll omit the P. I'm not going to write it." Day 2, Vientiane Makeup, 8:30. After arriving at the company, Jang Fong went straight to his workstation to find a TV series to watch and start his break. People always need to rest. If you don't sleep when you should make up for it when you shouldn't. This is not only a matter of physical health, on the other hand, nourishing qi is still very important. At this time, Mo Shui also came to the company with dark circles under his eyes. Seeing his expression, Jang Fong was shocked. Damn, why didn't Chogu come to the company with a bamboo shoot? His dark circles are as bad as those of a national treasure. Were you tortured by your cousin again last night? Jang Fong asked subconsciously. Of course, it was also possible that he wanted to have some fun. Hearing this, Mo Shui shook his head. No, I took my cousin home last night. Sent it home? Then why do you sleep so poorly? In front of Jang Fong, Mo Shui had nothing to hide, so he just told him everything. I sent him home overnight. I called my uncle last night after my cousin fell asleep. I think even though I can't cure this kid, there's nothing wrong with complaining to his father, right? As a result, my uncle said that he would be at home tonight and would travel to another place tomorrow. He said I could send my cousin back to him, otherwise he would leave again tomorrow and my cousin would have to stay at my house for a few more days. Brother Fong, you know what? It was 12 o'clock in the evening. My uncle calculated that it would take 6 hours to drive back and forth in the middle of the night. I couldn't send my cousin back to him. He really was wrong. I spent $1,000 to find a taxi driver to send my cousin home overnight. When I first arrived in Sancheng, I took a shower and had a meal at home before coming to the company. I didn't sleep all night. Good God! Jang Fong took a breath of cold air. How tortured must Mo Shui be to make him do such a cruel thing? Didn't sleep all night? Dark circles under your eyes? Just be alive. Then take a seat and have a rest. Jang Fong felt that since Mo Shui needed to rest, he should also rest, so he was about to end the topic. But what he didn't expect was that Mo Shui, with dark circles under his eyes and a tired look, had no intention of resting at all. Instead, he moved closer to him with a sly grin. Brother Fong, I'm not sleepy at all. Although I'm physically tired, I'm satisfied in my heart. You don't know, my uncle's face turned the color of liver when he saw me bringing my cousin to his doorstep. I feel good just thinking about it now, even though he said I was ungrateful. But Brother Fong, let me ask you something about the girl you introduced to me last night. Why haven't you added me yet? Jin Siyu hasn't he added Mo Shui yet? Jang Fong was subconsciously stunned. He calculated carefully and found that it was not right. Yesterday, after he finished talking to Qin Songsan on the phone, he sent Mo Shui's WeChat message to Lao Su. Not added yet. Suddenly, Jang Fong thought of Qin Songsan and Lao Su drinking yesterday. Maybe her father drank too much yesterday and didn't send her the WeChat message yet. Wait a little longer. I have to add you. I have already said all the nice things to you. I guess her father is still drunk at this time. In fact, Jang Fong was really wrong. Qin Songsan woke up 5 minutes ago. Su Wanxiang's detached villa in Jinghai City. After drinking too much last night, Qin Songsan stayed in the guest room on the first floor. 5 minutes ago, Lao Su threw an ice bag directly into his bed, and Qin Songshan woke up completely with a somersault. But now, seeing the house transfer agreement handed over to him, he was confused again. Chapter 114 Brother Su, please pick a villa. Lao Su wants a villa in Songcheng City which is owned by my group? Damn, what the hell is this? Are you kidding me? For a moment, Qin Songshan also wanted to argue with Su Wanxiang about throwing an ice pack into his bed. Lao Su, what are you doing? Are you going to tell me that I lost a villa to you when we were drinking last night? Seeing this, Su Wanxiang was not angry. He knew that Qin Songshan was a good person in every way except that he would easily lose his memory after drinking. Hey, Lao Qin, you don't remember clearly what happened last night, right? Hey! Lao Qin, what are you talking about? I, Su Wanxiang, have lived an honest life and have never cheated anyone. I, old Su, only take what I deserve and never think about anything else. You promised me this villa, you can't go back on your word. Think about it carefully. Last night, my son-in-law introduced you to a boyfriend named Imo Shuai. Did you ask about the young man yourself, or did you slap your thigh and say you'd choose him? Is this true? Hiss. Looking at the chat history on Su Wanxiang's mobile phone screen, Qin Songshan took a breath. You know what, I do have some impression of it. It seems that there is indeed a young man named Imo Shuai. Yes, the one who is thrifty, housekeeping and good at hands-on work. Yes, I do. I remember it. Just remembered it, Su Wanxiang clapped his hands. Then think about it again. Didn't you say that you would give a villa to anyone who introduces a boyfriend to your daughter? Think carefully, is this true? At this moment, Qin Songshan was stunned. He vaguely remembered that this was indeed the case, but in his impression, why did he remember that it was about giving away a house? Even if I'm generous when I'm drunk, I wouldn't give you a villa, right? Thinking of this, Qin Songshan raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in confusion. Su Wanxiang, don't try to fool me. I'm talking about a house. It's not a villa. It's much worse here. I won't listen to you. Upon hearing this, Lao Su showed a shocked expression. A house? No, Qin Songshan, you can't deny this. You were talking about a villa. You drank so much that you lost your memory, but I remember it. If you do this, I won't drink with you anymore. It's so funny, of course Lao Su knew it was an apartment. So what, he changed his mind and now wants a villa, is that a problem? Of course not. Big guys are good at hiding their thoughts, and Su Wanxiang is no exception. He's like an old lady who goes to the supermarket and carries away a cart of groceries in a plastic bag. He's so good at it. This sincere tone and flawless expression really stunned Qin Songshan. Villa? Really a villa? Am I so generous after drinking too much? It shouldn't be. Lao Qin was puzzled, but Su Wanxiang's expression really made him a little self-doubting. Finally, Qin Songshan rubbed his temple and gritted his teeth. Old Su, there's no need to say anything. It's just a house, not a villa. Don't try to trick me. At this moment, Su Wanxiang's expression was extremely wonderful. Oh my god, Qin Songshan is amazing. You remember it so clearly. If someone specifies this, they won't be able to fool you. I'm sorry, I, Su Wanxiang, have never been in any trouble. Seeing that asking directly wouldn't work, Lao Su stood up, sighed, and waved his hands with helplessness in his tone. Okay, I'll listen to you. Then I'll give you one apartment. Really? We've been brothers for so many years, but it's as if I'm trying to cheat you out of a villa. Alas, I, Su Wanxiang, am not someone who lacks a house or a villa. I mainly want you to pay a little to know that this son-in-law is not easy to come by. Forget it, Lao Qin, don't give me this apartment. It's useless. Qin Songshan was completely numb. He moved his lips slightly and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Su Wanxiang. Old Qin, there's no need to say anything. We are all brothers. It's okay for me, Su Wanxiang, to suffer a little loss. It's just a small matter. I remembered it wrongly. You are right. It is just a house. I was trying to trick you just now. After saying that, Lao Su turned around and left the guest room, leaving Qin Songshan sitting alone on the bed in a daze. What is going on, Lao Su? Wow, this expression is not common, right? Why does his tone sound so aggrieved? Was that really a villa I was talking about when I was drinking yesterday? At this moment, Shin Songshan's personal willpower suffered the biggest blow ever, and he fell into deep self-doubt. 10 minutes later, he walked out of the guest room with a smile on his face, came to Su Wanxiang who was sitting in the lobby and smiled. Okay, Lao Su, is it okay if I remembered it wrong? You know I always black out when I drink and can't remember things. Don't be angry, there's only one villa, you can choose. Hearing this, Su Wanxiang curled his lips. I'm not angry. I don't want your villa. It's too hot to hold. TSK, lest you think I'm cheating you in the future, forget it and keep it for yourself. At this moment, Shin Songshan panicked. Wow, old Su is really angry. Damn it, I'm such a bad person. Mr. Su is busy asking his son-in-law to introduce a date to my daughter. In the end, I promised them a villa but they insisted that it was just an apartment? Damn, if this happened to me I would be angry too. Thinking of this, Shin Songshan wanted to slap himself. What a piece of shit I am. He put on an even brighter smile. What's the matter with me, Lao Su? Don't say it's you who introduced a son-in-law to me. It's just that I give you a villa on weekdays, so what? I, Shin Songshan, did this willingly. You definitely didn't trick me. I'm making this clear. Lao Su, brother Su, please pick one quickly, give me a chance. Hearing this, Su Wanxiang let out a long sigh and raised his eyebrows and smiled at Shin Songshan. Okay, pick, then I'll give you this opportunity. Look, Lao Qin, I don't want anything expensive either. I just want this small villa in Songcheng. At 10:30, Jang Fong felt someone poking his back and opened his sleepy eyes. When he turned around, he was stunned. Oh my god, Secretary Zhang? That's right, the one who woke Jang Fong up was Zhang Hongyan, who looked a little anxious. There were traces of sweat on her forehead and her breathing was a little rapid, she must have run here. Seeing Zhang Fong wake up, she quickly spoke. Zhang Fong, half an hour ago, our front-end website seemed to have been hacked. He changed the price of a facial cream we were selling from $299 to $89. The programmers in the technical department promptly changed the price, but thousands of orders were still sold. The company naturally doesn't care about this little money, but the main thing is that we were hacked and have no power to fight back. The technical department was so busy that they couldn't find the intruder's IP address. Boss Su is very angry now. Do you think you can solve this problem? Zhang Hongyan remembered clearly that Zhang Yuanfeng's encrypted computer was directly decrypted by Zhang Fong after just a few taps. That's why she came here to find Zhang Fong with a glimmer of hope. After listening to Zhang Hongyan's description, Zhang Fong slammed the table and stood up. Are there any hackers who dare to invade my wife's company in my professional field? In his previous life, Zhang Feng's level might really be not up to par, but the problem is that he is still far from the IT level of his previous life. With a vision and technical level that is several years ahead of his time, ordinary hackers are no match for Zhang Fong. Go to the office first to accompany Ranran so that she won't be angry. Leave it to me. Chapter 115. Mr. Jiang seems to be using a very new technology. Of course, having said that, Zhang Fong still called Su Yuran on the way to the technical department. After the call was connected, Su Yuran's gentle and pleasant voice came through. Stinky Zhang Fong, did you miss me? Calling at this time, if you want me, you can come to me directly. Hearing this, Zhang Fong smiled with relief. This girl didn't tell her husband about the problems at her company? Yes, of course I miss my sexy, playful, and cute girlfriend. Of course, it's just that Secretary Zhang told me everything. I called because I wanted to calm down my gentle and beautiful Ranran first. Stay in the office with Secretary Zhang for a while, and let me handle this matter, okay? Zhang Feng's guess was right. Su Yuran was so furious in the office just now. But the moment she saw that the call was from Zhang Fong, she calmed down a lot. As the saying goes, if two people in love share happy things with each other, they will feel happier. If we keep sharing our troubles with each other, our troubles will be doubled. Therefore, Miss Su deliberately hid her sorrow and did not want to bring negative emotions to Zhang Fong. But at this time she still frowned. Secretary Zhang, why am I telling you this kind of trouble? It's just making my boyfriend worry for nothing. Stinky Zhang Fong, listen to me, you don't have to worry about this matter, you just need to eat, drink and have fun with me. Yeah, you didn't sleep well last night. Go back to your workstation and have a rest. Let the people in the technical department figure it out. I have asked them to contact the experts at the headquarters. It is obviously a very tricky problem that even a bunch of programmers on the cosmetics side can't solve. But for a large group like Vientiane, there must be powerful experts at the headquarters, so solving the problem is not difficult. But Jang Fong didn't turn around and go back to his workstation, but smiled. Garanran, I've been resting since I got to the company this morning. It just so happens that I am somewhat interested in IT. Have you forgotten about the time I cracked Zhang Yuanfang's computer password? If I can't help, I'll go over and learn a little and watch the fun. I'm so smart, what if my ideas inspire the people in the technical department to solve the problem? Jang Fong's idea was very simple. It would indeed not be difficult for the experts at the Vientiane headquarters to solve the problem, but would it take a long time? Rather than letting it go and leaving it to someone else, it would be better to resolve this matter as soon as possible so that Su Yuran can rest assured. Besides, if you are capable of solving your wife's problems, why leave them to outsiders? Wanxiang Cosmetics, Technical Department, Director Li Kevin was staring at the computer screen anxiously. He was very nervous at this moment, not only for himself, but also for his brothers in the same department. It's very serious. If today's matter is not handled well, they will probably all be kicked out in disgrace. Yes, the product prices have been changed back, but is the problem really that simple? This time the intruders were able to quietly and silently bypass the protection system they set up and change the prices of goods. It's really terrifying when you think about it. If someone changes the price of the goods this time, can he also change the prices of a batch of goods in the same way next time? It's so funny, they couldn't even track down the other person's IP, let alone encrypt and protect the website. What is even more terrifying is that the guy can hack directly into the website's front desk to modify the prices. Will he hack directly into the company's management system next? In this way, are all the company's secrets exposed under his nose? New product launches, R&D costs, etc. This is a fatal threat to a company. Damn it, there's no way to trace him. This guy handled all the traces so cleanly. Li Kevin slammed his fist on the table and cursed loudly. At this moment, he really felt extremely powerless. At the same time, Jang Fong also pushed the door and entered the technical department's office. Li Kevin was slightly stunned when he saw that the person coming was Jang Fong. He sighed, stood up and greeted him with a smile. Hello Mr. Jang, I am Li Kevin, the director of the technical department. I don't know why you came here this time. To be honest, Li Kevin was a little panicked. Who in the entire company didn't know that Jang Fong and President Su were in love? Is Jang Fong coming here now with President Su's order? The resignation procedure was completed so quickly? Minister Li, please don't be polite. I'm here to help you solve the problem of changing the company's front-end prices. Which computer have you been using to track him down? At this moment, Li Kaiwan was completely numb. Mr. Jiang said he came here to help us check someone? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? As the CEO's boyfriend, you should just slack off at your workstation. Our technical department is very busy, isn't it? Mr. Jiang, this is not as simple as helping me pass the second level of a sheep. This is a hacker intrusion to change the price, not a child's play. You. Hearing Li Kevin's words, Jang Fong smiled slightly. Of course he heard the doubt in Li Kevin's words, but he did not blame the latter. Ignorance is not a crime. After all, if Jang Fong were sitting in Li Kevin's position and encountered the same thing, he might not be as polite as Li Kevin. Minister Li, I have some knowledge in this area. I'll give it a try. There's nothing you can do now anyway. Hearing this, Li Kevin's eyelids twitched violently. Mr. Jiang, this is not a problem that can be solved by just a little research. You don't know that person's methods. Li Kevin really wanted to reject Jang Fong, but he thought that he was helpless and this was also the requirement of the CEO's boyfriend. Let's just get started. Okay, let Mr. Jiang tinker with it. Mr. Jiang, it's this computer. Sitting at the table, Jang Fong frowned slightly as he looked at the tracking program and logic that Li Kevin had already constructed. Before coming here, he had thought that the methods used by the technical department to deal with hacker intrusions would be very low level, but he didn't expect it to be so low level. Brother, this is just a game of adding 1 plus 1, you can't trace anything like this. It's no wonder that Jang Fong looks down on Li Kevin's technology, but the information age is developing really fast. The time difference of 4 or 5 years since his rebirth has been so great that the technological changes have been earth-shaking. Jang Fong simply deleted Li Kevin's tracking program architecture and wrote his own. This scene also shocked Lee Kevin, who was standing aside. "Mr. Jang, are you sure you are here to help and not to cause trouble? Did you delete my program?" But 2 minutes later, Lee Kevin was stunned. "Shit, no, Mr. Jiang is redoing the tracking and positioning." 2 minutes later, Lee Kevin looked at the tracking program that Jang Fong had newly made and fell into deep thought. That's it? Tracking programs can be so simple? Wow, it looks like Mr. Jiang is using a very new technology. Why have I never known about or even seen this tracking and positioning method? Lee Kevin was at a loss, but when 2 minutes passed, he became numb. It's not that Jang Fong has already found out the IP, but Lee Kevin found that he couldn't understand what Jang Fong was doing. Oh my goodness. Chapter 116, the technical department may not be punished, but Jang Fong must be rewarded. At this moment, Lee Kevin felt that he was being pinned to the ground by Jang Fong in his professional field. Subconsciously, he wanted to call other employees from the technical department to come over and brainstorm to see what Jang Fong meant. But then he thought again, forget it, if I can't understand it, they will understand it even less. While Lee Kevin was thinking, Jang Fong had already stopped the work at hand. "Minister Lee, if you follow my clues, you should be able to find the person's IP address." Lee Kevin stood quietly behind Jang Fong, but there was a tsunami in his heart. I was stunned for a moment. Mr. Jiang basically solved the problem? Who am I? Where am I? What was I doing? In 10 minutes, Lee Kevin completed the positioning of the intruder's IP address according to the program and framework left by Jang Fong. He glanced at Jang Fong, who was waiting on the side, then looked at the IP that had been captured on the computer and swallowed hard. So, it's really that simple? To be honest, Lee Kevin wants to kowtow to Jang Fong now. "Mr. Jiang, I found the other party's IP, but it's not specific. What we can roughly confirm now is that the other party is in Songcheng." Hearing this, Jang Fong narrowed his eyes slightly. Is he from Songcheng? Suddenly, many thoughts came to his mind. You have to know that although technology is backward in this era, there is also awareness of network security. The hackers won't just quit doing nothing, but they won't go so far as to change the front-end prices of products sold by listed companies. This kind of thing, you can't do it without courage. Could it be that some local company in Songcheng is looking for an expert to deal with Ranran and Uncle Sue? But this is not right. To be honest, although Jang Fong looked relaxed when tracing the IP address just now, he actually saw the other party's tactics. He really is like an ancient assassin, clean and neat, without a drop of blood on his body. To be honest, if they have such strength, they could just go and take over the headquarters of Wanshan Group. Why did they choose to target cosmetics? So it's aimed at Ranran? Since he is in Songcheng, let's check the specific address and go find him. Jang Fong waved his hand to signal Lee Kevin to give way, then sat back in front of the computer and continued working. Lee Kevin moved very quickly. Not only did he stand up and give up his seat, he also desperately used his eyes to signal his colleagues to come over. "Brothers, Mr. Jiang is going to operate again, come quickly to learn the knowledge." As a result, the situation at the scene changed from Lee Kevin being the only one confused to the entire technical department being confused. They all stared with their eyes wide open and spent 10 agonizing minutes. We can understand these code symbols individually, so why don't we know what they mean when they are connected together? It feels like when translating English, I know every word, but when I put them together I just can't translate it. During these 10 minutes, Jang Fong not only completed the basic task of accurately locating the intruder, but also built a temporary chat framework for direct communication with the intruder. At Jang Fong, tell me, what is your purpose? It would take some time to accurately locate the target. Jang Fong was sure that his method was very covert. But in order to let the intruder relax his vigilance, he chose to take the initiative to chat with the other party. The other party responded quickly, "I have no ill intentions." No bad intentions? No bad intentions. Why did you change the prices of my wife's company's products? Are you kidding me? Jang Fong raised his brows and decided to find the man accurately and let Dathé give him a few punches. At Jang Fong, it's hard to believe that you have no ill intentions when you act this way. Jang Fong chatted casually, after all, delaying time was the key now. But what he never expected was that the other party didn't reply at all. The next second, Jang Fong discovered that his precise positioning method had been discovered by the other party. Wow, so fast? To be honest, Jang Fong was a little surprised. Of course, Jang Fong would not lose in a technical arm wrestling contest alone, he was just shocked. 5 minutes later, while transmitting the other party's precise positioning data to the mobile phone for decoding, Jang Fong also glanced at the people in the technical department in confusion. How did you change the front-end price back after it was changed by an expert? Upon hearing this, everyone in the technical department lowered their heads in embarrassment, and in the end it was the director Lee Kevin who took the brunt of everything. Mr. Jiang, we didn't change it back, the price just changed back on its own. At this moment, Jang Fong finally understood why it was not raining on this cloudy day. Oh my god, it turns out that it was these people in the technical department who left him speechless. Jang Fong originally wanted to complain about the technical department employees, but when he thought about the invaders' methods, he felt relieved. Okay, I just protected the company's system, so he can't hack in again. Even if this matter is over, you guys can continue to be busy. Logically speaking, Jang Fong has no time to chat in the technical department after getting the opponent's precise location. The key is to find that person first, at least to get the loss back, right? If the other party is here for Su Yuran, then we should have a good chat, right? So, after notifying Zhang Yuan and Li Dafei, 10 minutes later a brand new Magotan rushed out of the door of Vientiane Cosmetics. Sitting in the back row, Jang Fong stared at the precise location information of the other party that had been intercepted on his mobile phone. Fatty, go to Xingfuyuan community in the old town of Songcheng. Vientiane Cosmetics Company, President S office. Lee Kevin didn't stand there in a daze. As soon as Jang Fong left, he reported everything that had happened to Su Yuran. After listening to his detailed report, Su Yuran's beautiful face revealed an expression of shock and joy that was difficult to conceal. Lee Kevin just said that the stinky Jang Fong has solved this matter? The IP that the entire technical department had been busy searching for a long time but failed to find was obtained by the stinky Jang Fong in less than half an hour? Jang Fong said he would go to the technical department to solve the problem, and then he did it? Thinking of this, a warm current surged through the softest part of Su Yuran's heart. Come on, this kind of thing really makes women feel super secure, okay? Of course Miss Su is happy. Women all desire a sense of security, okay? Who would want to pretend to be strong and be a cold female boss when you can be a little princess held in the arms and protected by your husband? At the same time, a bold and somewhat inappropriate idea emerged in Miss Su's mind. Well, if Xiao Fengfeng is so awesome, it seems like I can really be the little fool beside him. After a long moment, Su Yuran concealed her thoughts and waved to Lee Kevin. Since the opponent is really powerful and beyond your ability, it's not your fault. That's it for now. Oh, by the way, what do the experts at the headquarters say? Miss Su is not an unreasonable person, and she is not angry at all now. This matter cannot be blamed on the technical department, so forget it. They really have no way to deal with the huge technological gap, so what is the point of punishment? Of course, the technical department may not punish, but Xiao Fengfeng must be rewarded. As for what the reward will be, just wait 2 days. Chapter 117. This is not just a son-in-law, he is a treasure. Lee Kevin was stunned when Su Yuran asked this question. Experts from the headquarters? Oh, yeah, I even asked for help from the experts from the headquarters. To be frank, Lee Kevin was forgotten by the experts at the headquarters. There was nothing he could do. He had been shocked from the moment Jang Fong appeared in the technical department's office. All he was thinking about was kowtow to Jang Fong, so how could he have time to think about the masters in the headquarters? Boss Su, the experts at headquarters haven't replied to my message yet. I guess he's probably too worried to think of a solution. I'll call the expert at headquarters right away and tell him that the matter has been resolved by Mr. Jiang. Jinghai City, Vientiane Group. In fact, Lee Kevin's guess was still conservative. The expert Wang Zhang from the headquarters whom he asked for help was not only extremely worried, he was also extremely scared. In my 20 years of working, this is the first time that my immediate boss is watching me and tracking my IP address. Su Wanxiang sat next to Wang Zhang, smoking with a worried look on his face. Xiao Wang, hurry up and I'll give you a raise. Use your brain quickly and solve the problem quickly. To be honest, old Su was really anxious. He and Qin Songshan were originally choosing a villa at home. What happened? Lao Wang called and said that Ranran's company had been hacked. Lao Su was dumbfounded immediately. Are there any hackers who dared to hack Wanxiang? Su Wanxiang left home and went to the company to find Wang Zhang. It's not that I feel ashamed that my company got hacked and I need to resolve it quickly. But Lao Su was afraid that he would be punished. Let us just say that the company was hacked and Ranran would definitely be very angry, right? The slower the problem is solved, the angrier Ran gets. Wow. If my precious daughter gets angry, the consequences will be serious, okay? Not to mention whether she would call him to vent her anger. What if I quarrel with Xiaofeng when I am in a bad mood? Quarrels will create estrangement and affect their relationship. What if this affects their preparations for pregnancy? Besides, if you don't talk about anything else, getting angry can easily make your body sick, right? Old Su thought the most and had the most complicated feelings. He was eager to find the hacker. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I'm almost getting the idea. Wang Zhan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied with gritted teeth. After sitting in front of the computer for more than an hour, he almost got a clue. It would be embarrassing for him to say this. But there was no way, he was really powerless. Even high-end IT technical talent Wang Zhang was about to cry. Who on earth is invading the cosmetics industry? Brother, your methods are too brutal, aren't they? Could you at least leave some clues so that I won't be embarrassed in front of the chairman? After searching the other party's IP address carefully again without any results, Wang Zhang basically gave up. He has seen his own end, saying goodbye to all his troubles and to all his work. There's nothing I can do. Not everything in this world can be accomplished by just working hard. I don't have the ability to do it. But just when Wang Zhang was almost in despair, his cell phone rang. Li Kevin? Wang Zhang swallowed hard and answered the phone with difficulty. What he heard was not Li Kevin's anxious and nervous urging as he had expected, but a notification that sounded like the sound of nature. Brother Wang, there is no need to trace this IP address. Mr. Jiang has already found the IP address and solved the problem. Thank you for your help. Solved? No, can this problem still be solved? The intruder didn't leave any loopholes, so how did you solve it? Wait, Mr. Jiang, what Mr. Jiang? Jang Fong? Li Kevin was not surprised that Wang Zhang knew Jang Fong, but smiled. Yes, it's Jang Fong. Wang Zhang didn't know what mood he was in when he hung up the phone. He only knew that his worldview had collapsed a little. Doesn't the company gossip say that the eldest lady's boyfriend is an employee in the sales department of the cosmetics department? How could he solve this problem so easily? Kevin Lee said it took him less than an hour? Damn, Mr. Jiang has a lot of things. Seeing Wang Zhang hung up the phone, Su Wanxiang hurried over. Xiao Wang, did you just say Jang Fong? What happened to my son-in-law? What happened to your son-in-law? Mr. Su, your son-in-law is amazing. Wang Zhang took a deep breath and looked back at Su Wanxiang with a look of shock on his face. Boss Su, I was wondering why the eldest lady would date a junior clerk. Now I understand. The young lady's foresight is beyond my comprehension. Su Wanxiang, if you can't solve the problem, just pack up and get out. Why are you flattering me? As if sensing the displeasure on old Su's face, Wang Zhang quickly began to explain. Boss Su, don't worry, the problem with the makeup department has been solved. It is said that it was solved by Mr. Jiang Fengjiang himself, and it seemed that Mr. Jiang only took about half an hour. Don't blame me for being shocked, Mr. Su. You don't understand how difficult this matter is. Let's put it this way. We are looking for top senior engineers from information technology companies, and we are looking at Penguin. He may be able to solve this problem, but it will definitely not take half an hour. Boss Su, my skills are already very good. I can assure you that Mr. Zhang's skills are among the best in the country. Hearing this, Su Wanxiang scratched his head in confusion. There was nothing he could do. The amount of information was too much and he couldn't handle it all at once. Today's cosmetics hacking incident made a department in the technical department and Wang Zhang scratched their heads, and it was finally solved by Xiao Feng? Wang Zhang is not the most authoritative IT person in the group, but the fact that he was approached directly by him shows that his level is high enough, right? That would have been fine, but Wang Zhang also explained to Su Wanxiang how powerful Jang Fong was. At this moment, Su Wanxiang suddenly remembered that Cui Jian said that Jang Fong would become a master if he developed in antiques, calligraphy and painting. Now it's even more outrageous. He directly said that Jang Feng's skills are among the best in the country. Xiao Feng has such a wide range of interests? Old Su is shocked. My goodness, this is not a son-in-law, he is clearly a treasure, okay? Songcheng City, Old Town, Xingfuyuan Community. According to the precise location decoded by the mobile phone, Jang Fong determined that the hacker who hacked into the front-end data of Wanxiang Cosmetics was near him. It is worth mentioning that he is surrounded by a community park, not a residential area. This will greatly reduce the workload of finding and arresting people later. Jang Fong glanced around the park and reminded Li Dafei. Dafei, when I tell you to arrest someone, don't hesitate and control him directly. This is very necessary. Jang Fong wants evidence of that person's invasion of Wanxian Cosmetics. For hackers with such sophisticated means, destroying computer systems and destroying evidence is a simple matter. Okay, Brother Fong, I'll do the job with confidence. Li Dafei scratched his head innocently and promised. So, Jang Fong and the other two started looking for the suspect around the park. It's very simple, just find someone with a computer. After all, positioning is about the device, not the person. But after going around in circles, Jang Fong made the outrageous discovery that no one had a computer at all. But, the opponent's positioning hasn't changed at all. Jang Fong stood there and fell into deep thought. A minute later, his pupils trembled. He raised his head and scanned the crowd around the park again, and finally, his eyes fell on the stone table in the park. There sat a boy with a school bag on his back and his back to him. Chapter 118. Are you Kai Hong's son? Is it him? This boy who looks only about 16 or 17 years old? Jang Fong frowned, feeling a little unbelievable. But the cold location data on your phone won't lie. We have checked the surrounding area and only the little boy's bag could possibly contain the computer. As if hearing footsteps, the young man turned his head in surprise, revealing a very clean face. He looked at Jang Fong with bright eyes and spoke in a childish voice. Big brother, are you here to see me? Jang Fong stared into his eyes, subconsciously feeling somewhat familiar, and smiled unconsciously. I think I guessed right, so I came to find you. While speaking, Jang Fong gestured to the boy to look at the work badge on Zhang Yuan's chest. There were the words Vangxiang makeup clearly written on it. Hearing and seeing this, the boy couldn't help but lower his head in shame. His expression was just like a child who had made a mistake and was called to the teacher's office. Then he asked tentatively. So, it's you, big brother, who's chatting with me temporarily. Wow, it's really this boy. Jang Fong was mentally prepared, but even so, his head still buzzed when he heard the young man admit it himself. Come on, at the age of 16 or 17, you have the means to hack into Wanxian Cosmetics? What would happen if he were to study for a few more years? While being shocked, Jang Fong turned around and gave Li Dafei a reassuring look. There is no need for Dafei to take action against a teenager. This doesn't mean that Jang Fong is a saint and she doesn't intend to pursue the matter just because it was a child who made a mistake. Come on, Jang Fong can't even beat a kid? Ha! It's me. So, now that we are face to face, can you tell me why you want to change the prices of Wanxian Cosmetics products? No matter how you look at the innocence between the boy's eyebrows, he doesn't look like a hacker who would just hack into other people's companies for profit. Jang Fong was even more puzzled. Why was this happening? Also, where did this young man learn this method? Well, big brother, can I not say it? Any losses I've caused, well, give me 10 days and I'll pay you back, okay? Jang Fong had no doubt that this young man had the ability to repay all losses within 10 days. Before Jang Fong could continue thinking, a kind and slightly wealthy middle-aged woman came over. Kai Jiaming, is this your friend? Then, a woman holding vegetable bags in each hand stood next to the boy. She rubbed her son's head lovingly, then turned to look at Jang Fong and the other two. When she noticed the nameplate on Zhang Yuan's chest, she was also stunned. The staff of Wanxian Makeup? What connection does my son have with them? Yeah, Mom, this is my friend. It's okay. We're done talking. Let's go upstairs. Kai Jiaming gave the woman a reassuring look and glanced at Jang Fong secretly. Jang Fong understood his eyes, which roughly meant that Jang Fong should rest assured, and he would repay no matter how much loss he caused. After that, without waiting for Zhang Feng's reply, he dragged the woman towards the entrance of the apartment building. In fact, Kai Jiaming is very panicked now. He didn't know that doing this would cause such a big trouble. He also never thought that someone would come to him following his IP address. What he hoped most now was that Jang Fong could agree to his small request. Unfortunately, the result still disappointed him. Before he and his mother took a few steps, Zhang Feng's voice came from behind. Madam, please stay for now. Seeing the woman and Kai Jiaming stop, Zhang Fong smiled slightly and walked quickly to them. He bowed slightly with a smile on his face and respect in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, your husband's name should be Kai Hong, right? The woman's expression was a little surprised when Zhang Fong called her, but when she heard the name Kai Hong, a flash of tenderness appeared in her eyes. Do you know my husband? Even Kai Jiaming, who was staring at Jang Fong nervously, suddenly raised his head and looked at Jang Fong in surprise. Do you know my father? Hearing this, Jang Fong finally figured out a lot of things. No wonder Kai Jiaming looked familiar to him, it must be genetic. He also felt relieved. No wonder Kai Jiaming had such skills when he was only 16 or 17 years old. Was he even better than his teacher? To be honest, after living two lives, Jang Fong's memory of many people is a little fuzzy, but Kai Hong is definitely one person who left a deep impression on him. He is a teacher who combines humor and talent, and also served as Jiang Feng's counselor for 1 year during his university years. As for why he was so impressed, it was because in his previous life Jang Fong seriously suspected that Kai Hong was the protagonist with the system in the novel. If it weren't for him, the admission score of Jiang Feng's university would drop by 40 points. This man single-handedly made his students surpass everyone else and even top students from Peking University and Tsinghua University in the CCPC. When Jiang Fong first entered school, he heard that Kai Hong was fully capable of teaching at Peking University or Tsinghua University. Later, teachers from other subjects said that teacher Kai did not go because his wife was from Songcheng. To be honest, Jiang Fong felt that Kai Hong had lived a wonderful and romantic life. The most regrettable thing was that Kai Hong only taught him for 1 year. Later, I heard that Kai Hong went to the Western region to teach. Jiang Fong never saw him again until he graduated. Madam, Jiaming, I am a student brought up by teacher Kai. Jiang Fong replied, which also completely shocked the woman. Is this young man Lao Kai's student? After about 2 minutes, the woman showed an expression of great surprise. Since you are Lao Kai's student, why don't you have lunch at home? Jiang Fong did not refuse her request, perhaps to meet the man he admired in college, or perhaps to solve the problem of Kai Jiaming hacking into the front end of Wanxiang Cosmetics. Seeing Jiang Fong and the other two enter the room, the woman quickly poured a cup of hot tea and then spoke enthusiastically. Jiang Fong, you guys sit wherever you want, just treat it like your own home. Jiaming, you stay with the brothers. Mom will go cook. I'll make you your favorite pork with preserved vegetables at noon. After saying that, the woman went into the kitchen, leaving Kai Jiaming, Jiang Fong, and the other two alone in the slightly awkward living room. But it seems that this is not a big deal for Kai Jiaming, and he did not hesitate at all. He turned his head and stared at Jiang Fong. Big brother, you are my father's student, so do you know when he will be back? Hearing this, Jiang Fong was stunned. Didn't Mr. Kai go to teach in the rural areas? Didn't he say when he would be home when you talked on the phone? After all, Kai Jiaming was really confused by Jiang Feng's questions. Even if you go to the Western region to teach, you can't be away from home for a year, right? Now that the internet is so developed, we can also make phone calls. Why does Kai Jiaming look like, I haven't seen teacher Kai for a long time? In response to Jiang Fong, Kai Jiaming took out his cell phone from his pocket and opened the call record interface. On it, there were records of Kai Jiaming calling a number hundreds of times. Under Jiang Feng's gaze, he dialed again, and then the cold system prompt sounded. Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service. Chapter 119 Brother Jiang Fong, do you know where my dad went? Brother, this is my father's phone number. He only has this one number. But I can't get through. It's no longer in service. Mom also said that dad went to teach in rural areas, but if he was teaching, how could dad even change his phone number? In the past, when my father was on a business trip, no matter how busy he was, he would call me and ask me how the program I left behind was running and whether there was an easier way. But ever since my father came home in the middle of the night 3 years ago, packed his bags and left in a hurry, I haven't seen him or heard his voice since then. Big brother, if you really know, please tell me, okay? I can help you with a lot of things. At this moment, Jiang Feng's brows were already furrowed. So, Kai Jiaming and his wife haven't contacted teacher Kai for more than 3 years? In these 3 years, Kai Hong has disappeared like a missing person? Jiang Fong subconsciously turned his head to look at the kitchen, and coincidentally the woman was also secretly glancing at the living room. After noticing Jiang Feng's gaze, the woman smiled gently. Jiang Fong, you are Lao Kai's student. The fact that you can come to my house for dinner gives me the illusion that Lao Kai has returned. Hey! You should be pretty good at programming, right? Jiaming has a bug somewhere, why don't you go and help him check it out? Actually the noise from your conversation was too loud and disturbed my cooking skills. She seemed to have explained nothing, yet seemed to have explained everything. Jiang Fong asked Zhang Yuan and Li Dafei to stay in the living room, and called Su Yuran before going to the bedroom with Kai Jiaming. It was already 11:30 at this time, and I had just told Su Xianyo that we would have lunch together at noon. How could I bear to let this lovely girlfriend, whom I hold dear to my heart, wait in vain and starve? Kai Jiaming's room was very clean, as if he was a resident who didn't know when the dormitory manager would come to check, and it was very neat and tidy. At this time, the young man also looked at Jang Fong with expectant eyes. "Brother, if you know, please tell me." "Yeah, I know, I hacked into your company's front desk. You probably think I'm a bad kid. If you don't want to tell me, why don't you just tell my mom?" Since the night my father left, my mother didn't seem to miss him very much, but I could always hear her crying at night. She should miss my dad more than I do. At this point, Kai Jiaming suddenly blushed and then changed the subject. "Since you are my father's student, I will explain to you how to hack into your company's front end. Well, like I said in the impromptu conversation, I mean no harm. It's like this. I was really not used to it after my dad left, but everything else in my life remained the same. Quality of life, you can get what you want and go where you want to go. After all, I also know that this is what my mother has done by lowering her own living conditions to ensure for me. Since he left, I rarely see my mother buying new things, including skin care products and beauty products. When my father was alive, he often said that women are made of water, and they would unconditionally satisfy whatever my mother wanted. But daddy is not here now, and mom's birthday is in 2 days, and I'm slowly growing up. I just wanted to buy a simple gift for my mother, but I found that I didn't have enough money." Hearing this, Jang Fong took a breath. Therefore, all his previous guesses were wrong. It was not a hacker intrusion, nor was it a malicious competition tactic by a business rival. It's just that Kai Jiaming wants to buy that beauty product for his mother? Oh my god. So, you hacked into the front end of Wanxiang Cosmetics and changed the prices? Kai Jiaming nodded a little ashamedly. "Yes, big brother. I originally thought that I would change the price back immediately after I modified the price and placed the order. But I didn't expect to buy so many products from your company. I didn't do the acceleration engine at the time, so I got stuck at the payment interface. So it took me 10 minutes to pay. Well, big brother, you should have seen it too. I changed the price back immediately after I paid." Jang Fong also thought of what Lee Kevin said about changing the price himself, and for a moment he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So that's what is happening. He just couldn't understand why this person changed the price and then changed it back. It turns out that Kai Jiaming wanted it for a batch of cosmetics? Jiaming, you are really... Jang Fong sighed. This matter was not about letting many consumers get the goods at a low price in 10 minutes and then losing some money. Ultimately, this matter is complicated. If it gets stuck at the payment interface, does it prove that there were a lot of people rushing to buy it at that time? So the question is, now that so many people have noticed it, how do we explain it? First of all, we can't say that the company's system was hacked, right? Then we can only say that it is a bug, but how could there be a bug in the price of this product? There will always be media that will lead the trend, right? What will others think of Vientiane Cosmetics? What about the goods sold at low prices? Should they be recovered or shipped? If someone who wants to buy this product later finds out that it was sold for more than 200 yuan less before, will she still buy it? The losses, both apparent and invisible, are incalculable. I sensed helplessness in Jiang Feng's half-sentence, and then he fell silent. Kai Jiaming took the initiative to pull the corner of Jiang Feng's clothes. "Big brother, you know my house is here. I admit my mistake and am willing to compensate. Can we settle this privately? Come up with a number. Like I said before, give me 10 days and I will give you the money without a penny less. Can you help me keep the secret from my mother?" In fact, Kai Jiaming was not thinking about what would happen if the woman knew him. How could a 16 or 17-year-old not have any ability to distinguish things? Of course he knew that what he did was wrong. He just didn't want his mother to know that he was sad. After all, if Jang Fong was not here today, Kai Jiaming would never have been caught. Of course Jang Fong understood what he was thinking, so he nodded. "Okay, I won't tell your mother about this. As for compensation, let's not talk about it for now. Jiaming, you should be quite interested in how your father taught us in school, right? How about I tell you about it?" Jang Fong knew why Kai Jiaming needed 10 days, and he also knew what this guy was planning to do. It's nothing more than relying on one's own superb skills to hack into a company or a rich man's account and do something with it. Use the second touch of the red line to solve the Wanxiang Cosmetics issue and use real hacking methods to get money. To be honest, when Jang Fong was stunned just now, he felt it was outrageous that teacher Kai's son would actually think this way and was ready to do it. Zhang Feng's thoughts were vaguely brought back to the end of his freshman year. He spoke without caring that Kai Jiaming had a somewhat dull expression. I know it very well. It was the last open class of my freshman year and also the last class your father taught me. Chapter 120. He went to do great things and be a hero. That day, teacher Kai, who always started with humor, changed his habit and walked quietly to the podium. After the class bell rang, he did not impart textbook knowledge, but instead talked to us about Wen Tianxiang and Yu Pingju as if they were chatting. Jiaming, your father's deeds in our school are legendary. We all admire him very much and think he will succeed no matter what he does. Because Mr. Kai has always been so perfect, but he sighed that day and said that he had lived a very carefree life for half of his life, but it was a pity that he was not born in ancient times and could not fight on the battlefield like the ancient generals. In the last class, teacher Kai talked to us about information security. He said that the door to a new era has suddenly opened, the information age is developing rapidly, and big data has already mastered the secrets of many people. This is also information. He said that although our society seems peaceful nowadays, there is no lack of silent wars and invisible smoke of gunpowder. This is about security. Having said that, Zhang Fong deliberately paused and looked at Kai Jiaming with narrowed eyes. Jiaming, think about it. Through big data search, you can know someone's home address, contact information, and even calculate when he will appear where. It's like you can just change the prices of goods in Vientiane at will. You didn't mean it, and you're sure you wouldn't do anything wrong, but what if it was done by a bad person? What if it was done by someone who really hides in the gray area? Big data can make life easier, but it can also create endless chaos. In that class, teacher Kai clearly told us that he hated people like this the most. Hearing this, Kai Jiaming was suddenly stunned. Yes, Zhang Fong spoke lightly, without any intention of blaming him. But in the final analysis, didn't my actions make me the person my father hated the most? It was in that class that teacher Kai told us that the use of the internet and data is far from being as safe as we think. He said that many people and organizations have never stopped capturing and exfiltrating data. He said that somewhere we can't see, there are people carrying the burden for us. He said that just like people have a dark side, they are having a cybersecurity war behind the scenes. Teacher Kai's lecture was very moving, but after class he sighed and jokingly said it was a pity that he was not among those people. Speaking of this, Zhang Fong couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. From Mrs. Kai's tone and expression as well as Kai Jiaming's open heart, he almost knew why Kai Han left so suddenly. Could it be that this legendary and perfect man really encountered the opportunity he had been dreaming of and stepped forward onto the smokeless battlefield? He didn't have to go at all and stay in school to be a legendary lecturer. There was absolutely no need for him to go. After all, Zhang Fong was also very ashamed. It was not until today that he completely understood teacher Kai Hong's last lesson. Zhang Fong grinned when he noticed the young man in front of him who looked very much like Kai Hong. Jiaming, you should know what your father is doing now, right? Yes, your mother has been lying to you. He didn't go to teach at all. He went to be a hero. Mrs. Kai really isn't exaggerating, her craftsmanship is absolutely top-notch. Zhang Fong enjoyed the meal very much. At the end of the meal, he raised his glass and bowed to the empty seat of honor. At 1:30, Zhang Fong said goodbye to Mrs. Kai and decided to leave. At the entrance of the apartment building, Zhang Fong heard hurried footsteps coming from behind. Brother, I want to know how much damage this time has caused you. If possible, can I go to work in your company to compensate you? Kai Jiaming's words were very confident, and he was absolutely confident in his IT skills. Hearing his words, Zhang Fong was stunned. He knew that Kai Jiaming had figured it out. Who would reject a talented IT teenager who was only 16 or 17 years old and whose thinking is ahead of his time? It's definitely a powerful helper and the right-hand man of success, right? After half a minute of silence, Zhang Fong looked into the boy's clear eyes. Jiaming, are you in the third year of junior high school or the first year of high school? Senior year. Big brother, I skipped 2 grades before. Do you have a university you want to apply to? Yes, go to your school, big brother. Hearing this, Zhang Fong reached out and rubbed Kai Jiaming's head, saying jokingly, Look, you haven't even graduated from high school, you're not even an adult, how come you come to work in my company? You hired child laborers, you want me to pay more, you little brat. Seeing Kai Jiaming's panicked expression, Zhang Fong smiled gently. Okay, I'll write you an IOU for this, okay? We can talk about compensation when you are able to do so. Hearing Jang Feng's words, Kai Jiaming's clear eyes flashed with surprise. Brother Jang Fong said that he could write an IOU? After being stunned for a long time, he jumped up excitedly. Thank you, big brother. I'll go home and get some paper and pen now. Before Kai Jiaming could turn around and run upstairs, Jang Fong grabbed him. Why are you taking paper and pen? Forget it. I'm your father's student. Am I afraid that you'll run away? Jiaming, come on, let's just make a promise. Before coming, Jang Fong came with the intention of knocking out the intruder and taking him to court. But now, no matter Kai Jiaming's starting point or what Kai Hong did, Jang Fong couldn't make up his mind. Let this young man first go to the campus full of his father's legendary stories to see and hear them. As for compensation, Jang Fong will definitely ask for it, and Kai Jiaming will not refuse to pay. In fact, Jang Fong was so anxious that he didn't notice that he was familiar with Kai Jiaming not only in terms of appearance but also in terms of procedures. He had not thought about the fact that in his previous life his company had suffered an invasion by a powerful hacker codenamed Boy. Jang Fong would never have thought that everything he did today would completely change Kai Jiaming, who was supposed to become the world's top hacker boy. Even if it's written in black and white and stamped with red fingerprints, some people will still refuse to pay their debts, but sometimes just a pinky promise can make people bury it deep in their hearts. According to the agreement, Kai Jiaming naturally became a major contributor to the rise of Jiang Feng's business empire. Of course, that is a story for later. On the way back to Vientiane Cosmetics, Jang Fong called Wang Kuan. 5 minutes later, 10 million yuan was transferred into his account, and he intended to give the money to Su Yuran. Let us put things one way and put it another. She is his wife, but Jang Fong is very clear about it. In the final analysis, he had no right to forgive Kai Jiaming on behalf of Su Yuran or Vientiane Cosmetics. It was reasonable for him to give the money to Su Yuran and the company. After arriving at the company, Jang Fong went straight to the top floor. He talked about what happened today on the one hand, and also about missing Su Yuran very much on the other. What surprised Jang Fong was that he smelled a familiar fragrance the moment the elevator door opened. Looking up, he saw Miss Su looking at him playfully at the elevator door. Ha! Who is this handsome man? Hey, it turns out he's my boyfriend. You're back, stinky Jang Fong, come here and give me a hug, so that your sister can express her longing for you. Miss Su did not insist on waiting for Jang Fong in the office. After knowing Jang Fong was coming back, she couldn't wait. After all, there is a saying that goes, a woman who doesn't want to be close to her husband is not a good woman. Humph, you missed me after not seeing me for a long time, okay? What's wrong with wanting to hug your man earlier? Hearing this, Jang Fong raised his eyebrows slightly. Really? After a moment of hesitation, he smiled dotingly, stretched out his hand and directly hugged Su Yuran's slender waist, and used his arms to hold Princess Su Yuran in his arms. It turns out to be my Ran. I thought it was some fairy who sneaked down to earth. Come on, my dear wife, let's go back to the house and talk in detail.